Coach, speaking of play calling, just to mix things up, have you had any consideration whatsoever to hand the play calling off, even for a short period of time, to get a different rhythm in the game?
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining today. That appears to be all the questions.
What would you say you do here?
That's amazing. I love it. Coach, would you say you want to switch a few things up? No. And then Femke Bull jumps on and goes, all right, thanks, guy.
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining today. That appears to be all the questions.
Here's my question. Again, Nelly, I've discussed this before.
What's the question?
The idea that humility and acknowledging fault, taking self-inventory and trying to improve are details of leadership that I would prefer.
I don't know if that was a question.
It's not. What I'm saying is, when something isn't going right and you acknowledge that and try and change it, I think that that's something that is, admitting that you did wrong as a coach is something that is to be desired, because it gives you a realistic expectation from a fan or a player or whoever that you aren't some sort of dictatorial robot who thinks you can do no wrong. I think it's bad leadership if you don't acknowledge that you make mistakes at times. Now, I don't think that Sean Payton needs to re-question his entire offense or anything like that. I do believe that you should be thinking about tweaking some things. I don't think you should be so over the top in don't ask me about tempo. I'm not doing tempo. Well, why not? What if it works? And that's why, early in the year, I was getting on Dion a little bit because Dion was doing that. When I thought at the end of halves or end of games when he wasn't using his timeouts properly, and there's been a few instances where it's been very obvious that they haven't used them properly.
So when was it time to call timeout?
Like that.
Do you call timeout there?
So that was, Nelly, heat of the moment after the game. He was fired up. I get that. The one that bothered me was the next day when he had a chance to reevaluate and see the situation go down on film, and he goes, nope, I would have stuck in with and done the same thing. It's like, well, how about you admit I could have done that better? And that's what I think is where we're at with Sean Payton. Now, at the same time, I don't know if he's confusing some minor tweaks as you have to change the whole offense. I don't even know if that's the case. But there has to be some tweaks. Has to. So, with that in mind, the big news from yesterday is this. You finally get Dre Greenlaw back on the field, and Dre Greenlaw is now not allowed on the field again. Now, the reasons behind this, we've seen the video. If you haven't, I'll explain it to you. So the Broncos hit the game-winning kick. They all run out on the field. And do the whole, we just made the World Series, celebrate at the pitcher's mound, jump on top of each other thing. As they should, because it is still one of the most epic wins you will ever see. And, I was just thinking about this yesterday, Nelly. Much like when somebody throws out an absolutely stupid trade request in any sport. They're like, oh, yeah, well, what if we traded Zeke Naji for Giannis? And you're like, that's dumb. That wouldn't happen. Well, the Luka trade has now changed my entire perspective on what's possible and what's not. That game yesterday changes my perspective on what are you allowed to come back from as a deficit and still win a football game. You know, if you're watching last night, in both of those games, it felt like one team kind of had the game in hand, and you didn't want to say, gosh, this feels like it's over, but it kind of felt like it was over. You know, even Detroit, they were up 24-9. Baker's got the ball with, 7 minutes left, and he's been doing this all year, and you're like, well, maybe he can come back and win. But it didn't really feel that way. Same thing with Seattle. That ends up being an 8-point win for the Seahawks over the Texans. It didn't ever really feel like there was a threat that the Texans were going to make a run for it. But I'll tell you this much. The fact that the Broncos did what they did is unreal. But with Greenlaw, they hit the game winner. All the players rush out on the field. And depending on how you want to see it, Greenlaw got suspended for barking. And what did they say? Did they say threatening the ref? Is that the word that they used? Because he didn't touch him.
Yeah, I'll look up the exact verbiage from friend of the program, Adam Schefter, but I think it had to do specifically with what he said.
So, Ian Rappaport says, Dre Greenlaw, just back from an injury, was suspended without pay for 1 game for unsportsmanlike conduct following Sunday's game against the Giants. From the NFL, after the conclusion of the Giants-Broncos game, Greenlaw chased after the referee, Brad Allen, and verbally threatened him as he tried to leave the field. So, the video's everywhere. Nelly, did I DM it to you? If not, I can send it to you real quick. So, you see him go after the ref. Now, I don't know what he said, but he was clearly angry. Some people think he was angry because that ref seemed to push Justin Strnad when he was running up in the pile because the ref was kind of in the middle of it. And when he kind of gave Strnad a shove, that's when Greenlaw went after him. So maybe that's what he's upset about. Now, I don't know what you can say, so just hold on to this for a second, Nelly. I don't know what he's said to warrant this, but the ref threw a flag, and I thought to myself, what is the flag? The game's over. What, 15 yards on the way to the locker room? What are you going to do? But if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, Nelly, go ahead and let this run. So this is the game winner from Lutz. Kicks up. It's good. Broncos win. And right there is Brad Allen. He's in the middle of this scrum. Now, if you watch closely, it looks like he gives Strnad a little bit of a push here. So Strnad is now right in front of him. He's about to go celebrate. Again, the ref's right in the middle of it, and he gives him just a little bit of a shove. Strnad looks at him, and then Greenlaw comes in, and he starts barking at the ref. So that was after what was the push, and then the ref throws a flag and points at Greenlaw. And now I guess the punishment is he misses a game. I don't know what to make of this. I wish I knew what he said. That would give it more perspective. But the guy who just got back from an injury is now going to miss another game due to a suspension now. And I know that you got a game this week in which you're playing a Cowboys team that can put up like 40 points a game. If we haven't been keeping track of current affairs, the Cowboys are 3-3-1, but they have scored on the season, or at least I'll go the last 4 weeks, 40, 37, 27, and 44. Having every able-bodied defensive player on the field seems to be an important detail. And now you're missing the guy that can help your weakest area on the football field. For what? For barking at a ref. Again, not knowing what he said seems a little over the top. You know, if he dropped a semi-pro line, S my C, I'll am your family. I mean, then maybe that's worthy of it. Because you can't do what Jackie Moon did where he says, what did I say, ref? You said. Maybe that one's worth it. I don't know what he could have said to that ref. But I do also think that giving Strnad a little bit of a push, seemingly, from the video, was the thing that spurred that on. He was trying to defend a teammate. But again, Greenlaw is going to be gone now in an incredibly important game in which you need really good defense in order to win. You want to keep this lead in the AFC West? You want to keep rolling? Extend this 4-game win streak to 5 games? Well, Dallas is going to be no walk in the park. And your defense just kind of got beat up by a rookie quarterback and rookie running back. So a few of these texts coming through. The NFL is a joke for that call and suspension. That's one. The very next text is stupid penalty for ego. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think 2 things can be true. Thing one, don't chirp the ref after a big win like that and get up in his face and chase him off the field. That's thing one. Thing two, that ref is 10-ply. This is exactly what happens to Nikola Jokic when he turns around to the ref and the ref one tech ejects him. That's what happened to Greenlaw. So, was he in the wrong? Yes. But is the ref soft as Charmin? Also, yes. Depending, big asterisks, depending on what Greenlaw said. He may have said something horrible. I don't want to assume anything.
Saying. We don't know what he actually said to the guy. Was Sean Payton asked about this yesterday, by the way? Or did this go down after his presser? Because I don't think I saw Sean Payton say anything about this. So this whole decision might have come down after he already spoke.
He did not address it in his Zoom press conference yesterday afternoon.
But anyway, so you're going to be 1 down again in your linebacker crew. You know what that feels like a penalty for, by the way? I was talking to a buddy. I go, dude, when I was at training camp, when I tell you that Greenlaw is one of the most physically intimidating human beings you're going to set eyes on. It's true. Because I guarantee you this, Nelly, if Will Lutz ran up and did the same thing, I don't know if Lutz is getting suspended. I do think it has a lot to do with biceps and triceps and traps and shoulders were all yelling at me. And that's all I saw. He's huge. And it's the same thing with Jokic. Jokic gets in somebody's face. It's a little bit different than Isaiah Thomas.
Nuggets legend, Isaiah Thomas. Nice pull.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out somebody who's like 5'9" in the NBA. There's only a few of them. So there seems to be a split between people listening of Greenlaw's stupid, shouldn't have done that, and, hey, ref, keep your hands to yourself. I mean, part of it, here's what is true. Players are not allowed to touch refs in any situation. Even if Strnad did something like that to the ref, Strnad is going to get punished for it. The ref shouldn't be able to do that either. I agree. Now, he's also right in the middle of a scrum of guys who are 200 to 350 pounds that are all, encircling him. He's just trying to get the hell out of there. I don't know. In the meantime, it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, which means every hour on the 20s, we give away a keyword, and it's a chance for you to win. Not only tickets to Thursday's game, Nelly, correct?
Yep, against the Carolina Hockey Hurricanes.
We're giving away a pair of tickets to Thursday's game and a Gabe Landeskog jersey.
Yes, every show has one Landeskog jersey to give away with each pair of tickets, and the winner of that second chance drawing on our website will also get a Landeskog jersey. So last time I counted, that was 5 Landy jerseys we're giving away all day today.
So this text line better light up like a slot machine when I give you this keyword next. All right, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We do this every single Tuesday during the Avs season. Every show, giving away a pair of tickets, along with an extra pair of tickets that is online at altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTicks. And it's a special Avs Ticket Tuesday today because we're also giving away a Gabe Landeskog jersey each show and that extra entry online. So 5 different chances to win a pair of tickets to Thursday's game and a Gabe Landeskog jersey. And your first keyword is barn. Text barn in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is barn in your first and last name, and you get a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Carolina on Tuesday. Don't miss all those fan-friendly options at the concession stand for $5. Remember, pretzels, popcorn, hot dogs, nachos, sodas, all that stuff, $5 at those select locations inside of Ball Arena for those fan-friendly options. But your keyword is barn. So text that in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner at 9:55 of the pair of tickets along with a Gabe Landeskog jersey. And with that, Nelly. Every Tuesday following the college football weekend, we do a little college football stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterback, stock up. It hasn't been a great statistical year for this guy. I think there's something about playing quarterback for Georgia that makes it really hard to rack up numbers just because you run the football a lot. You're usually playing with the lead. You don't need to take shots downfield. But Gunnar Stockton needed to have a huge game last weekend against Ole Miss to get Georgia the win. And he did. Just for reference, he's had 2 games this year with multi-touchdowns. It was his first game of the season against Marshall where he had 2. And it was the 3rd game of the year against Tennessee where he had 2. Knowing that they had to put up numbers, knowing that the offense had to get rolling, Gunnar Stockton threw for 4 touchdowns against Ole Miss, including running one in. Now, he's got 7 rushing touchdowns on the year, which is impressive. But just throwing the football, there hasn't been a lot of, numbers that he's racked up. He's only got 10 touchdowns and 1 pick on the year, and 4 of those touchdowns came this week against Ole Miss. But to his credit, he's doing that thing that Georgia needs guys to do, which is, we need you to make a play. Can you make a play? And at those times, he comes through. They got that one loss to Bama that was 24-21. Outside of that, they look like Georgia. You know, teams are hanging in close. There was a 1-score win last week. It was a 10-point win against Auburn the weekend before. It was a 3-point win in overtime against Tennessee earlier in the year. It's not like they've been blowing teams out. But Gunnar Stockton continues to show up when necessary in the middle of these games. Despite the numbers not looking great, he's playing and doing his job that is needed for Georgia. So he gets a stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. So I have to watch at times Nebraska with my wife. It's my penance in our marriage. I have to do this because Nebraska is awful to watch. Just as she watched all of the Lions games with me at least sometimes. She was paying her penance. The Lions were bad. She had to watch the game. So I'm doing this back. So my wife watches Nebraska, and I just watch Dylan Raiola. Because all I hear about this guy is that he's Mahomes light or great value Mahomes or whatever. And he does do things that looks Mahomes-ish. He had a backhand flip pass as he was falling to the ground in that game against Minnesota. He completed a pass left-handed, and you're like, my God, is this guy just trying to do everything that Mahomes does? Here's the difference. He's not good. I don't know how else to say it. He took 9 sacks in this loss to Minnesota in which they only put up 6 points. 9. He had 177 yards on 25 passing attempts. it's not consistent. The numbers feel hollow and empty. I'm not a buyer in this at all. He's a sophomore. Could he get better? Yeah, he could. But it's almost like he's trying to be something that he isn't, because you can't be Mahomes. Only Mahomes is Mahomes. Like, God, it's such a weird watch. It really does look like, I think I've referenced this before. Have you seen the movie Multiplicity? It's with Michael Keaton, and he clones himself. And each clone that gets away from the original is a worse version of the original. And he looks like the 7th version of Patrick Mahomes. Like, it looks like Mahomes. It moves like Mahomes. It wears red like Mahomes. It has 15 like Mahomes. It has the hair sticking out the helmet like Mahomes. Everything looks like it, except he's just not good. And I don't know what Nebraska does. He was like the number 1 recruit in the country a couple years ago. It doesn't look like he's improving, but I've not been impressed at all with him.
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
I will say I think Dylan Raiola is better than that guy. I forget his name. What's his name?
Daryl Doucette.
Daryl Doucette, the old flag football superstar. Big 12 teams, stock up. So this is where it gets tough. I don't know who is really exceptionally good in the Big 12. I truly have no idea, because there's so many different teams that are like, yeah, I think they're okay, but not great. But I'm going to give BYU their flowers. They are still unbeaten on the year. Have they beaten anybody incredibly impressive? No. But I don't know if you have anybody incredibly impressive on your schedule. They beat Utah. I think that's an impressive win. That was followed up with last week. They beat Arizona in Arizona. But Arizona's 1-3 in the Big 12 this year. They have a couple of more tests. They got to play Texas Tech in a couple of weeks. They got to play Cincinnati. Both of those games are going to be on the road. So you're going to be able to get a real look if this team is actually what their record says or not. But for the moment, I think I'm going to give it to them. You know, Bear Bachmeier, their quarterback, does he do anything super special? No, but he does run the football all right. It's a tough year to look at anybody in the Big 12 and say they're on the cusp of being some sort of big-time contender. And with that, I thought there was one team that could go in that category, and that's where we get to stock down. Look, Arizona State's a good football team. I'm not taking anything away from them. They are not as good as they were last year. That is also a fact. Texas Tech lost to them 26-22. Will Hammond, who is in for an injured, and this is where I give them a little bit of grace, he's in for the injured Baron Morton, and I thought had a really good chance. He put together a good drive at the end of the game to try and get them back on top. They actually did. It was really back and forth at the end of the game. It was a great game to watch. But, you know, they were down 19-7 with 7 minutes left in the game. Put up a touchdown, force a 3-and-out, and immediately get a score on the next drive because the kick was returned all the way to the 12. So Hammond finds him in the end zone, but that left 2 minutes for Arizona State to get the score, and they did it. But if Texas Tech won, it's that balance of, it's like what the Broncos did to a certain extent. It's impressive that you came back, but why did you need the comeback? That's the way I look at it. And is Texas Tech going to win this conference? Probably. But still, that's a loss that hurts because shouldn't have happened. So let's go national team stock up. I love Vandy. Vandy just beat number 10 LSU. That's a game that I believe in Brady and his bets. I had that as the lock of the week, by the way. LSU's the number 10 team in the country. They traveled to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's only loss on the year was to Bama, and that was last week where they lost 30-14. But if you watch that game, 2 red zone turnovers from Diego Pavia led to that result. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly close. Instead, they lose to Bama. They play LSU, and they take advantage of what LSU can't do, which is score. They just continued to rack up points and dared LSU to stay in the game. And Grant Nussmeier, I don't think is good enough. Quarterback for LSU. So Diego Pavia takes over. They put up 31 points. They get the win. They're 6-1. Their only loss now is to Bama. They have a couple of tests coming up here where they're playing against Missouri. Then they play against Texas. They got Tennessee at the end of the year. They're going to be tested, but I do think there's a decent chance that they finish the year 11-1. And we're talking about Vanderbilt being in a driver's seat for like a SEC championship game appearance or a college football playoff appearance, which would be remarkable. So Vandy gets a stock up. Let's go stock down. Man, that was a tough one for Miami. You're playing against Louisville. Louisville's a good team. They are good. But the way that you lost is the biggest thing. They couldn't do anything offensively. So Louisville, right out of the gates, they put up a touchdown, force a punt, get another touchdown. That quickly, they're up 14-0. Miami responds to make it 14-7. But then the next two drives from Miami resulted in a pick and another pick. Then you got to the end of the game. You need to make plays. Fourth quarter, down 11, another pick. But the first play of the next drive, you force a fumble. Miami gets the ball back one play later, 24-21. They're down 3. They force a punt again. You get the ball back with 3:55 left, down 3. It's nightmare fuel for Louisville to blow this chance at a huge upset. And Carson Beck throws his 4th pick of the game, and Miami loses. Number 2, Miami. That is a huge loss, if nothing else, for perception. I think most people, including myself, are starting to buy in that, hey, man, maybe this Carson Beck and Miami thing, maybe it does have vibes of Cam Ward. But that is a brutal loss because that is solely on your quarterback not taking care of the football. And that changes a lot of ways that you think about stuff. So Miami is still in decent position. I don't want to make it seem like, oh, there went their season. They got really nobody left that they're playing that's really good. SMU in a couple of weeks, decent. Outside of that, it's like, what, Pitt? There's not really great teams left for them. They're probably going to finish 11-1, but that's a tough loss. And if you turn the ball over that way, you can lose to anybody. Let's go Heisman stock up. So I am becoming a bigger and bigger fan of this guy. If you watch Texas A&M, they got a sophomore quarterback. His name is Marcel Reed. He does a little bit of everything. Runs the football really, really well. He's really dangerous on the ground. Had a 46-yard touchdown run in the game last week against Arkansas. Now, they struggled with a 2-win Arkansas team. They won 45-42, but the reason they won is because Marcel Reed was excellent. Defense couldn't stop anybody, but Marcel Reed had 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, ran 55, and another touchdown on the ground. He's the reason why they won. He's carrying a very heavy load for Texas A&M. On the year, he's got 15 touchdowns, 4 picks. They are unbeaten right now, 7-0. They rank number 3 in the country. They play LSU this weekend. I think they'll get LSU. And then it's kind of the same story as a couple other teams that we talked about in the SEC, but they don't have a Bama or Georgia or Ole Miss left on their schedule. They have LSU, who's pretty good. They have Missouri, who's okay. They have Texas, who I think is meh. And that's the best that they got left. They could run the table and go unbeaten. And God, would I love nothing more than like a Vandy, Texas A&M finish. Because just push all those Bamas and Georgias and everybody else out of the equation. But really, really impressed by Marcel Reed. He gets a stock up. Let's go stock down. I just talked about him. You can't throw 4 picks. And that's what Carson Beck did. You know, it's everybody talks about having a Heisman moment on your resume. And I think equally effectively, what can harm you is a game like that. because you can have the really cool play, but people will remember when you threw for no touchdowns and 4 picks in a loss this year, especially one to an unranked team at the time in Louisville. But 0 touchdowns, 4 picks. I just gave Carson Beck credit last week because Carson Beck threw for 4 touchdowns and no picks. He just did the inverse of it in a win against Florida State. You can't back that up with 4 picks. Now, on the year, he's got 11 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. That is not going to impress anybody. And we all know, as much as it is about winning and everything else, the Heisman Trophy is a numbers game, and his numbers are starting to dip. So he gets the stock down. Let's go upset of the week. Championship windows! It's Louisville over Miami. They beat the number 2 team in the country. There's no doubt that one's going to be top of mind for pretty much everybody. But Arizona State, I think, gets equal love in this one. Upsetting number 7 Texas Tech that right now has more oil money than anybody else in the entire country, and they are spending it. You are put at a massive deficit when you play against Texas Tech as another Big 12 team, but Arizona State comes up with a big dub. I think they get equal love to what Louisville did over the weekend against Miami. And that is college football stock up, stock down. One more reminder before we get out of this segment is the key word for this hour is barn. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's for not just a pair of tickets to the Avs game Thursday. It's also a Gabe Landeskog jersey. And more details on that in a bit.
And by the way, I do have to give some credit. You know how we've talked about how listeners of the Appetizer Hour are very cultured.
They are cultured people, yes.
This is a very well-read, well-learned group of people right here. Jacob went to text in his keyword, and he sent Bard, B-A-R-D, as in the Bard, as in William Shakespeare. So, Jacob,
yes,
we all appreciate
cultured
your contributions. Man. Yes, exactly. I love Hamlet as much as the next guy. Got to change that last letter. It's Barn.
Barn.
As in the Avs are going to be in Utah's barn tonight for a clash with the Mammoth. That's the vibe we're going for.
That game set for 8:15 puck drop. We'll have 7:30 pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this. All right, late one tonight as the Avs take on the Mammoth in Utah.
Utah, give me 2.
I'd rather not. But the Avs looking to keep things rolling. Again, it's like they're doing everything at a really, really high level, except for the thing that people are getting mad at the most, which is power play. I'm sure this will rectify, this problem will be rectified, I should say. Because right now, where they rank in the NHL is 28th in power play percentage. They're sitting at 12. If there's any consolation, the Utah Mammoth is also 28th at 12. We all know if they're operating at the level they should be somewhere around, that 23% range, somewhere in there. It's what's happened in the past when that team's been really good. They've been somewhere around 25. So last year, they're at 24.8. The year before that, they were 24.5. The year before that, they were 24.5. The year before that, they were 24. Whenever they get around that 24 range, 24 to 25, that's sort of their sweet spot. Sitting there at 12 is not good, but I tell you that to say I think this is going to get better. What I do think is interesting now is seeing how they handle the goaltending stuff. When Wedgwood is playing as well as he has, Mackenzie Blackwood now healthy, what do you do? And to me, I'm just going to keep riding Wedgwood for as well as he's playing. I mean, might as well throw him out there again. And I think outside of, a back-to-back or something like that, you let that guy play for as long as he's going to give up 1 goal a night. And you got a back-to-back coming up this weekend as you go on the road. Boston on Saturday and then New Jersey on Sunday. That's certainly going to be one that they split time. But, I mean, I don't know. I know Mackenzie Blackwood is your number one. But I think you let it ride with Wedgwood for as long as he's got the hot hand. Because why not? Every coach talks about earning it, right? You got to earn it. Earn your playing time. Well, when somebody plays well, they've earned their playing time. And I think that Wedgie's one of those guys that in 6 starts this year, he's given up 1 goal in 5 of them. The other was the game to Dallas, in which he got beat for 4. But God, it felt like if Ottinger didn't have the game that he had, that would have been another win, and you would have been unbeaten to start the year. But a big game tonight as the Avs keep it rolling against Utah. 8:15 puck drop, 7:30 pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Now, last night we got one of those joys that we love in sports, which is a Game 7. It was Toronto, in Toronto, taking on Seattle. Both teams haven't been to the World Series in forever. It was, I think, 32 years for the Blue Jays.
And
I think
never for the Mariners.
Never for the Mariners. But I think the last time the Blue Jays were there, I think that was the Joe Carter year, wasn't it? If I remember right, I think it was. But they have this really intense battle. It's back and forth. You get a home run from Cal Raleigh, his 5th of the postseason. You got Julio Rodriguez dropping a bomb for Seattle. And they got a 3-1 lead heading into the bottom of the 7th when you say this name around the wrong people, they're going to get very upset. George Springer blasts a 3-run shot in the bottom of the 7th to put the Blue Jays up 4-3, and then it is just nail-biting, white-knuckling the rest of the night to see if you can get out of there with the win. The Mariners tried. I mean, it felt intense. It never really felt like they were threatening in the 8th or the 9th. But for some reason, it just had this vibe of like, oh, man, look the hell out. All it takes is a single swing.
I don't know, man. Once it got to the ninth, and the Mariners, it was coming down to those last couple pitches, those last couple outs against Rockies legend Jeff Hoffman. I don't know. The Mariners just looked like they were shaking in their boots. I mean, it's full count, top of the ninth. You're down by 1 run, trip to the World Series on the line. They looked like they were gripping their bats pretty tightly. I just felt like mentally the Springer dinger buried him. Like that was the game right there.
Totally. I mean, Hoffman mowed them down at the end, too. 3 straight strikeouts, close out the game. Toronto's in the World Series. And now, what do? I've had this unspoken, silent sort of feud where if anybody from Canada involved in one of our 4 major sports is attempting to win a championship, I immediately pull for the American team. But it's the Dodgers. And I can't do that. And I got nothing against the Blue Jays. I actually kind of like the Blue Jays. Here's what I don't like. I don't like how we're treating Toronto as if they're a little engine that could team. Like this, the Toronto Blue Jays, it's not as if there's some like, wow, how did they cobble together this roster? I know how. $200 million in payroll is how they did it. They're 5th in the league. I mean, they're right there with all of the other big-time teams that you would look at and say, well, the Dodgers spent a whole bunch of money and the Yankees spent a whole bunch of money. They aren't that far off from the Yankees. I mean, they spend $255 million this year. So by total payroll, they're 5th. The team above them is the Phillies. It's Phillies, Yankees, Mets, Dodgers. That's the only teams that spend more money. So I don't like how that sort of narrative is being thrown out there. But again, I have a big problem in which I don't want to root for a Canadian team, especially in a sport that we invented that's ours.
Brett, I'm extending my hand out to you to join me on the Canadian bandwagon, baby. I love America as much as the next guy. But I cannot, in good faith, root for the Dodgers and their stupid deferred payments and their stupid payroll and their stupid faces.
I don't have a good option here. I mean, I'm not rooting for the Dodgers. I'm not doing it.
Exactly. So come to Canada, our home and native land, for the next 2 weeks, Brett. I cannot and will not root for the Dodgers. So I'm only going to listen for the next 2 weeks. I'm only listening to Neil Young, Rush, Justin Bieber, Alanis Morissette, Nickelback, Leonard Skinner. Go get bent. No America for the next 2 weeks. I cannot root for the Dodgers.
Texture says your Canada take is dumb, brother. What do you mean? There's nothing dumb about my take. I don't want a team that doesn't reside in my country winning a sport that we created. It's not weird. Come on. See, Texture says I rooted for Serbia. I will root for the Blue Jays. I'm American. I want my American teams to win. I'm an American chauvinist. Guilty. But in this case, I can't do it with the Dodgers. I am just going to say I am indifferent to the Toronto Blue Jays winning the World Series, and I do not want the Dodgers to do it. Is that fair?
Blue Jays country, let's fly.
I am indifferent to the Blue Jays winning.
By the way, I agree with the 720-660. Leonard Skinner caught a stray. I apologize, Skinner.
Yeah, how dare you?
I meant to pump up Canada.
Now you're taking shots. Now you're just swinging wildly. This is a mistake that people make.
Like John Mayer once said, it's like punching underwater. You can never hit who you're trying for. So, Skinner, I apologize. I stand by everything else I said. Screw the Dodgers.
You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast. It's a Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. That texter says, I mean, who cares? They created hockey, so you switch your take for hockey? No, I love that America won the sport that they created. That's the whole point. I think it's hilarious that we're winning all for 3 decades. We've won a championship in the sport that they created.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I don't want that to happen here. It's not hard. Follow the breadcrumbs. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything. Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Those key words, again, pair of tickets to the Avs game on Thursday and a Gabe Landeskog jersey on the line. Stay tuned on the 20s of each hour. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Coach, speaking of play calling, just to mix things up, have you had any consideration whatsoever to hand the play calling off, even for a short period of time, to get a different rhythm in the game?
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining today. That appears to be all the questions.
What would you say you do here?
There is nothing like a long, pregnant pause and then getting that. Let me hear it again, Nelly. Let me hear that again.
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining today. That appears to be all the questions.
What would you say you do here?
All right, let's go back again one more time. This would have been my favorite.
Coach, speaking of play calling, just to mix things up, have you had any consideration whatsoever to hand the play calling off, even for a short period of time, to get a different rhythm in the game?
No.
That would have been my favorite, but what I got was my second favorite. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I give a lot of credit to DMac for being brave enough, courageous enough to ask those kind of questions, because I think everybody knew what kind of response he would get. But at the same time, I would tell DMac, and you can call him and tell, what did you expect him to say?
Yeah. I mean, he's not giving a play calling
It's a rhetorical question. What did you expect him to? Did you expect him to say, "Yeah, I've been considering that. I came to Denver with the hope that I would divest myself of play calling after year two."
I got you. Hey, Vic, have you given any consideration to making your own food and not going to your mom's for lunch every day?
Yeah, I've tried that for the last 3 weeks.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
On the bed, and that's not happening.
Hey, I remember back, Vic. You always say. Sometimes you got to ask the question, even if you know the answer, what the answer is going to be, and it's not going to be one that you like or whatever the case may be. You got to ask the question. I think it's a fair enough question when things are sort of stagnating for 3 quarters and then blam and what changed and so on. Remember Bonnie Bernstein one time after Kansas got eliminated.
No. Hold on a second. I know what you're going to say. The Bonnie Bernstein question to Roy Williams was a necessary question.
It absolutely
because
was.
It affected. That was a newsworthy question in the here and now.
It certainly was. She asked him after Kansas got knocked out. All the rumors were out there about him going to North Carolina. And he was mad about it. And he expressed his anger to her in the hallway
well,
there,
then don't
whatever
leave.
arena. Well, he then shortly left. He
No,
shortly left
Mose,
thereafter. What?
You're almost underselling it. Roy Williams reacted with the audacity of you to ask me that question
At a time like this.
Yes. And yet, what happened shortly thereafter?
He went to North Carolina, but it had to be asked because it was the hot topic on every damn show and every damn thing and every damn question mark, and the rumor was out there forever.
You know what? I'm going to do that, actually. Anytime you guys say something or ask me something that I don't like, I'm going to say, the audacity of you to ask me that question at this time. Unbelievable. By the way, we got some breaking news already this morning. Would you guys like to see it?
Sure would.
See it or
Nelly?
hear it?
See.
All right. Let's see
Give
what it is.
Nelly time, and it is, look at the new jerseys of the Avs.
Wow.
Old school Nordiques jerseys. Oh, and it's a Landeskog one, huh? That's weird. We have 5 of those we're giving away today. 5 throwback Nordiques Landeskog jerseys. 5 of them.
So they're fully adopting the old jerseys. I mean,
Wait, you're
before
S-ing me. Hold on, time out. Stop. You're S-ing me right now.
Not only because it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets.
Front door.
Pair of tickets to Thursday's game and a Landy Nordiques jersey to 5 different people.
No. Listen to me. Listen to me right now. Stop. And I want to tell the listening audience, Vic, right now, look at your old 925 hat back in the day. I love it.
Remember these?
Oh, yeah.
Brett, were you here for these?
Oh, yeah.
Wrong color, the whole 9 yards. Our listening audience and our viewing audience is awesome, okay? Now, please, with all due respect when I say this, you're not worthy of this gift. None of you are worthy of winning tickets and the throwback Landy jersey, man.
Oh, and Moser, it gets even better.
What?
So they're playing. The Avs will wear these jerseys on the ice for the first time on Thursday against the Carolina Hurricanes. Do you know what jerseys the Hurricanes will be wearing in that game? Hartford Whalers throwbacks.
No way.
So Thursday at Ball Arena is going to be a Nordiques versus a Whalers showdown, and you could get one of these jerseys and be there.
Has that been announced?
That's what I've heard through my credible sources.
So each hour on the 20s is a keyword. All 4 shows have a pair of tickets and a Nordiques Landeskog jersey that we're giving away, along with your extra chance online at altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTicks. 5 different pairs of tickets, 5 different Landy jerseys going away to 5 different people. How's that for a prize? So every hour on the 20s, you tune in and stay tuned in through the break. I might do it during the break. I probably won't, but I might.
First of all, they look gorgeous.
They're awesome, yeah.
It's the color scheme for me, and I'm a colorblind man, but it's the color scheme that sells me. I love that color blue and red together. That's blue and red, correct? It's not purple.
Correct, yes.
All right. So I got to ask you guys this question, though. The previous ode to Quebec that they had, what was different about that one, Moj? This is the full Quebec.
Well, those were
jersey.
whites.
Yeah, they were white with the burgundy. They were Avalanche colors, but the throwback logo.
Now they're just going. I mean, this is it. They've adopted the old jersey.
Gabe Landeskog has that jersey, but Joe Sakic could put it on via 1992. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
So we'll have our first or our second keyword of the day coming your way in about
and
12 minutes.
Let me tell you what's interesting. When a team moves, typically the fan base gets pissed, right? You're like, I don't think anybody, in Seattle, are they OKC fans? I don't know if they are or not. Is anybody in Vancouver,
I'll
Memphis
answer that
fan?
question.
Right.
Seattle fans hate OKC.
Quebec wishes they had a team. They really can't. They can't afford a team there in Quebec City. They just can't. And it's sad because they're awesome hockey fans. But a lot of those Quebec fans became Avalanche fans. They followed their team and they followed the progression of the squad, and they to this day still are. And they turn out and they come to Montreal big time and cheer for the Avs against the Habs. This is great, man. This is unbelievable. Let me take it back. Let me take back what I said. People are now getting on my butt. Some of you are worthy. Okay? Just a handful, I'm sure, are worthy of winning this awesome prize. What are we doing?
We'll get back to this in 10 minutes. So again, in 10 minutes, your first keyword and a chance to win not just a pair of tickets, but also a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey. In the meantime, did you guys see what happened yesterday? I'm very much confused by this, and I know it's a bad thing in an opinion news talk show, sports talk show to say, I don't really know how to feel about this, but I don't. I watched the video over and over again of Dre Greenlaw chasing down that ref. He's now suspended for 1 game without pay. Never touched the ref.
They said he threatened him.
Yeah, I would love to know what that threat was.
Well, obviously, I mean, it's the ref's word against Dre Greenlaw's. The ref evidently said that Greenlaw issued a threat.
So here's what happened if you guys missed it. Nelly, pull up the video behind us if you're watching on Altitude Television, on the Safeway Twitch feed, on YouTube. It's after the game-winning field goal from Lutz. So this huge emotional comeback for the Broncos. Lutz nails the field goal. You win 33-32. All of the players rush on the field to do that little World Series dogpile thing around the kicker. So, go ahead, Nelly. The kick is up. Lutz hits it. It's good. Everybody freaks out. Here comes everybody off the bench. They start pouring. Stop right there. So the guy in the middle, that's Brad Allen. That's the referee. He's kind of caught in the middle of this mob. So if you watch number 40 Sternad right here, this is what people are pointing to, and they're saying maybe this is why Greenlaw got upset. He gets right up next to Brad Allen. Brad Allen gives him a little bit of a shove here. Like, hey, get away from me. Right there, gives him a little shove. Sternad turns around and says something to him like, hey, man, you can't push me. And here comes Greenlaw, like a bulldog, barking at him and chasing him down and saying something. That's the threat. Brad Allen then takes a penalty flag out and throws it, even though the game's over. I don't know if you can assess 15 yards after the game, But that is what turned into Greenlaw being suspended for a week. And to a certain extent, I would get this. Vic, if Sternad pushed the ref out of the way, is he suspended?
Say that one more time.
If Sternad, in that same situation, pushed the referee out of the way in that pile, is he going to get suspended for a week? The answer is yes. You can't put your hands on a ref. In the same way, like, Moj, you saw what I was talking about, right? Sternad runs into the pile. The ref pushes him a little bit because it looks like he's just kind of compacted in that group. So the ref gives him one of these. I'll do it to the mic. He goes, kind of pushes him out of the way.
Yeah.
If Sternad did that to him, Sternad's getting suspended because you cannot touch the ref. I think the same rule should apply with the ref, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, he was in the middle of a big crowd.
I know.
I mean, he's just trying to get out of that crowd. Here's how I evaluate what happened yesterday. Players see the head coach run onto the field to yell at an official. You know how young kids model their parents? What did you expect?
You're talking about after the PI with Sean Payton? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they saw Sean Payton go after the ref, so all bets are off at that point. We're going to go after the ref too. You do what your role model does. So, you know what? I have no problem with Dre Greenlaw being suspended. None. Zero.
I need to know what he said.
I don't need to know.
If it's something, Vic, there's things that you can say that aren't nice but should be allowed to say.
Yeah.
Now, if he went full semi-pro, S my C, I'll M your family, yeah, okay, fine. But I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know on this.
The refs, I don't know if it's the same ref that. No, it's not the ref who called the pass interference. This was an interior guy, but the refereeing was suspect. Obviously, everybody knows that. All right, we get it, and everybody hates the officials. Everybody, oh my God, I hate the officials. You can't do that. And I think in that situation, Sean Payton set the tone. He did it. He went after the refs.
It just had to be Greenlaw too, didn't it? Hey, welcome back. Never mind.
Look, I think it's a bit of an overreaction. That's me.
That's what I kind of think.
It feels to me like a bit of an overreaction. However,
well, we'll see what the league office has to say because they're going to appeal.
They're going to appeal it. However, man, just don't run after a referee ever. Don't do it.
I don't know if you want to appeal that.
Don't run after a guy ever.
Why is that?
I'm very. I know the inner workings of NFL appeals, and sometimes more bad can be uncovered than good. They will unearth some stuff. They will go back and look at every little thing.
And they will probably lay out exactly what Greenlaw said to him.
And it could be embarrassing.
It could be very embarrassing.
Well, if that's the case, then don't appeal it.
I don't think the NFL is in the business.
You won the game. To me, you won the game. But celebrate with your teammates. You won the game.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think the NFL is in the business of suspending guys for words. So whatever he said must have been bad. That's all I can think. I think it's probably an overreaction because there's no physicality involved, anything of that nature. What was the lineman for the Browns that got hit in the eye and shoved the ref? Orlando Brown. Mm-hmm. And kind of ended his career, didn't it?
Well, dude, he was blind. He was blinded. Yeah.
He was?
Yes.
By the light?
By the flag.
No, that flag blinded his
eye.
eye.
Wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night?
No, that's one that I'm like.
I did not know that. I didn't know that he was permanently.
No, he didn't get suspended for life for pushing the ref. He couldn't see anymore out of one eye.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, it wasn't nearly that drastic, obviously. But look, man, I don't know.
Listen, I looked at that video several times. Clearly, in that little group setting after the field goal was made, all the Bronco players were yelling something at that referee. He's trying to get out of that group of players. He's just trying to get out of the mass of humanity there.
I agree. It looked like the barking started, though, after the Sternad thing, is all I'm saying. If you watch that, especially that angle of it, it's like he gave him a little bit of a shove. And I agree, Vic, he's trying to get out of a pile of 300-pound guys. I probably would try and do that, too. But the second he did that, I get it.
You won the game. Had you lost the game and you're angry, I get it. You won.
Man, just stay away from him.
You won.
Stay away. Just don't run after him, please.
Well, there's everybody who says, "Oh, that ref had it coming." Brad Allen, the ref, is a coward. I'm reading all this stuff. You can't go after officials.
Well,
what do you want? Chaos?
Let's continue this in a
You
second.
start that trend. You want that trend? You really do?
Let's continue. Hang on. Let's continue this in a second because I got to give away this keyword for a chance to win not just a pair of tickets to Thursday's game, but a Landeskog jersey too. Nordiques, Landeskog jersey.
And you're all, I guess, going to be worthy. Can you imagine if we were suspended for the things that we said to each other?
Yep. Probably never do a show.
This show would not exist.
So we'll give away that first keyword next. Stick around.
Hey everybody, Vic Lombardi for Dan Caplis. The truth is what wins these kind of cases. High stakes personal injury cases. It takes a lot of skill, experience, resources, ferocious determination to find and prove that truth. Dan Caplis Law has proven it is very good at finding and proving the truth. Take a look at the track record. Just won a case, tragic case, young lady who died in an amusement park accident in Glenwood Springs. Jury verdict awarded her family $205 million. Dan has record-setting results, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts. Ladies and gentlemen, offices in Denver Tech Center, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley. If you need Dan's help, if you want Dan's help, 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551.
All right.
I knew I loved you for a reason, man. I knew it.
Well, you're really going to love me, all these listeners are, because I got the first keyword for you. Chance for you to win not just a pair of tickets to Thursday's game, but also a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey to 5 different people today. We'll announce our first winner at 9:55. But the key word for this hour is sauce.
Gardner?
That is, yes. I mean, that is not what it's named after, but yes, it's like a sauce pass. Sauce.
Something that our sauce needed.
To 303-504-0925, sauce in your first and last name. Again, it's for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Carolina on Tuesday. Don't forget all those fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. But it is sauce in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a chance to win a pair of tickets and that Landeskog Nordiques jersey.
Dude, that thing is so sweet.
You can wear the C on your chest. How about that?
When does that go on sale, man?
Hey, Nelly, you got those details. What's Altitude Authentics doing for the people?
So the online sales of the Nordique stuff will begin at 10 a.m. online.
Today?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, my
In
God.
a few hours, you can get hats, you can get sweatshirts, you can get the jerseys. Then the sales will begin in-store at Ball Arena at noon, and they're actually staying open 2 extra hours today. So noon to 7 p.m., you can go to Ball Arena and get yourself all this stuff.
That's rad.
Can I raise my hand on a subject matter?
Sure, please.
That is near and dear to my heart. How we, as a society, how we treat officials in sports. And again, I'm going to raise my hand because I am guilty. I'm that guy. I'm the jerk. Me. That's no surprise to most of you who listen.
You are a bad parent coach.
No, it has nothing to do with coaching. I can tell you the amount of times I've played in basketball leagues. I got kicked out of leagues. I got kicked out of a flag football. Our entire team got suspended from a flag football game for yelling at the
It was
refs.
mostly just you and your brothers.
Probably. It's ridiculous. It's belittling. It's humiliating. You go home and you're like, why did I do that? Why am I an idiot? After the fact, every single time I did it, in the heat of the moment, I thought I was right. But the next day, I'm like, I am such an idiot. Emotion got the best of me. Every single time, that's how I felt. You can't go after officials. It's not only happening at the pro level now. Go to a youth game. Go to a high school game. Go to a Gold Crown game. Go to any game. It's ridiculous what's happening with some of these officials. How parents, mature, supposedly parents, are handling officials at every level. I can't believe it with my own eyes when I see it. And yes, some of the officials are horrible. We can't go after officials, people. The game ended. You won. Celebrate with your team. You can't do what your coach just did moments earlier. And they took a page from their coach. Coach did it, I'm going to do it. That's exactly what happened here.
There are so many times, though, Vic, in the NBA when I wanted to say something to a ref so bad.
Yeah, but
of course.
I think there's a difference here.
Of course.
Hang on. I think there's a difference when you're at your 10-year-old's baseball game and somebody's wearing out an umpire's making $25 for a couple hours.
Sure.
That's ridiculous.
Sure.
You're a professional ref in a professional league with billions of dollars coming in and tens of millions on the line each week.
That's not your job, though, Brett. That's the league's job.
Okay, hang on.
Your job is not to go after the ref as a player. Your job is to play, and if the ref screwed you during the game, we all saw it. But that was not a PI. We all saw it.
Here's what I'm saying. I don't think Greenlaw's barking at him about a PI call.
I know.
think
he's barking
doing
about holding
because,
calls.
No, I think he's doing it because he pushed his teammate. And that, I think, is a little bit more complicated than I don't like the way you called the game.
Let's be honest about it. You really don't know why he was doing it.
Yeah.
He responded immediately after
we don't know the reason.
Yeah, okay.
We don't know the reason.
Okay, you're right about that.
You're right. I don't know.
But you don't know for sure that was the case.
If he did it because he pushed his teammate, that's a different thing than going after him about what his calls were.
The appeal will opt for the result, and I agree with you on that. I agree. If the ref was at fault first, when they go through this appeals process, they'll figure out what was happening. Someone says here on Twitch, sounds like Vic was that ref that always got chased off the field. No. Did you not hear my story? Did you not hear my story? Open your ears. I was the idiot chasing the ref off the field. The exact opposite. The difference between you and me is I regret it, and I see how stupid I was. Some of you, stupidity never hits home. I actually regret my actions because I've done it multiple times.
No, I everything that Vic is saying, I would agree with if he was barking at him about how he officiated the game.
Sure, Brett, you can carry a 260 over that pond, no problem.
Yeah, I can carry a 260 over a pond. You know I can.
No.
What do you mean no? Yes, I can.
Well, it depends. No, I'm not talking about off the tee. I'm talking about the fairway.
Still, I can do it. But I am with Vic, and I agree with Vic. If he is barking at him about the way he officiated the game, that's stupid. You won. Let it go. If he is barking at him because he saw him push a teammate of his and he's defending his guy, I don't have nearly as much of a problem with it.
Okay, it'll all come out in the wash. And agree. And I agree. It'll all come out in the wash, and I agree. Okay, to me, it seems like an overreaction. But what do you think he said? I mean,
that's what I'm
seems
wondering.
like something egregious. Like
they said, threatening him. Like, did you threaten to kill him?
Or if he said, "I'm gonna go. Hey, if you do that, I'm gonna beat your mother." Blah 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 blah.
I'll show
blah,
up at
blah,
your
blah.
house.
I'll tell you what. Let's call.
Don't do that.
Let's call Peter Schaefer, who has several clients in the NFL, and he has done this appeals process. He's had players that. Do you know who his big rep was? Do you remember who Pac-Man Jones was?
Pac-Man Jones.
You think he's had some ref issues? I'm going to ask him what the appeals process is. Sometimes, be careful what you wish for.
He also had
the appeal can be worse than the actual crime.
He also had the Bengals linebacker who kept getting suspended, didn't he?
I'll tell you why this is.
What was that guy's name?
Oh, Vontez Burfict.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. This is a huge deal, by the way. Who do you play next week?
You play the
Cowboys.
They've put up about 37 points a game over the last month.
Mm-hmm.
Well, would be really nice to have Greenlaw on the field for a game like that.
No, it would, but he didn't really do anything this week.
Well, he played 20 snaps. You would imagine he's probably getting a full game in next week.
Probably.
Well, now the next time he plays, he better get every single snap.
They also had a rookie quarterback carve them up for 3 quarters.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
People keep saying, where's the accountability for the referees? I agree with all of you on that. I think referees should be open for interviews afterwards. I think a referee, you should be able to go to the microphone much like a player is held accountable or a coach is held accountable. You're all there in the theater of sport. Be held. That's not our call. That's the league's call. You let the league decide for that. It's not a player's job to hold a referee accountable. What is this? Is this Godfather 4 here? What do you think? What world are we in? You can't just take it into your own hands to go after referees.
Reminder to you guys, because it is an AVS Ticket Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets every show, including one on altitudesportsradio.com/AVSTicks. And it's not just tickets to Thursday's game. It's a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey to 5 different people as well. And your keyword for this hour is sauce. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
I want to touch it.
Oh, Nellie's got it over there.
I'm going to go. Vic, excuse me for a second.
Not now. Just wait.
I want to hold it.
All right. Well, Nellie, bring it to him.
Please.
Nellie, you can be on the move. Can I bring something up? It's not so much a dilemma because I know what I'm going to do, but it is a problem. First of all.
Rad.
Yeah, feel good?
Dude, that's rad. This is my size, too.
Let me see. Put it on.
No, don't put it on. That's not yours. That's not yours.
It's got the fighting strap and everything. Look at that. Look.
Oh, put it on. Use the strap and pummel powder a little bit.
He can't.
I want to see you grab the fighting strap.
You just asked a Chihuahua to go after the pit bull. Okay, not going to happen.
Right out loud.
Well, that means one lucky listener is going to win a Moj-worn jersey.
Yeah,
look at that.
A show-worn jersey.
Woo.
You guys might like game-worn jerseys. What do you think about show-worn?
Bang! 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 Bang!
I told you not to.
Come on, man.
Here's my dilemma. First of all, phenomenal baseball game on last night. I don't know how much you guys watched with the Monday night doubleheader, but Mariners get 2 bombs from both Julio Rodriguez and the big dumper Cal Raleigh hits his 5th of the postseason. They're up 3-1 going into the bottom of the 7th. And then a guy who's become a nightmare for a whole bunch of people in the postseason over the last few years, George Springer steps up to the plate with 2 guys on and drops a 3-run bomb Toronto leads 4-3. Our old buddy Jeff Hoffman comes in the ninth, former Rocky, and mows down 3 straight strikeouts, and the Blue Jays head to the World Series. So, I have no problem with Toronto. I wanted the Mariners by the end of that. I just wanted Seattle to get in there. But it's the first time that the first time the Blue Jays have been there since Joe Carter, right?
That's correct. 31 years.
I love that the Jays are represented in the World Series. I love it. I was rooting for the Jays all. And by the way, George Springer is so clutch. It goes to show you how loaded those old Astros teams really were.
I know. Yeah. I mean, dude, it was Altuve, it was Springer, it was Bregman, it was everybody.
You had everybody.
The garbage can.
The garbage can. But here's my dilemma.
I heard this on the weigh-in.
I've had an old bit on this show that if a Canadian team is in one of the 4 major sports championships in our country, that I root for the American team. But I can't root for the Dodgers. And so I am going to choose these thoughts during the World Series. I do not want the Dodgers to win. I will root against them. And I will be indifferent to the Blue Jays is the way I'm going to respond to this.
I'll even take it a step further. If you root for the American team, I consider you un-American in this case. You are un-American if you root for the Dodgers or the Blue Jays.
I just don't want a Canadian team winning my America's pastime.
What are you talking about? It's called the World Series, and it's Major League Baseball, and they're a part of a league that is mainly constituted in the United States. They earn that right. They're in your league. You adopted them in your league.
I did not say they didn't earn the right. But as much as I love Moj...
What is this?
That's Rush. They're from Canada.
I'm
Rush.
declaring my allegiance.
They're from Ontario.
To Team Canada, our home and native land, because I would much rather root for the Blue Jays flock over the payroll Dodgers.
See, that
Nelly,
isn't the question.
Did Moser ask you to play this?
No, I'm playing this with my own free will as a Canadian citizen, rooting against the Dodgers.
This isn't the question of who are you rooting for. We're all rooting against the Dodgers.
He could have picked Tom Sawyer, and then Vic would have known what the hell was going on. I'm just saying.
It's a big stretch
Spirit
there,
of radio,
Moj, but I
he
appreciate
would
the
have
confidence.
no clue.
Hold on. But Moj, isn't it kind of fun that an American team wins the Stanley Cup every year, a sport invented by Canadians?
Yeah, I think it's kind of fun.
I wanted Edmonton last year.
Brett, let me explain to you, though. I could make a couple really crack jokes here. That would
At
go
my expense?
No. That would actually prove my point beyond what I can normally do, but I won't. Nelly, put the music back up real quick, please, if you would, just for 1 second, please.
Oh my God, please, enough with this rush.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no team in the world. There's 2 teams in the world that I hate the most, and it's the Dodgers and the Lakers. Those 2 teams. So I will root for any country. I will root for any team other than the Dodgers, dude. They are the evil. They are the Death Star. They're horrible people.
I love
every
this.
single one of them.
Texture, I'm going to do this. You know how you can invent things in your head and you can kind of warp your reality?
Right.
Texture says, Brett, just call them the Buffalo Blue Jays, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. The Buffalo Blue Jays now. From now on, in my head, it's the Buffalo Blue Jays is who is playing in the World Series.
Sounds good to me.
Another texture says, the best players aren't even American. I will remind you that Aaron Judge is a thing. Pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good.
I heard you on the weigh-in about that. I completely agreed. Vic, he also
made a world sport. Baseball has become a world
Don't you do
sport.
this. Don't you do this to me. Okay, it's our sport. We invented it. It's ours.
Well, I mean, look who's dominating the sport.
I don't care. I don't care. It's ours.
Latinos are dominating the sport more than
what?
American men.
So what? Hey. It's my sport. It's America's pastime. It's mine.
Italy's got a national team full of guys named Brad Smith.
And Steve Nelson.
It's Steve Nelson.
You know the Italian Steve Nelson?
Listen, you made another excellent point.
Thank you. Tell me what it was. I forgot.
The Dodgers are the Death Star.
Yeah.
But people are acting like this Toronto Blue Jays team is like,
this little
baby.
That could.
It's a little baby's made it.
Look at
good for you.
Toronto comes out of nowhere and they get the world. They're the 5th highest payroll in the league.
I know,
They
spent Phillies money.
Those Aswipes are swimming in bread. So let's not act like they're a poor team. They're the 5th highest payroll in all of baseball.
Whatever.
Over $200 million.
Their cleanup hitters getting paid in Arby's coupons. Can you believe they made it?
Hey, I have family in Toronto, so I'm loyal to my family. Shut up. Did you see Vlad Guerrero show up wearing an Austin Matthews Maple Leafs jersey?
Yes.
And a bunch of the Toronto people were like, "Why would you do that? You're going to jinx it." Well, they won Game 7, unlike the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Right. I mean, he showed his loyalty, and it came through.
How would you have handled this, by the way, just quickly? So the Mariners are playing in a Game 7 to go to the World Series.
Jeff says, love that the Dodgers live rent-free in all of your heads. Jeff, you can't win. If Jeff texted in, find that number, Nelly, and tell Jeff that he cannot win the Avs tickets and he cannot win this beautiful Landeskog jersey that I just beat the snot out of Brett with. Sorry, Jeff.
Sorry, Jeff. You just eliminated yourself from competition for making that comment. You broke a 10th commandment.
Just quickly, how would you guys handle this? The Mariners are playing in a Game 7 in which they could go to the World Series for the first time in franchise history.
Mm-hmm.
And that town, as every town does when your baseball team is good, seems to jump on the bandwagon, and Seattle certainly did. But also what happened last night. The Seahawks were playing a home game on Monday Night Football. How would you have handled that?
What do you mean?
Because I saw a whole bunch of people in, what's it called? What's the name of the Seahawks Stadium? Lumen Field.
Lumen, yeah.
I saw a whole bunch of people in Lumen Field with Mariners jerseys on. They were doing updates on the scoreboard as the game was going on.
Well, Joe Buck, they're doing the game, and you hear this, it's collective groan, and it was the Springer 3-run home run.
So here's my question, Vic. If you were a fan of the Seahawks and you bought tickets months in advance to go to that game, but you're also a big Mariners fan, how the hell do you handle that night is what I'm asking.
Well, I remember
a tough one.
When the Rockies were making their run, right, in 07, I'm always referring to 07. It's crazy. And I'm covering the Denver Broncos, and the Broncos played a regular season game in Indy against Peyton Manning and the Colts, and I'll never forget it. All of us in the press weren't even watching the Broncos game. We're watching a late season game between I think it was the Padres. I think it was maybe the Brewers. I can't remember now. It was the Rockies and somebody. It was a critical game. I'm not even watching the Rockies game. And I'm sure a lot of those fans are doing the same thing. You're at the event, but with the advent of these cell phones, you're probably not even watching the event you're at.
Yeah. Man, it's so funny you said that though, Moshe, because it was the middle of the game and you just heard this groan and you go, what, did I miss something?
Hey, Moser, I'm sure you've seen this too, being at Avs game. You're calling the game. I'll never forget one time too, I filled in for Marlo. I'm calling a Nuggets OKC game. It was a day game on a Sunday, an afternoon game. Do you remember that finish between Buffalo and Kansas City in the playoffs?
Yep.
Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm calling the game, and I'm hearing the crowd groaning. And I'm like, what are they groaning about? The Nuggets just scored. What is what? And I turn around. Everyone is on their cell phones watching the finish of that game.
In overtime.
Yep. 303-504-0925. One last time, the keyword for this hour is sauce. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your chance to win not just a pair of tickets to Thursday's game, but in a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey.
Gabe this is so authentic. Gabe honestly could put this on Thursday and play it at Brett. It's got the fighting strap. It's a 52. I mean, this is me. This is perfectly me.
Another keyword coming your way at 8:20. Stick around. All right, so another chance for you to get a keyword at 8:20 this morning to not just win a pair of tickets to Thursday's game, but also the Nordiques Landeskog jersey that each show will be giving away today.
I like to touch it. I enjoy touching it. It feels.
There we go. Left enough time for that.
It feels good. It's authentic. It's awesome.
Speaking of the Avs tonight, they take on Utah.
Utah, give me 2.
I got one question as it regards to the Avs and how they handle a certain situation. Mackenzie Blackwood's your number one goalie. But Scott Wedgwood has given up 1 goal in 5 of 6 games this year. Do you just keep going, Wedgie, until Wedgie doesn't do that anymore? Or what?
Well, I think that Mackenzie Blackwood's going to need work.
Well,
Period. End of story.
You got a back-to-back Saturday, Sunday this week.
Well, I'm sure that he'll get. Yeah, you've got the day game in Boston on Saturday, the day game in Jersey on Sunday. Incidentally, Jersey's number one goalie is out, Markstrom, with an injury already. First week of the season. So, Brett, that's up to the coach, I suppose. I don't.
Well, I know it's up to the coach, but what do you think they should do? I think they should stick with Wedgie until he doesn't do that anymore.
That sounds good to me. But Mackenzie Blackwood's also your number one goalie.
Yeah.
I think coach would tell you right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
You know the old edict, you cannot lose your starting spot due to injury. Does that apply to hockey?
Not really. Well, you tell that to Wally Pipp, bro.
I'm just asking.
I mean, Wally Pipp missed 1 game because he was sick, and Lou Gehrig played over 2,000 games in a row after that.
Yeah, Wally wasn't that good. He sucked.
Oh, Wally sucked.
Look up Wally Pipp's numbers.
J.J. McCarthy was healthy last week, and Carson Wentz started.
Carson Wentz ain't starting this week, I can promise you that.
He might.
He was junk. Anyway, Brett, I don't want to say it's a dilemma because I think it's a good thing. How about this? It's a happy dilemma. You've got Wedgwood who's playing his buttocks off. And you've got Mackenzie Blackwood, who's your number one, who is also a stud. So I look, Blackwood's going to need work. He's your number one. I think you'll probably work your way back into him getting the majority of the starts as the season goes on. But damn, it's sure good to ride Scott Wedgwood right now. It's great.
And I think the time will come where you can see it, say, okay, now's the time, right? All right. He's a little tired. Let's make the move now. Maybe you wait till that move.
I think it's a good problem to have. And if you want to rotate, you want to do it that way. Look, I think they would like to have a 1-1. But if both guys are giving you all they got and both guys are incredibly competent at the position, why not do that? Stay fresh and so on and so forth. And tonight's game, incidentally, this is no walk in the park. Utah's unbeaten at home. They've won 4 out of the last 5 games. They have 1 loss in there, and that was at Chicago, believe it or not. Otherwise, they've been kicking butt. They've won 3 in a row. So this is no easy task tonight in Salt Lake City.
Josh in Firestone. It's amazing some of the stories we get from listeners. Josh writes in, Wally Pipp's grandson is my boss. I dare you to go up to your boss and say, hey, watch your back. One bad day at the office.
Don't get sick. You get sick, that Johnson report's mine.
I would like, is it part of the bloodline? I mean, there's so many opportunities there.
So you say you'd ride Wedgwood until he drops.
If he's going to give up 1 goal every time he goes out there, I'm not taking that guy out of the lineup.
It's hard to beat that. You're right about that.
Yeah, there's no way you're getting better than that. Unless you think Blackwood's going to pitch a shutout every time he hits the ice, which is pretty difficult to do.
I'd ride him. That's what I'd do. I'd ride him until he drops.
Yep.
Okay. The old Pony, Brett, the old Pony Express, what did they do? You know what they did?
You're not going to rope me into any of this stuff.
Have you even heard of the Pony Express?
Yeah, they
talk about the SMU backfield?
They delivered mail with little ponies.
No,
Right.
the
So
Pony Express is Craig James and Eric Dickerson.
okay.
Don't let them fool you.
So
They
what,
delivered mail?
Yes, with Buffalo Bill.
so what did the riders of the Pony Express
They rode the ponies until they dropped.
do? And then what'd they do?
And then they found another pony.
That's exactly
Yeah.
right. Good job. You had multiple ponies.
Think about
And
the
I would look at the Avs crease right now as you're going to have multiple ponies. I don't even know that Blackwood's been activated yet. I haven't seen that. Has anybody seen that? I don't think he's been, quote, activated.
How did that work, by the way? Did you just like, hey, it's my grandson's birthday in 3 months. I might as well get this over to the guy on the horse right now.
Dude, that's what's crazy about that. The concept of just extending information from someone who lives miles away. If you live on the other side of the country, we have a Zoom chat.
I'll
we
be
can do
honest.
now. We have FaceTime.
I know this was the thing. Don't understand how pigeons worked. Really don't get it. I've seen a lot of birds. They seem to do their own stuff.
Like ravens?
Like a carrier pigeon.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, but the raven-
I tie a note to a pigeon's leg, and then it goes to the person I want.
Well, no, it goes home to where its roost is. It has navigational abilities like a homing pigeon. I mean, it's a homing
Yeah,
pigeon.
but it's got to go to the place to send the...
No, but in like Game of Thrones, they're like, I need to get
Send
this.
a raven.
I need to get this to Steve, and only Steve's eyes can see this. That pigeon doesn't know Steve.
It's
By
a
the way-
Raven. It's smarter than a pigeon.
One thing I noticed about...
He
when you
doesn't
said-
know
It's
Steve.
it's not the pigeons flying around downtown pooping on everything.
Why
When
is a
the
pigeon?
Ravens-
These guys have a legit purpose.
When the Ravens did deliver those messages, to soldiers, the penmanship was so sublime. It was so nice. They took time.
Yeah, wouldn't be me.
So anyway, Nate McKinnon's off to an awesome start this year.
Does the pigeon know Steve is what I'm trying to get to, and you haven't answered my question.
And
If I wanted it to get to Steve and he takes it to
No,
Dave, but it was
no,
only for Steve's
no,
eyes,
it
now
go-
my whole
no, he
my
goes
whole plan is foiled.
All right, let me explain.
And if you're the opposing soldiers and you start seeing pigeons, take them out.
That's what happened. Why are we getting into this? You're really making me
Because this
mad
is
now.
important history.
Okay.
We don't just talk. We talk history on the show.
Number one, the pigeons go back to their roost. And so the person, whoever you want to give a message to, they got to be at the roost, okay? They don't go straight to Steve or Jim or
We get that
Sally or anything like
It's called
that.
headquarters, bro.
Number
What if there's
two.
another pigeon that's there that was for somebody else, and he just happens to be at the roost at that time, and you take the wrong letter?
There you go. Number two, actually, it was just the French resistance in World War II
Vive la France.
started sending pigeons over to England, right? They give him the pigeon, they tie a little note on his little foot, they'd send him over. Well, once the Germans got word of that, what do you think they did?
They shot
Vic.
pigeons.
You're damn right. Every time a pigeon came toward the coast, they blasted him out of the sky. It's exactly right.
And then the pigeons started going to like, I don't know, I guess I'm going to take this to Brazil now.
What if you tried to do it with a hang glider?
Okay. See, this is why I don't get into this kind of stuff with you guys. I hate you both.
You just got very sensitive documents that contain war strategy. And you're saying, believe it or not, I'm walking on air.
Like these
I
people-
never could feel so free.
Dude, my Lookout Mountain. Go to Lookout Mountain any weekend, and you'll see like 40 of these hang glider dudes that jump off that hill, and they're just floating. And I'm like, first of all, I'd be scared to death.
You feel like tying a letter onto their leg and sending,
Yes.
them to Arvada? Go land in my front yard. Tell my wife I need
Here,
tell her to
send
pick up
these divorce papers.
Tell her to pick up a six-pack on the way home.
Oh, dude. If I was one of those guys, I don't know how you get a job serving people
Yeah,
subpoenas.
you're like-
It looks like that'd be awesome. If I just parachuted into somebody's like 5-year-old kid's soccer game, just midfield. Sir, your wife wanted me to give you these. We expect you in court on Monday.
Oh, my God.
A lot of people are upset that we're not talking sports.
Oh, we gotta talk
And
sports.
to those people, I'm going to say, we will talk whatever the hell we want to talk about on this show.
Let me just say this. We got ourselves the Utah Mammoth are a team, man. I'm trying, people. I'm trying. The Utah Mammoth are a club. When they were here and the Avs squeaked that one out, what did I tell you? I said they got players in that team that I really like.
That's great. Somebody has the idea of taking a carrier pigeon from the booth to the huddle for a play call, which I think would also be awesome.
Well, sometimes it takes longer to get a play call in. I mean, the amount of time it takes to get a play call in now, a pigeon would be faster.
Fly, Leviticus, fly. We have 20 seconds on the play clock. I think that'd be awesome. Cool. 303-504-0925.
We'll get into Christian Brown's contract and what it's going to mean for the Nuggets moving forward. What it does, essentially, the window of a championship, the championship window, it's narrow, man.
I also think, Vic, that this is a pretty good deal for the Nuggets. It feels to me like it's under what people thought it was going to be. It feels good.
So we'll get to that in just a little bit. Stick around.
Coach, speaking of play calling, just to mix things up, have you had any consideration whatsoever to hand the play calling off, even for a short period of time, to get a different rhythm in the game?
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining today. That appears to be all the question.
I just like the pause afterwards. It is an AVS Ticket Tuesday. Another keyword coming your way in 20 minutes. A chance to win not just a pair of tickets to Thursday's game, but a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey on our show on the Morning Sprint, on Kreckman and Lindahl, and on PhD. And DMac is with us. Hi, DMac.
Hey, guys. Good to have you on.
You got some colognes, pal. You really do. Because you knew
yeah,
that
I had
question.
to think about I had to think about that one for a second, to be honest with you. Like, how do you put that one? How do you phrase that one?
How did you come about that phrase? Because no matter how you ask that question to a guy who you know, and this is why I probably would never ask that question, because you know what the answer is going to be. So,
You're right about that.
So how did you?
Yeah, sorry, Vic. I just thought you don't want to. I wasn't trying to do a gotcha question. Can I give credit though to Scott Hastings? I mean, he's been actually saying this for like 3-4 weeks. So, and then there was an overwhelming amount of people online that had more or less the same sentiments. But you don't want to yell at a guy when you're asking him a question, in my opinion. And there is a precedent of coaches, including Mike Shanahan, for portions of games, handing over the play calling even for just a little bit. And in fact, Sean Payton did it in preseason.
He did.
So I thought, if I frame it just a little bit, like, hey, even for a portion of time, would you consider it? It was maybe you'd get some introspection from Shawn. And then he said, we, and I'm like, who's we? Do you got a mouse in your pocket? Like, who's he talking about? Like, do you think anybody's questioning around there if Shawn should give up the play calling? So you're right. I mean, we more or less got the answer that I thought we were going to get. And I'm not really even sitting here calling for Shawn to give up the play calling by asking the question. It was just like, hey, it's out there. Did you see Ben DiNucci? Remember him?
Yeah.
He's asking the question about Davis Webb. So I thought it was fair.
I think, do you think it would be, you'd have a better shot at getting a different response if you said, would you allow your wife to go to a swingers party than giving up play calling?
Right, you're absolutely right. I think Shawn would rather give up his hand than hand off the play calling. I agree with you, but my guy Hastings, who's great, was kind of insistent about it. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll ask the question. And they're cool about it for the most part. Although I don't know if I'm going to get any Christmas ice cream this year. By the way, we still have pints of that Christmas ice cream in the freezer. If you want to check, it's still there.
Really?
It's because Raj isn't putting it in his coffee every
Raj
morning
put it in his
because he's
coffee
gone.
every single morning.
One thing real quick, DMac, because there was nobody that was more excited about Bo Nix being here than you. And I'm just curious, how do you feel about 3/4 of giant elephant crap and a fourth quarter that features 33 points?
Yeah, I'm not thrilled with it. And listen, I was more excited about the idea of Bo Nix and the concept of it rather than, what's happening. Now that he's here, you've got to be fairly critical of what's going on. You don't stay delusional. Just because it was the right thing to do at that moment of the draft doesn't mean it's necessarily even the future. Let's play it out. Let's see how it goes.
No. We are not getting into is he the guy or not yet. That we're not even remotely close to that. No.
We're not?
No.
Okay, well, when do we get there, Moj?
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. It's like pornography. I'll know it when I see it. Okay?
Here's when you'll know it, when they shell out $60 million a year for him. That's when you know it.
Well, listen, sometimes you get yourself locked in a situation, DMac, where you have to do it, like the Dolphins did with Tua. They had no other option, so they had to pay him, even if they didn't think he was the long-term guy. But I think this guy's got all kinds of potential. Look, he's now won 3 games in a row in comeback fashion. A lot of Cole
No
Yones
Bronco quarterback's ever done that.
Right, a lot of Cole Yones out there on the field. And I honestly don't know whether it's Payton holding him down in the first 3 quarters or if he just says screw it, and he lets his brain free up in the fourth quarter and lets the ball go all over the field. I mean, he threw the ball 25 times in the fourth quarter.
Hey, you do the show with Tyler. When you ask Tyler, a former player, what does he want to see Bo do stylistically that would make him the Bo we saw in the fourth quarter?
I think Tyler's more or less there. Scott's really not. I think it's pretty damn obvious. There's some sort of weird disconnect between Shawn and Bo right now. And listen, man.
That's your phone, man. That's your phone.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
Your microphone is about as crap as it comes, by the way.
Wow,
I mean, there's so much noise. I don't know what's happening right now.
You're not talking in your microphone. You're talking into your computer. You sound like you're in a garbage can like Oscar the Grouch.
Oh, I know what the problem is. Oh, that's my bad. So I'm just, I'm not even using this. Oh,
Right.
We keep hearing your phone buzzing. Keep hearing just random noises.
Your phone sounds like a steam engine on a
I can
boat
hear your
or something. It's
eyeballs
crazy.
rattling.
On the way out.
Yeah. I know what the deal is. I know. Hold on. I'll probably fix it here in 1 second.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to be gone in 2, so it doesn't really matter.
Now it's better now, right?
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. See, it sounds the same in my headphones, and I didn't realize it was all crappy. My bad.
But going back to it, here's the thing with Knicks. It's great that he has these fourth quarter comebacks. It's something we were begging to see. My problem is, why do we need fourth quarter comebacks against the Jets and the Giants? That's kind of my beef with it. It's and maybe I'm being too greedy, that I just want everything all at once, and that's not how this works. But there is way too much, and it's been this way basically since he got here. Nothing, everything, nothing. You know what I mean? It's just, there's no consistency. It's just a giant spurt of offense surrounded by a void of silence.
So should Shawn give up the play calling? Or
well,
hand
it depends.
It over?
No. I think what Shawn needs, and this is the problem with running these kind of operations where you're in charge of everything. Who's that guy on Shawn's staff that's willing to tell him he's wrong?
Who is it?
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, who's
that guy?
Who does he trust the most? Is it Rizzy? Who is it?
But who's the guy?
I'm just saying he's a guy that's been around him for a long time.
Who's willing to go up to the Godfather and say, no, you're wrong on this one? Because I'm not sure they have one. And that's the problem sometimes. Because there needs to be that consigliere. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And I don't know if they have that guy to say, hey, this ain't working in the first 3 quarters. Let's try something else.
Yeah, they have a lot of Fredos, not a lot of Tom Haydens. There ain't no doubt about that, Vic. And there is nobody. In fact, I think that's where I think he took a pause to keep his composure to that question because he really wanted to tell me to pound sand.
Yeah. Not pound sand. He wanted to tell you something even worse.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Whatever Greenlaw said to that ref. Is what he wanted to tell you.
I reckon. He's getting full Greenlaw.
Hey, just quickly, can I say something on the subject of play calling? Because I will say this. I've disagreed with some strategy that he's done and the way that he's gone about game planning. At the same time, he drew up wide open wide receivers against the Chargers and Knicks missed them. He drew up a third down wide open Nate Atkins and he dropped the pass that would have moved the chains.
Garrett Bowles
he drew
was
up a
wide
perfect
open.
trick play to Garrett Bowles, and Bo Nix saw him late and missed the pass. And all of this makes Shawn Payton look bad, where if you just execute, maybe we have a different thought about it.
Correct.
Brett, great points top to bottom, and I'm sure Shawn was thinking that same thing.
Yeah.
Did those 33 points call themselves in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, here's the dilemma.
Point.
Here's the dilemma. I think Shawn Payton, when he first got here, Vic said to him, "Would you say, Vic, you're good at calling play? No, you're good."
I said you're very good. You're a very good play caller in the red zone.
And he's like, I am. I'm great. And I agree.
No. What he said was, "What did you say? Can you speak into my
you're
good
a
ear?"
very good play caller in the red zone.
Yeah. I am very good at that. Thank you very much.
So I completely agree with him. I think Shawn Payton is a brilliant play caller. I really do. The question is, to me, is he a great play caller for Knicks?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's what it is. I mean, is he calling the right game for what his quarterback is good at or what he wants to do? There's the dilemma. That's where you have there's got to be a happy medium in there someplace.
DMac,
and by the way,
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not sure if this news, I just wanted to ask you because I'm not sure if it came out when you guys were still on the air. What was your thoughts on the Dre Greenlaw suspension?
Oh, it didn't come out when we were on the air. It was after we were off. I think Greenlaw got himself in his own in that pickle. I think it's silly. Sticks and stones may break my bones. I mean, what in the world could he have possibly said? But that being said, the referee pushed Justin Stranad only because there was a mass of people around him.
He was just trying to get out of the way, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like Stranad didn't run after him. Yeah. So, and Greenlaw barely played in the game. Was he still ticked off about the PI on Riley Moss?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think Greenlaw got himself into that sticky wicket, and it's unfortunate. Although I think it's over officious. Yeah. By the way, it's hysterical. Did you guys catch on the video? The guy still threw a flag.
Yeah,
he still threw a flag, even though the game's over.
Well, my take on this, DMac, my take on this is stuff flows downhill, right? If the players see their coach run onto the field after the refs, subconsciously, what do you think they're thinking?
Ain't no doubt about it.
All bets are off, right?
Great point. Great point. Who's the get back coach?
Hey, you can't go after the officials, man. And I know you've been involved in youth sports, and it's ugly at the youth sports level. It's trickled down all the way there. We have a problem in this country. I know there are some bad officials. I'm that guy who went after bad officials, and I'm an idiot for doing so. We can't do that to them. We can't treat them that way. It's stupid.
Bam, bam, bam. I had a parent on one of the teams that I coach. In an organization I run, physically attack an umpire after a game.
Stupid.
I had to suspend his kid from the team. I'm like, I don't know what to do here. You attacked a referee. We're lucky you didn't get arrested.
Hey,
so yes, I agree.
Yeah, but how bad was the call?
Bad, really bad.
Go ahead.
When do you talk next to Shawn?
When do I talk next to Shawn?
When's the next media talkie?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Well, it's every Wednesday and Friday down at the facility, I suppose.
Well, are you going?
But that's it's in the middle of our show. I can't get down there.
So he's got to be asked. Who is the guy that tells you no on this team?
Well, why don't you go down there and ask it, Moj?
Moj, you're really good at trying to push the issue. Go do it yourself.
Do you need a map? It's like at 2:45 on Wednesday, Moj. What you got going on? I know you're not going to Utah.
I'm not going to Utah, but I got stuff going on actually Wednesday at 2:45. Right. I'm sorry about that. And then Friday I'm off to Boston, so I apologize. But I'm proud. I'm proud of you that you asked the question because I think it needs to be asked. Just like your Von Miller question the other year, I thought needed to be asked too back in the day.
Is marijuana part of your life? Yeah,
right.
That was a classic. Thank you,
DMac. Thanks for your thoughts and prayers this morning.
Good luck today, by the way. You're helping us out with the basketball thing.
Yeah. The Nuggets assistant coach is taking on the Denver media in a hoops game. And for those wondering, no chance. The Denver media will lose in this game by a lot of points. It will be like it'll be Will Chamberlain versus a bunch of boys out there. It's not going to be fun. So it will be fun to take a couple shots on the court, but we have no chance of competing in this game. Just so you know. And I believe there's a part of them, because the Boston people did this, there's a part of the coaches that want to do this simply to humiliate the media. Yep. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I know these guys. They sort of want to put us in our places, and I don't blame them one bit for doing that.
Well, I'm glad you'll be on the scene to be humiliated and report. So
thank you.
That'll be later today on Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. And I apologize for my bad microphone, boys. That's my fault.
You're fine. You're fine. Again, we got these AVS Ticket Tuesdays. Another keyword coming your way. Not just tickets, but also a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey. DMac.
Did you see?
One of those to give away too.
Did you see the Landeskog jersey we have here in studio?
So sweet.
It is the first ones that came out in Avs colors were awesome. You can't get those anymore at all. But I cannot tell you how already the hockey world is salivating over the Avs wearing a Nordiques jersey. It's great. And incidentally, everybody, the Nordiques fans are cool with it. They like it. They want it. They love it. They're happy. Trust me.
Awesome.
All right, DMac. See you later.
All right, boys. We'll see you later.
It's DMac. He's on every day, PhD, and he'll have a chance to give away one of these jerseys as well. The next keyword coming away in 5 minutes. Stick around. You guys like cash?
I love me some cash.
How much are we talking about?
$650 million.
Oh, my God. You know what I would do? I'm just
dollar
thinking
bills?
about it.
And dollar bills, y'all?
Dollar. I'm thinking about it. You know what I'd do? I'd go and buy every Avalanche
every Nordiques
jersey. And I would hoard them. And only the good people.
And then you jack up the price, too.
Only good people who are worthy would be able to purchase one from me at retail price.
Did you guys know that each of these Avs jerseys costs $15 million because I jacked the prices up? Well, Mega Billions, the drawing is tonight, $650 million up for grabs. Maybe you want to do that. Go hoard in some numbers or hoard in some jerseys and just see how long can I keep these to myself without letting them go.
I want a boat with a boat.
That too.
My boat's boat, I would deck out in Avs and Nordiques colors.
As you should.
Yeah.
The Colorado Lottery, $650 million in the Mega Millions drawing tonight. I mean, it's still up for grabs. I can't believe this is going on for a while now.
Daddy want, daddy need.
Go get your ticket. Drawing tonight, $650 million up for grabs.
Oh, funk out. Yeah, funky. Funk me.
Another key word for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Thursday's game and a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey. The key word is lettuce.
Lettuce.
So text lettuce in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is lettuce in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Got another keyword at 9:20 coming up, and we'll announce our winner at 9:55. But lettuce in your first and last name.
We had thousands of people.
By the way, is that the band Lettuce, Nelly? Is that what you did there?
There you go. Good ear, Brett.
I saw lettuce at Red Rocks.
Yeah, they're awesome.
With Tower of Power. It was flipping awesome. Anyway, Vic would know nothing about that. But we had thousands of people chime in the first 2 hours trying to get that keyword right and then trying to get themselves the Landeskog throwback and the Avalanche tickets. And I would expect as we go on here, it's going to be more. So text lettuce and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
So again, jerseys go on sale online at 10 o'clock today and in person at noon at Ball Arena. They're going to be open an extra 2 hours today until 7 o'clock if you want these jerseys, hats, shirts, hoodies, all this different stuff with the Nordiques theme. It'll be
It's
open
going
until
to be killer.
Christian Brown extension. 5 years, $125 million. It's actually cheaper than I thought it would be. Last year, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Bobby Marks. Said he thought the negotiations would start at 30 per year for Christian Brown. Getting him at 25 is actually a really good price. And I think it's more accurately depicting the player that he is for now.
I'll say this about the Christian Brown contract. For those who say, God, that's a lot of money. This is the NBA. I mean, you have to get over that. The amount of cash out the door for NBA players is borderline absurd. But it's relative absurd. It's relative, okay? They're making more money. Think about this. Christian Brown, what is it, double what the highest paid Avalanche player's making per year?
That
double? More than double?
Yeah, more than double.
More than double what the highest paid Avalanche player's making. Christian Brown is netting per
year. Yeah.
That is the NBA. And we have to get used to these numbers. They're just absurd. Having said that, it's a fair number for a player who puts it out there. And I know the feedback is going to be, well, he plays with Joker. He gets his numbers because he plays alongside Joker. Well, if you do your research, he averaged last year playing alongside Nikola Jokic 15.5 points a game. Shot 40%, 83% from the foul line, 40% from three. If you look at the games he played without Nikola Jokic, his numbers were exactly the same. They never changed. So he's one of those guys who is not entirely dependent on Nikola Jokic. His numbers don't change. Now, can he become a better three-point shooter? Yeah, and I think you're going to see it this year. I've already seen it in the preseason. He is not afraid to let it launch. He is not at all afraid to let it launch. I like the signing because you had to make the signing.
Agreed. How much do you like the Nuggets starting five?
Among the best in the NBA. I'm not going to say it is the best. Among the best.
I would say, well, to me, it's pretty, depending on what Cam Johnson does this year, I'd say it's pretty damn good. The key here is if you like the Nuggets starting five, but especially the starting four outside of Cam, they're together for the next 3 years at least. I mean, talk this year and then 2 more. Everybody's under contract.
Yeah.
This is your team. These are your guys. And if you think that they are among the best or maybe the best or what's among, Vic, in the top 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anywhere in there, it doesn't matter. This team can win it all again. Yeah. And that being said, you got them all locked up. They're all there together. Well, that's, I think, a good thing. There are no question marks. Now, Cam, depending on what he wants or what he does and how he plays, we'll see what his future holds. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, he could be there too, and you could have an awesome starting five locked up for multiple kicks.
Here's the argument for why you have the best starting five in the league. The best team in the NBA last year, without question, was the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then they went on to win the title. You had no bench. Nothing. He had Russell Westbrook, and that was it. And even Russell Westbrook was like iffy. Your starting five that had one guy playing with one arm and another guy in Game 7 playing with one leg took that team to the brink with no help off the bench. And now they have help. And yes, they flipped out Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson, but let's be honest, go back to that playoff series with how hurt Michael Porter Jr. was. I don't think Cam Johnson's going to be worse than what Porter was with that arm.
Hey, Chet.
Holmgren?
Yeah, hey, Chet.
Yeah?
Drive the lane on Jokic and Val. Chet, good luck with that.
Yeah.
The
hey, Chet. Chet, use your length on those guys. Good luck.
The issue will be this. Time is of the essence, fellas. Okay? It has to be. You got to start thinking, get it done. Because once these contracts go into place, the Nuggets next year, all right, according to Bennett Duranda, who did the work on this, $193 million in guaranteed salary to 6 players next season. 193 as we look at Chet's leg.
That's still
the projected
apron,
second apron next year is going to be at $223 million. That's not much room for error there. You're going to have a team that's highly paid in the top 6, and then a bunch of dudes making very little. And the reason they're able to get through it this year is because, remember, Bruce Brown took the minimum. Tim Hardaway took the minimum. You got 2 players who are going to be in the rotation playing on the minimum. That's how razor's edge that is. It is very, very narrow, the window of opportunity in the NBA. I don't know what you do after next season. I don't know. Who do you trim? How do you trim? Where do you go with this?
Championship windows!
You know what, Vic?
Jonas Valanciunas has a player option next year. I'm sorry, a team option of $13 million. Do you pick it up? Because if you do, it's going to even bite more into this.
That's a Wallace and Tensor thing.
Okay, but hang on a second.
I'm worried about winning the friggin' title this year.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. The apron talk should not matter because you have the people on the roster. The apron prohibits you from acquiring people.
I agree.
If you feel like you have your roster, there's no acquisitions that you really need, you should be fine.
Say apron again.
I think what you're trying to say
it again.
No, I think what you're trying to say is if you have a championship roster without having to fiddle with it, put that up. You can wear that apron proudly.
Yes, it doesn't matter. The apron prohibits people from acquiring players, not from keeping their team together.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
It's true. That's what screwed the Nuggets the last time around is that they couldn't acquire new people.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
So when Bruce Brown wants to leave for
man.
a gigantic pay raise somewhere else, and you couldn't pay him that same price, that was the problem.
I'm concerned about this particular year, and I guess maybe I'm overly excited about this season, Vic. I want things to go right. Are the OKC Thunder? Are they?
They're loaded again.
I know they're loaded, but
and
you
they're financially they're paying their guys.
I know, but you took them deep with walking wounded.
Hey,
but no, are they? Oh, should we hate them now? I mean, are they becoming hateable? I want our guys to. This year is what I'm focused on.
You could hate their style of play. I want to see them pull that stunt with Caruso guarding Joker the way he did. I want to see them try that again. And what I'm hearing out of the Nuggets camp is that the Nuggets are going to, quote, junk up their defense against select players as well. If they're doing that to Joker, right, if they're junking up the defense, let's see how they junk it up against Shea. Right? There's got to be something complimentary that the Nuggets can do to Shea. You see teams do it to Joker. The Lakers did it to Joker.
Yeah.
The OKC Thunder did it. Okay. You want to play that game? We could play that game too.
Again, keyword for this hour for a pair of Avs tickets and a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey. The keyword is lettuce. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
I couldn't help myself, by the way. When Christian Brown's contract was announced right before the deadline, I texted him with the words, "How does that gum taste now?"
And?
He laughed. He laughed. You know what that's in reference to.
Yeah, because you had a big wad of gum in your
so
mouth.
much on my mouth.
It was an unfortunate exchange.
Did you see the TikTok? The guy
I know.
There's people that recreated that on TikTok.
My daughter sent it. They're
Wait,
all
what?
KU
What
students.
happened?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Nelly, pull it up behind me. There's two random dudes.
Well, do the initial one that led to all this.
Well, I think that, obviously you want to win Game 5. Is that gum good?
Damn, it's too much in my mouth.
Huh?
It's too much.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, I have no idea what you just asked me.
So that was an interaction between Vic and Christian Brown in a media scrum.
As the kids would say, pause.
Pause, yes. And then we were sent this by somebody on Twitter, one of our listeners on Twitter, that they said, I randomly came across this TikTok. It's two guys, one playing the role of Vic, the other playing the role of Christian Brown that did that exact moment. It's almost filmed like the way that Vic filmed it.
These
My
have to
daughter
be
keeps
Izzy's
sending
friends.
those to me.
Are these Izzy's friends or?
No, I guess it's a trend now. People remake viral videos.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you know those guys that pretend they're the play-by-play announcers of, or sometimes they did the Biden and Trump golf thing. Remember those two brothers that did that? Do you have any idea? Okay,
no, I have no clue.
Damn, it's too much in my mouth.
I reckon it is.
That was a drunk. That's actually a radio show drunk take. I was doing the radio show.
Yeah.
Instead of doing a professional interview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I blame you guys.
I didn't do the journalism. I did the radio. That was my bad. I got confused.
That's why I should have said, hold on. I was actually doing the radio, not.
Yeah.
Because, see, Moser's very good at being hockey. Hey, everybody. This is Mark Moser for the Altitude TV hockey broadcast. He transforms his personality. Would you agree?
I don't think there's
any doubt.
I don't think there's any doubt.
He's not even the same human being when he's on television than he is on radio. On radio, he's just normal Mose. He's a good guy. We all know him. We love him. But when he gets to television, he's, hey, I'm Ron Burgundy. That's what he is.
Mose, you're a
Is that
fake.
gum good?
I don't find that to be the case at all. We shuck it up. We get goofy in the booth and say things and whatnot.
No.
Give it the business
I
and
don't think
whatnot.
so at all.
No. It's not even close
Yeah,
to
but
the same.
but we're calling a game. The game is the thing.
I know.
Not me playing tickle fight with Riker.
I totally agree. That's not a criticism. It's just an observation.
But the game is we're
I
the
agree.
thing on this show, and the topics are the thing. And the Landy jersey's the thing. The hockey is the thing on the thing.
You're just a fake. You're a phony on the
my
TV
ass.
side. You would never say that on
See, you'd
the
never
TV
say that
broadcast.
on the
You
air.
never
No,
would say
but
that on the
because-
TV
no, I
broadcast.
wouldn't because it's not-
that's the real Moshe.
No, because
the real
it's about
Moshe
the
just
game.
happened. No, the real Moshe just happened right now. Fake Moshe happens when you put a tie on. That's fake Moshe.
Oh my God.
By the way, can you ask Riker? I know I'm a colorblind man. Some of the combinations that he is thrust upon the world. What are the clothing options he's going with now?
Who, Reichs?
Yeah.
It's
What's going on?
It's the same thing he's done forever.
No. These are next level clothing combinations.
He had something the other night that honestly make you puke. I mean, it was just weird looking. The tie looked like it looked like a melted Picasso painting. It was just bizarre. Yeah.
We're at
agreed.
that point now where, like, I'm so worried about, does this match? Does that match? Does it even matter?
No.
I mean, just throw stuff together. It doesn't even matter.
You know, he's the one that got me to not wear matching socks.
I thought that was the whole thing with fashion is something. See, this is why I don't understand art in fashion is that something to me looks like this is ridiculous. And they're like, oh, you
No,
just don't
that
have
works.
any taste. And it's
I'm
like,
going to start doing that. I'm just going to start throwing stuff together. And if someone says that doesn't match, I'm going to say, yeah. Uh-huh. By the way, Moj, you were wearing on one broadcast, and you know me, I'm not very critical of your wardrobe because I can't see the colors, but you were wearing, I believe, a black shirt. Never do that again.
It was dark blue.
Yeah. Whatever that was, I never want to see that on you again.
I really don't know what you see. What does Vic see?
Whatever I saw, it did not appeal to my eyes.
Man, you were wearing gray with a darker gray and then a different shade of gray.
I know, dude acts like he's a...
And those grays didn't match well.
Dude act like he's a flippin' Labrador. I don't, you know what? I don't know, man.
By the way, how do they know that's true? How do you know
what a
dog can see?
Because they get into his eyeballs and they realize what kind of cones and rods he has.
Yeah, well, they don't put their eyeballs in and connect them and see through his eyes. I've said this all the time. I have a long-standing theory that because colors are indescribable, when I tell you, explain to me what the color red is, you can't explain the color. You can say things that are a stop sign is red. A fire truck is red, but your red could be my blue.
Yeah. But there are certain colors, and like the Chargers, whatever the hell the Chargers wore this weekend, nobody saw that and said, yeah, I got to have some of that. Nobody did. That was a popsicle they were wearing.
Like Nelly's got the Expos hat. That is red, white, and blue. But my red, white, and blue could be your green, black, and yellow to me.
See,
I have no idea.
This hat, this looks black and red. Is that black and red?
It's like orange. Orange.
Okay. I don't know the difference then. By the way, guys.
Do you remember that when we played Family Feud? And I go, give me another fruit instead. Wait, what was it? Give me a fruit that's not in orange that is also the color orange. And Vic's answer was, I'm colorblind. Panicked.
What do you want me to do today when we take the court against Nuggets coaches?
You're going to get
What do you mean?
worked by Jared Dudley and J.J. Barea like they're professional players. What do you mean?
I want you to do?
I don't even know if I want to play
Here,
this.
Here, Vic.
Dude,
fight 'em.
I've retired
Fight
5
them.
times from playing against scrubs at DAC. I'm going up against ex-NBA players. I'm going up against, do you know Cam Griffin, who used to play at DU? The guy in pregame is doing 360 dunks. There's not a single member of the media that can guard him. Their worst player would be our best. I'm telling you, this whole thing is set up to humiliate the media, and I love it. To humiliate us.
I am too.
I'm serious, and I will be humiliated, but I like that push. I like it. It's like, put us in our place. We deserve to be put in our place. Nobody's getting a bucket. You know what's funny about this? These dudes, everybody in our craft, like some can actually play ball. I played, some cannot at all. Can't even dribble. Do you understand how hard it is to even bring the ball up against an NBA player? I'm talking about dribbling to half court. I would estimate that not a single one of us, if you put us up against a great defender, could not cross half court with the ball.
Yeah.
Just dribble.
Yeah.
Not a single one of us could.
They're good. It's because
No, but I mean, forget shooting. Like, oh man, look at this person's got a great shot. You're not going to get your shot off. Oh, but look at this shot. You're not going to get it off against an NBA defender. It's not going to happen.
That applies to you.
Of course it is. But see, I know going in.
Yes,
dude, I can't move to begin. I'm 56 years old. I can't move.
Take a charge. That's what I want you to do.
I'm going to foul like a mother, though.
I mean, I want you to take a charge and just see how they respond to it. One last time. The keyword for this hour is lettuce. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to win a pair of tickets to Thursday's game and a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey.
I think we'll check in with Super Agent Peter Schaefer about Dre Greenlaw's predicament with the NFL coming up here. Also, man, I guess I'm a little bit surprised with how things went on Sunday. Have you seen the Broncos line against the Cowboys? Well, they are the Cowboys now because their offense is killer, but the line has gone up.
We'll get to it in just a second. Stick around.
Up. The Ford Bronco Sport is a very popular vehicle. You see them all over the road, and right now, up at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, you can get one starting at $25,999. I mean, that's a steal. Not only that, you can lease one for just $299 per month. Look, they've got the lowest prices in town. Cash, finance, lease, trade, they've got you completely covered. Greg Larson and his staff are awesome. They've got over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles available to choose from right now on the lots. And they got more brands you can shake a stick at. They have what you're looking for. Trust me when I tell you. And when I also say Silterhar's been in business for over 65 years in the Denver and Boulder area, that should tell you something. They do it right, and they take care of their customers. So do yourself a favor. Get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield or go online and shop there right now. STHmotors.com. STHmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, Moj, what did you have about the Cowboys game coming up? What's going on?
We can't call them the Cowboys anymore because there is O. I mean, Dak Prescott is already almost thrown for 2,000 yards.
Dak Prescott is a very good quarterback, and I don't think people it's like every year they kind of forget that he throws for 8 billion yards. Do you remember 2 years ago? He led the league in passing yards through like 6 weeks or something like that, and then he broke his leg or something.
Broken leg.
He's a professional
correct.
is what he is.
And he led the league in passing yards for like the next month despite not playing.
He's already thrown for 16 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty. He's on pace for like 40. I'm listening to the national guys talk about George Pickens. Now, we can agree, right? George Pickens is a strange duck.
Yes, he is.
He's
like
a
many receivers.
He's a diva strange duck. So he's
extra.
He's extra diva strange duck. But you cannot believe the talk around the Nationals are like, not CeeDee Lamb, not CeeDee, who's a total star. But, dude, Pickens is having an unbelievable start to the season. So we can't really say that the Cowboys don't have an O anymore because their offense is awesome. Now, their defense is real suspect. I'll get to that in a little bit, and we'll talk about it more as the week goes on. But this game opened at -2.5, which seems about right to me. And the Cowboys are coming off a shellacking. And I know they're a 3-3-1 football team, but they doubled up the Commanders big time. 44 points. And the line has gone up. As we sit, it's -3.5, which I can't really explain other than I don't know. If you are just a random person out there with money in your pocket.
I have an idea of why.
Why?
Because the Cowboys could be up 28-0 in the fourth quarter and lose.
Well, they could. They probably could.
I'm hoping, and I understand that defense is certainly where the Broncos rest their head at night, but I'm hoping that this is an offensive explosion. Where did he go?
I don't know what he's doing. What? He's switching chairs.
Hillbilly, move my chair.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I'm hoping that this is one of those offensive games that we'll talk about for years, right? Like, do you remember, Moshe? You weren't here, Brett. Peyton Manning went into Jerry World to take on Tony Romo and the Cowboys, and there was a play where Peyton Manning did the old bootleg touchdown run. He faked play action up the middle and then took it himself around the left side.
Yep.
The final score of that game was nuts. That was one of the more exciting offensive explosive games I've ever witnessed firsthand. I mean, I'm watching this unfold. I'm like, the team that has the ball last is going to win. And I think the Broncos got it last off an interception. They intercepted Romo late, got the ball, and won that game. Final score, look it up, but it was crazy.
It was 51-48.
Jeez.
Crazy.
It was insane. Matt Prater had the game-winning field goal.
I'm trying to remember who picked off the pass.
Romo had 500 yards in that game, passing through the air.
Yeah, neither team could stop the other.
No, and the Broncos came away 5-0. And
again,
the
Peyton
Cowboys
Manning
were
had a
2-3.
rushing touchdown in that game.
Yeah. Manning passed for 414 yards, and he was the little guy.
Right.
It's just absolutely. Oh, dude, who was the starting running back for the Broncos in that day? Oh,
what year was this again?
2013.
That wasn't no Shawn. No, that was
no Shawn Moreno.
Was it no Shawn?
It was no Shawn. Yeah.
I believe Danny Trevathan. Texters are helping me right now. Danny Trevathan is the one who had that game-winning pick.
What
a game!
Yeah, it was just craziness.
See, and let me distinguish, Moshe. People looked at Sunday's game and said, "Oh, what a great game!" No. Last Sunday's game was a great finish. That game that we're referring to, that was a great game.
That was a great game.
From
crazy
start
game.
to end, great game.
Well,
big difference.
Unless you were the coordinator.
Yeah, it's a great game if you don't like any defense.
Right.
Yeah, but for the fans, what would you rather have?
No,
You'd
I
rather
understand.
have that.
Would you rather have Broncos Jets in London, or would you rather have what we just described?
But you know what I'm talking about, like a game that finishes 31-28, that you get a couple of really good defensive plays too, mixed in, whatever. By the way, speaking of good game,
real quick though, I want to stand this for 1 second. It's not very often that the Dallas Cowboys come to Denver. Not very often at all.
Yeah.
How do we feel about Cowboys fans?
Well, how do we feel about Giants fans? They were everywhere.
Yeah, but these aren't teams that you typically have a hatred for, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Cowboys fans, I think they're subdued. Like, they think their team's all right. They know they're flawed. Giants were talking crazy for a team that had 2 wins.
Moshe.
Crazy.
Moshe. The Cowboys haven't done anything since Nelly and Brett were eating at the teat.
I prefer suckling.
Yeah.
I mean, eating is
a weird
that's
way to
just
phrase
a weird
that. Really,
way to
really
put that,
weird,
dude.
That is.
I don't.
That sounds like you got teeth.
Yeah, that just doesn't sound right to me.
Take a lap. How old were you guys in 1993?
3.
All right. Point stage.
I don't think Nelly was even thought of yet.
Nope. Yeah, I was -1, so I wasn't even eating or suckling or any of that.
Well,
okay, all right.
They haven't done anything in so many years. I mean, they've been irrelevant.
They really have been. But I mean, look, they're a 500 football team right now. I know their offense. Listen, I've watched some of their play so far this year, and their offense is wildly good. Their defense is wildly, wildly bad. They are the worst yards given up defense in the National Football League.
Moshe.
What?
The Giants walked into Mile High with the 27th ranked defense in the NFL. I don't care.
Don't worry about their defense.
Yeah, well, they also left with the 30th ranked defense in the NFL.
Okay, that's great. I wanted to, we got to get to our game. We do this every week now. Nelly? The old Harbaugh hierarchy. Let's start with the best of the best. Nelly?
The things that can happen, in a game individually for a player, which would be we won and my team won, and I was one of the reasons we won.
That goes to who on the Broncos?
It could be Bo Nix for sure. I mean, he was great in the fourth quarter, dude.
I'll give it to Justin Strnad.
Okay.
I think so, too. I think he played a good overall game and made the game-changing play. I think Strnad's the winner of that one. What's next?
Next best would be we won, and I had a good game.
Cortland Sutton to me.
Yeah, that feels like a right pick.
I think his catch, dude, right before the game-winning field goal was killer.
Or Marvin Mims.
Mims had a good game. Yeah, he had a very good game, but the one that put him over the 50, dude, it wasn't supposed to be to him.
Well, he was there and he caught it, didn't he?
He was just standing there at the 48-yard line.
Someone's got to catch the ball.
Right in the nads. I mean, what do you want me to do?
I can give it to Cooper, too. Cooper had a couple big plays early in that game, then kind of disappeared. But
dude, I heart Jonathan Cooper. But I'm just saying, Marvin, whom I love, we've had on this show, love him. He was probably as surprised as anybody that it hit him right in the gut. Okay, go ahead.
And then finally?
Next best would be I won and we won and I didn't have a good game.
I'm still going to say this is Bo. I know I made some plays late, but Bo was not good in that game. Okay? That's true. He would admit it himself. Like, yes, 33 points in the fourth quarter is miraculous. The first 3 was trash.
I'm going to give it to R.J. Harvey.
I was going to do the same thing. Even though he got in the end zone, Brett, he had 4 carries for 0 yards.
Yep.
And he had that one play on the kickoff that you just can't do.
Can't do it.
That's a really good point.
Yep.
Next?
Next best would be we lost and I had a good game.
I mean...
Jackson Dart?
I think it's Dart.
Well, he wasn't
he had a bad pick, but he had a good game.
He wasn't very efficient throwing the ball.
Oh, but Moshe, every Giants fans left that game that I've heard, they have said, I know that was like the most brutal loss that you could suffer, but they're doing we might have lost, but we found our franchise quarterback thing after that game. That's what all of them are saying. I think Dart played well.
I think it's probably Burns, the linebacker for them. Couple sacks. He had the only 2 sacks for them in the game.
Good. Really good.
Four solo tackles, couple sacks. That's pretty good.
What's next?
Next would be we lost and played okay.
I'm going to give that to
Scatterbo.
I would give that to Bellinger. Bellinger got open a couple of times. Had that big catch, obviously, for a touchdown early in the game where there was nobody around him. I think Daniel Bellinger. That's my pick.
I'm with you, Moshe. Scatterbo. He didn't do anything crazy. He got a touchdown pass, but outside of that, they kept him in check.
It was okay.
And then finally?
Next would be we lost, and I was the reason we lost. That would be the worst possible.
I can't even pronounce his
Kisher.
name. How do you pronounce
McAdamy?
McAdamy.
I think it sounds like Academy. McAdamy.
Just call him the redhead. Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon. Yeah, just call him the redheaded freak. Just say the redheaded freak had a bad day.
When you lose a game and the immediate reaction is, I want that guy cut from my team, I think you get that award.
I want that guy cut. I want that guy Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah.
I mean, Giants fans are like, dude, are you serious?
All right, we have a Cowboys fan who chimes in here.
Oh, here we go.
Cowboys, Vic, have at least won their division in the last 10 years. Have the Broncos? Cowboys are far from irrelevant. All right, take the last 30 years. This is a Cowboys fan, clearly. Take the last 30 years. 30 years. Let's take a good piece of history. 30 years of history. Count up all the playoff wins for each franchise. 30 years. Get back to me. Test this Friday.
Vic, what was the playoff game where Tony Romo fumbled the field goal snap?
In Seattle.
They had the game won, and he fumbled the snap.
Yeah. Relevance happens in the playoffs.
Unbelievable.
All right? And clearly the Broncos went through a 10-year period of just absolute misery. I'm talking a bigger window than 10 years. Give it 30. And in that 30-year window, the Dallas Cowboys, whether you want to hear this or not, playoff-wise, they're irrelevant.
Yeah, Cowboys fans.
I don't look at windows.
Yeah, Cowboys fans, listen, let me say this, and I know you're out there. Lunatic Fringe, I know you're out there. You have nothing to talk about, okay? Absolutely nothing. So just zip it, Doris.
Before we get to break, I want you guys to, if you guys didn't see this, I want you to watch Alex Singleton absolutely bowl over Cam Scatterbo. So he blitzes free rusher, and I mean just demolishes Scatterbo. Which Scatterbo's willing to hit. I don't know the last time he's been hit like that. That, by the way, this is from Zach Stevens at DNVR.
And that's
look
the
at
pick.
this. Oh, you don't. Yeah, and that's what set up the pick. Exactly right. He bowls over Scatterbo, gets pressure on Dart. Dart makes a bad decision. Then it's Sternad.
How does Daboll even let him throw the ball in that situation? That's coaching malfeasance, and I'm here for it.
It gives you new respect for the pocket, though, and how chaotic the pocket is for a quarterback, and everything you have to avoid and dodge and duck just to get a pass off. I mean, look at that pocket. Look how crazy it is. It's a minefield.
Yeah.
303. Cowboys fans, I don't want to hear from you this week.
504-0925, our final keyword in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Well, all right.
All right, so we got another keyword coming your way for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game on Thursday, along with a Nordiques Gabe Landeskog jersey. So your
awesome.
final keyword in 20 minutes.
And I know Peter's on the line. I just want to say this. The Avs tweeted it out.
It is going to be the Whalers.
Thursday at Ball Arena, the Carolina Hurricanes are wearing also one of the greatest jerseys in the history of hockey, the Hartford Whalers jerseys. So you got full throwback on Thursday night. Unbelievable.
With that, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by super agent Peter Schaefer, who joins this program. And, Pete, we needed some expertise because we don't know exactly what took place after the game, but it led to Dre Greenlaw getting suspended, they said, for threatening a referee. And so I'm assuming he's going to appeal. What does the appeals process look like?
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
So what happens in an NFL in-season appeal, they're expedited. So the game Sunday, the FedEx, or we used to call them FedExes, would come on Monday, but now you get the email. You immediately appeal it, and you'll have the hearing today, Tuesday, so that both teams, the team, obviously the Broncos and then the Cowboys, know by the end of today if the player is going to participate. And so the hearing today will be a Zoom in front of one of three hearing officers. Derek Brooks is the predominant one, the former Tampa Bay linebacker, Hall of Famer. But my understanding it's going to be Chris Palmer, who's going to be the hearing officer, and he's the former, I think, head coach of the Browns maybe and the Jaguars or something like that.
Hey, turn Vic's mic on, Nelly. Go ahead, Vic.
Peter, is there any history of this? Anything to compare it to recently in the NFL? Has another player been suspended for going after a ref verbally?
If you remember, the great example was Bill Cowher, maybe 20, 25 years ago. Remember when he stuffed the picture of the
Polaroid, yeah.
Right. He took the Polaroid showing that they were not offsides, right? And he stuffed it into the referee's breast pocket. And only Vic, I think, still wears a shirt with a breast pocket.
Pretty much.
With the pens and the calculators and that type of stuff, the slide rule. And he stuffed it in his pocket. And I don't think they even fined him, let alone suspended him. So then you'll have the hearing today. The NFL will, based upon their presentation of the evidence, determine how serious they are. So, I mean, if they have the referee testify, if they have Troy Vincent testify, if they show a prior case precedent like you're pointing out, then they'll show how serious they are. So the hearing, the actual fine comes down from John Runyon. So Runyon, the former congressman and left tackle for the Eagles, he reviews all the tape on Monday morning and he sends out the letters. But he doesn't participate in the hearing. So then you have to sit there and say, maybe have Greenlaw testify, a bunch of other people. This is not what I said. And then the question is, what did he say?
Yeah.
Does that come out in an appeals process? Will we know about that or not?
I don't know if we'll know about it, but for sure they'll know about it. I mean, if you've ever played pickup basketball with Lombardi brothers, I mean, how many times they tell you, you call a foul and they're like, meet me in the parking lot.
Pretty much,
Peter, I've gone through this with these guys. They don't seem to understand. I know you represent players, so you're going to side with players. I don't think we should start this trend of going after referees after games. And I speak from a guilty standpoint. I've done it too many times in my life, and it's stupid and humiliated. And days later, you're like, what? Why did I do that? And you've been there before when I've done that. I don't think NFL players should go after referees, especially after you win a game. Shouldn't happen.
What's your definition of go after? Are they allowed to sit there and say, God, I question that call. I think that you didn't have your A game today, or meet me in the parking lot?
Moj, I'm sorry, Peter. Do you think Dre Greenlaw said, I really question that call, sir? Well, come on, Pete.
The question I had, Peter, was
I could assure you, Vic, that's what the testimony will be today.
I'm sure it will be.
The one question I had, though, Peter, was if Greenlaw, because I saw a video where Brad, is it Brad Allen? Is that his name? The lead ref? that he was in the middle of that scrum after the Broncos won, and it looked like he might have given Justin Sternad a little bit of a shove to get him out of the way so we could leave that, and maybe that's what Greenlaw took exception to. Does that change anything if he actually physically contacted a player?
Well, I don't know. Well, again, that just puts everything in the context as to maybe then what did Greenlaw say, right?
Yeah.
Get out of the way, Justin. Again, I truly believe that in this situation, as long as they present a case which shows that Greenlaw was just questioning some numerous calls and or maybe doing that and blocking for Sternad or trying to keep him out of trouble, and he does not have a history of infractions with the league, I think that it will wind up being a fine, not a suspension.
Well, yeah, but Peter, I don't think the league just wants to suspend guys for a game. They said that it was a threat. Now, I don't know what that entails, but it's more than just, hey, you're a silly dilly. I mean, it's more than that. It's for something this serious, it seems to me that he probably said something relatively serious. Now, can he get off on it? I don't know.
Wait, did Moser just say silly dilly?
Yeah. That's the cleanest thing I could think of in my head.
You little rascal, you're naughty.
Yeah, you little rascal, naughty, silly referee, silly.
Well, I think that's what it's going to come down to, right? Is at what point, and keep in mind, maybe was it a minute before or something, I think a coach went on the field and got into the same referee's face, too.
That's correct.
Yep.
And I think that he was probably very defensive at that point about being attacked, or not attacked, but, whatever. But, at some level, Vic, I'll take the player side against your, conservative management, pawn side that you take.
Yeah.
Yeah, you HR rep.
Okay.
Yeah. Vic, real quick, Peter.
No. Hold on a second.
At some point, when you wear stripes, assume you're going to get yelled at.
Great. Where was all this when me and my brothers got kicked out of the lawyer league, and you were standing right there? Why didn't you take our side?
It was just not defensible.
Oh, okay. Right. I got you. We were told never to come back and play again.
Yeah, they caught you with the weapon, Vic, on the scene. Hey, Peter, does the agent have any play in this at all? Is this all the NFLPA, and you just sort of sit on the sideline, or do you have any ability to get in there and lawyer up for your client?
Well, I lawyer up for all my clients. I don't, as much as I respect the NFL Players Association, they have a role to play, but I want to be an advocate, right? They have to do every hearing. So sometimes they're put in a position to take base cases that are not great. In my situation, if I've got a great case, I want to be the advocate. Now, not all agents are lawyers, and not all agents are litigators. I wouldn't use the word skilled, but I would say litigators. So I take the position that I'm going to be the lead counsel on these situations. If you remember, a couple of years ago, Randy Gregory got suspended, and I got it reduced to a fine.
Right.
Yep, against, I think, in a game. So, we have, I've got a ton of history on this, but that's what should happen. And you want to make sure that your ducks are in a row. Now, you don't have a lot of time to prepare. Sometimes you try to find an audio tape of it. You look for you scour the internet for, reporters that might have been on the field with their cameras to see if you can grab some videotape and or audio tape, that type of stuff, and use that as evidence.
Are there professional lip readers on staff for anybody?
What if somebody's wearing a mic? You never know.
That's right. And sometimes what comes out, I think there was one case, and it wasn't my case, a couple of years ago, something like this came out. I forget what it was. And then that Thursday night on, Mic'd Up, they had it. But it was too late because the fine had already been imposed. But, all of a sudden on Thursday night, they have it.
Well, Peter, thanks. I should have talked to you years ago before I got removed from leagues, but now all of a sudden you're a pro player. Weren't back then, but appreciate your help.
Well, it's ironic that you're not just this management pawn.
Pete, you're the best. Thanks.
He's right. Thanks, Peter. Appreciate it very much. But he's right, Vic. You've done a complete 180.
No, here's what I think.
I know about you and your brothers. I know all the stories.
I have great respect for officials. I really do now, because I was so abusive toward officials, and it takes a special person to go out there. And all of you who are officials at youth level, whatever, that's a hard job, man. That's a hard job. I would never want to do it. Could you pull that off? Like, Brett, if I said, all right, I want you to go officiate high school baseball.
No.
And you're going to
No.
Could you do it?
I don't want to do it.
Yeah, but could you do it? Do you have the skin to do it? thick enough skin to do it.
Yeah, probably, but I would never put myself in a position to do that because
It's a tough job.
It just seems miserable.
It's a tough job. And do I think that NFL refs should be held more accountable? Yeah. Do I think that they should be required to speak to the media after the game? Yeah, I do. If players can be held accountable, coaches, why not refs? I've never understood that part of it.
I would deserve to be yelled at by parents, though, because I would show up those kids. Oh, my God. You get punched out, you're getting one of these.
I would absolutely punch the sky. I would, but I wouldn't want the brain damage. We had an umpire that was part of our rotation in high school, and he would do one of these.
You're out, you're still out.
Moj.
And I'm like,
that hurts. That hurts.
I'm like, that's kind of, I'm like, dude, I know the throw beat me, but that's kind of buttering the bread there a little bit.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
This is my therapy couch. This is my confessional. Okay,
right.
Listen, I speak about this. I preach about this because I was that guy. I got removed from my son's 4th grade basketball game.
Escorted out or just asked to leave?
Just leave.
Okay.
I was that guy. I'm the idiot. I'm the jerk. I'm that guy.
That's crazy.
And you go to games and you see that guy all the time.
But this is an overcorrection. This is like, you're like, hey, I was the guy who was addicted to acid. Guys, don't get on acid. I'm like, I've never done acid before.
Yeah,
Who are you talking to? Why are you doing this to me?
I could never, if sitting in the stands, I could never bring myself to get on anybody's bacon. Couldn't do it.
Well,
but I mean, but that's.
Let me tell you something, brother.
Says,
hold on, Moshe.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. God did not gift you with, a kid that played high school sports or youth sports. It's different when you're there, and maybe you'll get there, Brett. If
it's
baby
called
Jamal
self-control, Holmes.
I know. I don't have it. Okay? It's not there. And what happens is your brain starts to work on you. You get emotional. And when I go to games today, just as, I went to my nephew's game the other day. These are 6 and 7-year-old flag football players. 6 and 7. And there are parents saying things to them. And I'm sitting there laughing. I'm like, are you kidding me? They're 6.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
I want to say this again. How bad was the call? Does matter.
Okay. But when a throw beats you and you feel like you're hustling down the line as hard as you can, and some jerk makes a backhanded stab down the line and just absolutely guns it, and the umpire goes, "You're out, and you're still out." I mean, you might want to turn back and say, I mean, it was egregious, bro, and I didn't say anything, but I'm like, that's over the top.
I got
man.
people agreeing with me, and you until you're there, you just 2653. Vic is right. Watching your kid play sports triggers something primal. It does. It's the weirdest thing in the world. It's like you're watching, you're like, I'm going to behave myself, and then all of a sudden your brain just I miss it so much, and yet it's.
Moj, did he say you're out, and you're still out? Or did he say something like, yeah, you're out, fatty? Get back to the dugout.
You haven't experienced it, man. So if you haven't been there on it, it's hard to talk about it. And
You're
again,
fat guy, like, go worry about that.
By the way, baby Jamal Cahill, do we know if a sister or brother's coming soon?
Sister. Little girl.
Okay.
Another little girl. You know what baby Jamal Cahill did, though, on Sunday? Sunday morning, she was, Daddy, I want to golf. Went out to the putting green. It's happening. All of my plans have been working for this last year.
Good.
They're starting to creep in. I like it. Now, does she like it because we go get French toast afterwards? Maybe, but it's all part of the dance.
So you're a briber.
Oh, dude, you have no idea how I talk to that girl. When she's around the golf course, I say, you're so good at golf. You are so good at it. Do you want an apple juice? Do you want French toast? Do you want anything in the world to keep you here? Yes. One last keyword to give away for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Thursday's Avs game, along with a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey next. Game tonight, you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the Avs and Mammoth. Puck drop around 8:15. But if you want to put something extra on the line, jump on that Circa Sportsbook. The Avs, minus 144 on the money line as they take on Utah. And you can find that and so much more. All the game props that you can imagine between the MLB now in the World Series. You have the NFL season midway through. You have basketball starting tonight. All of that available to you on the Circa Sportsbook with the best odds in the game. So download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tonight's Avalanche game? You got the keyword.
This.
My bad.
We got one more keyword,
on the way out.
and that keyword is rocket. Rocket in your first and last name. To 303-504-0925. Chance to win pair of tickets to the Carolina game on Thursday. But, I mean, the huge prize here is that Nordiques jersey that has the captain on it. And we're giving away 5 of those today. Again, if you don't win, we'll announce the winner at the end of the show at 9:55. If you don't win, there's one more chance. AltitudeSportsRadio.com/AVS is how you can get in there. Every show is giving away a pair of tickets and a Gabe Landeskog jersey.
And
Nordiques jersey.
If you text me on the side and you ask really nicely, I'll make sure that you get this Mark Moser studio-worn Landeskog jersey. He put it on for about 60 seconds and pretended to beat up Brett Kane, putting the fight strap to good use here.
So, again, that keyword is rocket in your first last name to 303-504-0925.
Tonight's game, Connor will have the drop of the puck. I think it's about 8:15. Yuck. Late.
Yes. 7:30 pregame.
The game is also on ESPN tonight. So, obviously, I'm here with you. I'm not in Salt Lake City doing the game tonight with Reichs.
Oh, so is that a late start because of a long pregame?
Yep. Yeah, well, there's a game beforehand, then maybe a triple header. Hell, I don't even know. It's got to be a double header. That being said, you know what it's like watching the Avs on TV when you're not calling the game?
What's it like?
It's like watching somebody drive your car. Like somebody else, random. Or somebody having a barbecue, somebody barbecuing on your barbecue.
It's not allowed.
And you're just sitting on the outside of the fence in the backyard just watching them.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I mean.
It's my booze. It's my food. It's my grill.
Right, but they're having a barbecue at your house. It's weird. It's
you're wearing my apron. It's my apron.
Anyway, I'm sure it's going to be awesome. But this is a hell of a game tonight. This is going to be, I mean, have you looked at the standings already in the Central Division? Winnipeg's off to a 5-1 start.
Of course.
Yeah, they started off hot last year.
I know.
Dallas is off to a 3-2 start. I'm sorry. Who's got 10 points and who's got 7? I forget.
Okay, well.
All right, well, you know what?
6 games.
Eat it.
Just a few games.
Talk to me in March.
Okay. Coverage of tonight's Avalanche game against the Mammoth on 92.5 will begin at 7:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So hang on, a few things just real quick. Did you guys see the comment of Sean Payton leading into this game? I feel for this guy. Not Sean Payton, but the guy he's talking about. So speaking to reporters Monday, Payton said he told Giants owner John Mara that he was hoping New York's quarterback switch to rookie Jackson Dart would happen after their game. You know they found a little spark with that quarterback, Payton said, via Ari Marov. I was talking to John Mara not too long ago. I said we were hoping that change would happen after our game. Which says one thing. God, does he hate Russell Wilson? And God, does everybody hate Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson's own coach hates Russell Wilson. He ran into a blue medical tent last weekend saying, I don't care if his head's falling off. He's going back on the field. I'm not playing him again.
Why is Jameis not an option? That's what I don't understand. Why isn't he? I mean, he's not now because Jackson Dart is the guy and he's going to be the guy and the rest is history. But why is it Russell that's backing up on game days and not Jameis?
That's a good question.
I don't know. It's almost like he's just there as a consultant.
It feels like a weird punishment, to be honest. You're the backup, but nobody wants you here. And we could put the other guy there, but we don't. I don't know. Like, why wouldn't Jameis? Why wouldn't he be the backup?
I have no idea.
Like, I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
One of the greatest lines in football history.
But yeah, the fact that he did that, said that out loud again, nuts.
I was hoping you wouldn't make the switch until after us.
I was hoping I was going to face that garbage quarterback I have to deal with this, I guess. So, Vic, you've been a part of it. Mose, you've been a part of it. A very somber locker room after a season ends. Now, losing in Game 7 of the ALCS by 1 has to be pretty brutal, right?
You know the most brutal part of it? Watching that game unfold. When they win and they clinch, and it's Jeff Hoffman, the former Rocky, right?
Yeah.
They clinch. The opposing bench, the opposing dugout, All those guys just sitting there, not walking back to their locker room, but just sitting there watching the parade and celebration on the field. And I've always wondered, what would I do in that situation? I don't know if I could sit there and watch it.
I've always thought that, Vic. Every single baseball team does
Frozen.
that. And some of them, I mean, I guess if this is some people have this motivational chip thing where it's like, relax. Where I watch it because I want to remember this feeling for next year, whatever. And I'm like, okay, I guess some people are motivated by that stuff. I'm turning around and getting the hell out of there immediately.
What's interesting?
I would set a record for how fast I could get to the airport.
When teams, because it's hockey and you shake hands afterward, those teams watch. Let's say you win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Those teams have to watch you jump around the ice and hug and slap hands and the whole 9 yards and dive onto
Just let them leave. I know it's the tradition thing, but it's like, just let the guys leave. I'm not going to sit here and watch you dance on my grave for 10 minutes, and then I have to wait for you out of what, generosity?
Hey Vic, I've got pictures from my head of baseball teams in the early 80s. Watching them, I cannot get, let's say, I don't know, I'm going to take a random team, like the 83 Kansas City Royals, okay? I can't get the images out of my head of, Freddie Patek, sitting in the dugout, watching the other team celebrate. And I forget who they played and so on, but I remember, those guys sitting there, Frank White's and Willie Wilson's and guys like this, watching the other team.
Oh, man, it's got to be painful.
And that's I guess I can't remember really in the 90s at all, but from when I was a kid, I remember watching the opposing team sitting in the dugout, watching the other team celebrate.
You know what's even more painful? In hockey, they take it a step further. Not only do you have to watch the opposing team celebrate, you have to wait till they're done celebrating, then stand in line and shake their hands.
Absolutely.
Which I think is one of the great traditions in sports, right? But to have to sit there all through that celebration.
It's crazy. I know.
Well, the reason I bring all of this up is it's brutal. It's dead silent in those locker rooms. Even when you're interviewing guys post-game, it's like even they're talking just kind of like this loud. Here's what happened in the Mariners locker room.
It's very awkward.
So they're talking to, who is this that they're actually interviewing, Nelly? Does it say on there? It's one of the Mariners players. I forget who it was. But it's silent, really quiet tones. Yeah, I wish we just would have gone out there and made something happen, blah, blah, blah. And then this.
Having gone as further than any other team in franchise history.
Like a haunted house scream.
I was going to say
somewhere.
that sounds like Ghost Adventures.
Now, the people think that was Julio Rodriguez. I guess you don't really know. But that
Moj
is straight up pain.
Moj, what is the most painful post-game locker room you've ever been in? I've got two that I can refer to.
Plenty. I mean, look, the one in Dallas just this last year was painful.
Just pain.
I mean, because you got to go in, but you don't really know what to say. There's nothing. You have to find out. You've got to get answers, and professionals are professionals, and that's awesome. But you don't know what to say. You don't know what to do. You could hear a pin drop. It's all you hear is tape coming off. Tape coming off wrists, and guys are just. It's a horrible plane flight. Horrible feeling. Horrible.
Yeah. I'll get, there's a couple of people that say, wow, I was in that Super Bowl 48 locker room, but that game was over so early and it was such a blowout that the pain sort of disseminated by the end of it was like the pain was early and there was no shock at the end. For me, the single most painful environment I've ever entered to after a loss, 2005 AFC Championship game.
Oh my God.
We had that game on CBS at the time. And we were live in the locker room right afterwards. And you got to understand something back then. Jake Plummer was the quarterback, and it was handed to the Broncos like the Broncos would have won the Super Bowl that year.
Absolutely.
The Denver Broncos would have another Super Bowl trophy.
And friggin' big, friggin' Ben.
Yeah. They would have won the Super Bowl.
Brett, I was there, obviously, because at the time I had season tickets.
That locker room.
Oh, my God.
I wanted to be – I can't tell you how badly I wanted to be somewhere else. I did not want to be there. It was worse than Game 7 loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves for the Nuggets because the Nuggets had won the championship the year before. They had already tasted success. It was bad to go out that way. I get it. But it was still – there's still some – that 2005 Broncos team, it was there for the taking.
God, that was such a good team, too. And I wanted it so bad for Shanny. I wanted it so bad for Plummer because we love Jake. I love Jake. I mean, I wanted him here badly. As a fan, I wanted it badly, Brett. Oh, man, that sucked. Vic, you brought that. That just stinks.
The only time I couldn't get an iron off the ground and I cried on the bench at a driving range. It's about the only other time I felt that.
I wish I had a microphone and I could interview you at that time.
I know, me too. That would have been awesome, Vic.
Well, because Powder over here, last time I spoke to you, Powder, you're like, oh, man, my golf game, I can't hit the ball. I go, dude, my brother's going through that right now. I go, dude, we've all been there. If you've played golf, you've all been to that point where the ball won't go. And you sit there and you try to make it go. It won't go, and your only resort is to cry. That's what I did.
There's a difference because I've had this before. I had plenty of slumps when I was playing baseball. But at least I could be like, well, the pitcher was good, and that was a good pitch. It's not totally my fault. I mean, he threw a good pitch, and I missed it.
He just painted the outside corner, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm just staring at a ball on the golf course. I'm like,
it won't go.
I don't know what that thing is doing,
Yeah,
but it's not what I want it to do.
It won't go there.
And I used to be able to do that, and I don't do it now. Why do I not do it?
Did that happen to you yesterday?
No, I actually played okay yesterday.
Okay?
It was just, didn't score well. But I want you guys to hear something, by the way.
And before we get to break 2, I've got one more thing.
This is what it sounds like, by the way. God, I would kill for this. I'd kill for it. This is what it sounds like when you hit a 3-run home run. And the home broadcast is calling the go-ahead homer in Game 7 of the ALCS in the bottom of the 7th.
First real scoring chance for the Blue Jays since the first inning. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Rosarena turns. Gone! A Springer! Dinger! 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th. One knee, no problem. You have to have that guy in a big game, and he crushed a pitch out to left center.
You have got to be kidding me, Ben. That is the best moment in sports I have ever seen.
So that's the Blue Jays radio on the call. And I will say this. I don't think there's anything quite like a go-ahead home run in baseball. Like, I don't know. I know you can get, like, walk-off shots in basketball. You can nail a 3 at the buzzer. You can get, a last-second touchdown. You can do something about you hit a go-ahead homer in a big moment. Mm-hmm. I mean, the only thing that I think rivals that, Moj, is it's rare that it happens in hockey. But
like an overtime game-winning goal.
Well, no, I was thinking, like, the walk-off goal from Helmer. It's like the closest that you could get to that.
Well, I mean, in overtime, a game-winning goal in OT.
I'll raise you with penalty kicks in a World Cup game.
But there's an expectation you're going to score on those.
I know, but I'm talking about nerve-wracking, just crazy.
But you have a penalty kick. It's like you're expecting it to go in.
Let's see if we can test Brett's knowledge. Vic, I don't want you to say a word.
Okay, all right.
Nothing, Nelly. We're fine. Okay. We all know that Joe Carter hit the walk-off to win the World Series in 1993.
Yes. Last time the Blue Jays were there.
Who did he hit it off of?
Very, very notable pitcher.
Very
Dude,
notable
he wasn't even
pitcher.
born yet. How do you expect him?
Who's the team?
It was the Phillies.
The Phillies. It was. Oh, was it? The freak. Yeah, the guy with the mullet. Wild thing, something. I forget his name.
Mitch
Williams. Yes, I did know that.
Hey, Vic, and let me
I'm
go.
impressed that he knows that.
Me too. Let me go down memory lane. This is a Royals team that did not win. You ready for this, Vic? And by the way, I think more guys in baseball today should play with a toothpick in their mouth.
I agree.
I think you look like a total. Get this Royals starting lineup in 1983 when I was a kid, little kid. Ready? John Wathan, Willie Aikens, Frank White, UL Washington,
UL.
George Brett, Butch Davis, Willie Wilson,
Willie
Amos Otis, and Hal McRae.
Hal McRae.
Good God almighty, that's a murderer's row of a baseball team, and that team couldn't win?
Just one thing real quick. A reminder to you guys, the
Lord.
final keyword is rocket. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to win a pair of tickets to Thursday's game against Carolina and that Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey. It's rocket in your first and last name.
Oh, my God. Cesar Geronimo was late in his career in that team. Don Slott was on that flipping team. Buddy Biancalana was on that team.
We do the old Moser looks at an old baseball roster and
Dawson.
all of a sudden the show just stops.
If that doesn't get your stinger vibrating, I don't know what does.
Well, how about this? Have you guys ever heard
KJ, look at KJ. He was far from born, and his stinger's vibrating.
Cool, Carl.
Have you guys ever heard of a go-ahead home run in Game 7 of an ALCS called in French?
No.
You have now.
Une balle au cul de prise à Springer. La balle est frappée seulement en direction du champ gauche. À la piste d'avertissement. Circuit. George Springer.
Sur une jambe et demie, on en parlait. Il va vivre un moment où il va faire la différence malgré le fait qu'il est blessé. Kirk Gibson sort de ce corps. C'est 4-3 pour les Blue Jays. La magie dans le stade.
It doesn't sound right to me. That doesn't sound right. Baseball being called in French.
Do we have it in Korean or Japanese?
George Springer.
That sounded very American.
Yeah. Do we have it in Korean or Japanese? Because that always sounds awesome.
Not at the ready.
Spanish? I'd love it in Spanish.
So we'll give away these tickets and the Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey next. Stick around. All right, we'll announce the winner here in just a few minutes of both the pair of tickets to Carolina on Thursday and then also the Gabe Landeskog Nordiques jersey.
Nelly says it's almost weird. So many of our listeners are actually requesting the studio-worn version by Moser.
One person said, "Oh yeah, I don't want it because I don't want it to smell like chew and French fries." And first of all,
it is a staple of the Moser diet.
Fine, you don't get it. Number two, I responded back, "It smells like my musk, and it would make you a better person. So you probably do want it."
That is chew and French fries though.
You trust me, you'd rather have Moser's because Moser showers in the morning.
I do.
I do not.
I do.
I used to shower before the show. I don't do it anymore. Do it after.
I get up early now. God, it was hard to go to the gym this morning. Got up at 5. I'm
Good for you.
I know, but I'm like, I really want another hour. So 45 minutes of sleep, please. And no, had to get my buff on. Took a little showski, got to the showski, and now we're giving away the jersey ski.
Did you see yesterday in the Lions-Bucks game that Mike Evans is probably out for the year with a broken collarbone?
Yeah, that was weird. He just sort of landed on the turf and got knocked out and broke his collarbone.
He's like as consistent as any wide receiver can be.
Mm-hmm.
He really is, and I feel terrible for him because he just came back from an injury to get hurt again.
Baker's losing all his tools.
You know what blew me away? I was telling Moj before that game started that Moj, you picked your lay it down was the over in that game, and I thought that was going to be a safe bet because you guys know how much I know that Lions team. I haven't heard of like 5 of the guys playing in the secondary. I had no idea who they were. To hold Baker, who was off for some reason in that game, he's overthrowing guys.
He was.
To 9 points.
I noticed that too. Everything was an overthrow.
I mean, going into that game, you had to think you've got 6 DBs in the game that are not starters at all. And nobody even knows who 5 of them are. Like, these are scrap heap dudes.
It felt like I heard Joe Buck going to read, like, the phonetic spelling on stuff.
That's exactly what he did,
yeah.
dude. He's like, I don't know this guy. This guy I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. Yet these guys played their butts off.
The play is made by Harper. I was like, who?
and you're a diehard. It was crazy, but he just couldn't do anything. Hey, up front, I swear to God,
shut him off. That phone has
shut
gone
him
off.
The Lions' defensive front, though, Brett, was great.
Hey, I got something else for you. I think one of the look, it's not one of the coolest stories ever. It's one of the coolest nicknames I've heard in a long time. So in the CSU and Hawaii game that resulted in Jay Norvell being let go afterwards, but you guys know the kicker for Hawaii?
Mm-mm.
He's from Japan.
Oh, I heard about this guy.
His name is Kansei Matsuzawa.
Yeah, I heard about this guy. He's
a perfect 20 for 20 on the season, which is rare in college football.
Right.
But his nickname, Vic, is the Tokyo Toe, which is one of the greatest nicknames I've ever heard.
That's awesome.
He just started kicking on his own, I think, in Japan, and then shopped himself around trying to get a ride someplace.
Was it Lou the Toe Groza?
Lou the Toe Groza, correct.
So the Tokyo Toe has become such a phenomenon in Japan. Japanese fans and Japan in general are going to start live streaming Hawaii games so they can watch him kick.
That's awesome.
That's super cool, man. That's awesome.
Kansei Matsuzawa, I believe is how you say it. But the Tokyo Toe.
The Australians have monopolized the punter department.
Yes, they have.
In college and pro football. They've got more, I think, per capita punters than anywhere on earth.
So listen to this. Here's the story, the sort of background of the Tokyo Toe. So he learned how to kick by watching YouTube tutorial videos.
Yes, that's exactly right.
At age 20, he was a waiter at Morton's Steakhouse. He was on vacation in the U.S. when he watched his first NFL game. When he returned home, he taught himself how to kick watching YouTube. He spoke almost no English and had so little money that he gave himself haircuts. He then convinced Hocking College in Little Nelsonville, Ohio, to let him come and kick field goals, then transfer to Hawaii. How about that?
Bro, I went to school with a guy by the name of Reggie Ho. Moser will remember that guy's name.
I remember Reggie Ho.
He was the kicker for Notre Dame during their last national championship season, which, it's been a long time when I was in school there. That dude kicked for our intra-squad league.
Yeah.
He was a walk-on, and he became the national champion kicker. And I don't think he kicked before that.
Yeah. I love this story. I just love the name Tokyo Toe. Tokyo Toe's got to make him.
I love it too. I think it's great.
So a couple things here. Game tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, that puck drop's going to be somewhere around 8:15. You can kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, by the way, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with the promo code AVS7FREE. Claim that code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today.
I know we got to give away the jersey.
So can you buy that jersey
Well, hold on,
today?
Vic. Hold on, Vic, real quick. I'm on that.
10 o'clock online, and then Altitude Authentics from noon to 7. Open in another 2 hours today.
I need to get one of those jerseys.
You will. Don't worry. Well, not free, but...
No, I'm going to buy one,
Yeah, you
obviously, but I need to buy one, so I need to know where to be.
That Altitude Plus app, I'm on it all the time. The on-demand stuff and the stuff, I mean, you get everything on there. Plus, when the Avs and the Nugs both start playing, too, you can watch both games at one time. You can rewind, you can do everything. Plus, there's so much content. It's killer.
So before we give away the tickets to Thursday's game and the Landeskog Nordiques jersey, Moj, Frank Saravalli said about Marty Necas that if he gets an extension, $10.5 million is going to be the bare minimum, probably $11 million if it's a long-term deal. Does that sound about right?
Well, yeah, I think probably with the cap going up and the deals we've been seeing, that's probably for a guy who is a top 20 scorer in the National Hockey League. It feels like it's probably in that ballpark, yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe, again, you're probably looking, if it's a long-term deal, you're looking at the 10.5 because you trade per year for the length of the contract. And I think this is the last year that you can do 8 years as opposed to 7 going into the new CBA. So you get that last year tacked on when you're in your 30s. And, some guys want that guarantee. They want that security.
Yep. Again, that game, 8:15 is the estimated puck drop with pregame at 7:30.
Avs are favored tonight, but this is not going to be an easy game. Utah's playing good hockey. They've won 3 in a row, and they're unbeaten at home. Time to send them down.
NBA season tips off this week. Nuggets Thursday night at Golden State. Going out to practice here after this show, and then it's the Nuggets coaches versus Denver media in what will be a slaughterhouse, a massacre. I do need to ask you guys, because this will be the final time.
Slaughterhouse, come and get slaughtered at the slaughterhouse. Yeah.
This will be the final time I gear up to
just
play
so
a basketball game. I promise to retire after this one. I do need to get your advice. Which throwback jersey do I wear today? Do I wear my 4th grade HF jersey?
Oh, my God.
Do I wear this?
What is that in crayon?
This is what they look like back in the Hoosiers days.
Of course, Lakers colors. So stupid.
Well, we were purple and gold, and I
Yeah,
thought it was blue and yellow the entire time.
Good.
All right, do I go with that?
The answer is no.
My 6th grade Holy Family football jersey?
No.
Okay.
I don't
Probably
like the
still
colors.
fits in it.
No.
All right.
I know
Do
he does. He still fits in it.
Do I wear my Holy Family warm-up top?
That's better.
Okay.
No, it's got
Yes,
your name
do
on it.
that.
That's
No, do that.
Or
because you look like
just wear a T-shirt.
You look like a rich person's housewife who just got out of a bath.
Or do I wear my 18 and under team? Represented the Colorado team playing in China that year. We wore USA warm-ups.
Really?
No, I want the Holy Family lace
the silk,
robe.
the silky undies one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
All right. But it is Lakers colors though. I can't wear that.
Well, it's purple and white. It's not. There's no yellow on there, so it's okay.
It's time.
Let's do it.
Our first winner of the tickets and the Landeskog Nordiques jersey is Ken Gestner. Yeah. Congratulations to Ken, who's got that beautiful Nordiques Landeskog jersey and a pair of tickets to Thursday's game against Carolina. And there's 4 more of these to give away. All 3 shows after us will have one along with that altitudesportsradio.com/AVSTICKETS, that 5th entry. Second chance winner.
Nelly, do we know that Ken is getting the one that we have in the studio right now? Do we know that for a fact or no?
Not unless Ken asks very politely.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one you're going to get, Ken, unless you really want the Moser Musk.
Because that's the one that touched me. That's the one that I rubbed on a little bit.
That sounds very inviting.
In the meantime, fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, I know, Vic, you just talked about how it's not good to put people on Receipt Street yesterday, but that's exactly what I'm going to do. This is a clip from a couple weeks ago when, Vic, you posed the question, which game should the Broncos be more worried about? The London game against the Jets, or coming back to play the Giants and being riddled with jet lag? Moser proceeded to rant for about 5 minutes about how badly the Broncos are going to smash the Giants. Here's a little snippet.
I can't believe you. Even if you're accurate, you're worried more about the Giants game than you are about the Jets game, but the worry you should be infinitesimal. If I have to race baby Jamal Cale in a foot race, I think I can win. That's what you're getting with the Broncos and the Giants. And don't give me this. Don't give me that.
I'm just surprised
the Giants stink. They're going to be. The Eagles are going to pummel them.
Yeah, I guess
in New Jersey this weekend.
So not only did the Giants beat the Eagles, the Broncos needed a miracle.
You've lost all credibility.
I told you I'm not predicting Broncos wins or losses anymore. I told you.
Down in my plums.
I'm done with that.
Did the Broncos beat the Cowboys this weekend?
Hell yeah.
Hey, by the way, I've started a list, we'll go through it tomorrow, of things that weren't even invented the last time the Cowboys were in a Super Bowl.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
I got a long list already.
I love it.
Get to all that tomorrow. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Have a great Tuesday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye. What's up, Mile City? How you doing on this Tuesday, October 21st? And welcome to the Morning Sprint. I'm Mark Bernoulli. That's the head coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson back there on the ones and twos. And we got 2 hours to talk about anything in the world of sports that you want to talk about.
Berto, you came in here with a bottle, and I just saw the top of the bottle.
Did you
your
think
hand
it was
was
a
over
beer,
it.
bro?
No. You know what it looked like?
What did it look like?
Did you see Chris Jones from the Kansas City Chiefs just getting after it with some Casamigos on the sideline?
No.
Was that Chris Jones?
Was that Jones who was just...
That was getting after it?
No.
He has is that a diet A&W root beer?
It's an A&W cream soda.
Okay, you have an A&W cream soda. I only saw the top of it, and it's very clear. The bottle, it looks like a small Tito's because it's got like that like bronze or copper looking lid.
It does look like
and
a Tito's.
I said, Berto channels some of that energy sometimes. Like he's just drinking straight pulls of Tito's as he gets ready at 9:50 in the morning to do his show. But no, A&W cream soda.
And I do know a Denver sports talk radio host who goes straight vodka, like will pour. His name is Joe Williams.
Okay.
And he will pour himself just a full thing of vodka and drink it like it's water.
Well,
like,
are you talking about while he's doing his show?
No, well, actually, who knows with Joe?
Is Joe still doing radio?
Nah, he's retired.
More importantly, is Joe still alive?
Yes. But I'm sure his blood alcohol level right now is like 5.7.
How do you think if you did a little tissue sample of his liver, everything good?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not. He might be the Bobot of drinking. He might have
he's got Teflon liver.
Digital liver or something. You know what I mean?
Process the alcohol, dispose of it immediately.
Yeah. So either way, welcome everybody. How y'all doing? It's a Tuesday here in the Mile High City, and your Denver Broncos are getting ready to take on the Dallas Cowboys. Is this going to be? I don't know if this is technically true. Is this going to be the best offense in the NFL versus the worst or the best defense in the NFL this weekend? Because the Cowboys are cooking on offense, but I don't know about if the Broncos. Well, I guess I can just look it up instead of just babbling. We also had 2 games in Monday Night Football last night.
Hold on, Roberto. What were you trying to verbalize right there?
I don't know, man.
You said the best offense versus the worst what?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
the best offense versus the best defense this week, right?
Okay, but you were also in that thought you were trying to capitalize the fact that the Cowboys defense is horrific.
It's possible that the Cowboys defense is the worst defense in the NFL.
So they bring to town the combination of the best and the worst against the Broncos, who are the best and defensively, and then the worst for 3 quarters, and then the best for the 4th quarter.
So dumb, but it should be a fun one.
That's what you were trying to say, I think.
Yeah,
it was really hard to do in a quick snippet, I think.
Right.
There was a lot there.
Did you watch any of Monday Night Football last night? Did you see the Lions beat the Bucs and the Seahawks take care of the Texans?
Yeah, just okay games.
Nothing too exciting.
In both games, it felt like the home team. It was the home team, right?
Yeah. The Lions defense was like whatever.
Both home teams felt like they were in control the majority of the game. There were a couple moments that got a little drunk, but at the end of the day, man, Seattle's doing a great job. They needed it.
Yeah, they're 5-2. I mean, 5-2 is not what I thought the Seahawks were going to be at this point in the season. And even even Sam Darnold didn't go off last night. He was kind of like meh, and they still found a way to win it because their defense was really good. Houston, I mean, the Texans have one of the best defenses in the NFL. How the hell are they sitting on a record of 2-4? What's going on there, man? Like, I mean, it is shocking to me. The Texans defense is nasty. That is a nasty defense. And they still can't seem to find a way to win games. Man,
all right, I got something for you.
I got something for you. Embrace the Bobot, the Flowbot.
All right, I got something for you.
What's
coming hot off the presses? ESPN just released their brand new power rankings.
Ooh.
Do you believe that ESPN has the Denver Broncos as a top 10 team in the National Football League? Yes or no?
Yes.
The answer is no.
Oh, no. The Broncos are top 10. They're 5-2, man. There's only like 7 teams with that record or better in the NFL, right? How you
Number 1 team, brand new, atop the ESPN.com NFL power ranking is the Detroit Lions.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not buying that. I still think there's some issues there. Number 2, the upstart Indianapolis Colts.
Wow.
Number 3, A team you beat in their own building is the Denver Broncos. They have the Philadelphia Eagles ahead of the Denver Broncos.
Wow, I mean, the Eagles are 5. Well, that's just respect for what they did last year, right?
4, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
All right, Baker.
5, who this team looked spicy this past weekend, the Los Angeles Rams.
Stafford threw 5 touches, and they
Dude,
didn't
the
even
Rams
have
looked
Puka,
nasty.
right? They had no Puka, and Stafford's still like, 5 touches.
6 is Josh Allen in the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
7 is a team that is tied for, you could say, 3rd place if you prefer, in the AFC West, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Ooh.
Number 8 is my guy Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers,
Okay,
who
yeah, I'll take that.
are actually, believe it or not, right now the only one-loss team in the National
Yeah,
Football
because
League.
that stupid tie, man.
Yep.
That tie's going to
They're
freak me
a
out, man.
4-1-1 football outfit. Number 9, the Seattle Seahawks, which I would agree with.
Would you think the Seattle Seahawks are a better team than the Denver Broncos?
No. But they're 5-2.
Yeah.
Okay, number 10, the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay, I'll take that.
And then number 11, the pride of Empower Field.
Wow.
The beneficiary of some Mile High magic. Demarius Thomas looking down on the boys and smiling. The Denver Broncos at 5-2 are the 11th best team.
Okay.
Just outside of the top 33%
Here's what's
of teams
crazy.
in the NFL, according to ESPN.
Sounds pretty good.
How do you feel
I'm not
about that,
dancing.
Shawn
I
Moss,
feel
the
like
text line?
this is kind of drunk because ESPN had them higher last week, and they won. They won, and then they still dropped them. So why did they dropped them? Because like they were in the 10 spot last week. Now they're in the 11 spot, despite pulling off the greatest come-from-behind victory in the history of that franchise. Is it because they just had to put Seattle and San Francisco in the top 10 or something ridiculous? Or they were just like, yo, man, that team's on the precipice of losing a bunch of games because they keep playing too tight with these teams. I don't know. Why do you think they dropped them a number?
It's kind of, I feel like Will Ferrell. I just never know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I just never know what they're doing up there. What are they doing over there in Storrs, Connecticut?
Yeah,
I
mean,
never know what they're
the
doing.
team the Broncos are playing this week, the Cowboys are ranked 16th on that list. That is the 16th best team in the NFL, even though they're putting up like 40 a game.
All right, well, let's look at who the Denver Broncos victories have come over. Right?
Yeah.
You have beaten the number 3 Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah,
You lost to the number 2 Indianapolis Colts, and then you haven't played anybody else in the remainder so far.
Yeah, who's the highest? The Chargers at 15. That's the highest team after that.
And you lost.
Yeah, and you lost that game.
So you lost to the 15th best team according to this. You play the 16th best team, and then your victories right now coming. Wow, this has the Washington Commanders as the 19th best team.
Man, listen.
So this is who you've beaten. You have beaten the 23rd Cincinnati Bengals, the 27th New York Football Giants with a miracle, the 31st Tennessee Titans, and the 32nd New York Football Jets.
Yeah, I could have guessed the Titans and Jets were going to
So
be at the bottom
they're
of that
basically
list,
saying that the Broncos have beaten a bunch of teams, basically with prayers that are not good.
Maybe that's why they got moved down a little, just because the strength of schedule, I guess. Strength of schedule, when you looked at it, it just keeps going down because these wins are against teams that just keep losing, man.
Yeah, I mean, Mary here from the Shawn Moss text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. The 956 says here, I thought while they're 11, the offense is just not good. I can see why they're not in the top 10. Only half 13 is excellent. Well, yes, Sunday was amazing. They're not a well-rounded team. Just think about special teams. Just a thought. I agree.
Right. Because you look at the top 5 teams on this list, and all 3 phases are Lions, Colts, Eagles, Bucks, Rams. Yeah, that's a good group of teams, man. I don't know what to say. How do you get?
Think you wash something and it smells like buns?
You don't think you wash? Or yeah, I can't tell from over here.
Man, you ever done that though? You're walking around, you're like, man, I'm wearing clean clothes, and then you're like,
did I wash this?
Okay, you know what happens?
I do that with hoodies a lot.
I'm wearing a one of these quarter zip Nike, sideline attire.
Yeah.
You know what happens that I've learned?
What?
Is that while I don't smell in them,
everybody else does.
After a game, so I think I probably
You're hugging
all these. And so there's like on my left arm is my starting left guard who weighs 318 pounds. It's got his juice on my left arm.
Stanky.
And I'm like, Oh, yeah, that's my guy right there.
No, you got to watch that stuff, Coach.
Yeah. With us moving, though, like, laundry's been a big-time afterthought,
Right,
man.
you have to do that thing where you,
I think it's
feels
good,
enough to
but then
go.
I might not get my nose in the right spot.
Right. And then somebody's like, what? Coach, you work out this morning or something?
You what?
It's kind of funky, man. Kind of funky. All right, you know what? Before we take our first break, I should mention this is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, right? We got some keywords on the 20s to give away. Not only that, every show is also giving away a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques Heritage Throwback jersey.
Have you seen those beauties?
Yeah.
If somebody out there is listening that can gift me one of those,
well, cool.
I want one now.
I think it was it Mix? Mix stole one of ours. Josh is running around with the Landeskog Nordique one. Well, see, there it is right there. Where'd you get that from, KJ? See, like KJ's got one. Yeah, those are those Nordique throwbacks. Yeah, those look good.
What are we giving that away?
Yeah, we're giving that one away,
Can
right?
they give it away to me?
Sure. You got to win it, though.
Who is that? Is that Landeskog?
Yeah, that's a Landeskog one.
Oh,
yeah, it looks pretty dope,
Gosh,
right?
I want that so bad. The fleur-de-lis.
Yeah.
I love me a fleur-de-lis.
We're giving away 5 total jerseys, 1 per show, plus the second chance drawing winner online at altitudesportradio.com/Avs tickets. Each jersey will go to the same person who wins the tickets. Your next on-air keyword for the chance to win the sweater and tickets are coming up next. So we want to give away that, give away some tickets, talk about what's going on with your Denver Broncos, and we got to obviously talk about Dre Greenlaw and that suspension. That's crazy, man.
That man loves not being on the game day active.
That's crazy. Like,
Dre Greenlaw loves being on the inactive list for a multitude of reasons.
On the game-winning field goal, right? The Broncos had just won, right?
Just celebrate with your dang teammates,
and everybody was like jumping Will
Come on, little bruh.
And Dre was like, I got to have a word with that ref. I got to have a word with this official real quick.
We just got you back, and now you're not around against the Cowboys with Javonte Williams that now looks like Eric Dickerson in his prime or Emmitt Smith in his prime. What are we doing?
You have no idea. I saw something today. Javonte Williams just tied a record held by Herschel Walker for the first, and I was like, no, he's not doing what I think he's. Anyway, we'll get to that all coming up here.
And he was a check down running back last year.
It's crazy, man.
Check down Charlie.
Crazy. We'll get to it next. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Tuesday. I hope your week is going well.
Well, if you want to have more children, KJ's playing the proper soundtrack.
Baby making music.
And I think he's playing this in honor of me wearing this Nordique jersey.
It's just sexy as hell.
Well, because I said,
you look like Keith Sweat, man. You just looking like you gonna get all the ladies
in his
screaming.
Prime, in his prime, right?
Right, Keith Sweat in his prime.
In his prime.
Like 1994 Keith Sweat.
So right when I put on this beautiful throwback Nordiques jersey, I said, I better not wear this home.
I know.
Because Miss Anne Marie's not going to be able to,
Yeah.
We're going to go for...
sex appeal's off the board,
it's
baby.
a little too high.
With the Nordiques jersey.
A little too high. These are, I mean, this is one of my favorite looking jerseys.
Sweet. I'm glad they finally broke them out. They were teasing me for like 2 months, man. I was getting pissed. I was like, let me see these things. Let me see them, Avs. And then finally, they broke them out and look good.
With this jersey on, we might as well start preparing. Will you guys help me, kind of the name of our fourth born child? Should we go, so our females are Payton and Paisley.
Okay.
Paisley's a dog.
Okay, I was like.
And our boys are G's, Griffin and Gunner.
Ooh, Griffin and Gunner. That's a good one. So, I don't know, man.
We're going to have a girl.
Let's
have a girl. So what do we like?
How about Flo? How about we go with Flo because that is our keyword of the hour. It's Ticket Tuesday.
It's spelled with an F, though, right?
Yeah, it's spelled with an F. So FLOW. Send in your first and last name with the keyword Flo, 303-504-0925. To enter for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Carolina on Thursday. That's when the Avs will be rocking the Nordiques jersey, and Carolina will be in the throwback Whalers jerseys, which should look dope. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options. The concession stands for $5. Again, your 1020 keyword is FLO. So text FLO along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner of the day at 11:55. Good luck. You also get a Quebec Nordique throwback Landeskog jersey, right, KJ? If you get that, if you win those tickets, you also get the jersey.
You sure do. So you got the 4 entries here on the radio, and then you have the extra chance at altitudesportsradio.com/Avs tickets. You can enter online there. That's an extra chance. So you got 5 chances if you listen to us and if you go online to potentially win not only the jersey, but the Avs tickets to Thursday's game against the Hurricane.
If I want to buy one of these right now, I can just go to Altitude Authentics. Is that right?
AltitudeAuthentics.com. Yes, they're on sale now at 10 a.m. And then at 12, they will officially be on sale down at Ball Arena, the actual store.
Okay.
So if you want to go down there, if you're already working down there, you can just
Are they going to have a Sakic one in there? Can I get a Sakic Nordiques jersey, brother?
Well, just because you asked. I think it may find its way to the shelf.
All right. I'm ready for it one way or another. But, good luck to the Avs. I mean, they're going to stomp Utah tonight. That's just what they do lately.
Yeah, but Kim Becker's going to be she going to be in town?
Yeah. Oh, actually,
they're in Utah.
They're in. You're right. The game's it's in Utah. Yeah. So, but she will be doing the sidelines for Mammoth Television, I believe. So,
it was fun, man. She was really an awesome person to be around too, like energy-wise, just goofy, silly, fun. Mm-hmm. I love Kim Becker, man.
Yeah. And now she's doing that Utah thing, which is crazy. You know how much money you'd have to pay me to move from Colorado to Utah? Now, I'm not sure there's enough money on planet. Well, yes, there is. Never mind.
Like in the power rankings of sportscasters being just super homies. You know, 2 of the top super homies are, and just sport. It could be sportscaster on the female or male side of things.
Mm-hmm. Who?
Romy Bean, big time homie.
Yeah,
just a good person, man. Fun to be around. Awesome.
Yeah, everybody loves Romy. Yeah.
She's so cool to my wife and my kids, and we do that show together, CBS Blitz, and just a really fun, down to earth, easy to work with person. Kim, definitely in that space. Chris Bianchi, man. Like, I text my guy Crispy Donkey. And I asked him about some weather. I need to know exactly what's going on Thursday because we're traveling to Fruita, Colorado, man. We're playing against Fruita Monument on a bus trip.
Good luck with that weather.
Apparently, 11,000 feet and above is not pretty on Thursday. So we play on Thursday at 6, and it is going to be
full snow game, man. Full snow game, right?
I don't think there's just a pass. The drive. There's only one way you can go. So
yeah. It's not like you can. I guess you could helicopter in, right? For one game.
I wish I could just, you know what I wish I could do?
What?
I could just flow my team right in there because that's the key word right now. Get yourself some Avs tickets and this
It's
beautiful
flow.
Hey, this Nordiques jersey. If you're watching on Twitch, okay, I think my guy Nelly might have sent a picture out. I'm not sure. He was sneaking a pic of me. Felt a little awkward. I felt like the paparazzi were
like
attacking.
kind of a stalker. He did kind of a stalker thing. You could just ask Nelson. You just ask, bro.
What I learned there is that Nelly's got a little creep in him. He's got some closet creep. But I'll tell you this, man. This jersey ain't coming off me. Somebody's gonna have to. Whoever wins this dang thing,
right. If you want this jersey, you got to take it off his back.
We're gonna go to blows. I am protecting what is important to me, and that's this dang jersey.
What was Dre Greenlaw protecting? What was that all about? And now that you're gonna be without him against Dallas, which is fairly big loss, look at him.
Oh man, how about that? Nelly tweeted out a picture of me with Landeskog.
You're looking good, man. You're looking good. Look at that. It's like listen, man, the Valor colors go well with the Nordique jersey. It's like you did it on purpose, man.
Yes. I understood the assignment.
So, yeah, those are good. You can't tell me that isn't a damn fine-looking jersey. The Nordiques jersey that's a good-looking jersey, right? You know what? I like the Whalers jersey, too. So Thursday night's is big for me because I like the Whalers jerseys. Yeah. And then when this will be the first meeting between the Avs and the Hurricanes. And when it happens again, they're going to do it again. So they'll wear the throwbacks when they play each other here and when they play each other there. So at least we'll get a little bit of that. Coach, what were your first thoughts when you found out that Greenlaw was going to be suspended for this game against the Cowboys?
My first thoughts were, why doesn't this player realize that he is needed on this roster against one of the best?
Super mad.
Yeah, and you know what? What I've learned with a lot of these personal foul situations, sometimes it's actually the words that come out of people's mouths.
Yes, that's what I think this is about too.
So I'm a head coach of a school that stands for a lot of the things that I stand for, you know. And I always go up to the refs when there's a personal foul penalty that doesn't involve any physical play situation. I'm like, what'd you throw there? And then they tell me the words that were used, and I'm like,
oh.
And it's not like bigoted, but it's just like
you can't say that.
Like not consistent with the mission of Valor Christian High School.
Right.
And so I'm like, get over here.
Yeah.
Come over here. Do you realize what you just said? I didn't say anything, Coach. No. Like I just got the direct information from something that happened 18 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't something it was a game of telephone that, you know, 5 hours went by and it's 6 different people changed the message. Now I got the direct messenger, and they said that you said, beep. How about you sit out this next series or two, huh?
Yeah.
And you think about what kind of. So I look at Dre Greenlaw. It can be a threat.
I think that's what it was, right? Because in the press release from the NFL, they said it was a verbal threat. So he probably said, "I'm gonna beat you," or what? You know, he probably said, "I'm gonna knock that block off," or what? Because I don't understand why he's so upset. Do we know why he's so upset after the end of this play?
Well, I think it might have been from that PI earlier. That's the only thing that I can make sense of.
From the one down by the goal line. You know what?
It's the only thing that kind of makes sense.
I didn't even think about that because that play happened like 20 minutes ago in game time or something.
A lot of people are saying that this official shoved Justin Strnad. That's not even remotely true.
Okay.
The official's attempting to get out of he's clearing the way to get out of
Right. And Robinson is trying to grab Dre because he sees Dre going after the official immediately. Yep. And he's like, somebody get him. Somebody get Dre because he knew he was upset. Like he is, like the entire team is celebrating the game-winning field goal. And here's Dre. Oh.
That's so stupid. And you can tell Dre's got that bounce in his step that the words that are coming out of his mouth are probably not normal words that you would use maybe in a boardroom meeting.
Right. You're probably exactly right.
Yeah. He's probably reverting to some words that would be used more casually with your boys in a locker room setting.
Let me ask you this. The officiating in that game was awful, and we didn't talk about it because the Broncos came back and won it. And it was the second time this season that the officiating was awful, but the Broncos ended up winning a game, so we didn't go off on the officiating. But there should never be a place where you hunt down a ref after a game, but there should also be accountability from the officials when you butcher a game the way they did. So you're a coach. How do you handle especially at the high school level, the officiating probably
is up and down all over the place. So how do you handle bad officiating as a coach?
I attempt to have a very constant in real-time dialogue with the officials. And just talk about what we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
I had something happen to me in a high school football game earlier this year that has never happened to me in my lifetime.
Really?
It actually happened in the opening game that Altitude TV broadcast. And it was a chaotic game. It was pouring rain, man. It was so like the refs are dealing with the elements too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there was a situation, or as Sean Payton would call it, a situation that both head coaches called a timeout.
Oh, really? At the exact same time?
They charged both of us with a timeout.
Oh, really? And you were like, what the?
And they're like, no, if you guys call it exact same time, we charge both of you with a timeout. I go, no.
That's not.
I've been around the game for my entire life. My dad, as coach,
works.
never seen two head coaches simultaneously charged with a timeout. That's why they have these earpieces. Because then they say it immediately. Hey, was your guy first? Was my guy first? And they just make a decision. Even if it is simultaneous, I don't care.
Right, pick one.
Like
you can't
take I wanted it. He wanted it. Choose one. We'll be fine. Don't charge both of us.
What Greenlaw saw that play just like the entire Broncos sideline did, that pass interference, and realized that they were going to get robbed of a win, right? That's what they were thinking. They were like, the officials just robbed us of a win. And that set with Greenlaw until 2 possessions later, right? When they kicked the winning field goal. And he is, man, can you imagine how angry he was right when it happened? But this is, we talk about it in the NBA a lot and in the NHL a little and slightly in Major League Baseball with the robo-umps. But it's tough officiating these games, but you can't get this wrong. You can't get this kind of stuff wrong. I mean, it's going to cost not Justin. It's going to cost Dre Greenlaw $280,000, right? He's going to get a game check, and and you're missing your best linebacker for another game after you missed him for a good chunk of the season. Yeah, I don't like that at all. But I guess I don't really like. What's the conversation that Sean Payton has now with Dre Greenlaw? Because you know what? Sean Payton was just as pissed as Dre was on that pass interference call because Shawn ran all the way. Remember, he ran all the way down to the goal line and got hit with a penalty for it. So how do you tell Dre not to get a penalty when you got a penalty for doing the exact same thing? Kind of, except going, you know what I mean?
The people that are saying that this official shoved Justin Sternad,
we can't see it.
Yeah. If you want to see an actual shove by somebody who shouldn't be shoving, then you should watch the footage of what happened on a sideline in a high school football game recently. This right here is not a shove. So the question from the 908 here is, Coach, if a player shoved a ref in the exact way the ref shoved Sternad, what would happen? Well, guess what? It happens all the dang time. When refs go in to try to break up a situation, a fight, a lot of times those in the process of a player going after an opposing player, they oftentimes officials are elbowed, shoved. It happens all the time. It happens to coaches. Like I've been shoved by players of the opposing team when I'm trying to get my own team out of there because guess what? Everybody's seeing red in that moment.
I get why Bronco fans are saying that because the ref is in the middle of the huddle while the Broncos are celebrating a game-winning field goal. Sternad comes in to jump on his teammates, and the ref is in the middle of that, but he just moves out of the way and goes.
This is not why Dre Greenlaw is giving this guy the business.
No, it has to be the pass interference call.
It's something that happened during the game.
It has to be the PI.
It's either the PI call or it's something that maybe happened with Dre Greenlaw himself during the game. Maybe like some type of comment that was made. Maybe it was some. You got to remember, these are human beings that have interactions on a field over the course of a 2.5-hour contest.
Yeah.
And so you might harbor some type of resentment towards the white hat. And that's who he goes after. It was the white hat. That's the head official. That's the referee. Where's the R on the back? But you can't do that. Dre Greenlaw, you can't do that.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Could he do that if he would have said whatever it is that he said? Because the NFL purposely mentioned the verbal threat as like, hey, man, you can't be threatening on our officials. We don't care how bad they are. You can't be threatening them. So, we'll learn more. We're going to learn more today. We'll learn more tomorrow.
People are saying that he didn't react until the referee shoved Sternad.
Interesting. Well, we keep watching it over and over. And here it is exactly. I don't know, KJ, take us to right. There he is right here.
No, he's not on the field. He wasn't a part of the field goal unit.
You're right. He comes running in.
Yeah, he comes off the
to
sideline.
Celebrate.
Okay,
so
does
here's
he, though?
The official. Here comes Sternadian.
Dre Greenlaw's going after him right there.
That's him right there.
57. He's looking at. We freezed him.
He came flying in.
He came flying in, and before there is even a white hat trying to get away from the mosh pit of Denver Broncos jerseys, Dre Greenlaw is already staring at the white hat.
I didn't realize he flew in that fast.
Yes, it has nothing to do with the fictitious shove that never happened with Sternad.
I thought he was already in the
Sternad,
pile,
whatever his name is,
hugging everybody for the win. But go ahead, KJ, play it a little bit further.
He's trying to get to him, but he gets right there. You can find him. Let it go. And there he is, going right after him.
You're right. He was after the ref
Had nothing
the entire
to do with the
time.
shove. And guess what? Anybody who thinks it has to do with the shove, you can't see the shoves in real time when you're a part of that. You can't see it.
Wow. See, I didn't realize Greenlaw was there so early. So he was rushing onto the field to talk to that ref, not celebrate that win.
He sure was. And to prove Coach's point, if you look at the video there, Justin Sternad was slightly bumped. If Sternad technically had an issue with that ref, he would have went after him too, which confirms ultimately that Dre Greenlaw was like, this isn't about the push. This is bigger than that. So
it had to be the PI, right?
It had to be because Sternad would have stood up for himself.
Yeah.
Sternad's a grown man.
Yeah.
You want to know what Dre Greenlaw should have done in that moment?
What?
Just go with the flow.
Celebrate the win. Yeah.
Which is a key word.
I see what you're doing, Coach. I see what you're doing. Yeah, go with the flow.
Avs tickets. What game? What game?
Oh, it's the Carolina game on Thursday,
the
right?
Canes?
Yeah.
And my guy Brent Burns is going to be honored with his old team in the building.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's going to be a big one. So you got to text.
I wonder
flow.
They need to hook him up with a Whalers jersey. So Burns gets both a Nordiques and Whalers jersey. Yep. That's what I'm talking about.
You got to text flow to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you can win this beautiful Quebec Nordiques. I rolled the R. I don't think I rolled the R.
You did good. You did good. You did
a slight rolling of the R.
All right. Coverage tonight's Avalanche game against the Mammoth on 92.5 will begin at 7:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit Ramos Law. Visit Ramoslaw.com.
Ramala.
We'll be right back.
Fall is really, really here, and it's in the air, and so is all of the sports betting action right now at Circus Sports Colorado. And we are fortunate in the great state of Colorado to be able to download one of, I believe it's only 3 states, including Illinois. Even Nevada doesn't have Circus Sports Colorado or Circus Sports Nevada because you have to go to the actual property itself. But Circus Sports Colorado here is the app for everything that you're looking for Major League Baseball. Got the World Series coming up. The evil empire. My goodness. But you also got some serious college football action, NFL, the Broncos. Who the heck knows how to wager on those mile-high magic-laden Broncos? But you can just download the Circus Sports Colorado app, and what I say is that it's sports betting the way that it should be, with tight moneyline splits and exceptional customer service that treats you like the VIP that you are. So whether you're looking for futures on NFL postseason, NFL awards, or just some incredible player props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports got you covered. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circussports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Denver's not stacked in at the line of scrimmage.
It's a 3rd and 5. They come up the middle. Heavy pressure in the throw. Intercepted. It's picked off by Strnad. He breaks a tackle. Breaks another. Now inside the 20. Oh, disaster. What a play.
Who is in the groove? Is it Justin Strnad? Well, who's in the groove for the Denver Broncos versus the Giants? Start here. Go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. All right, Coach. Who's in the groove for the Broncos right now?
I'm going to say,
during that game, who was in the groove?
I'm going to go with Jonathan Cooper as the guy that is in the groove.
Okay.
A lot has been made about Nick Bonito and his dominant run this year to 8 sacks.
Is it 8
through
now?
7 ball games? Nick Bonito
the Broncos had 4 sacks this weekend. They had 9
Guess who accounted for 1.5 of them bad boys?
Jonathan Cooper?
Jay Coop. Jonathan Cooper's played really well. And what I'd say is that the tandem of Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito as edge rushers, it's almost like they're wired to complement one another.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like my rush might be the high rush, and then the quarterback steps up in the pocket, and then the other edge rusher knows to go up and under and get the sack.
Mm-hmm.
Those two guys are synced. They are synced, and it is fun to watch, man.
Yeah.
And I think they also benefit a lot from Zach Allen. Zach Allen's another player. So but I got my in the groove player. It's Jonathan Cooper.
Okay.
6 sacks on the year.
Okay.
6.
I'll go with the big fellow, Zach Allen. I like that. Just disrupt in the middle. Just a big dude in the middle. Just like doesn't get the credit he deserves because he's just down there in the trenches.
And he had
a
sack too, didn't he? He got a half?
Well, let's see. There, I bet you got a half.
He should have been credited with a full, but I think Coop came in and
Roach got half a sack. Zach Allen got half a sack, and Q got half a sack, and then Jonathan got 1.5. So yeah. Oh, no, how did we get, that was just Jackson running out of bounds early. Is that where the other 2 sacks came from in that game? Because they got 4 sacks, 15 hits. Bo got sacked twice, 14 hits. So once again, man, that offensive line just keeps Bo upright. I will tell you that right now. With the Dallas Cowboys coming in, the New York Giants just put 32 on the board. Now you have the best offensive team in football coming, but I'm not sure that they're going to protect Dak from this Broncos pass rush either. I don't even, you know what? I have no expectations for this Cowboys. I do not know what to expect because the Dallas Cowboys are at 500, right? KJ, they're 3-3-1 because they were in that, right? Which is a weird. So you don't look at Dallas and think there's a world beater. Matter of fact, what ESPN ranked them at 16th overall right now, or that's their power ranking right now. But that offense is nasty. It's nasty. And I saw that this weekend, Dallas has been struggling on defense, obviously. And the one thing that they really want, what they're trying to trade for, it's a pass rusher.
Did they have a pretty good one?
It's a pass rusher. Well, yeah. I think Mike had 3 sacks this weekend, right? He had 3 sacks for Green Bay this weekend. So they're looking for a pass rusher. I don't know who they're going to go out there and find. But, Coach, let me ask you this. This is weird. It sounds like Dallas defensively has been playing this zone coverage until last week. And then out of nowhere, they were like, let's just go man. Let's go man. And who did they house this weekend? The Commanders. And they played like man like 50% of the time. 50% of the snaps they played in man. And they hadn't done that all year long. I mean, what was that? All of a sudden, they're just like, yo, man, this whole zone coverage nonsense ain't working. Let's switch it up completely?
Well, I think it's a smart move. It's probably something that came from the top. Probably came from the head football coach there, Brian Schottenheimer. He's just like, guys, our zone coverage stinks. I mean, it happened to me one game this year.
You're like, this ain't working at all.
Yeah, we were pretty much a one high team that played a lot of match or man or pressure looks like the Broncos. And one game we were kind of freaked out a little bit. We're like, this quarterback scares us. We don't want to turn our eyes and run away and be in man coverage. And well, that quarterback ended up having essentially the best game of any quarterback in the state of Colorado this year. And he's a great player. But of course, I was like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore.
That zone anymore.
Yeah, that cover 4 is like John Gruden used to say. When he would hold court at a Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, he would always be posted up at a Hooters, and everybody from his
that.
Well, he'd be there for like 10 hours, and just you can imagine what he's doing.
Wings and beer,
and just getting after it, but then just talking sports, talking ball, talking scheme, talking to his old guys. Hey, get over. Wait, hey, Andy Reid, get your ass over here. Sit down for. Hey, why don't you grab? What are you on a diet, Andy? You can't have a cold beer and eat some wings with me. So he would always say that cover 4, which is zone, it is the quintessential zone. John Gruden's line is, cover 4 made me a bleep millionaire.
Because he torches it all the time?
Because it's awesome to see if you're a head coach.
You're like, ooh,
or a play caller. You're like, this is it. Ironically, that's what Vic Fangio runs. Tons of cover 4. Now, Vic Fangio...
This seems to work out well for him.
But he junks up the front a lot. He gives a lot of looks that could potentially be 5 or even 6-man pressures with the cover 4 back. The back end is set that way.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, man, it's just... I just think that cover 4 is one of those, in zone coverages in general, if you're just spot dropping, you're giving quarterbacks comfort because there's easy completions to be had. And that's what I've always said. Bo Nix, when I watched the film against the Seattle Seahawks last year, and they had a ton of match coverages, said, why would anybody ever play cover 4 against Bo Nix? Why would anybody spot drop zone against Bo Nix? And frankly, you know what? You haven't seen a bunch of it this year.
Right. Well, I think Dallas is going to. Well, it worked so well against the Commanders. They're not going to do it.
When has Bo seen some of those zone coverages that also, at times, those soft shell coverages are synonymous with prevent?
Is this
prevent defense?
So we're talking about the best games Bo's had this season against Cincinnati. Was Cincinnati running it like that?
Because
that was the game he threw for 326.
Yeah. What I would tell
Philly?
You is when has Bo played his best football quarter wise?
Oh, in the fourth quarters of these games in Philadelphia,
when teams had what?
Is that what? Oh,
2 or 3
defense.
possession leads.
Right. And they go full prevent.
And then what does Bo do?
Like my man Burns screaming about dropping 8 after that loss.
Correct.
And
that's zone. Dropping 8 is zone prevent defense, and there are a lot of completions to be had.
Yeah, the Bobot eats that stuff up. The Bobot's like, wait,
He's like, cover 3. This is where the ball needs to go. Laser complete. Next one, cover 4. Middle of the field open. Oh, Mike linebacker doesn't get any depth. Completion to Marvin Mims.
That's what we talk about. That's what we need. This Dallas game is going to be fun. Yeah, okay, here's the record. So the Dallas Cowboys, they signed Javonte Williams in the offseason, and I'm like, oh, man, good luck to you, Javonte, but I don't know how that's going to play out. And now Javonte Williams is the second leading rusher in the NFL right now, I believe, and he just tied Herschel Walker's record in the first 4 games as a Dallas Cowboy for the most touchdowns by a Cowboy. It's Herschel Walker and Javonte Williams with 7 touchdowns through the first 7 games played. And I was like, man, you know what? Javonte is kind of going. And you know what? Here's what's weird. Here's what Javonte said, because obviously he's getting questions about the Cowboys this week and about leaving the Cowboys or whatever. And he said that he thinks his body just needed a little extra time, a little more time to heal than a normal athlete. He's like, we're all different. It takes a little bit of time. He's like, I didn't feel fully healthy until this summer. He's like, now I'm back to my old way. He's like, now I feel great. It just took a little extra longer. But it's not like he's taking shots at the Broncos for letting him go or anything.
Nah.
But I am pretty surprised how he's running the ball all over the place and scoring touchdowns left and right. He's got a number of receiving touchdowns too, I think. It's like, man, they are using some Javonte Williams in this offense.
No, they're using him, and he is playing well. And you know what actually I think helped Javonte Williams is last year his role towards the tail end of the season became third down protecting back. He actually gladly accepted his role. But you know what else it gave him? It gave him the back half of the season to actually not go into the offseason injured, dinged up.
Okay, yeah,
up.
I see what you're saying.
He was used sparingly.
Yeah. So he was fresh and ready to go when the Cowboys picked him up. But yeah, he's averaging 6.1 yards per carry. He's averaging 116 yards per game on 19 carries. Like that's great. That's great. That's good. You just hand that dude the ball and let him go. But I'm not sure that's how. I mean, is that what the Cowboys' game plan is going to be for this weekend? I'm not sure.
I think they're going to let Dak cook.
Are they?
And Dak's been playing good ball, man.
I'm sure his numbers are stupid. I mean, I haven't been paying
attention. His numbers are always
but,
stupid in the regular season, aren't they?
Oh, man, the dog, he almost has 2,000 yards and 16 touches.
He always
We're going
does.
into week 8, man. He's got 16 touches and 3 picks and 1,881 yards. Okay, yeah,
He's second in the NFL in yards, second in the NFL in touchdowns.
To Jones? To Daniel? To who?
He is first in the NFL right now in QBR. number one quarterback in the NFL, Dak Prescott. But are we surprised? He's done that. He's done that every year he's been healthy. But then he fizzles out and plays like absolute buns in the playoffs.
Is it Daniel Jones in first with the yards and the TDs? Who's ahead of him? Or is it like Josh or somebody I'm not paying attention to either? Who's leading him in this stuff? Who's like – that's what I want to know.
So right now, passing leader in the NFL is Justin Herbert with 1,913 yards.
That. Yeah. And then, I see it right there. And then Stafford is third. Man, I can't believe Stafford threw for 5 touchdowns.
Daniel Jones is number 5. I'll tell you what, man. Patrick Mahomes he's up to 1,800 yards. That's different than a year ago.
Yeah.
That crew is trending right now.
Man.
Dallas, man. George Pickens is having a heck of a year. He's got 607 yards receiving.
They got to re-sign him too. Did they give both Javonte and George Pickens a 1-year deal?
George Pickens has 6 touchdown catches?
Dang. Well, once again, that's what happens when you average 40 points a game. Yeah, like your wide receiver. There's no A.J. Brown on the Cowboys because everybody's eating, right? Everybody's getting fed. Everybody's getting touchdowns. It's going to be – this is a immovable object versus unstoppable force, right? This weekend with the best offense and the best defense, we're going to see what is what and who is who.
Hit Dak Prescott.
Yeah, hit him a lot.
Hit him.
All right.
You know what?
What's that?
Sean Payton's got a little history of incentivizing hits on quarterbacks.
Sorry. Has it been long enough that we can?
I think statute of limitations run out, right?
We're good. Matter of fact,
it's
tell
not
you what,
a bounty.
Here's a bounty. If somebody knocks out Dak this weekend, you get a Gabe Landeskog Nordique jersey because Gabe would love that.
Are you provoking violence in Denver? Are you trying to ask for a Nancy Kerrigan situation here?
Well, don't go Nancy Kerrigan. Make sure it's on the
Tanya
field,
Harding.
man. Don't take a
Jeff
tire
Galooly? Are you going to get on a 2K Tuesday?
No.
Are we talking Jeff Galooly?
Oh, no.
Let's keep the crowbar at home, y'all.
Yeah. Keep that under the seat. We'll be right back. It is an AVS Ticket Tuesday. We got tickets. We got tickets for you. We're giving away tickets. And today, we're giving away some throwback Nordiques jerseys. Some sweet-looking Nordique jerseys. But we'll give you our new keyword here on the 20s. It's on the 20s all day today on every Tuesday during Avalanche season. So we'll give you the lowdown on our new keyword, and we're giving away a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques Heritage Throwback jersey. We're giving away 5 total jerseys, 1 per show, and then a second chance drawing winner online at altitudesportsradio.com/Avs ticket. Each jersey will go to the same person who wins the tickets. The next on-air keyword for your chance to win the sweater and tickets coming up in 20 minutes from right now. All right, folks. We got ourselves some, we had some fun football last night, although it wasn't, I don't know if I'm going to call it fun. There was some injuries in those games.
Some mid ball.
Although me and KJ were having this conversation because there was a Game 7 of the ALCS last night, the Blue Jays and the Mariners, a game the Blue Jays won to go on to face the Dodgers in the World Series. And I saw a comparison with the playoff baseball TV rating compared to the NFL.
The Shield is powerful, brother.
Oh, it is ridiculous.
I'll tell you what's not super powerful from a television standpoint is the Major League Baseball postseason.
It is crazy. And it said that the ratings this year for baseball are up like 30%. They're up 30% compared to last year.
But still.
And there was 30 million more Americans. And I was like, wait, what? How many more? What is going on? What's this? How many? Man, yeah, football is, people just love to watch some football, man.
I was hurting for my pal, Brock Heward, who he works on the flagship for the Mariners.
Oh, no, really?
With not getting to the World Series yet again.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Because they were the team of destiny, it felt like. And the dang Toronto Blue Jays get
like,
you.
Watch this, baby.
Because it was a 3-2 series, and Mariners just needed one.
And then the Mariners were winning that game last night. And then Toronto's like, here we go. And then game over. So now it's Dodgers and Blue Jays. The NBA season starts tonight. The NBA begins the regular season tonight. The Nuggets don't start their season until Thursday night in Golden State against the Warriors. And the Warriors are one of the teams playing tonight. They're in LA to take on the Lakers. The 2 games this evening in the NBA: Rockets at the Thunder, Warriors at the Laker. The Thunder will do that thing where they raise a banner and they'll get their rings. And I haven't seen their rings yet, but I'm assuming they're going to be stupid, ridiculous. We got 2 basketball games. And then on Thursday, the Nuggets will face off with Golden State. So that's what's coming up there. The Thursday night football game this week, the game we're getting in just 2 days' time is actually, hold on, let me see who it is. It's Vikings at the Chargers. That's a pretty interesting game. It's the 4-3 Chargers and the 3-3 Vikings going at it there at SoFi. What you got, Chargers? I mean, you were sitting pretty atop the AFC West a few weeks ago, and now you're a game back of the Denver Broncos. KJ, when do the Broncos and Chargers meet again? Is it the very end of the season? Is it the very last game of the regular season?
The very last game, week 18.
Oh, man, that game's going to have some juice depending on how it plays. Because it could very well be for the division, couldn't it be? I mean, I'm assuming 1 or 2 of these teams are going to lose a couple in a row before we get there. But still, that could be a massive. Matter of fact, the NBA has that. I mean, the NFL has that as a flex game, so they can flex that into whatever time spot they want on week 18. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. All right, Coach, how do you handle a team that does only one thing really well? Because that's the Dallas Cowboys. They do one thing incredibly well,
and that's play offensive football.
Yeah, and then outside of that, there's some problems in there.
Well, it probably would be a good idea for Sean Payton to say,
run some up tempo.
Let's do what Bo does well in the first 3 quarters.
No way.
And let's try to score points.
There's no way he does that. That's no way. Okay. There's no way.
Just to get down like 33 to
3-3-0. Does Bo when they're watching that film and they're watching the first 3 quarters of that game, and it looks like they don't know how to play football at all, is anybody asking Shawn holding the clicker what he was thinking when he was calling those plays?
Nope. That's the thing when you're the king of your castle.
You don't have to worry about that?
Yeah, there's no There's no damsel in distress that you're too concerned about, right?
No, yeah.
He is in charge of it all. Nobody's questioning him. And so he's going to, at least it appears, he's going to stick to his guns and say, you all need to meet me where I'm at.
Is that good coaching? To be like, hey, you need to do what my brain is telling me that I think you can do, even if you're telling me you want to do something else.
You asked the question, is that good coaching?
Yeah.
I'm going to simplify it even more than that. When you look at the sample size of each quarter of football that the Denver Broncos have played offensively this season, would anybody out there say that's good coaching?
No.
Just simply by looking at what it is.
80% bad? 80. I mean, how many quarters did we say? 6 quarters, maybe 5 quarters of really good. Well, 3 quarters of really good football, and then 6 of pretty good offensive football. Of the whatever that number is, of the 40 that you've played.
You know what the fourth
season.
quarter felt like? Felt like Sean Payton was just resigned to the fact that we got nothing to lose. Hey, what do you want to do, Bo?
And it works. 33 points in just over 10 minutes, man.
So if the conversation is along the lines of fourth quarter, Sean Payton looking down at Bo, 19-0, and the Broncos have barely even generated a first down for drives. Drive after drive after drive. Can't get the first down. If the conversation is, well, I don't know. I don't know what else. This is basically you guys suck. My scheme's great.
Right,
you guys
crazy.
suck. We got nothing to lose, so what do you want to do? No, you just...
Can we go up?
Can we start that conversation before the game?
Right. It's insane to
And
me.
can we say to Bo before the game, hey, maybe even like today, maybe tomorrow at practice, hey, Bo, we got nothing to lose. What do you want to do?
That seems like a good idea to me. It seems like that seems to be the best idea.
What do you feel comfortable with? What do you want to do? What do you want this to look like? What gets you going?
Because, right, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
It feels like we're there.
Right, because if at home again this weekend, when you're hosting the Dallas Cowboys, the first half of offensive football looks like the first half of offensive football from last week, guess what? The crowd's going to boo you again, just like they did last week. And they're going to be freaked out again, just like last week. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to go up-tempo again, just like you did last week, and then it's going to look great. And then you're going to defend the fact that I don't know.
The problem is you might be down by more than 19 points.
You're right. That's true because the Cowboys are much better. Yeah.
If you're straight buns through 3 quarters.
You're right. Because when you don't win that game against the Cowboys because they'll have 40 points.
Everybody wants to attribute the 32 points that the Broncos gave up solely to their defense having a bad day. Do we not understand when an offense goes 3 and out, what the type of regularity that the Denver Broncos have been going 3 and out offensively? Do you understand what that does to a defense's psyche? What it does to their physical? What it does to their emotional?
Mm-hmm.
It makes you feel like, what am I doing out here? I am defending for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, I'm out here all the time, and I'm doing my job. Where the hell is the other side of the ball?
It's fatiguing. It's exhausting. And that's how bad it's been. Like, it's a miracle.
What are the odds that we see a completely different game plan from Shawn this week? Like, he was
probably pretty good.
Yeah, you think so?
I think so, because I even said it going into last week that we haven't seen stinkers from Sean Payton in back-to-back weeks. And I guess you could even still say that it is a 4-quarter football contest, and Sean Payton called plays that led to 33 offensive points.
Yes.
So it was not a stinker after the New York Jets game, which was a
stink, right? You only scored 13
stinker.
in that bad.
And then how much did you score against the Titans? 17? Was it 17-12? 15-12?
12. No.
20.
20. It was because that game was 20-12.
But it was bad.
Yeah. Against the worst team in the NFL. Oh, unless the Jets are the worst team in the NFL.
It was bad.
Yeah. Not good at all. But yeah, it's crazy, man. It is crazy because it feels like you look at their record and you look at those wins and the teams they beat, and you're like, hey, man, well, the Broncos are looking good.
So we could all probably agree that Sean Payton really cares about what his legacy is going to be written as, right?
Yes.
Can we all agree that Sean Payton is concerned with his current perception as well?
Yes.
At all times.
Yes.
So the pep talk to Sean Payton is, if those things are true, then change.
Yeah. Listen, I say this about players a lot when we start talking about the money they're making, and we haven't mentioned that Christian Brown had that signed a big extension yesterday. But when we start talking about players who get big money, it's not necessarily about the size of the money. It's the responsibility that comes with that money. Like, listen, you're making this much money. This is the kind of production we need out of you. But how about from the head coaching position? Because yesterday, you know what I found out yesterday? I had no idea. I had no idea until this yesterday. Of every single coach in all the 4 major sports in all of North America, Sean Payton is the second highest paid one of them. And if you use that as a measuring stick, you're saying that this man right here, Sean Payton, second smartest, best coach in North American sports. Right now it goes Andy Reid, Sean Payton, when we just use the measuring stick of how much you're getting paid to do it.
And by that measuring stick, he should be able to put players in position in the first quarter to get a first down.
Right. Don't you feel you should be more agile as a head coach, right? You should be able to make those decisions and make those, like, for the years, like, he should be able to read these games more.
Dip, dock, what is it?
Yeah.
Dodge.
Dive, dodge, duck. Yeah.
Yeah, that deal.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Yeah, that's exactly. It's just, it doesn't feel like he's as nimble as I would like him to be when he's, the second highest paid coach in North American sports.
When you listen to his post-game press conference after winning that game in dramatic fashion and being somewhat morose, down.
Yeah, he was pretty down.
Did he seem to be like a very nimble coach in that moment?
No.
Seems like a guy who's pretty set in his ways.
Yeah, but I mean, I get it too, because he's insanely successful. And how much you want to change in your mid-60s.
And he's 5-2.
Yeah.
You know what? Sean Payton is also, he's the head coach of all of it. He is.
Yeah.
He is the head coach of all of it.
It feels like he runs the show in a lot of ways.
But I mean, so as much as the first 3 quarters of the football has been offensively terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these games, man, it's not just this. This is not a one-time thing. He's still a 5-2 NFL head coach. But, man, I still think that there should be so much more out there. You shouldn't be the 11th rated team by ESPN's metrics.
No.
Not with that defense.
No. 5-2 record and the best defense in football. You should be in the top 10, if not the top 5. Kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Your next keyword is coming up in just a moment. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show, so be listening for keywords on the 20s. Your 1120 keyword is Selly. Text Selly, Celly, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Carolina on Thursday. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 1120 keyword is Selly. So text Selly along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our first winner of the day at 11:55, and the winner also gets a Nordiques throwback. Yeah, and those things are sexy as hell. So
I also get it too.
Yeah. I already got it. I'm wearing it. If you win the tickets, you have to buy Sanford a jersey. That's also one of those.
Are you guys good with that deal?
I'm sure they'll be.
So give me the keyword one more time.
Selly.
Selly.
Celly.
Like a celebration.
Yeah.
You got to hit that.
Yeah, that's why. That's why KJ, I'm assuming, went cool in a game.
What would be your Selly?
Oh, I don't know. The running man.
Do you have a running man in you right now?
What can I do? Is that?
The sprinkler.
The sprinkler.
Hit the sprinkler, man.
Yeah.
Hey, you ever hit that lawnmower though?
Oh wait, yeah. I can hit the lawnmower, baby. I can hit that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, those are my I don't know. Text line, what's your favorite celebration? What's your favorite football celebration? When you score a touchdown in the NFL, how do you celebrate? KJ, how do you celebrate?
I throw it back. I hit the Dougie.
Oh, you go.
I'm throwing it back.
The Dougie?
I'm going with the Dougie. I'm throwing it way back.
Okay, man. But you got to do it. I got to see it. Give me a little bit of the Dougie,
quick,
man.
I don't know the Dougie. KJ, could you
teach me?
Could you please
teach me how to Dougie?
Would you be able to teach me? Would you be able to instruct me how to do the Douglas?
I sure can. So you just put your hands out like this, like you're driving 9-3, right? Ooh. And then your hand now leaves.
You're 9-3. Yeah, it's country. I was a 10-2 guy in the city, man.
Country. That's where you start. That's where you
start.
I'll
tell you 9-3. That's crazy.
That is crazy. And then you take your hand off the wheel, and then the one that's at 3, you dip it down to 6, and then the one that's at 9, you bring that down to 6. And then you just keep doing it like that, and then you got to make sure your shoulders got a little shimmy to it. You know what I'm saying? And then that way, now you're Dougie, baby.
I'll tell you what. I was just instructed how to do the Douglas.
Listen, man, it's looking good. That's hell of a coaching job there, KJ. Now we can both Dougie. All right, you know what? Instead of doing that, let's go ahead and check out the NFL Rewind. Let's take a look at some of the biggest games from the NFL this weekend. We will start with one of the Broncos' division rivals as the Kansas City Chiefs hosted the Vegas Raiders, and they put a beat down on Vegas as the Raiders got mollywopped.
On 4th and a foot, tried to draw him offside. Sorry. Mahomes says, Coach, it doesn't. Oh, there they go. He was faking it. There they go. You would give it up on that one. You thought for sure it was a draw, didn't you?
You know what that was right there?
About that? Yeah.
That's the opening of KJ's NFL notes. Football is fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
That was fun. I hate the witch. We all hate the witch. We all hate Andy Reid. We all hate Big Red.
But he was doing some witchcraft on that thing.
But my goodness, that's good.
Faking out the defense with just like, you're like, hey, you got to pretend. Like, you just got to act like it's a blown play or whatever. You're angry, and then they still snap it. Yeah, no, that was crazy.
So at Minnesota, we had the fake, always the fake cadence. Everybody looked to the sideline to either tell us to run the same play or we'd get a new play.
Yeah.
So we had a fake the fake where everybody would look over and then immediately just snap back down. We'd run a play as quickly as possible. Because what happens defensively when they saw us, here we go, so go. And then everybody looks to the sideline. They also look to the sideline.
Yeah.
So then we'd be like,
what?
It's like, go. Ball, and we're running inside zone right up your Right up where the sun don't shine.
I love it. The Chiefs roll in that game. They win it 31-0. Mahomes 280-plus yards and 3 touches. And now Chiefs, the game back of the Broncos. Kansas City is 4-3 and 3-1, and they're at home. The Minnesota Vikings were taking on the Philadelphia Eagles, and this game came down to this.
Deep drop for Hurts, trying to find something downfield, and it's Devontae Smith. He's loose. He's got it. He is gone. Touchdown, Eagles. Lightning strike to Devontae Smith.
That was Jalen Hurts, one of his 3 touchdown passes. Saquon rushed for 44 yards, but Devontae Smith had 9 receptions for 183 yards. That touch. A.J. Brown had 2 touchdown receptions, and the Eagles beat the Vikings 28-22. And now people are still complaining about the Eagles offense, but
what's wrong with the running game right now?
Oh, you mean with Saquon?
Yes.
Why isn't he running for 400 yards a game like he was last year? I don't know, Coach. What do you think?
The only thing I can tell is that Jalen Hurts is having a hard time seeing it all, processing it all, and as a result, you're getting some heavy boxes.
Okay.
And that's a hard life to live, man.
This weekend, Jalen Hurts threw the ball 27 times fewer than Bo Nix, which is crazy. Like, they asked Jalen only threw that ball 23 times, right?
What does Saquon even have right now, total yardage?
I will tell you immediately. He's got 369 yards rushing.
Crazy.
On 113 carries and just 3 touchdowns. Man, the season he had last year is one of the greatest rushing seasons in NFL history. So maybe teams are keying on him a little bit more. I don't know.
Dude, last year, 125.3 yards per game.
It's crazy.
Saquon's got 52.7 yards per game this year.
That's crazy. Look at him way down there. Look at 23rd. He's 23rd in the league in rushing. He's got fewer yards than Tony Pollard.
Tell you what,
in
man.
Tennessee, man.
I know.
Scadaboo's killing him.
I know Ashton Genty is, everybody's he's a bust. You want to know he's in the same neighborhood right now with a terrible offense, terrible quarterback play. It goes Quinshon Judkins, Christian McCaffrey, Breece Hall, Ashton Genty, and then Derrick Henry.
Yeah, that's not bad. Especially for a rookie.
And you're still above Josh Jacobs, Cam Scadaboo.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Saquon Barkley, David Montgomery,
I get
Alvin
it, man.
Kamara, Omarion Hampton, Jalen Warren.
Nick Chubb's all the way down
here. Where'd our guy go, man? Is he up
He's
there?
up. He's
Let's
up,
check
right?
him.
Right. Go up to the top
JK.
10. There he is.
He's number
JK.
7. I like
He's 7.
I like number 7.
Man, look at Jonathan Taylor and Javonte Williams, man. So crazy. Javonte's got 592 on 111 carries. Yeah, he's having a heck of a season there in Dallas. All right, let's move on to the Indianapolis Colts and the L.A. Chargers, and Daniel Jones and the Colts scored 38 to house the Chargers home.
On a handoff for Taylor. Big hole. Taylor is gone. Touchdown, Colts. They just cruise down the field.
Jonathan Taylor rushed for 94 yards and 3 touchdowns. He had 3 touchdowns in that game. And the Colts put up 38 points, and they're now 6-1.
Have you watched much Jonathan Taylor?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Jonathan Taylor in my career, right?
He's a great player.
Been doing it for 4 years now.
Do we feel like we actually know, like, does he play with any, like, legitimate emotion? Or
No, you know what? This is a good call. I don't know.
Like, there's not much about Jonathan Taylor that anybody could really say, and that's not a bad
Maybe
thing.
it's
I'm saying
just
that's
that Wisconsin, I'm just going to hit you in the face. I don't have nothing to say.
all Wisconsin knows right now is how to get hit in the face. That team got shut out 2 games in a row. 41 zip, 37 zip.
It's rough, man. It's rough. It's
hard
not good
out here for a Badger.
I get it. But anyway, the Colts get that win, and they
6-1, right?
Yeah, they're 6-1. They got the best record in the NFL. They win that thing 38-24.
So the Colts and the Packers are the only 2 one-loss teams in the NFL.
Right. And the Packers
have
cheat
a
because of
tie.
that tie. And the
they
Colts,
played 1 less game.
That's true. The Colts, Selly, which is our
keyword.
That's
AVS
right.
Ticket Tuesday giveaway.
Yeah.
And
Get some
also
tickets.
get yourself this
sweet
Quebec and Nordiques jersey. Gabe Landeskog, number 92 with the C patch on it.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the Dallas Cowboys, who'll be facing the Broncos this week. And the Cowboys were taking on the Commanders, and Dallas went for 44.
Get it for the 4th time. Prescott, a lot of time, airs it out deep down the field. CeeDee Lamb breaks the tackle. No one home. Touchdown,
264 yards and 3 touchdown passes from Dak Prescott. Javonte rushed for 116 yards and a touchdown. And CeeDee Lamb had 110 yards receiving and a touchdown. And that reception was a 74-yarder. And the Cowboys are 3-3-1 and coming to Denver this weekend. The Cowboys are either going to smash the Denver Broncos or the Denver Broncos are going to smash the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if there's any in between there, right? Like, it's either going to be like this game where it's 44-22 or the Broncos are going to get them like 30-3 or something, right? I can't see a tight game. Well,
Dak Prescott regular season scares the living crap out of me.
Yeah, he's amazing during the regular season.
He always is. When he's healthy, as long as he's not injured, that dude puts up numbers.
Yeah. His numbers compared to Bo are pretty ridiculous. I'll tell you that much. All right. So the Cowboys get that win. The Commanders fall to 3-4, and Jane Daniels got hurt. I don't know, like they had to throw Mariota in that game. I don't know.
Threw a pick six right out the gate.
That's not ideal from your backup QB, but who knows when and where Jane will be back. All right, the Lions and the Bucs. This happened last night in Detroit, and the Lions defense was nasty.
Here we go, 1st and 10. Lions in all black, blue helmets moving from right to left. At the 22, shotguns up, hand off to Gibbs up the middle, the 25, the 30, a foot race to the 40, and the numbers the 50, far side 40, foot race with Winfield, far side 30, 20, 10, sideline 5, touchdown! The Lions have scored on a touchdown run by Jahmyr Gibbs, streaking for 78 yards. 13-0 Lions, under 6 to go in the first half.
Our thanks to Westward One on the call right there. Jahmyr Gibbs rushed for 136 yards and 2 touchdowns. David Montgomery had 13 carries for 21 yards. Jared Goff, 241 yards, 1 touch, 1 interception, and the Lions defense locks down the Bucs and win it 24-9. Detroit, just like Denver, is 5-2 and 3-0 at home. Baker Mayfield did throw it 50 times last night. So he was 28 of 50, 1 touch, 1 interception, as the Tampa Bay Buccaneer offense could never get going. Not really.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you. It's a pretty impressive win, though, because Tampa Bay seems like they have been able to find a way in just about every contest. Mm-hmm. It's a good win.
Yeah. So Detroit picks that one up, and the late game was the Seattle Seahawks taking on the This is stupid. You know how good the Denver Broncos defense is? If you check the numbers with the Texans, they lead the NFL in like 6 different defensive categories, including fewest points per game, fewest points per drive, and they suck. The Texans suck, and they got beat last night.
Darnold under center. He's got Walker behind him. He'll motion 3 steps to his left. Darnold to throw on 1st down, looking for the end zone. Throws. It's Smith and Jigba with the catch, and then he slams the football over the upright to celebrate the touchdown. 13-0 Seattle.
That dude went off last night. Once again, our thanks to Westward One. Smith and Jigba now leads the NFL in receiving because he went crazy last night. What was the final total, KJ? Was it like 100 and... Hold on,
he had 8 of his 14 targets. He caught for 123 yards and a teeter.
That's not... Coach, why are the Texans so good on defense and they only have 2 wins in the season?
Yeah, it's really hard to make sense because even C.J. Stroud, statistically, he had a nice night last night.
Yeah, it wasn't
ridiculous.
It
was a career-high 71% completion percentage and had a 102.1 passer rating, both career highs.
It's weird.
For C.J. Stroud.
And you get 19 points out of it.
He's had 6 touchdown passes over his last 2 ball games, 2 more than in his previous 7 combined. They're just not winning football games.
It's weird.
How much has the lack of Joe Mixon not being there played a part into why the offense is kind of sputtering? Because they just don't have that 1-2 punch like they've had in years past.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the rush total right now. I mean, C.J. Stroud was your leading rusher last night.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, you got Nick Chubb
25 yards. Nick Chubb had 5 for 16, averaged 3 yards per carry.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird.
Dalton Schultz is having a good year.
That is one of those teams like back in the day when the Broncos had the no-fly and the offense was just ridiculously bad. It felt like the defense kept looking over the offense, like, "Hey, man, you got to listen. We're giving it everything on this side of the ball."
Sound familiar for 3 quarters?
Yeah. It kind of sounds like this Denver Bronco team.
The ABC defense.
ABC. Defense.
The worst.
I get you, man. I get you.
DMac, don't ever do that again.
But so the Seahawks ended up winning that game 27-19. Seattle's now 5-2.
Alan Benito Cooper. You get it?
No.
It's ABC, and then it's the defense.
Is that what that means? Wait. See, DMac, he spends too much time on his stuff. It's got to be quick. It's got to be snappy. You can't just be spending all this time thinking of these nicknames, man.
The key to a good selly, which is the key word for the Avs taking Monday, is clean, precise, and also spelling. A lot of you have been coming in with all types of bad spelling. Selly as in a celebration. Think about Cale Makar after a bomb from the blue line.
Yeah, we're getting
a lot of Selly. It's Celly. Selly.
We got a couple of bellies.
Right now. Selly to 303-504-0925. And you can go win Avs tickets against the Canes.
Final segment of the morning sprint on this Tuesday. Welcome back to the Backus Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, so we are giving away tickets, and we're giving away Nordiques jerseys, but you got to know what the keyword is, and we already gave it out. If you weren't listening, tough. You should have been listening 20s, and we're doing it all day long, so we'll have another chance here in just a little bit with PhD. Coverage of tonight's Avalanche game against the Mammoth on 92.5 will begin at 7:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. The Mammoth have a good record. I think they're 4-2, something like that, to start the season, but the Avs already beat them once, and they're going to beat them again tonight because the Avs are cruising. The NBA season kicks off tonight with 2 games. Coach, you excited about the NBA regular season?
Fired up.
Debut.
Getting out there to I think it was the final preseason game at least at Ball Arena.
Yeah, the final one at Ball. Is that the one where the Bull they played the Bulls and beat the Bulls?
Yes.
Yeah, you were there.
I got my I love the Nuggets. The entirety of the season. A lot of people are like, I don't care about the regular season. I really care about the regular season. Because I think if you look at what happened last year during the regular season, it essentially played out the Denver that the Denver Nuggets had some major issues internally, and you had to address it. Therefore, you were hitting the reset button when the postseason started.
Yeah, that was crazy. And then you made it to Game 7 of the second round against the eventual champion Oklahoma City Thunder, who'll be hosting the Rockets this evening, and the Warriors are at the Lakers. That's what your NBA slate looks like. The Denver Nuggets yesterday locked up Christian Brown. They locked up my man Christian to KJ? What was
5 years, $125 million per.
5 years, so it's $25 million per contract.
Sorry, $125 entirety of
entirety contract. And 25 AAV, your average annual value of that contract. And I mean, that guy is the guy you draft and develop. So I think that's probably right around because. Who had just signed? Josh Giddey, who's a comparable to Christian, just signed, but I think he signed for just a little bit less. What was Josh? Was it $21 million per year? Did Giddey sign with Chicago? I can't remember, but KJ will look it up for me while I'm being lazy. But yeah, Christian gets paid 4 years, $100 million. That's what Josh Giddey got. Okay,
this is a bold move from the new brain trust of general manager.
You think so? Of the crew up top, because I mean this is their first homegrown. But I mean, Christian won a title in high school. He won a title in college. He won a title in the NBA his rookie year, and he just keeps getting better every year. Like if Christian plays as well as he did last year as a starter, he's worth $25 million a year. If he raises his ceiling again like he has every season, then it's a bargain. It's a Nick Benito bargain. You know what I mean? Where you sign Benito in this offseason, and then he starts ripping up quarterbacks in the regular season. You're like, oh, yeah, that was a good deal that we locked him down. And that might be the same way with Christian because he might have another monster season.
A couple things about this. Why I think it's a bold move is that it not only rewards Christian Brown, who slid right into Kentavious Caldwell-Pope's starting role. Christian Brown took his scoring average from 7.3 points per game as a role player to 15.4 points per game. And he shot 58% from the field and nearly just under 40% from three, who is the most efficient, which was the most efficient jump amongst any most improved player candidate. He had 5.2 rebounds, 2.6 assists, 1.1 steals. His athleticism is on display everywhere, right? He's really good in transition. He's a great defender. Transition buckets, fantastic. 66.5% true shooting percentage, the highest by guard, averaging 15-plus points per game since 2018's Steph Curry season. But what I like here is that the Christian Brown contract, for anybody who says that this is an overpay, when the new projected salary cap kicks in, roughly 26, 27, when this contract kicks in, it's only going to be 13% of the total cap, which gives you a cost-controlled ascending guard through the year 2031. I'm all in on this.
Yeah,
and I love that Christian Brown's always available.
Yeah.
He's not a guy who's got injury here, tight hamstring here, tight quad here.
No, there's nothing controversial about locking down a dude that you drafted and developed and helped you win a title. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about it as well. I mean, your entire core is locked down. So I mean, And the problem in the NBA nowadays with the new cap is that you can't do what the Avs did, which is make sweeping changes to your roster in the middle of the season. It's hard. It is hard to get that done with where the cap is now in the NBA and all those kind of different moving parts. But this seems like a good move, and I'm kind of excited for Thursday night in the beginning of the regular season because it's been 10 years since we've seen a new head coach try to install new things into this offense and see like are the Nuggets going to be able to unlock even more of Nikola Jokic? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, is there something else that Nikola Jokic can do now that Coach Malone's not around? I don't know. It's fascinating to me. Although I am also fascinated to see what Michael Porter Jr. does in Brooklyn. I mean, you know, it's one of our dudes. He was here forever, and I have no. I mean, during the preseason, my man was getting shots. He's putting up 20+ shots a game in the preseason, and I'm assuming Brooklyn's just going to let him fire. So he's going like he might average 30 a game or something ridiculous for a Brooklyn Nets team that's fully rebuilding. But I mean, yeah, I'm kind of interested about MPJ.
I got a quick question for you guys. So part of being a championship contending team is sometimes you got to make hard decisions in regards to who you pay now versus who you don't. Any concerns in regards to not paying Payton Watson yesterday?
No.
I mean, I'll pay him if he goes off this season. Yeah, I'll pay him if he goes off this season.
Payton should change his first name this year for the remaining 8 months ahead of us shouldn't be Payton Watson. It should be Prove It Watson.
Okay.
Because he got to prove it, man.
Yeah.
He's got to prove it with his durability. He's got to prove it with his offensive acumen.
Yeah.
He's got to be a player that at least consistently is strong enough to take the ball to the rack and have those shots go down.
He was averaging 24 minutes a game last year for the Nuggets.
How many points per game?
8. I think 8. Well, let me see. Actually, that's a lie. Because this is his preseason. No. This is his regular season stats. So, yeah, Payton averaged 8 points, 3.4 rebounds on 47% shooting in 68 games playing averaging 24 minutes. Those minutes went down a lot once the postseason came around. He was only playing 14 minutes a game in the postseason. But if Payton Watson can be, matter of fact, if he can just be a defensive stopper, you don't use that athleticism on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, how much playing time do you think he gets this season? How much playing time is Payton going to get with this roster?
Well, I think he's going to be he's probably the 8th, 9th, 10th, right in there, right?
Right. That's exactly right. He's
Which is okay. Is it just me, or does it feel like Payton Watson never has an offseason where he looks like he jumps phisically?
Oh,
because he always looks slight to me, man.
Because you could tell, like they told Christian Brown last off season, they knew that Contavious was gone, and they were like, "You are going to step into the starting lineup. You got to bring it." And Christian spent that whole summer getting ready for that starting job. So when he hopped in there, it was like he just rolled into that position.
Wildest thing about Payton Watson, man, the young man's still only 23 years old.
I know, it's crazy because he was a teenager when he was drafted, right, out of UCLA. That's crazy. Hey, what's up, Avalanche? Oh,
sold out. So
yeah, Altitude Authentics have sold out on all the Nordiques jerseys. Is that what you're telling me, KJ? Look at him now. Those are some good ones. Those are some pretty jerseys, though.
Where's my Burnsy at?
OC's played. Oh, it's just you just missed it. Burns was just up there.
He's sold
See,
out.
this is what I'm taking. See, Burnsy needs a Whalers uniform too come Thursday. Because you know what? Carolina needs to hook him up with a Whalers jersey, and we hook him up with a Nordiques jersey. Yeah, then he's going to be looking real good no matter what happens. But either way, you know what, KJ? Why don't you hit us with our keyword winner of the hour? Who is it?
The winner this hour for the morning sprint, or should I say for the morning sprint today, is Josie Essler. Essler. So congratulations.
All right. Nice job. Congratulations. Tickets to this Thursday game against the Avs and the Whalers. And a Nordiques throwback heritage jersey. It should be dope. If you can wrestle it off Sanford.
Berto, when you went to Rockies games,
Blackman
would go up there, would you say,
yeah,
I don't want to lose your love, and you go, tonight!
great. Yeah. It's my favorite word. But for the coach, Mike Sanford, and KJ Grinderson, I'm Mark Bertnolli saying thanks a lot for listening. PhD is next. We'll be right back at it tomorrow.
Tonight.
Oh, what a beautiful day. Glorious October day, man. Awesome day here in Colorado. And we're giving away those this Gabe Landeskog sweater. Make sure you call it a sweater, Tyler.
It's a good-looking sweater.
Don't call it a jersey, but there it is on the TV.
Sexy.
Gorgeous, man.
I love that.
I think it's awesome.
That's a good-looking sweater.
That was incredible. So, we got tickets.
What do we got to do to win that, DMac?
Well, what do you think, Tyler?
I think we got to be listening. I'm going to start with that.
We start there, and keywords on the 20s, and we go from there, and we'll have one jersey and tickets to give away at the end of our show, right, Dan? Yes, I think. And so will Nate and Andy, and so did the Morning Sprint, and so did Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. So did the boys in the morning, and there you go, man. So, and Thursday, they're going to be wearing them. And there's big rumors that the Hurricanes will be wearing the Hartford Whalers sweaters. So at Ball Arena on Thursday night, and by the way, the Canes are a really good team. They just lost. They just took their first loss. But the Canes and the Avs, it could easily be a Stanley Cup preview Thursday night as the Nordiques and the Whalers.
Nice. Well, Avs are out to an incredible start, and good to see a nice, good matchup here early in the season.
There are only two teams that have not taken a regulation loss, meaning they have points in every single game, and that would be your Colorado Avalanche and the Las Vegas Golden Knights. So I don't know if it could be a whole heck of it. It'd be nice to have beaten Dallas either in overtime or in regulation. That would have been cool, but you still got a point. They're in Utah tonight. You can hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pre-game at 7:30, Dan. We going kind of late for that one?
Yeah,
for
it's
that bad boy?
8 p.m. puck drop. Well, probably like 8:10.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, today we have Vic Lombardi and, I don't know, a gaggle of muggles down playing basketball with...
Oh, is that going on right now?
Well, technically right now they're practicing, and then the practice wraps up here in another half hour. And we are, again, I go to my guy Dan, scheduled to have David Adelman on to start the David Adelman show.
Tentatively at 1 o'clock.
So this will be week 0. We'll do it like high school football, week 0. And then we go from there. Meanwhile, Scott's coming in with a grin on his face. I hope that's for something good. I mean, I wouldn't pay attention to it unless you were smiling.
I will tell you guys
okay.
a cool story during the break that is not for air.
Oh, okay. All right.
But I was talking to my boy, and I kind of had a flashback. Do you remember? And he didn't know the entire story. I'm telling you, you guys will bust up laughing.
All right.
But yeah, I was talking to a buddy of mine. Nugget season. I mean, things getting hectic all of a sudden.
David Adelman, week 0. The show starts today, hopefully, after 1 o'clock today. Here we go.
Here we go, right? Here we go.
We got NBA action tonight, right?
Can I just say something about that?
You can.
When you're crowned the Super Bowl champ, who starts the season the next year?
That would be the Super Bowl champ versus the team you lost to.
Usually, or something like that, right? Or maybe a big AFC championship game or a big NFC championship game, you know, but it's usually kind of a rematch, but it's usually the Super Bowl champ.
Right.
Golden State or Oklahoma City's not starting until Thursday.
What are you talking about? No, hold on. Oklahoma City's starting tonight.
I thought it was L.A. and Golden State.
My man. Thunder hosting the Rockets tonight.
Oh, okay, then
tonight, before you get too far down that worm road.
Well, then you know what?
I mean, Warriors are at the Lakers later. It's a doubleheader.
Now just say good job, NBA.
No. Well, I was a little pissed off. But a lesson learned. Here's where I learned a lesson. You ready?
Okay.
Show prep.
The warden, no. Well, kind of. The warden read me the schedule of opening night.
Oh. Trust.
And so,
trust.
Hold on. Get the bus sound going.
You know what I did?
Who you trust?
I trusted a non-muggle.
You trusted a non-muggle. You trusted a person with good intentions.
Because I'm going Thursday. How do you have the NBA champions not starting? That should be the first game of the year, right?
Which it is.
Oh, they're good.
You want to personally apologize to Adam Silver?
To quote the famous...
he might want to start with throwing the warden under the bus, but I want to apologize.
Yeah, but she's not listening. She's working. But to quote a very famous person that 50% of this room won't know, never mind.
Today, I do not apologize.
Very mind. That is a
Rosanna Danny.
Dan, I think he might be referring to us as the ones that don't know. I can't tell.
Yeah.
Do you guys know who Rosanna Danny is?
No, don't care.
It's a character from Saturday Night Live.
It's an
Classic.
old wooden
Oh,
ship.
is that right?
Used
Classic
in the
It's
Civil War
Gilda
era.
Radner.
Oh, that does sound about right,
She
Dan.
was on Weekend Update, and she would do these lengthy news like commentaries, and at the end, she would realize it wasn't even close to what she was talking about. And she would go,
the host would correct us. Well, Rosanna, that's not what that means. It actually means this.
and she'd be all worked up.
And she just went on like a 5-minute rant,
Yeah.
and then she would stop and look at the camera and go, "Never mind."
Never mind.
They were great rants, though.
Well, we will have David Adelman on with us in about an hour or so, and we'll see how things go with Vic and Katie Wingy and the rest of the Muggles down there playing hoops. We'll see how that
Oh,
goes.
that's right now. I thought we were going to do a show there, Tyler.
No. We
I thought you and I wanted to.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
Clearly, I was the
DMac
anchor.
said-
I was the problem, no doubt about it.
Gosh darn it.
But we'll have Vic down there, and we'll see what else. And Adelman hopefully will join us from down there, too, so it should be fun. We have the Avs stuff to give away. We have the Dre.
Is this jersey on my, sweater for me?
Well, already covered it. Already covered
Do you
it.
think it is?
Well, it's on my chair.
We can take it off.
Yeah.
What do they say? Possession is 9/10 of the law.
That's
What
right.
we should do, we should hang it up behind you.
You can squat the
Hold on.
jersey, Scott.
Now, I would love to have that sweater.
It's a good looking sweater.
Everybody. Oh, shoot. I don't want to put a hole in it. So.
Yeah, don't put a
I
hole.
will
Here,
put a
has
hole.
anybody seen it?
Yeah. It'd be great if we could figure out how to hang that up behind you, though, so people could see it the entire show.
That right there.
We'll figure it out.
This
somehow.
might be the coolest sweater I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's great.
The Nordiques, because I don't
And
think
it's blue.
Landeskog never got Nordiques. He came here. But that's a cool sweater.
Well, I don't think anybody on the Avs was with the Nordiques there, my friend.
Well, Sakic was.
Oh, well. Okay. All right. There are a lot of guys
Well, I
that
mean,
were.
if you had a Sakic Nordique jersey, there was once a real
Oh, I
Sakic
see. I would see what you're saying.
Nordiques jersey.
Great point. Or a Patrick Waugh. Yeah.
Well,
or,
Patrick Waugh would have been Montreal.
No, he was
No, but he
Nordiques.
was with the Nordiques too, wasn't he?
No.
Was he not? Was
No,
he
no,
just
no,
with the
he was
Avs?
Montreal.
Really?
Oh, he was just the Avs.
Just
Okay.
the Avs.
All right.
Mr. and
Okay.
Mrs. Hockey.
Forsberg. You know what? My son has a
Forsberg's rookie
Forsberg.
year, I think, was.
Forsberg was on the Nordiques.
Yeah,
and wasn't it his
yes.
rookie year?
I
He was
believe
there
so. Yep.
their last year. I think it was his rookie year.
I've seen a lot of Sakic and Forsberg white Nordiques jerseys, but you're right. You're absolutely right. We've never seen any of the modern players' names on the back of that style of shirt.
Yeah.
So it's going to be it's
This
super
is cool.
unique.
Listen, are we going to give this away today?
Yeah, we are.
Our
First
show?
key. We are. Every show has one. So Nate and Andy have one to give away.
I'm going to tell you what. We give away cool stuff. If you're an Avs fan, this will be the coolest thing in your collection.
Oh, my wife was giddy. What's the price tag on? Let me
52.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's a size. Excuse me.
Hold on, let me guess.
Man.
One. Really?
Mhm.
It's under.
You want
100?
to play a little high-low here?
Well, I mean, you're making me feel
I
like it's
haven't
higher
looked
than
yet,
that. But
so-
okay, so
You want to play a little high-low? We can do it real quick.
well, I mean,
think-
you're making me feel like it's higher. So I'm going to go with 210.
You're too low.
Hold on. I think this is an authentic.
250.
You're too low.
Wow.
What's an
300.
authentic? What's an authentic?
You're too high.
Authentic.
265.
You're too low.
Okay, I'm done.
What's
Okay.
an authentic NFL jersey cost? They're in the mid.
I don't know if it's that much.
283.
You're slightly too high.
278.
Just slightly too high.
Okay. What's the number?
275.
That's it.
Wow.
On that tag right there. Yeah. I don't know if that's what it goes for, but that's what the tag says. You want to look at the tag. So
Well, I'm going to say it goes for what's on the tag.
Well, not today.
It's not today. It's free.
Today it's called free.
Today it's free.
Look at that.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, all right. Never
Authentic
mind.
NFL jerseys
I
are 350
apologize.
plus.
Damn. My bad. Holy cow. That's crazy. Did you get to
What
your
is he-
jersey?
what is he doing?
Scott, where are you going?
He comes in. He comes
What are
in
you
here
doing?
7 minutes late
What's
because
he
he's
doing?
on a phone call. We redo the whole sweater
the
thing that
hell's
we've
he
already
doing?
done because
Yeah.
he had no idea we'd actually done that,
Yeah.
and now he just walks out. What is going on with this guy?
I'm not even sure. Is he getting a hanger? He might be getting a hanger. If he gets a hanger to put it up behind him, then it's genius. All right, the whole
my
hanger.
gosh.
That's funny. All right, and Scott has made a moment better.
He got a clothes rack. He got a coat rack.
He got the coat rack, and he can hang the jersey on the coat rack. That's brilliant. Actually, that's really smart. You going over there? I would put it right behind you. It's a better camera angle.
No, that's pretty solid right there, actually.
No, it's the camera-wise, it sucks. Put it
no,
right.
it really doesn't.
If he puts it right over Sean Payton, everybody's going to be able to see it 100% the whole time. See? Right there. Right there. See? Bum. Right there. That's not even going to get on. But right there, everybody can see it the entire show.
Except for his big fat body's going to be in the way.
That is brilliant. Oh, yeah, sit down.
Loves that.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, it was far better behind you.
Oh, that works.
As long as he sits over there.
If you're going to sit right there, that's actually,
I'll sit over to the left.
That looks amazing, actually, right there.
That is a cool sweater.
Good job. Good positioning right there. Yeah. None of the other shows figured that out.
Did you panic for just a little bit that I
was going to leave?
That I walked out?
Well, we were just trying to figure out how many seconds total you wanted to do of this segment.
Yeah, well, what's the difference between walking out and coming in? I mean, you're here, you're not here.
I was here plenty of time.
I understand. You had a phone call that we're about to hear all the details about.
Oh,
in a second.
You're going to love this story.
Once we go to break. When we come back, we'll have your keyword and the Dre Greenlaw stuff. This is something else, man. This is a trip. There's so many different weird angles to this. Details coming up next.
Hey, what's going on, guys? If you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're the best in the industry at what they do. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working with you. You'll love Dr. Tanya Pauls. She's legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. But that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Here we go. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show. Right here on the 20s, your 1220 keyword is biscuit. B-I-S-C-U-I-T, as in put the biscuit in the basket. Text biscuit along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Carolina on Thursday with the throwbacks and all that. Don't miss out on all of the great fan-friendly options at the concession stand for $5. Again, 1220 keyword biscuit. So text biscuit along with your first and last name. 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner, our winner, on our show at 2:55. If you want to see the throwback Landeskog jersey we're giving away, Twitch, YouTube, it's hanging right behind Scott. It looks absolutely gorgeous. And we'll just keep that on display the entire show.
They're going to wear these?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Have you seen the Avs Twitter?
No.
Oh, check it out. Like they've got they're modeling them. And I think, it's according to Steve Nelson and others, Carolina's going throwback with the Whalers.
Oh, that would be cool. So that,
possibly.
Now I know that the way that Carolina.
So we got a whole video with Joe.
Joe sagging with the jacket on.
So he walks into the arena, and does he walk out with his old Sakic Nordiques jersey, sweater? Oh, he's got the Nordiques thing.
Got the zipper up jacket.
Boy, he's doing a hell of an acting job. All right, this is going on forever. So we get it. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the distraction of putting video up behind us. We get it. They're wearing the Nordique stuff. If you're getting, we're just gonna.
You don't have to acknowledge it.
I know it's hard. It's hard not to
move on.
Have an interesting story about Mike Shanahan coming up in a few minutes. So remind me to get to that before we go. So it might
be careful when you talk about Dad now.
That might be bad news for Dad, but we'll tell you what's going on. Dre Greenlaw,
unbelievable,
has been
unfreaking believable.
This is the video you should put up, Dan, behind us. Did you guys know that there was a penalty after the game was over?
Not until yesterday.
Did you have any idea?
By the way, I mean, is there such thing as a penalty after the game? I mean, the ref throws his flag on Dre Greenlaw. Like, why are we throwing the flag? What's the point of this? Are we gonna put a 15-yard penalty against the Cowboys?
I guess it's just procedure, process, something. It is so bizarre. So, Big Nuts.
God, these refs sucked. They just sucked.
Let's drills the field goal. Broncos win. And they come right over the referee. He's in the way. Brad Allen is his name. And he slightly pushes Strnad to the side.
Strnad just chucks his shoulder. And Greenlaw's just saying, quit pushing one of our players.
Well, you don't know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Well, the NFL is saying that Dre Greenlaw went and threatened the referee, and if you do watch closely at the very end, Dre does give the throat slash sign. So you can imagine the words that are being exchanged here. But I really don't care what is said to this referee. A 1-game suspension for this is really extreme. Really, really extreme. I hope that Dre Greenlaw appeals it. I hope that it gets knocked down because he's going to lose like $250,000 for his 1-game suspension on this. Yeah, I mean, he's making like 3.47, so I forget the exact math, but it broke down to 200 and some change. And that's a very hefty fine. Knock it down to $100,000, whatever, but let him play the next game. I mean, insane that we're losing Dre Greenlaw right now. And by the way, referee, how about you don't put your hands on our players?
Yeah. Well, let's start there. Was the referee in the wrong if we watch it again when everybody sort of, he gets encircled and Strnad kind of runs into him by accident?
Well, listen, a lot of people are acting like on Twitter. I got so many people saying the referee assaulted Justin Strnad. I mean, listen, it was a slight push. It was a slight push. I would far cry from saying he assaulted Justin Strnad.
Well,
he was getting overwhelmed by a mob of Denver Broncos, wanted to get out of there. But I promise you this. If a player does that to the referee, however slight the push is or not, the player's getting in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it feels like he was just kind of, hey, man, don't run into me, pushing him.
I think it's a reach for a throat slash. I think he's pointing at him, pulls his hand back. I wouldn't necessarily.
Yeah, I didn't.
To me, that is more like this.
I didn't even think of it as a throat.
I think it's a throat slash, boys.
Oh, I know.
I thought it was
more
more
a throat slash with the thumb.
Watch it close.
I did. Point. He pulls his hand back.
He's screaming at this guy. He's definitely going after him.
Point.
I think that's a throat slash.
I don't.
Well, either way, I mean, whether it is or whether it is not, I have seen much more egregious situations that did not end up as suspension in terms of referee interactions.
All right, what accountability does Greenlaw need to have in this situation, though? Because Strnad didn't go after him, and it feels like Greenlaw might have been going after him for other things, not just, that moment with Strnad.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he's going after him for the pass interference on Riley Moss. I'm sure he's going after him for a plethora of things that were going on.
All right, let me ask a couple questions here. Was the temperature raised towards the ref that caused Greenlaw to have those emotions because Sean Payton obviously was so upset with the officiating? Do you think Greenlaw was buying in? And you guys could answer as players. Do you does the emotion of your coach, is that contagious to you as an athlete?
I've seen cases that it absolutely is. I've seen it work that way. So, yeah, whether he's still making it. But listen.
I mean, our coach is way down on the field.
In the NBA, 90% of the time you see coaches get out on the field and get right in the guy's face is trying to fire up his team in the NBA.
Do you think that's what Sean Payton was doing? He called the action silly on his part.
No, I don't think he was intentionally doing that, but I think Scott's right. The byproduct of that can oftentimes lead towards what Scott is talking about.
The temperature gets raised.
Sean just did it because he was ticked off, plain and simple. He ran out on the field because he was PO'd and he wanted to give the ref an earful. Look, does Dre Greenlaw have a right to do that after the game? No, I mean, look, he probably should be fined. It was crossing the line. It was a lot. It's worthy of a fine. Is it worthy of a suspension? Hell no.
I don't even know what the rules are. Like, does a suspension have to come with that sort of violation?
No, absolutely not.
And listen,
absolutely not.
With the suspension, all you hear is one side. They don't suspend you. They didn't sit down with Greenlaw before they probably did this. They probably heard this and go, yeah, the guy said he's going to kill me or whatever it is.
Okay, well, you got audio? I mean, if I'm Dre Greenlaw, I'm going to my appeal and I'm saying you got audio. What did I say? Prove it.
Well, there was another ref. If you play it one more time, there was another ref standing right there. I mean, she was right there, right next to him. If we go through it another time, so you could ask for collaboration from the other ref, I suppose. I mean, there was another player there, Robinson 51. He was there too. And I don't know how deep this investigation goes, but get out of the way. And there goes Greenlaw after him.
See, Greenlaw
He's
probably
chirping him here.
Greenlaw probably thought he just shoved him for no reason.
Where's the other ref?
Yeah, he's right there.
No, he didn't hear that.
She's right behind him. 53
they didn't hear that though. There's no chance they heard that.
She was like kind of trailing him.
Yeah,
that
there's
place
zero
is a
chance
madhouse right there. The field's a madhouse.
The place is going insane. If you look at it really closely, though, Dre was already chirping at him before Justin Strnad even got pushed.
So she's like 3 feet behind him. You just can't see in the video. She kind of comes into frame right there. I don't know, man. For a game suspension, whatever he said, I mean, what did he say? I mean, what gets you a game suspension?
Well, if you threaten to kill a dude. If you say that's what they're saying, when they're implying by a threat that he threatened physical violence on him.
All right, I guess.
But was it touch one of my players again? Is that I'm touching you? Is that a threat?
I don't know.
Probably is.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I understand what you're saying. He's putting a qualifier on there. Yeah. I'm not just going to touch you just to touch you.
Yeah.
I suppose we'd have to know what it was. But it was serious enough to
So
have.
now people are looking up this ref, though, and say, oh, he's had a history of doing stuff like this.
Brad Allen?
Yeah.
Good old Brad Allen. Never knew his name before. Now we do.
Well, it was nice having Dre Greenlaw back for 20 plays.
That's pretty crazy.
I don't see how he doesn't win this appeal, still get fined, won't miss a game.
It's an appropriate fine. It's an insane suspension.
It's a pretty wild thing to see a flag thrown after the game. I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, I suppose it makes sense. I have seen hockey players, for example, who have fought other players, get in trouble afterwards. Never seen it in basketball. Never seen, like, after the horn something happen. Never seen it in baseball.
I've seen coaches and players got to stay out on the field and go after people.
John and stuff?
Yeah.
Why is it okay? No dumb question. Why is it okay for players to threaten physical violence on other players, but they can't threaten on a referee?
Oh, it's probably not. That's probably a pretty fair point.
But it happens 1.5 million times per game.
You know, they have some weird language rules in the NFL. Like, they do have the ability to throw flags based on language. They do. I remember going to one of them referee training things at training camp a million years ago, and they went over it. They just don't do it, or very, very rarely. But it's within their abilities as a ref to throw a flag for language. But, you know, I couldn't tell you. I mean, what are you going to do? There's smack talk going on every play.
There's a lip reader who got Greenlaw that I saw.
Oh, you really? Are you being serious?
And he's saying to the rep, there's no crying in football.
Okay.
There's no crying in football.
All right. So do you think he wins?
Two movie references somewhere. Connor is going, well done, Scott.
Well, you guys know what Scott's talking about there, right? There's no crying in football, Tyler?
Baseball.
There you go. Baseball.
Dan doesn't.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
What's the name of the movie?
A League of Their Own.
Okay, good.
Who said that quote?
It was Tom Hanks.
There you go. Look at Dan. Killing it.
Come on, dude. And what did you say the umpire looked like?
I don't know.
Scott?
There was another great line when Hanks gets kicked out when he starts saying it. You can't say that word to the official. I didn't call you that. You know, remember he ends up getting kicked out? That was Dre Greenlaw, but I couldn't really repeat that stuff here.
Well, we'll see how the appeal goes. And yes, it's quite ironic that it was so hard for him to get back in the game. And now there. Shawn Payton definitely brought the temperature up. Oh, by the way, your play calling thing? Holy cow. Boy, does that have a life of its own. My God.
You're welcome.
Yeah, dude. Have you seen what's going on because of that?
I don't.
Oh, my Lord. Well, it's been talked about everywhere. Literally everywhere. Articles have been written. The premise, Ben DiNucci. You guys remember Ben DiNucci?
Yeah.
He's agreeing with you. I mean, Shawn's going to, cut off his hand rather than hand it off to somebody, but it is remarkable how much steam this has. This idea that you came up with how many weeks ago? It's a while.
Before the start of the season or after the first game.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, what was frustrating, I get it. When you go into a game plan, you identify something, you think it's going to be good, and then you get in the game, and you're like, well, I'm going to call it because we studied this all week. Well, the Broncos called 11 screens in this game, 11, okay? And there's a couple more in there that probably could count as a very similar concept in terms of a swing route to the running back that is being executed like a wide receiver bubble screen. I broke down the all-22 film this morning, and it was insane. So Shawn went into this game plan feeling like he had something. He clearly thought that the defensive backs for the Giants could not handle the blocking of our wide receivers. That's what he liked. He clearly was saying these defensive backs are going to get locked up by Cortland Sutton and Pat Bryant. And you know what? There were a handful that they did get locked up. But for whatever reason, they just were not working. The frustrating part to me was not being willing to bail on a game plan that you clearly thought was going to work.
I don't know if it was that article I sent you. I think it was. The stat was in there.
Yeah, 75%.
Yeah, they have
behind line.
They have thrown more passes than any other team in the NFL from minus yards to the yard line than anybody in the NFL, not even close.
You see that? I think it was 75%. I can go back and look at the article.
70-some%.
I believe it was 75. It's the horizontal passing game, not the vertical passing game. The article talks, it's their handoffs, essentially.
That's what Shawn looks at them as. That's why when you get your rookie running back in, every run that's a traditional run is to the outside, or he's swinging out for one of those passes. His first catch was out there, and he lost 3 yards. I mean, they're not going anywhere. Now, Bidet got a screen, I guess, late, and they end up picking up 19 yards on that one, picked up a first down, remember, in that one of the last couple drives.
It is a fascinating question, though. Would you trust somebody, Davis Webb, who's never called plays but works really close with Bo, rather than Shawn Payton, who has 20-plus years of experience?
I don't know. Leggy said it 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I think Tyler will agree with this also, that, and I got this years and years ago reading a book by John Wooden about coaching styles, said you can have a system you want to run, but you got to coach the strength of what your team is made up of.
Of course.
And at UCLA, obviously, the team changed every 3 or 4 years, so you got to change up. You have to change up once in a while. And it doesn't seem like Shawn's doing that.
Well, when I asked Shawn that question yesterday, part of the question was, even just for a short period of time, Tyler, like, would it really be an issue for Davis Webb for a couple of series?
Well,
didn't Shanny used to do that, have like Coobs or other people call plays when he was the main play caller?
I mean, I don't know how common it was, but I mean, there were points in time that Mike had passed off the play calling duties. I don't think that it was necessary. I don't know. First off, I think we're talking about the wrong name. Davis Webb is not the guy. I mean, it would go to Joe Lombardi. So like, we could dream about Davis Webb, but the reality is Davis Webb probably ain't ready for the job.
Okay.
I mean, he's in his third year ever of coaching, right? Like, this is not a dude with a lot of experience.
Yeah, he's too fresh with playing in the NFL and knowing what the NFL is really about. He's too fresh.
Yeah, but Scott, it's a big difference executing plays versus calling plays. I mean, can young guys have success? Sure. Do more times than not, are they not ready? Probably. So Joe Lombardi would be the guy.
Well, I'm just saying, hey, mix it up. You don't have to just hand it over, period. But listen, Shawn's resistant to it. He was somewhat even upset about it.
I think in theory, that's not a good plan. I mean, mixing it up is not a good plan. Like, if you're going to pass it off, pass it off. But mixing it up, to me, talk about not being in a rhythm. I mean, now we're mixing it up between two different play callers that are trying to get a few series going.
Mm-hmm.
What I do on this first series, I'm trying to set up for the third series. Well, the third series, I'm taking it back over to Sean Payton. You know, I don't think mixing it up is the right answer. If you want to pass it off, you can pass it off.
And listen, and now from a guy's ego standpoint, so I give Davis or Lombardi the second quarter, and they move the ball up and down the field in that second quarter. Now what do you do?
Well, I don't know, man. It's crazy because Shawn put it out there. Nothing's working. What are we going to do? And
he talked about making changes.
And then you go into Tebow mode, like just win the game, and they do. And the most common sense thing is to like, well, how is this going to be fixed permanently? And here we are. Going to take a quick break, but David Adelman would join us next. And I'll get to that story about Mike Shanahan as well. So our very first week 0 of the David Adelman Show begins next. All right. Yeah, here we are. David Adelman show. How about that? Keyword is, do I say the keyword again or can I say, no? No. Just on the 20s. Sorry. Can't hear you.
Let's say if you say biscuit, Dan didn't want you to say that keyword again.
I don't know what you're talking about. I do know that coverage of tonight's Avs game against the Mammoth on 92.5 starts at 7:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident. You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com, who is going to be a huge sponsor with the Nuggets and the Avs. Thank you to Ramos Law. We appreciate it. All right, we're going into basketball. David Adelman will join us just in a second. They've had a practice today. They're following in the path, I guess, of the Celtics, who had a Muggle versus assistant coach game. They're going to do a training camp and then have a game a little bit later. So we'll see how that goes. I think our own Vic Lombardi is participating in it if his hamstring is up for the task. I know Katie Wingy was actually posting training videos, getting herself ready. We had Adam Morris on from DNVR. He seems to be the most basketball competent person.
Does he?
Most is generous.
Harrison Wind might say, hold my IPA.
Oh, really? Wow.
Well, didn't he win some MVP of some?
He was in the press release as winning some sort of MVP for some sort of media thing. So good for him. Basketball tonight. Nuggets get going on Thursday. First home game on Saturday. Weird start to the schedule. At Golden State. Okay. ESPN. Home against Phoenix. At Minnesota. Home against New Orleans. At Portland. And then you're home for 4 straight games before you go on the road for 3 straight. So weird thing there.
You hate the home, road, home. That screws you up more traveling than anything else.
Does it really?
Yeah,
You'd rather be gone for 5 days?
You'd rather be gone and play 2 games in a row than come home, be home for 4 or 5 days, and then be out for 2, 3, 4 days, and then be home for 4 or 5 days.
It's a lot of flying.
Yeah. In, out stinks, especially when you go here to West Coast.
Yeah, quirky 3-game road trip. I'm seeing what your longest road trip is.
I think it's right around.
Oh, here we go.
First of the year.
December 27th at Orlando, at Miami, at Toronto, at Cleveland, at Brooklyn, at Philadelphia, at Boston. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-game roadie?
Yeah.
What?
But look what comes on the other side of that. It's pretty nice.
Well, home Atlanta, home Milwaukee, at New Orleans, at Dallas.
Finishing off the year.
Oh, to the end of the year? I don't know.
Well, that's on the road because you leave right after Christmas.
Coach Adelman joins us. Here we go. The Coach Show with David Adelman. We're just looking at the schedule, Coach, and well, how do you like it? It's like a ping pong sort of back and forth sort of deal for the first few games. You like that? You don't like that? What's your vibe on that?
It'll be pretty much the first time. They told us at the coaches' meetings, just with the addition of NBC and Amazon, more of these kind of primetime games, that leads to a lot more, I guess you'd call it interesting travel. So we'll see how it goes. To me, it looks very confusing, but the schedule's a schedule every year. You just have to take it as it is and do your best to make sure the guys are fresh for each game. But, it's a very unique one. Christmas, I still can't get over. We're going to play the last game and then fly to Florida the next morning. But, there's a lot of stuff out there, but it is what it is.
Exactly. You'll have 3 or 4 days at home at Christmas, 2 national games, and then you go out for a 7-gamer.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Well, tell me, this is your first full training camp as the head coach with this team. What were your expectations going in? Were any of your expectations answered? And what did you learn about yourself along with the team?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, first time. You have to go back to things that work to get training camp off to the right start. But we wanted to change it up a little bit. We got to play in quicker. We scrimmaged more than I think we ever have. And I felt like I had to do that out of respect to the depth of the team, and let guys earn what they get. And you can't really do that unless you let them play and compete against each other. But the group has been great, super competitive. I actually thought today, the last couple of days, you can tell, I said this, they are kind of bored with each other. And that's a good sign. That means they want to go play a real game. We got through the process pretty much healthy going into Thursday. But, for me, again, it was a day-to-day thing. What works, what doesn't. You have new ideas. They're not all good ideas. So trying things out, changing it up a little bit, trying to make it fresh for the guys is important to me.
Coach Christian Brown just inked a massive 5-year, $125 million deal, and so now you've locked in a key piece of your young core. How do you see his evolution on this team continuing?
Yeah, he's been such a bright spot over the years. It's just the small things of knowing what you're good at and just getting better at those things. Staying in your lane, so to speak, is sometimes better than trying to play outside of who you are. He's improved his ball handling. His shooting's more confident. He's always been good defensively. I think he's gotten better with, just with his IQ of knowing the league over these years. And I bet KU is going to come a-calling, man, once he signed that contract. That was I was super proud of him. And as you guys know, it's a lot of times guys in our league get paid off what we hope they could be. This was pretty cool to sign somebody that's earned it, showed it every night. Not just how he plays the game, but just his overall toughness, his ability to connect to guys in the locker room. He's young, but with our team, but he's still one of our main leaders and guys that, they'll listen to him when he talks in film sessions and things like that. So super proud of Christian, happy for his family. That's a lot of money, man.
It is a lot of money. Hey, you talked about in your presser when they made it official, challenging the guys, coming into shape. Want to ask you about that. But you also mentioned, some of your younger players, like, and I'll bring up Payton Watson, of getting better in the offseason. The one criticism I would have said I had from him watching 82 games is that he struggled finishing. The one thing I tried to watch you guys this year from San Diego all the way down to Oklahoma City, it feels, and I don't know how you achieve it, but it feels like, at least in the preseason, he was really finishing around the basket, maybe better than he did it all at any time last year.
Yeah, and I think that sometimes it is the work you do as far as skill development, but I also think he's just a year stronger. It's like that's a big thing, being able to take the impact of a big and finish at the rim. His passing has taken a step in the right direction. No, Payton's been a bright spot. I keep saying that. And I think he just has to stay locked in and understand this is a process. Take advantage of the opportunities that you get. And I just really proud of him because, to your point, I thought last year he got there a lot. Like, he's one of the few guys we have that can get into the paint consistently. So that's step one. But step 2 and 3 is how you finish, and then the second part of that is how you decision making. Finding the right guy, the open man. When do you get off the ball? Not challenging yourself to the point where you get so close to the basket you get swallowed up a little bit. So it's been cool to watch him, his evolution, and we're going to rely on him, as a ball handler. His shooting has improved. He's really taken his time. So, I think Payton's going to be a bright spot this season.
Do you think, and I've thought this forever, it may be valid or not, a lot of young guys, and maybe they have a little bit of a name in college or some have big names, but you get to the NBA, you want to bump into DMac and fall down and expect to get free throws, and the NBA is about, no, you haven't deserved that yet. That's a mentality that, don't you think, young players just got to get out and say, you don't deserve the free throw line, you got to go earn the free throw line.
Yeah, no, I would imagine every sport is the same at a professional level. I can't imagine playing defensive back, when you can't put your hands on somebody and when you can't, and how many years it takes to earn that. But you're exactly right. You have to play through contact and earn things. Even, Spencer Jones, we played up in Canada, and I thought that game was crazy physical between us and the Raptors for a preseason game. And it seemed like Spence was the only one they were calling fouls on. So it's like, and Spence he's an unbelievable defender. So it's, but even him, like, he's got to earn it. You earn it. The officials have to see you just like coaches do. We watch film. And you start to understand who these young guys are schematically. It's the same thing for these young basketball players with these, the top officials. It's the first time they're seeing these guys play, so they have to get used to them as well.
You were clear that you just don't have enough time to try everything out in preseason and practice. So things are going to be a little janky while you try to figure things out. I am curious. What have you tried out that you're like, oh, that's pretty good and I didn't expect it? And what are some things you've tried out and been like, Well, that's a disaster. That ain't going to work.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Everything you try is both those things. You see some, stuff. You go, okay, that works. That makes sense. I go back to I think it was the Clipper game. We ran the two bigs together, and there were some really, really gross possessions. And then there was the cross-screen high-low possession that was like, wow, that's pretty good. We can do that in a real game. I thought the zone looked really good with those two guys out there.
Yeah.
And then, I threw Spence in as a backup 5, played small ball that way. Offensively, it was a little janky, to use your word. But I thought defensively it was great. So you have to try stuff, and you got to be okay with the ugliness of it. I'm not really I've never been scared of criticism, so we have to try this stuff. We have a good roster. Why not give those guys an opportunity and see what we can do?
You know what you could do is if you're thinking more of Valanciunas and Joker together. I was in the league when you had Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon,
Yeah.
and that looked like one of the plays, that cross block screen.
Yeah.
They lived on that play.
For sure. I just wish these two guys could jump like those two guys. But I do think, but to your point, some of that old school stuff, even some of the old school floppy punch and just turnout like we all used to run, I think that stuff is okay in today's game. Just simplify it. Get those guys on the block and let them do what they do.
All right, Coach, we look forward to talking to you all year. Thank you so much for your time. Do you have a preview of what to expect from Vic Lombardi and the rest of the media out there? I don't know if you have a lineup.
Are you going to play?
I told them this. I tore my Achilles years back playing in one of these games. I'll watch. But I'll tell you this. Cam Griffin might dunk on the whole media today because that's one of the most athletic PD coaches I've ever seen. So I'm excited to watch it.
Is Barea playing?
Nah, JJ's not playing, man.
Okay.
He's coming off the hip.
Okay.
And plus, JJ can't play because he wouldn't pass the ball to anybody. So we got to make sure he's not on the floor.
Hey, between Cam and Aziz, though, they may not get a shot off.
That's very true. If those guys are locked in, and you guys all know John Beckett, JB's not messing around. He's coming up here to play. We did take Darrell Arthur away from the game. I thought that would get a little bit.
Okay.
Get a little bit wild, man. Darrell could probably still play in the NBA right now, so that's probably not a good thing to have him out
Will you guys full court press like the Celtics coaches did?
Oh, absolutely. Hopefully they worked on their press break. You got to be clean with the ball, man. We're going to pick up full. We're looking to win this game at an outrageous number.
Is the goal to beat the number that the Celtics coaches had over their media?
I'll say it was talked about in the coaches' meeting this morning. I'll just say that. The
deficit
was large there.
57-4? Is that what it was?
57-4.
Okay.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, they couldn't.
So you got to win by 53 points or more.
Well, they could arrange the game.
Yeah.
First to a 54-point margin, the game's over. I mean, you could just keep going. I mean, you'd get there eventually. Ain't no doubt about it.
This is going to be interesting to watch, for sure.
All right. Well, we'll hear
Thanks,
reports,
Coach.
and we appreciate it, Coach. And thank you for doing this. I think it's a fun thing. I think it bonds everybody together. I think it'll be a hoot. So,
and thanks for helping teach us and our listeners Latin.
We didn't even ask you about next show.
That's right.
Next show,
right.
we want to ask you all about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm into talking about that. That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next show, we'll get into it. That's a good one. Thank you, Coach. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Coach.
Every week, the David Adelman Show.
Love it.
It's kind of cool.
Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Gotta say, like the Zoom sort of. You can see him, and sounds great.
And going back to that Boston media coaches game, and them saying, you see how competitive it can be, and the coaches didn't let up. They just put the groundwork for any team that has a coach versus media game. The Celtics just set the standard.
53.
They're talking about it in a coaches meeting.
Of course.
I forgot Cam. Cam was the guy I was saying. Cam looks like an NBA player today. He's probably 24, 26, somewhere there. 6'5".
Okay, and he can throw down.
And throws down easy hard.
So if you full court press, just get the ball. It could be Dunkarama point after point after point.
It could be.
Well, we'll find out. Vic's there. We'll get reports as the game goes on. News about Mike Shanahan. Don't know. Well, I don't think it's great, but details coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. And if this is part of your deal and the closeness in your relationships just isn't there, it's just a downer. Well, listen, you can get your man machine going in a better way with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90%, some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Consult with them today. It's only $99. Get that consult, the T and a PSA test, if advised a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. Imagine that. They have 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. And that joint in Castle Rock looks amazing. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Reminder, you can kick off the Avs season. It's going on now with the new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packaged with powerful new features. It's a spectacular app. Enjoy a 7-day trial free with the promo code AVS7FREE! Claim the code at altitudeplus.com. Download the app and start streaming today. We will have another keyword for you in 15 minutes. If you go on to, see, Scott, now you're in the way. See, Tyler's right. You just gotta.
Well,
now it's perfect.
Look at all that room.
Now
right
it's beautiful.
Right there.
And you can go on Twitch or YouTube and you can see this Gabe Landeskog sweater, throwback Nordiques. I mean, that is gorgeous. And we're giving away tickets to the game Thursday and a sweater. Nate and Andy, same thing. We've been doing it all day. Nobody else is doing Ticket Tuesday like us. We'll have something special for the Nuggets coming up as well, and very shortly. So,
and when they see this
awesome.
game, do you think people in Quebec and Hartford will be going,
huh?
I've been told, well, at least Moser said, not I've been told, Moser said that from his understanding, the people in Quebec are very supportive of the Avalanche. I don't know if that's the same for the folks in Hartford.
Unlike Sonics fans who hate Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I think Quebec sort of gets it. I think American cities would just be angry with each other. So I'm going to guess the vast majority of Nordiques fans or Quebec people are Avs fans. I'm guessing they feel connected. They will tonight, that's for sure.
It feels like at least the Avalanche have tried to honor their past.
No doubt about it.
In Quebec. So they've been real respectful of it.
No doubt. I mean, this sweater has been available. They just haven't played in it.
Right.
So it's and I haven't seen it in the blue. I've seen it in the white. I haven't seen it in the blue.
Maybe blue's good looking, isn't it?
It looks
That's
fantastic.
Clean blue right there.
Yeah, it looks amazing. So, yeah, that could be yours. The Mike Shanahan stuff. You tell me what you think about this. Bill Belichick is among the 12 coaches for the Hall of Fame 2026 class. Reading here, it's his first year of eligibility. Tom Coughlin, Mike Shanahan, George Seifert also advanced, along with Mike Holmgren. If you remember Mike Holmgren last year, he got to like the finals and didn't get it. So what we have here, Tyler and Scott, is a backlog of these coaches. And what I'm reading here is that only one of them is going to get in. So let me ask you the question. If I'm reading this right, let's see. Blue Ribbon will reduce the field to 9 semifinalists next month. It'll get down to 1 finalist. Holmgren got that spot, but didn't get the vote. The coach will be grouped with 1 contributor and 3 senior candidates. So if I'm reading that right, that means just 1 coach gets in. Am I reading that the right way?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, sounds like it. Although I think there is hope to be had here, DMac.
Talk to me.
Well, much like Russell Wilson, I think Bill Belichick has coached himself out of the Hall of Fame with his UNC career here. So,
really,
I mean, forget the 7 rings, forget all that. What he has done at UNC is officially coached himself out of the Hall.
Well, first of all, Belichick coached the Patriots 3 years ago.
I don't know.
Wasn't it like 3 years ago?
I thought you had to be God. I thought you had to be 5 years removed.
Whatever.
And I also thought that you had to be officially retired because wasn't that was a huge thing with Shanahan forever, was that he just wasn't nominated because they were saying that he was.
And there's reports that Belichick would get back in at the right.
Oh, Belichick would go back in a heartbeat if he got an offer.
Yeah, so he's not retired. I think they won't put him in and he needs to be in someday.
Well, no. Hold on though. Is he not? Forget what maybe and could be and whatever. He's there. He's in the finals right now.
So it says Belichick is in his first year of eligibility after rule changes put in place last year that shrank the requirement for how long coaches have to be out of the NFL. So, yeah, that's why. So we're all right, but there were changes.
Is Bill Belichick, who's widely regarded, whatever you think of him, as the greatest coach of all time, will he get pushed in right away, which will push Mike out another year?
Well, I mean, as much as I'd love to have fun and games with it, if there's ever been a first ballot coach, Bill Belichick's that dude. So,
but a lot of leagues have always kind of hesitated of putting a guy in the Hall of Fame who still might come back.
I don't disagree with that, Scott.
Because that was a knock on Mike for a couple years too.
It absolutely was, and I think that actually should factor into it. I don't think it makes sense to put guys in the Hall if they're going to be active coaches. But they've changed the rules, so he's eligible.
Do you think there's any world of possibility he doesn't get in right away? For whatever those reasons.
Well, I think he's a better coach than the other guys available, except maybe Belichick.
So if Belichick doesn't make the Hall, he ticked off a lot of people in his career. A lot of media members just don't like the dude. And there might be some old school media members that are saying, we don't care that the rules have changed. We don't think you dude should go into the Hall
too soon.
If he could still be an active coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those would be the reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think that those reasons are enough that's going to keep him out? No, I don't. I think he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I do too. And I think that's bad news for Mike, unfortunately.
All I know is this, and I know they'll be on rings, but Tom Brady has one more than Belichick. So, which came first, the chicken or the egg? That being said, you look at all those coaches that are eligible, including Bill Belichick. A lot of teams run the New England style.
The New England style,
a lot of teams have tried. Very few, actually, none have had success.
How's Belichick's assistant coaches done in the NFL?
Yeah, terrible.
By the way, other coaches in the running, Alex Gibbs is one of them. So is Dan Reeves, Marty Schottenheimer. There's some pretty legendary guys in there.
The NFL is the best and worst Hall of Fame. Best in the sense that guys get in, they probably deserve it. The worst because they've been too slow and their rules are too restrictive. They've got such a backlog of not only players but coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Marty should probably be in there. He was a fabulous guy. Holmgren probably should be in there. Mike should be in there. All those guys are probably worthy to be in there. Dan Reeves won a lot of games, Yeah, I don't know, man. The NFL is screwy when it comes to their Hall, though.
It's tough.
When you look at the impact of what is currently going on in the NFL, no coach has had a greater impact on the NFL than what Mike Shanahan has right at this very moment.
Exactly.
How do you think this weighs on Mike?
I don't know. I'm sure it's irritating. I'm sure it's frustrating. Do I think that it defines him? I don't know. I mean, what do you say? How does it weigh on him? I think he's pretty happy just going out there and watching Kyle every weekend and being a part of the things. I don't think it's impacting his life, but I'm sure it's irritating.
Yeah, I mean, some guys, this is their life. For Randy Gradishar.
Yeah, that's not Mike, though. I mean, Mike knows he's going in. He will go in. It's just a matter of when.
Well, I watched an interview with Tom Green and Randy that was online yesterday or day before or something. It wasn't even with him. It was who am I talking about? The Vanilla Gorilla.
Carl Mecklenburg?
Carl Mecklenburg. His interview with Carl Mecklenburg. Carl Mecklenburg should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I think his time has come and gone, unfortunately.
I agree. But Carl Mecklenburg is a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
Go look at his career. Look, he mentioned he started all 7 positions on the defensive front.
Well, Meck was telling me a cool story over the weekend that I don't think he would care if I shared, but I'd never heard this. So, his final year with the Broncos, he had retired. And then they brought him out of retirement as a defensive end because they had an injury at defensive end. So they signed him to defensive end, and he had a bunch of bonuses built into his contract that if you meet X, Y, and Z thresholds, he would make a bunch more money, right? Well, they end up moving him to linebacker that year, even though they signed him moved him back, right? Even though they signed him to rush the QB. He ends up making the Pro Bowl that year. Okay, so he misses out on a bunch of his contract incentives. Boland calls him in at the end of the season and says, "Hey, if you played defensive end this year, you would have hit all of these bonuses." Hands him a check.
Oh, that's
awesome. Gives it to him. Just gives it to him. Because
not a lot of owners would do that.
Not a lot of owners would do that.
Not a lot of owners do that.
Right?
That's awesome.
I hope Beck doesn't care about me sharing that story. I don't think he would, but
it's a pretty great story.
It's a phenomenal story.
But how about coming out of retirement and you make the Pro Bowl and you're not in the Hall of Fame?
Max an all-timer. He's an all-time. That's a great story. Good for Pat Bowlen too, man. That's awesome.
I then promptly shared with him my opposite story of Dan Snyder benching me to not pay me my bonuses.
Yeah, it's worse too because you had a pretty good deal with Trent Williams, and he wouldn't go along with you either.
Right.
Like Trent wouldn't, Meanwhile, we see
I needed one freaking half of football.
I know. You see the video of Gronk going up to Tom Brady in a blowout. Hey, I need one more catch.
Right.
All right, let's draw it up in the dirt. Here's your $1 million.
Exactly.
Like they couldn't. Nothing?
1/2. That's it.
We'll come back with our keyword for the beautiful Gabriel Landeskog Quebec Nordiques sweater and tickets for the game on Thursday. It is a Avalanche Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, it's time for another keyword. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, a couple of tickets are given away on every show. Keywords on the 20s. Your 20 keyword is twig, like a stick. Twig. Twig. First and last name with twig. The 303-504-0925.
You said TWIG, right?
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you skipped the I.
Did I skip the I?
No, there's no we in twig.
I before E.
Oh, my Lord.
after C.
TWIG. Maybe I did. I don't know what I do. 303-504-0925 for the game against Carolina on Thursday. And this unbelievable Gabe Landeskog sweater that if you look, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can easily see with Scott Hastings, the model.
That's all embroidered and not like ironed on.
Yeah, well, it's the real deal. So the keyword is twig, TWIG, first and last name. 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner at 2:55. NFL weekend recap. Let's look at some of the games that affect the Broncos. Chiefs over the Raiders.
Boy, you saw Worthy shaken up on the sideline as Pacheco races. Oh, we got a flag in the end zone, but it's a touchdown for the moment by Pacheco.
31-0. Are the Chiefs the best team in the NFL right now?
Yeah, well, they're going to be peaking at the right time, and that's what we always do. At least I think a handful of us were at least saying that. You don't want to discount the Chiefs. The Raiders are really, really bad. Do I think the Chiefs are exponentially better than the Denver Broncos? I don't, but I think they are more dangerous, especially with Rashee Rice back.
Better offense. Better offense, especially with two wide receivers you gotten back in the last 3 weeks. I think watch out. Well, we said that before that. Everybody was counting them dead and done after a slow start.
NFL Power Rankings on ESPN have the Chiefs moving ahead of the Broncos. The Broncos fall back a spot to number 11, even though they won. And the Chiefs in this power ranking are at number 7, up from number 9. So is that the truth?
So they were ahead of the Chiefs. They were ahead of the Broncos last week also.
They were tied. They were, well, I mean, this ranking would have them. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. No, my bad. Yeah, they continue to be. Right, they continue to be ahead of the Broncos.
Yeah. They blew out the Raiders. They moved up 2.
Correct.
You won last second. You moved down 1.
All right, we move on to the Colts. Wow, what a whooping they put on the Chargers.
From the gun, Jones fires, end zone, touchdown, Tyler Warren. The Colts can do no wrong. This has been a first-half offensive clinic.
Okay, what are we seeing with both teams? What are we seeing with the Colts and Daniel Jones? What are we seeing with the Chargers?
Well, with the Chargers, you've seen a team lose 3 out of 4 games. So they're officially in spiral mode. It happened a little bit quicker than what anybody expected, and they're dealing with some significant injuries. 3 offensive linemen are out. They've got some other things going on that team that's impacting them. But the Colts are the team that, to me, is the real surprise. I mean, look, you look at this Broncos – they're 5-2 right now, and their 2 losses they lost with 0 seconds on the clock to a Colts team that turns out to be pretty damn good.
Yeah,
I think in the big picture things are looking pretty good for the Denver Broncos.
Okay, I like it. Glass half full. Scott,
to me, the Chargers look like a team that, and I'll go with the injuries that Tyler said, but also seem to be a little overcoached at times. And Indy's playing with house money and are playing freer. I would say the Colts, they haven't felt that pressure yet of being, 5-1 now or something like that?
6-1.
6-1. They haven't felt that pressure of, oh, my gosh, you can win this whole thing and you can go deep in the playoffs. But they're just playing free, man. They look good. And they got, you know what? They got this year's version of the Rookie of the Year at tight end too, don't they?
By the way, the Chargers, if you take Justin Herbert out of it, had 10 carries for 23 yards, period, in the game. Herbert ran for 6 times, but 10 carries for 23 yards. I get it. They were trailing big time, and they were desperate, but they're not exactly dedicated to the running game either. They all of a sudden feel kind of like a mess. Like, shouldn't have lost that one. The Colts, though, you're right. They're looking better. Cowboys, they're up next. They beat the Commanders.
Prescott, a lot of time, airs it out deep down the field. CeeDee Lamb breaks the tackle. No one home.
Touchdown, Dallas!
You want to go over their scores? 44-22. They did lose to the Panthers. That's kind of crazy, 30-27. 37-22 over the Jets. So 44-22, 37-22. 40-40, a tie with the Packers. 3 of their last 4 games, they're rolling 37 points or more. They have the number 1 scoring offense in the NFL.
They just got CeeDee Lamb back.
We'll face the Commanders a little bit later and get into them, but let's just talk about the Cowboys. Who is this team?
They're dangerous, man, and this is the concern for the Broncos. Like, okay, you went up against a Giants team that put up 30 points on you as well. I get it, but that was a weird 30 points from the Giants. It wasn't like it didn't feel like a boat race until things got weird at the end. This Cowboys team, this is going to be a race, and I'm talking out the gates, okay? So I know we've had this conversation about being sleepy and then waking up, and DMac, you're like, well, you really don't have to play all 4 quarters. Yeah, you do. If you fall behind to these Dallas Cowboys, you are not going to be able to catch up because this offense for the Broncos just ain't potent enough like the Cowboys.
How about Javonte Williams, man? What a year he's had.
6 or 7 touchdowns.
He has. I'll look it up. But he had 19 carries for 116 yards. He has 6 touchdowns on the year, 111 carries for 592 yards. He is second in the league in rushing yards right now. Javonte, we threw him in the trash can, Williams.
I'm happy for him. I've always liked Javonte Williams. Yeah. You know, there's certain guys that you're frustrated with, and there's certain guys that you are like, all right, well, they just had injuries. Javonte was in the injury category that I don't think fans ever disliked Javonte Williams. I think they felt bad for Javonte.
Listen, this team's fabulous. You said one of their losses, they scored 27. In a game they tied, they scored 40.
Yes.
So, and I go back to what I said last week at the Jets game. You ain't scoring 13 against the Cowboys and winning.
How many do you have to score against the Cowboys to win?
27.
33.
I think you got to be in the 30s as well. Now, their defense ain't great. It's not. So there's room there, but I'm going to agree with you here. If you think this is going to be another fourth quarter comeback on the Cowboys, you're crazy. They're just not going to make the same stupid mistakes the Giants did. You're down 3 possessions to the Cowboys. Forget it. They're going to run the ball down your throat. They're going to churn out the clock. They got veterans all over the place. They know what they're doing there. If they get a lead, it's over. I don't know if you can win against the Cowboys if you have to come from behind. I think that's going to be difficult.
Well, here I'm with Tyler. I didn't feel like you just got boat raced in that game. You gave up like 3 big plays, big plays that cost you, 4 big plays that cost you basically all the points, and including the pass interference, a big point. I mean, it cost you 7 points. I think this could be an interesting game for the defense. We'll see how good their secondary really is, and can you get to Dak Prescott?
All right, quickly going over some other games. Eagles topped the Vikings, getting back into the win column.
Deep drop for Hurts, trying to find something downfield, and it's Devontae Smith. He's loose. He's got it. He is gone. Touchdown, Eagles. Lightning strike to Devontae Smith from 79 yards.
Can the Eagles get their groove back? Did they get their groove back?
I think they're going to be a roller coaster all year. They got too much. They got too much just drama that's in that locker room. I don't think that they're going to be like one team, one game, and they're like, okay, we put all the BS behind us. No, they got some BS they got to deal with, and they're going to continue to deal with it. And they've got a fan base that has got a very short fuse. So, did they get their mojo back? I don't know. They beat a Vikings team with Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz, by the way, announced he is going to start again on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, it was like the worst game that Carson's played this year. He was okay in a few handful of others, but he was throwing the ball around. And yet Vikings were still in it for most of this game. So I don't know if they're back. I think they're playing like a team that's kind of hung over, maybe a little tired of themselves, too many picnics and you know, dinner parties, you know, during the offseason that if they're legit, I think you'll see the second half of the season that the turnaround will happen.
You want to talk about some goofy numbers. Let's talk Browns-Dolphins.
I mean, if you are negatively affecting the football team routinely, I don't have a choice but to, assess a different player, and I have to coach a lot better as well. So we're going to find out who and what we're made of.
Does Mike McDaniel still have a job today?
It does.
I mean, who and what we're made of. I'm glad your key card still worked. I don't know what other options there. Let me give you a couple of these wacky numbers. Dylan Gabriel, 13 for 18 for 116 yards. The team, the Browns, rushed for 104 yards on 33 carries, 3.2 per. Guys, they won by 25 points.
Pretty amazing.
Because the Dolphins were -4 in giveaway takeaway. And they did not play. Cleveland did not play like great or anything.
How's McDaniel still the coach? And
I don't know.
How is Tua still the quarterback?
Well, did you see what McDaniel said about Tua this week? They asked him if Tua is going to continue to be the starting quarterback, and he said, yes, Tua is going to be our quarterback again this week, and my expectation is that we don't throw 10 interceptions.
Wow. What a disaster in Miami. We move on to the Patriots over the Titans.
Hey, taking a deep shot down the field. Booty is down there. Touchdown. What a catch. Keyshawn Booty.
Are the Patriots the biggest surprise in the NFL this year?
Maybe. I mean, they're actually in first place in the AFC East only because the Bills have had a bye and the Patriots have not. But they're 5-2. The Bills are 4-2. To be sitting there in first place in the AFC East in the first year of the Mike Vrabel experience, it's pretty amazing. But I'm really not overly surprised. Number one, I love Mike Vrabel. You know, the one thing that you do with Mike Vrabel, that's going to be a hard team to beat every single year, right? They might not be the best team in the NFL, but it's going to be a hard team to beat.
But they laying down.
And I've been a huge fan of Drake May. I thought Drake May did some really good things in his rookie year. He was very quiet in comparison to Bo Nix. I'm not surprised to see the Drake May evolution.
Well, he didn't play much until the last 4 games. Wasn't he hurt to start the season or something?
Drake
May? He didn't. I thought he didn't play. He didn't play the schedule last year.
Oh, last year.
Yeah,
last year he had some injuries. This year he's been good the whole year. He was kind of in and out, I think, last year.
Yeah. So, listen, the two biggest surprises to me are New England and Indy.
But shocking to both, and the Patriots do have a tiebreaker over the Bills. So even if the Bills get their 5th win, that nods towards the Patriots. So kind of crazy at this moment. One more with highlights: the Niners beat the Falcons.
To get the gifts, they close it out, and here he is on the run inside, pushing the pile to the goal line, in for the touchdown. Have a day, have a night. CMC.
Hello, NFC West. Niners, Seahawks, Rams, all tied at 5-2. How about that? That being said, if Kyle Shanahan isn't the coach of the year with what he's done with that, I don't know who is.
Yeah, down, I think it was 11 starters at one point, and they just continue to find ways to win football games. You know, they lost a tough one the week beforehand to the Bucks, 30-19. But to be sitting here, they're 5-2, right?
5-2.
5-2. To be sitting here at 5-2 with the injuries they've had, they're the most injury-plagued team in the NFL year in and year out. I don't know why. It's just Kyle's been absolutely snake-bitten ever since the Super Bowl year, and they just continue to find ways to win.
What a game by Christian McCaffrey, too, who I think a lot of us were nervous about him being healthy enough just to play. And for him to ball out like he did this weekend is just awesome. So hopefully many, many more years for Christian, but that's incredible. Also, last night in a doubleheader, I thought the games were relatively boring. I kept waiting for Baker Mayfield to be Baker Mayfield, and I don't know, they just couldn't click.
Baker was off.
Yeah,
he missed a lot of throws.
Yeah.
It just
a lot of overthrows.
I didn't think, and they did close up to his eyes. I was like, dude, you're either lost confidence, you're just not in this game.
Great game on paper, but it just was kind of a drag to watch. Although Jamar Gibbs, oh my God, with that guy, holy cow! Who is the best running back in the NFL? Because it seems to go from one guy to another. But Gibbs got to be up there. He's got to be up there with Bijan Robinson. And
the thing about with Detroit, you got Montgomery too. So Montgomery had 2 or 3 great games, and Gibbs was kind of quiet. And all of a sudden, Gibbs, you've got the luxury of having 2 pretty good backs that whoever's hot, we're going to roll with.
Hell of a balance. 32 carries, 29 throws.
You know who's number 2 in rushing right now?
Who?
Javonte Williams.
Okay. Crazy.
I mean, number 1, and he's out there by a landslide right now. Jonathan Taylor's got 697 yards. Javonte's got 592. Jahmyr Gibbs is down there 526. A very, very respectable year. Yeah. But Jonathan Taylor's having an outrageous year.
Meanwhile, the Seahawks took care of the Texans. That to me was a boring game
Yeah.
I think that was way more boring than the other one.
All defense, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and we're going to see the Texans in a couple weeks, guys. They've had a pretty good defense, but they gave up 27 to the Seahawks. They're 2-4. They ain't the same team. I don't know if they even make the playoffs this year. I feel like that's a very winnable game for the Broncos on the road.
Well, you may have to win that one. 2017, something like that, right? One of them low defensive, low scoring kind of games.
Fine by me. Any way you can get it done on the road is A-okay. But Tyler, are you that impressed with Stroud and the Texans these days?
No, I'm not. But I think
Stroud wasn't bad last night.
I think they're a very similar football team to the Broncos with a worse record. They've got a really good defense and a pretty average offense, and at times a pretty bad offense, right? Isn't that how you describe this different Broncos team?
Yeah.
Broncos should be sitting at 5-2. They could be 7-0, quite frankly, if the ball bounces the wrong direction or the right direction in the other two games. But I think they match up pretty dang even on paper.
We'll get into the Cowboys starting tomorrow and dig deep into them. And a big game in the NFL does not disappoint, although last night was a little, the baseball game. Did you guys watch the baseball game? It was game
Toronto
7.
won, right?
Yeah, Toronto won. Yeah, George Springer hit a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 7th. It's the first time in 32 years the Blue Jays have gone to the World Series. So you got to root for
the last time they won, though, didn't they?
Joe Carter, baby.
Joe Carter.
I was rooting for the Mariners.
Beat.
I was pulling for the Mariners too. I don't know. My older son loves the Blue Jays for some wacky reason. We actually took a family vacation to Toronto because of his love for the Blue Jays, which was awesome. We had a great time. Toronto's a really cool city and the whole thing, but like his love for them is, I think he just liked Tulo a lot.
Yeah,
when he was a little
it
kid.
had to be a Tulo thing.
It
right?
was, and we went up and we saw him and we cheered for Tulo, and he's a little kid. He doesn't care about all the other garbage. He just likes who he likes. But Toronto's of all the teams that beat the Rockies last year, Toronto did it in the most convincing fashion. I know that's a strange bar. Yeah, I know. Everybody beat the Rockies.
Well, you came back after that series and said that might be the best team in baseball.
I thought they were. I was surprised the Mariners pushed them to the limits they did. But, fellas, I'm afraid you're going to go against the Dodgers, and it's going to be like so much excitement for them to get there. The pitching for the Dodgers is...
Yeah, but you've also had, Dodgers had 5 days off?
Yeah. Yeah, well, you think that's a bad thing?
Well, it was bad for the Rockies when they had 9 days off.
They got there pretty easily, didn't they? I'll give the Blue Jays a game, but just a game. Dodgers win like 4-1, something, maybe even a sweep. They're that sickeningly good.
What did Guerrero hit in that series? Like 460 or something like that?
Oh, I have no idea. He was great, though. But so was Cal Raleigh. He had 5 home runs in the playoffs. I mean, he was great. He hit a home run last night. I feel a little bad for the Mariners in Seattle, man. They had a fun story. They had a really cool run going on. And game 7.
And they had them on the run.
Yeah, man. And we go to like game 7s. I don't care what the sport is. Game 7s at home, the team win. I mean, it's freaking cool, man. It's just freaking cool. All right, no dumb questions. We have a crazy story about Russell Westbrook crapping all over LeBron. And anything you got, 303-504-0925, that's next.
Hey, what's going on, guys? If you're out there in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. Relationships matter. That's why I recommend Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer there since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back because they take care of me. They get me in, they get me out, they treat me with respect, and I always find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for a new vehicle or you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles, on their lot right this minute. New or pre-owned, it's at Phil Long Ford. You're going to get the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And you're going to become a customer for life. Phil Long Ford has an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No dumb questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Is LeBron James fake? Well, according to Russell Westbrook, the answer is yes. How about this for some details? According to an article coming out with Russell Westbrook being the source, LeBron pushed for a reunion with Kyrie Irving. It would have required trading Westbrook. LeBron often said, let Russ be Russ in interviews, but didn't actually support him behind the scenes. During a Lakers team event where Will Smith came to speak, LeBron and AD suddenly walked out before he arrived. Minutes later, they returned overly friendly. LeBron dominated the talk, asking questions and quoting movie lines. Westbrook, watching in disbelief, told a teammate, I hate that fake shizzle. I just can't do it. Westbrook saw multiple examples of LeBron misrepresenting himself, like claiming The Godfather was his favorite movie, but not knowing a single line, carrying the autobiography of Malcolm X without being able to discuss it, and even saying he predicted Kobe's 81-point game. These moments made Russ view LeBron as inauthentic.
Duh!
We might be getting Christian Brown on in a second. Vic Lombardi is with us, too. Vic, how are you, my friend?
Tired. Very tired. We are getting absolutely steamrolled out here. It's a joke of a game. The media is a joke. Our entire craft is a joke. Any sense of athleticism is gone from media. I don't even understand what I'm doing here. It's 59-3.
What?
Yes.
Are you serious?
59-3 right now.
So they're going full court press the whole time,
59-3.
Vic.
Christian Brown's got his microphone on. Christian, can you explain to these boys what's going on right here? Can you explain?
Yeah, it's an ass whooping right now, just to be honest with you. Vic's the only one that scored, and that's okay.
What?
He needs to be a little more humble.
I'm not going to
when he
be
makes a
humble.
Shot, but you look a lot like me out there.
The only difference
Christian, is
I'm shooting 100%.
Hey, Christian,
Well,
is
I was
Cam
close.
dominating?
Yes, Cam's
Yeah,
dominating.
Cam.
He's had like 7 dunks.
Cam's been good. Aziz has been really good. I think Travis just rattled off about 4 threes in a row, so the media has to pick it up on defense a little bit.
Do you see a single media member with potential?
No. I'm yet to see one with any potential, but that's okay. You know, they're going to stay in their lane after this, I think. It's a little bit of a wake-up call.
You like this, don't you?
No, I love it. I think it's good to see. I think that I don't try to tell people how to write stories just the same way, but they try to tell me how to play basketball. So I think it's cool to see.
How important is it for the Nuggets coaches to beat the Nuggets media by a larger margin than the Celtics?
Well, I think the Celtics did a really good job with their effort too. I think everybody's going hard, everybody's trying, and 59-3 is a pretty good score. I don't remember what the Celtics in score was, but this is pretty good.
57-4.
57-4.
Yeah, that's what it was.
57-4. Yes.
Hopefully they put the foot on the gas a little bit to end this last one.
So wait, how much time is left, Vic? Christian?
A minute 23 in this game, and it's 61-3 right now. But you got to understand, there are a lot of media members that don't belong on this court. To be honest with you,
I think I predicted 75-4 or 75-5, something like that. So this is actually a pretty good pace for me.
And Vic, you have the only bucket?
Yes, I have the only bucket of the game.
Describe it.
I just shot an open 3, and unlike Christian Brown, I know what's going in.
What is that feeling like when you hit a shot?
Dude, trust me, I got a resume. I'll send it to you someday.
Hey, Vic, there's 25 million reasons a year for the next few years why you're wrong.
Congratulations, brother. We're all happy for you, by the way. You deserve it.
Yeah,
what
country are you going to buy?
Yeah.
DA joked today and said I could buy all of Kansas. So
there you go.
Yeah, wait till the NIL crowd at Kansas comes a knocking, Christian.
Yeah.
That's a different donation now.
Well, you know what? I think we actually need it right now. We got some good guys, but hopefully I'll be able to help out a little bit in the future. That's about a year away, though.
All right, boys, we got to go because the time's up on this game. Christian, thanks for joining us, man.
Of course.
Thanks, Christian.
Great job, Vic. Thank you, Christian.
Wait, did anybody catch where they're at in the game?
He said a minute and some left.
Oh, so it's about to end.
Well, you said in that game, as if they're going to keep on going. Holy cow. Vic has the only bucket for the entire media.
Oh, my gosh. We're going to have to hear about it for the rest of our lives, too.
We will hear about that
So
forever.
Vic has the birdie at the, not the player, whatever, BMW, right? He got a birdie in the Pro-Am. and now he's got the only bucket. I mean, by default, he'd be the MVP of the
Now,
media.
Can we go back to this week?
Holy cow.
When we had Marias on and everybody's talking about.
When he was the 99th percentile.
And what did I say?
Mm-hmm.
Delusional. All them cats are delusional. And I told you, Cam I'm telling you, Cam's probably 24 to 26 and looks like an NBA player. He's built like that.
Holy
and when
cow.
he's at 7 or 8 dunks. Aziz, and I'd not tell you about Aziz, he's like 6'9" and athletic. Ain't no one getting anything
I
on
can't wait to
there
see
with
some
him.
of this video.
Oh, I hope there is.
Oh, there's got to be.
I just hope the one video missing is the actual bucket by Vic. That would be kind of funny. He's going to get the glory. And then you get about 8 media members saying, well, I hit the only 3, and then I hit the only 3.
Well, at this point, don't you kind of hope that Vic does get the only bucket,
Yeah,
period?
I do, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So it was 71-3 our last check-in, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Adam Mares was supposed to go for 14, I thought.
That's because the people on Twitter are delusional.
By the way,
I see Adam getting 14, 8, and 6.
Okay.
God, you're delusional.
I told you I heard some muggles that were like really excited about playing. That I'm looking at like I didn't even know you were part of the media, but like
BK?
No, not BK. BK's legit. There's others, but like I'm looking at some of these folks. I think that what happened was a lot of media folks showed up, and none of them really could play whatsoever. Wow. You know what? I didn't think there was enough time for them to win.
The Nuggets guys might be trying to put 100 on them. They might be trying to drop 100.
They're not. The Nuggets guys aren't even playing their best guys.
I forgot about Travis, who, gosh, did he play at Chatfield? Like playing the state tournament. He's one of their coaches now, and he was like he's a shooter. He said he hit 2 or 3 threes, so they got guys that could play.
Hey, by the way, how great was that you just got Christian to come on over like
that?
that?
Cool. About that.
That's kind of cool.
Get that. Say that bite. They're getting their asses kicked.
Well, I guess Christian could question articles and videos and like that would be funny up at the podium. All right, guys.
Listen, I read this article.
I saw this podcast. Okay. Ryan Blackburn. Okay. Let me ask about this turn of phrase. Blah, 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 blah. Wow. Do you think Christian Brown would be as bad writing an article as the media is at playing basketball?
No.
No chance.
No. Not at all.
Guys end up writing articles all the time.
See, listen,
Right?
there's a story a long time ago. We were at some restaurant. It was like 91. It was Tree Rollins, Bill Lambier, and myself. And I think it was like a place like a Furs or type thing where we're on the road, so we're eating. And people coming up and and Bill goes, you know why so many fans come out and want to talk to us or want autographs and go all the games? I go, no. He goes, because they all want to be us.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? They can't.
Mm-mm.
Everybody in the media that I've ever met, there's a small part of them thinks they can or thinks they could have or thinks that, this guy was just lucky because he's 6'5".
It depends who you are in the media. I think there's
a lot of them in there.
Okay, fine. But and this guys that look like me, Troy Rank, Andrew Mason, you think we're fooling ourselves? Or do you think we have a
Was
good
there a
grasp
time
on
that
reality?
you didn't think that you could be a Major League Baseball player?
If I was 3 inches taller, I definitely would have been.
That's what she said.
Look, you got a guy like Josh Naylor out there playing high-level baseball. He's a load. He's like 5'7".
I do think the media might be better, though, if we put the media members through a combine and they had to pass certain thresholds just to be able to write about a team.
Then you
Just
wouldn't
to
get it.
just to be able to write about a team. I mean, you have to prove that you can at least do X, Y, and Z things athletically.
But
If you can't do the bare minimum athletic
Do we want to
movements-
go back to my prerequisite that I said a few years ago?
I don't remember. Throw a football or something?
No, you got to curl 40 pounds.
Curl of 40. Yeah, I mean, that should be on it. That should be on the list, right? But I mean, if they want to make up for it by bench pressing like 135,
10 times?
Yeah, 10 times.
Okay, I'll just walk away now. It's PhD.
How much could you bench press?
Oh, nothing. A terrible bench press. Awful. Would be humiliating. Would be embarrassing. But I do know how to throw a baseball. I do know how to do that. I'll kick your ass.
Who doesn't?
You know who doesn't. It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, we are. All right, big question of the day. Well, I guess the big question of the day at this moment is like, what's the final score going to be?
What's the final?
With the Muggles against the Coaches. If you missed it, we just had Vic on from down at the practice gym with color analyst Christian Brown.
Yep.
How about this broadcast, right? And the score was 71-3. Vic hit a 3. Vic hit the only bucket. They were losing by 68. And there was still, what they say, another game to go? Another something? There was more?
They're playing 4-minute quarters.
I mean, I got to tell you, is that what they were doing?
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
I believe it's 4-minute quarters.
So
they ain't even done with 3 yet. That was just finishing 3.
How in the world did they put up 69 points in 12 minutes?
Well, Christian was saying he liked the pace, so that implied that there was definitely more basketball to come.
I mean, I guess you can put up 69 points in 12 minutes if you're shooting every 10 seconds, I guess.
You get a steal on your press like every 30 seconds, and you just put up 2, put up 3.
I guess the bigger question is, how did Vic actually score?
He said he got wide open. I bet they tried to press him for a steal, and he was wide open.
But somehow they had to take the ball up the court and get it to Vic, who ain't that tall.
That would have been a good question. How many times has the media actually gotten the ball past the half-court line?
Well, it's going to be difficult. Predictably, it was going to be the most difficult thing. Morris is 6'5". Other than that, who you got? I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the media
all this Morris talk, man. I'm just disappointed.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
he's gonna have some questions.
He did put himself in the 99th percentile
on our show.
He did do that. All right, what do you think the margin's going to be? I guess
Well, I wish I knew where they're at in the
Broncos
game.
I'm going to say it's going to be plus 70.
Ooh.
I beat it in an international in the Junior World Championships. We beat Egypt. I think it was Egypt. I want to say it was 95-20 or something like that.
That was just rude.
I mean, it was. And then we're partying and drinking with them after the game in the hotel. They
wasn't a threat.
They were just happy to be there.
We played this. We were in this little kid all-star game, but this team was just, I don't even know how they got there. I had my entire team bat opposite-handed, so if you're a righty, you batted lefty. We won by like 30 runs. We weren't even trying, but we weren't trying to humiliate. The coach at the end of the game comes up and thanks me. I just beat your team by 30-something runs, and you're saying thank you. Being part
Our boys needed that.
Being part of a humiliate. Well, I don't want to, Tyler, you played Texas, and that was.
I did lose 70-3. That is true.
That is true.
Gosh, the year before that, too, that was the Big 12 championship game. The year before that, we played Oklahoma in the Big 12 championship. We made it back-to-back years to the Big 12, but we got smoked in back-to-back years.
Ugh.
I don't think the year against Oklahoma was quite as bad, but in my memory bank, it was like, I don't know, it felt like a 38-14 type of game, something like that.
All right, let's move on with the show. We'll get an update from Vic whenever he can give it to us. It's awesome that Christian came on. How about that? Christian just pops on, signs a new deal. How about Christian Brown making...
Hey, I'd be in a good mood today, too.
It's awesome. I don't
you
know.
in a good mood today?
What do you think?
No, I'm saying if I was Christian, I'd be in a good mood today. Just got $25 million a year, 125. Or was it 125 or 150? What was it?
125.
125.
Yeah.
Oh, I messed up that score.
What do you mean?
Well, let me go back and tell you some of the scores we played. The first game we won 2-0 because Panama didn't get to show up in time for the game, so we got the thing.
Okay.
We beat Argentina 98-61.
Not bad.
We beat.
I mean, not great, obviously.
We beat Canada 105-59.
Less competitive.
A little less competitive. We beat Egypt 128-38. These are World Championship games.
Okay.
And then we
This is what, U19?
Yeah. And then we beat Russia, which is right in 1979. We're right in the middle of the Cold War. We beat them 94-78, which that was a big win for us.
All right.
That would get to the preliminaries, then we
won the
whole thing.
You messed up a few of those. I just looked up the score against Oklahoma. The first year that we played in the Big 12 championship, 70-3 versus Texas. We lost to Oklahoma 42-3. Good Lord, man.
Lord.
Oh.
So in back-to-back years, you lost by us.
But
combined 112-6.
But I do have 2 Big 12 North championship rings. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Didn't you also guys blow out Nebraska or Texas one year?
That was my senior year of high school. That was the year they won the Big 12 championship.
Yeah.
In about 8 minutes or so, we'll have another keyword for Avalanche tickets. And if you want to look on Twitch or YouTube, you can see the beautiful Gabe Landeskog sweater. We're going to give that away at $255. Nate and Andy will also have tickets and another Landy sweater to give away. What a day here. So that is absolutely awesome. So stick around for that. Let's circle back to the Dre Greenlaw suspension. Did Greenlaw deserve it?
Well, he deserves a fine for sure. I mean, he crossed the line and he got a referee's face, and it was a lot. I mean, it was a time that you probably should just be celebrating with your teammates, and Dre chose to go berate the referee. It's worthy of the flag. I guess you throw a flag after the game. I never do that, but you throw a flag after the game just to, I guess, mark the fact that what you're doing. I don't know, stupid. But he probably should be fined, I don't know, $75,000, $100,000, but a $250,000 sum fine, which is what it equates to based off his game check that he's going to miss, and a 1-game suspension. That's insane. Now, I don't know the words that were said, and clearly Dre used some magic words. Scott knows as well as anybody. There are magic words that you can use that's going to get you kicked out of a game like that. There are words that you can say that's going to get you a suspension. I don't know what the words were, but the problem is, unless there's audio of it, I'm Dre Greenlaw. Even if I did say something, I'm saying prove it. I'm saying prove it. I'm going to appeal this thing, and I'm saying, what are you claiming I said? I didn't say that.
No, I agree with him. I maybe a fine. You got to set a precedent that players don't berate officials after games.
Correct.
So you got to say this. I'm not sure that Dre Greenlaw didn't overreact, but if you see, he sees Strnad gets pushed and kind of shoved on the shoulder, whatever. But if you're turning, you see an official arm extended over on a player, you're thinking, come on now.
DMac, you roll your eyes at it, and I know why you're rolling your eyes, and it's fine because I agree. It wasn't the most egregious push in the entire world. But
he was probably protecting himself, he thought.
But say a player does that to the ref. What happens then?
If a player
does the exact same shove to the referee as the referee did to Justin Strnad.
So the player would be running past the ref, and the player would sort of ease the ref past them?
It was a little bit more than an ease past them. I'm saying just flip the roles. I mean, it's not complicated.
I don't know.
Just flip the roles.
I mean,
if a player does that to the ref, you're getting a major fine.
Okay. I think context does matter, though. This is a chaotic moment at the end of the game where everybody's charging, all the players are charging onto the field to congratulate Lutz. I mean, you're kind of like, you're in a big herd.
You're
I mean, it's just
guess what you don't get to do? Put your hands on a referee ever.
Okay, Jackson Dart high-fived a ref the other day. He didn't get fined for it. It was just kind of funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
So, I mean.
A little different.
I guess. Listen, I think Dre Greenlaw, I think the temperature was raised because Sean Payton raised the temperature. And I don't think he was wrong. I thought it was a BS call on pass interference. I thought that was ridiculous in the moment, that the referees were going to determine this game on such a petty, kind of non-foul, which I thought it was. And Sean Payton was unhappy about the Surtain thing. That was lingering. And then he got a penalty, which it turned out to be good because we needed Jackson Dart in the end zone, as it turns out, as quick as possible. So it wasn't really a bad deal.
I think the bigger question is, why does the referee look ticked off that the Broncos won the game? And I'm being serious about that.
Wow.
Why does the referee look ticked off that the Broncos won? Because that's what he looked like.
Why is the referee who stands behind the play, right? Why is he even close to the scrum anyway? His job is not to get a football. Do you ever see referees go grab the football?
I actually don't know what the hell he was doing because the kick goes in, the game's over. Well, why are you standing there? That's actually kind of a good question. Like, what the hell's he doing?
I'll bet you. And you remember a few years back when the player went nuts and shoved the referee, and the player got maybe fined and suspended, but it turns out the referee had thrown his flag, remember, and it had gone through his thing and like cracked his orbital bone and stuff like that. And the player got, fined, suspended, blah, blah, blah.
Hold on, a player had a cracked orbital bone from a flag?
Yeah. Oh, it was
they got BB shots.
Zeus. His nickname was Zeus. Oh, gosh darn it. You have to help me look it up. It's a huge offensive
Orlando
lineman.
Brown?
I think it was Orlando Brown. Seriously, he did not have the face shield, and the ref threw it, and I don't know if it cracked his orbital bone, but it something with his eye socket.
Yeah,
he had some serious eye damage.
Okay.
And he barreled over the ref after that happened.
But the rules have been changed about where you throw flags and stuff after that thing, and I'm sure that
why referees were throwing flags directly at players ever is what are we doing here? You just throw it up in the air, man. We get it. It's throw in the general direction. But you're insinuating the referee might have been baiting the Broncos players a little bit.
Not particularly, but I do think he looked visually upset that the Broncos just won that football game. That referee was irritated the second that kick went through.
Well, he probably wasn't all that pleased with Sean Payton. Shawn probably wasn't on his Christmas card list. He just threw a flag on Shawn just a couple minutes before that, right? You got the coach way out on the field throwing flags on the coach. What do you think Sean Payton said to him? And what do you think was being chirped to the refs on the sideline from the Broncos sideline for the rest of the game after that moment?
I'm sure there weren't kind words.
Let me ask you this. How much chirping does happen from the sideline to the refs during the game?
Tons.
From everybody?
Yes.
On the sideline?
Yes. Now, coaches will yell at the players and they'll say, hey, let me handle this. I got this. You don't be the one. But yes, of course it happens.
All right, well, maybe it's fair to assume there's a lot of that going on before the end of that game.
I was in high school, and I had a math teacher that was an NFL referee. And so sometimes he'd miss Mondays for Monday Night Football game or whatever. Do you remember when Randy Moss dumped a bottle of water on a referee? That was my high school math teacher.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, my God. All right, well, we'll see what the appeal does, and we'll see if Greenlaw is available, which is a kick in the pants compared to, what it took to get him back.
Well, and here's an interesting thing. And listen, I don't know what to believe on the internet or not. The Detroit Kansas City game, supposedly that whole crew of referees were fined because of 3 or 4 plays that they missed in that game that affected the game. That being said, why aren't those announcements and fines and put out to the public and national media like Dre Greenlaw was pumped all over the national media
Why
yesterday?
can't the media interview referees, officials after games?
Jeff Triplett was the official. They
threw it,
hit Orlando Brown, damage to the eye. He was kicked out of the game and suspended indefinitely, and then they threw the suspension away when they realized what happened and that the flag actually did damage.
All right, we have our next keyword coming up next for that Avalanche, those Avalanche tickets and the incredible Gabe Landeskog sweater. Hang on. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone can cause all sorts of problems, low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts. You just feel like that. Well, I don't want you to feel that bad. I want you to feel great. I want you to enjoy a gorgeous day like today. Get outside, have a blast, feel better. Maybe have a little bit of love in your life where that's been missing. Well, just get to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get the low T quiz going, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and you'll make the decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment, $99. T and a PSA test, a medical consult. Hey, if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. They have 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Most men wait a year longer. Don't do that. Let's go. Call 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinics.com. I can't believe we actually had Christian Brown as a color analyst for the Nuggets coaches versus media. Hopefully we'll hear from Vic, maybe Katie, Dan, whoever, because we're seeing Katie just posted 99-10 with 1:43 left in the contest. We'll get to some details of that in a second, but it is an AVS Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets. Listen for the keywords on the 20s. This hour, it's Apple. A-P-P-L-E. It's like an assist is an apple. Did you know that? That's the nickname for assist,
Yeah.
Apple. Got a couple apples on that one.
And then once you pass the apple, then you try to put a biscuit into the basket.
And perhaps put it top shelf,
With
where,
your-
of course.
with your twig.
And the top shelf is where Mama
Yeah.
hides the cookies. 303-504-0925 for this these tickets against Carolina, who the rumor is they're wearing, we'll see, Hartford Whalers gear. Avalanche going throwback Nordiques, which is spectacular. So Apple is the keyword, first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner at 2:55. Dan, we are standing by to hear from Vic or Katie or whatever about the game. But meanwhile, let's football go.
All right, let's hear from Nick Benito. He was on with the Kay Adams show today, and Kay asked him, after playing against Jackson Dart, what were your thoughts coming out of that game?
Yeah, I have to give him credit. He's a lot better than, we all thought that, he was when we played against him. He was obviously a really good player coming into the game, but I feel like his feel for the game and his, ability to be able to maneuver the pocket and make plays on the run. And we even had a plan for it all week to be able to, have eyes on him and rush him the right way. And he was still able to go around and make plays. So, I was really impressed with him. And, I know, as years goes on, he's going to be a really good player, man. He's definitely going to be something, we're going to have to watch out for in the league.
Did you guys come out of that game thinking Jackson Dart has a legitimate chance of being the franchise quarterback for the Giants? What were your takeaways from his performance?
He's got a shot.
Yeah, I did. I felt very similarly to Nick Benito. Matter of fact, I kind of underestimated him coming into the game. I mean, really, the film had not been tremendous for Jackson Dart. Like he was doing enough. He was making a lot of plays with his feet. But the one thing that he really impressed me with in this game against the Broncos, he showed poise in that pocket. He had 2 or 3 opportunities in particular that he could have escaped that pocket and ran. Probably picked up 8, 12 yards. But he kept his eyes down the field. One of them was on the big miscue that he threw a 50-yard pass to a wide open wide receiver that just walks in for a touchdown. So that one wasn't like the most difficult read in the world, but his ability to keep his eyes down the field while maneuvering the pocket really impressed me.
Yeah, and his ability to come from behind and on that 4th and 19 have enough poise and composure to step up and I wouldn't say throw across his body, but he threw across the field and threw a laser. There's a lot of potential there. He obviously has the confidence. He's got the right attitude, and he's got leadership qualities, and you need all of that. And you just hope that, like Drew Lock would have some games where you're like, oh, that's pretty interesting, and then he would, Drew Lock it up. So you would hope that
they would throw an interception to a middle linebacker who's standing right there.
Drew was so maddeningly inconsistent because he obviously had talent. You could tell that. And
he's still in the league.
Yeah, sure. Trevor Simeon's still in the league. I mean, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about being a franchise guy. We're not talking about just hanging around.
I think he's solid. I think the jury's still out. I think.
Oh, I agree with all that.
It's not a waste of a pick for sure.
Yeah.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, the New York Jets, the last winless team in the NFL, are planning to bench quarterback Justin Fields. Their owner, Woody Johnson, publicly criticized him today. He was basically saying, it'd be great if we could just complete a pass. That would look good. The Jets signed Fields to a 2-year, $40 million contract, 30 of that guaranteed in the offseason. The plan was to evaluate him as their long-term answer throughout the season. But after an 0-7 start, the organization has apparently seen enough. He did say he's willing to give Aaron Glenn some time to turn this around and praised him for turning parts of the team around. So thoughts on the Jets benching Justin Fields, and how long of a chance do you think Woody Johnson gives Aaron Glenn there in New York?
The exact quote was pretty epic from Woody Johnson when he's talking about Justin. Well, actually, he was really asked about Aaron Glenn. and he was defending Aaron Glenn by saying it's hard when you have a quarterback with the rating that we've got. If you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results. Dang. Talk about throwing your starting quarterback under the bus that you just gave a 2-year, $40 million deal to. He's got no choice but to show some patience with Aaron Glenn. He can't keep firing coaches left and right. But, that was a hell of a remark on his quarterback.
Fields is, probably done there. I mean, Glenn probably gets another year. I mean, bosses don't fire themselves. He always blames somebody else first. So, but they're a disaster. I mean, do you really see any sort of resurgence from this organization?
Dan Campbell, I think their first year, they only won like
something like that,
2 or 3 games. So it may take some time, and that was a miss in Detroit forever too.
In general, when you see repeated issues with different people, it's more about the DNA of ownership, frankly, than anything. And likely the biggest problem the Jets have is Woody Johnson himself. Likely the biggest problem the Raiders have is Mark Davis himself. I mean, listen, it was a problem here before the Walton Penner Group took over. It was. It wasn't the right thing. Joe Ellis, a nice dude and all, but this was a rudderless ship until you got the right owners. So when you see just the same things happening with just different groups of people, Tyler, to me, that's just bad ownership. Like you just don't know what you're doing as a group.
Yeah, it's a bad team, bad franchise.
I think there's only one solution, by the way. You got to sell the team. But who's going to sell teams if you don't have to? You're not going to sell a team just because you repeatedly suck.
That franchise would be over $10 billion or $10 billion.
New York Jets?
Be up there.
Yeah.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
But, you get into some weird territory where, Woody Johnson's, wicked rich already.
Okay, you could have it for 3?
No, I don't know,
Dude,
man.
they're talking about a brand new I read an article that they're talking about expanding in NHL.
Yeah.
And that the brand new NHL franchise would cost $2 billion. NHL. What's the New York Jets going to cost? That might be $12 billion.
Okay, maybe, because you could probably get the stadium with it, too. I don't know who owns that stadium. Them or the Giants or somebody else. I have no idea. Who knows, man? But, is there anything like pulling up to a stadium when you own the team, period? Is there any rush in the world like owning a team?
They were valued this year at 9.1.
Yeah, and that's not even the sale price. That's
correct. Yeah, sale price is always higher.
Yeah, so at another $3 billion.
Well, the only way a team that just sucks like that repeatedly is to be sold, and you do it all over again. Look at the Commanders, man. Your old team. Tell me that there's not a lot of hope there after being so miserable with Dan Snyder. You tell me, what's the vibe there with Washington? What's the feeling? What's the energy there since they sold?
Well, yeah, it's got a lot of positive feelings, but that's what you get when you hire Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's going to bring positivity to the building.
All right. Do you think Dan Quinn could have the same result even if Dan Snyder still owned the team?
Probably not. No.
Well, is Chicago turned their ways around? That's the same ownership. Detroit hasn't changed ownership in the 20 years that they were dog.
Well, they've had changes though. They have. Well, it's gone down in the family, but there have been different people in the family that have taken over. It's a good question. It looks like Ben Johnson has got his guy with Caleb Williams. That it looks like that's turned the tide a little bit. We'll see. And Detroit, of course, is but Detroit did have changes, didn't they? They had a family sort of.
I don't think so.
Passing it down sort of deal. I could have sworn. Anyways, we'll see. Next story, Dan.
Where are you guys at with the Broncos wide receiving core? Do you think they need to add a veteran? We'll start with that, and then I've got a story to go over here. But where are you at with the receiving core? Do you think they need to add anybody, or are you happy with what they've got right now?
I think they could flirt with it for sure. Do I think it needs to be like a pressing priority? Nah. I mean, Sean Payton's been higher on this wide receiver room than anybody else for a long time. And I do think we've seen a lot of positive growth from Troy Franklin. We've seen even some positive growth from Marvin Mims over the last game or two. But we don't have a truly dynamic number 2 wide receiver on this team. So I think you flirt with it. You would love to find a left guard if possible, but that's really not that easy because then you got to make a decision. Well, even though Ben Powers isn't playing this year, if you make a trade for a top flight left guard, now you're going to have 2 guards with 2 giant contracts on your team. I don't think the Broncos are really in the market for buying a whole lot.
And let me just say this because I don't think we touched on it yesterday. You know, the one thing we didn't hear about at all really in that game Sunday is Balchevsky.
Good.
So,
Quinn Miners talked about him yesterday and just said he was great. Said he did a really good job.
I mean, maybe you don't have to worry about backup unless you can find a backup. And you figured being able to find a backup's easier than finding a starter at this time of year, right, Tyler?
Mm-hmm.
You can find some backup guys.
Yeah.
But maybe Balchevsky's going to be the answer at that left guard spot.
I don't know why they didn't go to him right away. It never made sense to me. He was clearly the 6th best offensive lineman on the team. Why they went with Matt Pert
Well, they said before the game he had never started at guard in his career.
Well, you know what? I was thrust into that position too, and it was the exact same conversation. I didn't play guard until Seattle, and I started like the first 8 games at left tackle. Russell Okung comes back. My coach comes to me and says, "Hey, you're not my best left tackle on the team, but you are one of my best 5. Will you play left guard?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I want to play." So they thrust me into it. It was a learning curve, but you get used to it.
The key word this hour is Apple. We'll give it away at 2:55. Next story, Dan.
So just to end this one, the Titans have released veteran wideout Tyler Lockett, guys. He asked for his release and was granted it yesterday. Shefty is reporting that he is free to sign with another team starting right now, today. So would you guys have any interest in bringing Tyler Lockett in for the Broncos?
So it's Tyler Lockett instead of who?
You guys tell me.
He wants to go to the Giants and hope that Russ gets back.
I'm a Tyler Lockett instead of who? Pat Bryant? Tyler Lockett instead of Marvin Mims? Troy Franklin?
I think you got to try to figure a way, as Tyler was talking about a while ago, you got to try to figure a way Marvin Mims could be your dynamic number 2.
Well, Marvin Mims had one hell of a game the other day.
Yeah.
And Troy Franklin caught a huge touchdown pass.
They had a 2-point conversion.
And Cortland Sutton was the man. So I don't know. I don't know.
And you're starting to get Evan Ingram a little more integrated into
way
the
more
vertical game.
Yes. So Sherfield or Pat Bryant for Lockett? I mean, what are we talking about here? And why would you draft Pat Bryant if you don't want to integrate him somehow?
So the answer would be Sherfield.
But he's a special teams guy, theoretically. See, this is what preseason does. You see guys make all these plays, and you're like, oh, that'd be great. But you're like, well, wouldn't you just rather throw it to Cortland Sutton?
Who was the Giants guy that had been the guy the last few games for them before this week?
Well, it was little Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah, how'd he do?
He had 0 catches. Yeah. But he was activated off the practice squad and was the star of the team. Their star was Wendell Robinson, who's like 5'7".
5'8", 175, but got a little wiggle and speed to him.
Really, their Theo Johnson, their tight end, is actually pretty good, and he caught the deflection touchdown.
Hey, just wait until the Broncos got to try to cover Ferguson this week. You want to talk about tight end issues? Ferguson's the man.
No, we'll get into it.
That dude is.
Which deflected touchdown pass is more impressive to you guys?
Oh, the Troy Franklin was, but I mean that was ridiculous. You realize that could have been intercepted by like 3 different guys on the Giants. Like the Giants deflected pass just went from one giant guy to another.
But and then 50 yards.
Yeah, I mean Troy Franklin, it went through 3 defenders and he had to catch it with his knee sliding out of bounds. I mean that was that was ridiculous. All right, last one, Dan.
All right, the Buffs are back after their bye week, after upsetting Iowa State. Prime Talk today. Here he is on who or what he's looking to improve coming out of the Buffs bye week.
Several positions. I don't want to identify those positions, but it's probably the same ones you've been criticizing. I'm looking for improvement in those positions, consistency in certain positions, and I give them statistics all the time. When we do this, we win. When we don't do that, we win. When we do this, we win. So they understand in its totality of where we are and how we feel and what I'm thinking. They're never in the dark of how I feel about what's going on here inside the locker room.
What position groups do you think Dion was referencing there, guys?
Quarterback.
Has to be, right?
Defensive backs.
Where do you guys want to see the most improvement for the Buffs final stretch of the season here coming out of the bye week?
Telling you, it's a really weird team. They've played well against everybody except for at the quarterback position. If they had a quarterback on that team, you could make an argument they should be undefeated.
They got a good test this weekend, man. It's like everything. Like, it's a tough team. Utah, it's at night. It's on the road. Like, they have had a bye week.
So they should be healthy.
Well, they weren't healthy, by the way. They had like 1 million guys bumped up, and they had like crazy amount of dudes like on an injury report. I don't know where they're at, Tyler, now, but maybe they're okay. Who knows?
Well, going on the road to Utah is going to be a really tough ask, but I think they are beatable, and it's going to take a nearly perfect game and 0 mistakes from our QB.
The win before the bye was huge. It saved the season. It at least made things relevant, right? And, we're in the world of conversation about, positive things, and, you never know. Let's see. We'll go. I don't know what to say about the Buffs. You beat Utah, man. It'd be pretty damn exciting. You'd be 4-4. You're right, though. They've been in every game. Who's on their slates that, is unbeatable?
Well, they got good teams.
CU and Arkansas, I'm going to put my team in there, are very similar. If CU had a quarterback, if they just had Shedeur Sanders this year,
they'd be undefeated.
They'd be undefeated. Maybe Georgia Tech, but maybe not.
I don't know. They probably beat Georgia Tech.
Yeah. So same thing. Arkansas had like one great defensive player. They might Notre Dame kicked their butt, but other than that, they should have beat Texas or Tennessee. Should have beat A&M. Should have beat Ole Miss. They lose by a score in all those games. I think they lost by 2 points to A&M this weekend. That's college football, though, isn't it? I mean, one guy or one position can change your entire tenure. And for college football, quarterback especially.
Yeah.
Quarterback especially. They had a quarterback this year. I bet they'd be a top 15 team.
Mm-hmm. No question.
Did you see what Prime did the other day on the bye week? Having the guys who haven't played play basically a scrimmage so they could get film?
No, I did not, actually.
He made an announcement. Pretty cool concept, I think. He just said, today you're going out there. You guys are all going to play. We're going to film it. So we know you're going to enter the portal anyway, and we're going to make it easier for you to have some film to put out there. Because, arguably you're just prepping for that game. If you're not playing, you're probably not playing at all, right? You're probably not practicing. You're probably not doing a lot. I have no idea how he did it. But there's probably like 4 quarterbacks bumping around, right, that are just sort of on teams, I guess.
We know of 3. I'm sure there's a 4th.
There's probably other guys out there. So he did that. He dedicated an entire practice for like a pseudo scrimmage with the guys that are not playing at all or barely playing, so they could have film for the portal.
I did see him laying into Juju Lewis because his center had 2 straight bad snaps. I was like, I'm not quite sure how that's on Juju, but okay.
All right, let's go see you. Let's go, Buffs. Who's in charge of CSU now? Do you even know? Some sort of assistant coach?
His name's not Jay. It's not Ray. And people aren't calling him Ray J.
Why do you think they fired him in the middle of the season, though? Like, what? Why? What difference does it make?
To this point? Well, they waited 2 or 3 weeks, which got them past.
Happy.
Really? That's so okay. Are you happy? God, what a messed up world sometimes college sports. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the NIL.
Well, hold on. Are you making the argument he should have been fired?
No,
Jay Norvell needed to get fired.
He clearly needed to be fired. The program is a complete disaster. I'm just questioning like the timing of it all. Like, what's the season was in the dumper already. Like,
other than it gives you a head start to find a guy. You can be one of the first groups out there now behind Penn State and Clemson.
That's what CSU's doing?
Yeah, behind these other teams.
Oh, we will have a winner for the Landeskog sweater and those AVS tickets. One last time, Apple, the keyword, it's PhD on 92.5. All right. We got a few more minutes, and we're going to have a winner. A winner, chicken dinner. But Nate and Andy will have another chance for another keyword. Apparently, with this basketball game, they're I don't know what they're still playing. So they got nothing else to do down there, I guess. And hold on, I can't hear you.
The Muggles just playing with each other.
Well, is that what's going on, Dan? Is it just muggle on muggle now?
Yeah, I believe the media are
just playing against each other.
Are just playing against each other.
Okay,
now, I guess
somebody wants to make a basket.
They were done getting their butts kicked.
Well, the last time we saw with the coaches against the media was 99-10 with a minute and a half to go.
Kept it close.
Yeah, it was funny. By the way, the debut of the David Adelman show today, pretty cool. He did say they did talk about one-upping what the Celtics did, which was 57-4. So 99-10, it was definitely better than 57-4, fellas.
I would like to get a final update from Vic or somebody to say, okay, what was the final?
Yeah, I'd be curious about that too. And let's break down the 10 points. Who got them?
They had to
even
stop
happen?
the full court press or something for there to be 10 points on the board.
Or I guarantee you the coach are going to try to win by 100.
Well, at that point, 99-10. Yeah, so we got to get to 110. We got to hold you scoreless and get to 110. So we need 11 points. We need to go on an 11-0 run before the buzzer sounds with the $1.43. Very possible. I mean, what are we talking about? Well, we're just gunning for threes probably at that point, right? And rebounding.
Yeah.
So you could get another 11 points in a minute 43. You could do that.
Sure.
Right? Because you're going to full court press. You're going to gun threes and just rebound for putbacks. So you're going to kick and rebound and full court press. It's really not that complicated, is it? And they didn't play. Oh, is this the final? Oh, the coaches took it easy. So the final was Vic Lombardi posting 101 to 12. You know what, fellas? You know what that actually means? That means they tied in the last minute 43, 2-2. That means the Muggles kept it even for the last minute and 43 seconds of that game.
They got that.
So they got that. So the final score, hey, Celtics fans, hold our beer. You won 57-4. Nuggets coaches won 101 to 12. 89 points, bro. You lost by 89 points. What did today accomplish, Scott?
Absolutely nothing. Just like the Boston Celtic one accomplished absolutely nothing other than maybe, and I tried to talk about it with Adam, 2 days ago? You're delusional.
Who do you think the MVP is going to be in the leading scorer for the Muggles?
Probably Vic with 3.
Vic with 3?
Yeah.
I bet somebody got 4. I'm going to guess someone in there at least got 2 buckets.
Or maybe Vic get another 3.
No, we would have heard about that by now.
I mean, well, now they're just playing. Now they're just playing basketball on the Nuggets practice court, which to me is like, If they were playing on the court, like the real court,
then cool.
I mean, come on. Practice court?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's still all right.
Yeah.
You know, you got Latin sayings up there. You got championship banners. You got,
Does anybody remember what the Latin phrase meant?
Yeah. Be in your place. Like,
oh, that's right. Be where your feet are.
Be where your feet are. It's one thing. So if you're a Muggle playing in this basketball game, then just make that the most important thing in your life. And worry about, your stupid little internet show later. What it means. Should I break down and get my wife one of them jerseys right there? One of them sweaters?
She would really like it.
Dude, she called me and she was giddy about it. Like, she called. Like, when I was...
You saw the price, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you could accidentally walk out with this one and say, oh, I don't know, maybe Andy and them took it.
And we can't take $265 with you, DMac.
We do get a little discount down at Altitude Authentics. Should I get that for her or not?
I would. Be a great Christmas gift.
I got her.
Oh, I've got an update. The actual that was not the final score.
What?
The final score was 114-16.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
114-16. That's what I'm being texted.
Oh, okay.
Well, I got a 103-12.
Well, I'm getting an update from a fellow Muggle.
Oh my God! I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tyler. I'm sorry. I got some breaking Russell Wilson, Sean Payton news.
Go ahead. That's more interesting.
Holy cow! I wonder if I can just play it from here. Sean Payton did take a shot at Russell Wilson. He did. It was very subtle, and gosh, can I just play it here?
Oh, we need. I mean, Andy's in the building, so we can steal the jazz flute, right? Because we need the jazz flute.
Yeah, here. Listen to this. Listen, he's talking about the Giants. Hold on.
A ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there, coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11. Close with the Tisch family, and they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game. I have a ton of respect.
Wow. Okay, so that's a shot at Russell Wilson. You understand that, right? We were hoping they would go to Jackson Dart after our game. Russell Wilson has responded to Sean Payton directly. Classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Hashtag let's ride.
I mean, come on. He actually wrote the let's ride.
Hashtag let's ride. Sunglasses emoji, crying laughing emoji, more crying laughing emoji.
Wow, you don't see Russell Wilson stoop very often.
Wow.
This is definitely a little bit out of character for Russ to actually do this in a public forum.
Sean
standing up for himself.
Oh, for sure. For sure, because Sean's definitely taking a shot at him right there. Ain't no doubt about it.
Okay.
Oh, you guys, hold on. Where do you come down on this?
No.
Do you like it or not?
I wasn't saying that. Like, I agree. Yeah, he's standing up for himself.
Yeah, I think Shawn.
But I mean, still, that's a very out of character move for Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I think Shawn should shut up, coach his team, and I'm actually surprised Russ stood up for himself.
Well, maybe if he would have done that before, he'd still be here.
No.
No, he wouldn't.
There you go. Congratulations to Tyler Adams. He wins the Avs tickets, and he's our jersey winner. Way to go, Tyler.
Hey, let's talk to the jersey guy.
Are you talking about from New Jersey?
No,
or just
I'm talking
jerseys?
about the guy that likes good sweaters and jersey stuff. That Landeskog behind me is pretty cool.
Look at the hat. It is very nice.
Look at the hat.
You got the Nordique hat on.
I had the hat last year.
Oh.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Well, what's that, Scott?
We can't put them on. It's literally somebody's jersey.
Well, no, Sanford.
You did last time we gave a jersey away.
What did I put on?
You were wearing somebody's jersey.
No, I wasn't because they didn't want it stretched out.
Moser put it on today. Sanford was wearing it for 2 hours.
Dude, really?
Yep.
2 hours?
Well, I don't know. He wore it during his show. I didn't have a stopwatch on him, but he was wearing it.
Isn't
when
that
we came
cool
in.
though? That is a good looking.
It is a good looking jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're sweet. Did you also see what else they're doing? When Carolina comes in, they're going to wear them. It's going to, you probably know this being from the area, they're going to relive the old rivalry. It's going to be Hartford. Carolina's wearing their Hartford Whalers.
Is that
100%?
Is that 100%?
They're doing that.
100%.
I saw Pierre LeBrun tweet about it, so I'm assuming it's happening.
We heard rumors
That's
about
cool.
that. Yeah, that's going to be great. And the Canes are great.
Yeah.
Whalers.
Oh, it'll be a good game.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Hold on. Didn't Caroline come in here? Did they have a matchup? Spring. Did they play Carolina and it got spicy already? No, not yet. All right.
What, this year?
They had some spicy matchup already where people were already big mad, but I can't remember who it was against now.
Well, didn't they play Carolina after all the trades and stuff was going on last year here in Colorado?
What are you laughing at now?
The Giants cut their ginger kicker.
Well, yeah.
Jude McAtommy, Tammy. So he's gone.
Yeah.
You know what? You know
I
what,
mean, dude.
You know they say that
I'm
old
sorry to
saying
laugh at somebody's misery.
It's only close in hand grenades and ping pong or whatever.
Well, you know what?
He's 2 points away from still having a job.
When Harlan started talking about, remember, he's already missed one. I'm like, you're going in a little deep. I don't think you'll miss another one. And then I was like, oh, well, you might not want to get on that plane, homeboy.
Well, they actually have what's his face on their practice squad. The
guy from Atlanta.
Sue. Oh, help me out.
Yeah, sure.
Him.
That guy.
Him.
Right. Know your kickers. Nate'll know when he gets in here.
The guy that got cut by Atlanta earlier this year.
Yeah. But he's actually he's been in the league
He was
for a
good
long
last
time.
year. Well,
Oh, it was Dallas. Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, Dallas was the one that got really spicy. They were already really getting after each other. Like it was mid-season. We hate you. It's going to be good. Going to be good. I like bloodlust. We got not enough bloodlust.
well,
going
but
in this town.
they're the Avs rival.
God, can I tell you something? I'm still kind of like, I feel like
drunk.
Good for Russell Wilson.
Wow, really?
A little bit.
I kind of like don't take, you don't have to take that crap.
Not anymore.
Who's the kicker?
And it was Koo, that's right. And it was kind of a classless move by Sean Payton to say that in a press
Well,
conference.
and Sean it's like, dude, why? You don't need to.
Well, unforced error.
You got your win. Just get out. You got your win.
No, he went out of his way to take a shot at Russell Wilson.
He wants Russ to know I still
hate you.
Despise the year we spent together.
Yep, no doubt about
it. I don't think Russ probably feels any different, but he had a nice house with a lot of bathrooms in it. But
that's crazy, man.
Yeah, I got a winner. Do we have a winner?
Yeah, I already announced it.
What was it again?
Bill.
Tyler Adams.
Hey, Bill Guy Vet.
Tyler Adams. Tyler, now's your turn to give it away.
We can't wait. We can't wait. Do we get a new one? Do we get ours in here? Do we all just wear the ones we're giving away?
I think it's just one. It represents all the shows.
I also saw one of the guys that covers the team. Shoot, I wish I remembered his name. I'm sorry, but he said they sold out in 30 minutes. Online.
It's a good look.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
really.
So you best be getting plans to go down to Altitude Authentics if you want some of those, because it ain't online right now. They're gonna have to go ahead and
reorder those.
By the way, so we got we why did you play in the game?
Why didn't I?
You know what's so funny is I told DMac why I thought you weren't going to play, and then he said you admitted it. Because I've seen Hastings get pushed back to, I once was a professional athlete.
You would hurt somebody.
That hurt somebody.
Yeah.
Even another coach, you'd be like, hey, let me remind you who the bad boys were.
Well, their young guy would have guarded me, a big, tall guy. And, I had a head fake. He'd have jumped just a little bit. He'd have caught an elbow in the rib cage. I'd have laid up because I'd had one. And then, I mean, we still got beat by 70.
The best shot for the Muggles to score by a mile would have been for Scott to play and probably Tyler number 2.
Well, with his 3-ball, he's got a great 3-ball. I'm not kidding.
Andy, we hashed it all out. We'd set a screen. Scott would pop out of the top of the key. Tyler would go down low. Scott, because who's going to block it? Nobody. Shoots the 3, and maybe Tyler grabs it underneath.
And Tyler's the only guy, well, you too, but Tyler's the one guy that probably, they might think a little bit about banging bodies with Tyler in the paint if you're shooting threes.
Right.
Tyler looks like he could bench press a house. He was telling us what he's benching these days. It's ridiculous.
I know. He was never that big. I covered him when he played. He didn't look like that.
No, he looked like a doughboy.
No, I was like, hey, man.
I said,
do you wish you would have played in this era? I'm dead serious. Nate and I talk about it in breaks sometimes. With the 3-ball that you had, how much different could your life? I don't mean to make you sad before you head on out and go see your family, but do you ever think about how much different your life could have been? You're laughing because he would have been. He's this. He would have been perfect for this generation.
Who would have Scott been in the NBA?
He could shoot a 3-ball. If nothing else, he could come away. Who's Naz Reid? He can Naz Reid this thing up.
Naz Reid?
He can shoot a 3. Have you not seen the guy shoot threes?
Hold on. Brook Lopez.
Okay.
He is Brook Lopez.
But he's 7'1".
He is, but he's jacking up 300 threes a year right now. You could be doing that.
What about Karl Anthony Towns? Could he be Karl Anthony Towns?
No. Towns bigger down low. I'd been better than Draymond.
There you go.
You're not but you're a scorer. Draymond's not necessarily
he thinks
a
he is
scorer.
sometimes.
Listen, I'm just telling you, my guy can shoot a 3-ball. None of you have appreciation for.
It's a stretch 4.
You want to know where I got a first appreciation for him? I'm dead serious about this. I was playing my cousin in Celtics versus Lakers on the Nintendo system. And Hastings would come down and he would run really funny. It would take him forever to get down the court. So you had to do a little dribbling to get Hastings down the court. But he would show up. No, I would play at the Pistons because I like the Pistons. I loved Isaiah Thomas. And so you throw Hastings the ball. And one day I freaked out and shot the 3-ball with him, and he made it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this guy can shoot threes.
Yeah, but
and he would just cash threes all the time. And then I played with him one time. He used to play basketball with us, and he would just stay out there. And first off, I wish we had video of any of us. We were trying to give the boost and throw the other guy up just to try to get up there to try to block Hastings'
we're just going to use
3-ball.
these references talking about Scott while he's sitting right here in front of us. What the hell's the difference between Scott and Scott Wedman?
Scott was only about 6'5". He's probably a little
He
quicker
was?
ball. Yeah, he was.
I thought he was taller than that.
No, he was like a 2-guard, small 3.
Oh, all right. I thought he was like 6'9", 6'10". 6'5".
He was a guard. He was a guard.
Are you jealous you didn't get to go play in the game?
No, I was never going to play in the game anyway.
Why not? Don't you want your shot?
God. Are you kidding me?
Because you know what? It's what we talked about for now. Last week, we talked about Monday. All these media people are delusional, and every once in a while, you need to have your delusion brought back to reality.
Yeah, I wasn't one of them, but I wanted Scott and Tyler to play. I thought that would have been cool.
We had Adam Mares on the show Friday.
Yeah, I heard
yeah.
Who said, I play a little college ball. I was in the 99 percentile at one time.
I was waiting for you to talk.
I stayed quiet.
Here's what's funny about it. I was saying this to Andy. Like, there's some dudes in our local media that are ballers.
You don't want to get against them in the rec game, right?
They got game.
Right.
But
here's going to be fun.
Here's the difference. Guys that played in the NBA, guys that were high D1 players, guys that work out every single day with NBA players and do drills with these guys, they're not mortal. Like, you are, with all due respect,
old.
You're a freak. Yeah. You guys,
in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. Pro
Positive
athletes
freak.
are built differently, and mere mortals like us, who all tapped out at the varsity level, or intramurals in college or whatever, or Division III, whatever we played. Like, we all suck compared to what you guys are, but you guys are you're a different species. That's the difference. That's why the dudes, again, like the dudes in our local media, yeah, if you're running down at the YMCA, they're really good players.
But let me ask you this. Do you not think, you know all the local media, you go down there, all of you down there.
Yeah.
Do you not want to say that at least half thinks that they would have put up at least a game?
Because they don't know. You find out.
And then you find out.
But do you not think that going into this game, at least half of them thought it would be competitive?
I think our good friends from DNVR, who we all love, were a little bit delusional going into today, yes.
Yeah, they thought they'd be okay.
Like, their obsession with basketball, and good for them, they do unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, they do.
I think it puts them in a mindset of, I could do this too if I was given a shot.
I'm telling you, I've lived this life, and I lived it when I was actually, I really felt good about how the game I had as a lacrosse player. I really felt good.
Yeah.
We went up to Vail. We played a bunch of Hall of Famers. They were sponsored by Toyota. It's the Gate
Older
brothers.
guys too,
and
right?
Tom Marichek. You remember Tom Marichek?
Yes.
You know Quint Kesnick, who calls games on ESPN?
Yeah.
All these dudes are on one team. And I remember you tell yourself, it's going to be different. I can hang with this. I told Nate, Marichek did a shot, full run. This cat did a shot.
Yeah.
And you're all more familiar with what a lacrosse stick looks like. He stops, and he somehow twirled his stick and flipped it under his freaking leg. I can't even mentally think about that shot. This dude did it in full run and scored, and then they were all acting like they'd seen it. I'd never even seen anything like that, much less this. It was unreal.
Didn't you hit one of the guys one time and you thought you
No, I did a dodge. I had him. My right hand was really strong, so I would bait you, and then I'd go underneath you with it like a crossover, and I got past him.
Oh, you probably felt so good about that.
And I set up our first goal, and as we're walking back, he goes, "If you do that to me again, I'm going to make you bleed." And I'm like, whatever. He made me bleed. I'm not kidding.
Can I tell you?
He popped my mask up and shoved the stick in my face, and that's why I got this crooked tooth, dude. I'm bleeding. Yeah.
My most delusional moment was baseball. I was playing in a men's league. I was probably about 34, so I wasn't really that old. I'm playing in a men's league here in Denver, and I was kind of on it. I was 15 for 18. I was on this the best heater hitting streak of my life. to the point that I thought to myself, I think I could do this at the major league level. Like, I had that thought. I swear to God.
I'm going to get scouted.
I just was like, wait a second, this is easy. Like, it was. It was for a little bit. There was a guy that came in our men's league, and this does happen, and he had shoulder injuries but got better through mid-90s in a men's league.
Yeah.
It was the only time I've ever faced a guy throwing that hard in my life. I faced him 8 times. I struck out 5. I somehow hit the ball twice, and he walked me once. I talked to him later, and I go, remember when you walked me? He goes, yeah, I'll never forget it. He goes, I forgot what the count was. And it gives you a realization of, like, what this is. And he actually did go play in a independent league after he was done with an independent league.
Yeah, that's a guy that isn't even close to sniffing the majors.
No, but he played somewhat professionally in an independent league.
But they're just that good.
But they're just that good.
Let me tell you, my first experience with baseball, and I was a good Legion, American Legion. In fact, my college coach called, my Legion coach called the college coach in Arkansas, who just, by the way, lost in the finals of the NCAA, and said, hey, I think you ought to look at this kid. I think he can play for you. I'm like, coach, I just watched him lose to Cal Fullerton in the World Series, College World Series. So I go to spring training. First time I get to go to spring training. It was really cool. Back when you got to be right there by the fences and down in Tucson, and you're right there. And Dave and I are standing on the fence, and Curtis Liskanik, remember Curtis?
Oh, yeah.
Who could throw it a little bit, is throwing it. And I'm basing on the fence. I'm as far as from me to Nate from the catcher. And we're watching Curtis throw it. Pop! Our head doesn't even move back. And I went, I've heard announcers say he got an exploding fastball.
Yeah.
I didn't know what that meant. And we watched him throw like 3 or 4 fastballs. And I'm telling you, you lost sight of it here, but you heard it here.
So,
I could follow it to about right there. And next thing you know, you're hearing a pop. My head's still over here. And I went, that's a.
And you're a former pro athlete.
That's a different level.
In baseball, when maybe, I don't know, 30% of all pitchers can throw 100 miles an hour, something like that, is it more impressive that those guys can throw 100, or there's so many guys that can hit it when it's 100?
I know, it's unbelievable. It really is. You look at a big leaguer that is up there facing 97 with insane movement, and then the next pitch is coming at you 88, but it drops off the table, and we sit there at home just like, oh, why is this bum striking out? Why do you think?
Dude, we sat in the dugout seats one time when KOA had the dugout seats, and every time I got 4 or 5 times I'd sit there, and every time I could not believe what the baseball was. And I was watching it from the side.
How do these guys hit it?
From this, I don't know. I was like, that
They're
is
freaks
insane.
too.
What are you doing?
Yeah,
they're freaks.
How do you even decide where that thing is going?
The vision that is required, like the gift of what they have with their eyesight. And I don't know if you guys have seen like the virtual reality training programs that they do for eyesight and for the quick twitch stuff. They have like all these programs that they do. Something else somebody told me one time, a baseball writer told me, almost every major leaguer, their phone is set to the biggest font possible because they don't want to overuse their eyes doing anything in life.
That's funny.
That isn't watching the laces of a baseball coming at them, because their eyesight has to be so locked in to be able to do that
you
job.
You guys have all seen the interviews and past interviews and documentaries, and when Ted Williams, I think there was one I saw with Ted Williams and Tony Gwynn, 2 of baseball's greatest hitters any year or whatever you want to say. And they're talking about that, seeing the laces, you can tell what the ball's going to do. And you're like, I just watched a guy seeing the laces.
But
all I see is a white pea.
Let me ask you this then. But isn't the greatest thing that we can give praise like we are right now? But yet we have a job where we can just crap all over these guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, listen, there's a lot. I really don't try to use the word anybody sucks. Nobody really sucks if we're talking
but
pro.
Isn't that the greatest thing about being, though, a fan at the end of the day?
Okay.
Is that, we can do this.
So I used to, Nayland and I, we used to host the Demarius Thomas show, R.I.P. to the great number 88. And I'll never forget this, was we were, hey, cuz, let's do a remote at a furniture store. So sure enough, we're at the furniture store, and the line is, out the door for everybody to get DT's autograph, of course. And we're in commercial break, and I don't know, Nayland got up and went to the John or whatever, and so it's just me and DT are sitting there. And he just and Demarius and I, we had a good relationship and we had been doing the show for years. But he looks over at me and he just goes, "Man, I bet you ain't never played a down of football in your whole life." And I just looked right at him and I was like, "No, not really." And yet I get to sit here and rip you every single afternoon. Hell of a world, isn't it, man?
It's a hell of a world. That's what makes life great.
That is true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And here we are.
Here we are.
Yep. By the way, speaking of Ted Williams and Tony Gwynn, there were 7 guys that hit 300 in Major League Baseball this year. 7.
Only?
Yeah. To let you know
dude, the pitching is ridiculous
what
now.
the pitching is right now.
Yeah, but batting average ain't what it. That's not the.
No, it's not a
measurement.
celebrated metric the way that it once was. But also, I mean, we're watching these playoffs right now. It's just let me go to the pen. All that matters is the math of get 27 outs. So let me go to the pen. And here's another guy that's throwing 99 with movement. And here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one.
The fact that Jeff Hoffman, who is a complete disaster here.
Rockies legend Jeff Hoffman.
Yeah, part of the Tulo trade. But look at him last night. He was unbelievable.
Unhittable.
Don't you love seeing that?
And when it mattered most, Game 7, 1-run lead.
Yeah.
You know what the Rockies are? They're now the 90s Nuggets.
They're Major League Baseball's farm club.
Well, they are. But do you remember how many, Jalen Rose and Rodney Rogers and even Antonio? All these Nuggets would leave, and they'd go be really great on other NBA teams. And I'm like, that was our guy. Why did we let him go? What are you doing?
And hold on.
Dikembe Mutombo.
Just going back to the Rockies for a second, though. This is why they're what they are. Because they have those dudes, and they can't make them good baseball players.
Right.
The talent is there. The gifts are there. It's when somebody is in your organization, can you make them a good player? Whine and cry about the Dodgers payroll all you want. Okay?
They develop.
They take the good players and they make them. Anybody could have had Max Muncy.
Right.
Anybody. And he's unbelievable now.
I'm a Kansas City Royals fan, and I would say Kansas City can develop players.
Yep.
Now, their problem is once they develop them, they usually can't afford them.
Yeah, can't keep them.
But you know what they do?
Trade them.
They make great trades to other young guys they can hopefully develop, and then once every 29 years, they try to win a World Series. But they can develop players.
That's the game, man. And you've got it. You have to take the good baseball players and make them into great baseball players. That is your job.
And then know when you can trade them,
right,
to pull more assets in to see if you can just oversaturate yourself with good players
and cycle it through.
And who knows, maybe one year you get lucky and you win a lot of games.
It's a hell of it's a wondrous thing this year watching all these organizations that try.
Yeah,
it really is. Yeah, it is something.
Real quick, do you feel sad about? I felt strangely sad for Seattle last night. I really felt bad that they were so close.
Crushing
to
moment.
The first World Series.
Crushing moment. Yeah,
well, we were talking about this earlier. When the last, and I used to be a Braves fan because I played for Ted, and Ted knew, owned the Braves at the time, and
they were everything
else.
In the '90s.
They were fantastic. Couldn't win but one. The one didn't they beat the Braves in one of those World Series? Wasn't that Toronto's last World Series?
They got the Phillies in one, and was 92 over the Braves? It might have been. You could be right about that. Yeah, because they got it in 92 and 93.
Because weren't the Braves pretty much there from 89 to 97 or something like that?
A whole bunch of people got championships because of the Braves.
Mm-hmm.
What was the one great series? Detroit. Remember the Game 7 and went 11 innings or 10 innings? And
Jack Morris?
Jack Morris went the whole way, and I think Smoltz went 10.
Yep.
Or something, or Smoltz went 9 and Morris went 10 for that win or something like that.
Yeah, 92. The Jays got Atlanta in 6, and then the next year was Joe Carter. Did everybody have Joe Carter flashbacks, by the way, when Springer hit that thing and was just bounding around the bases right there?
Yeah.
Oh, it was incredible, man. What a moment. And yeah, that's a killer if you're a Seattle fan.
That could be a good series, though.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm really looking forward to it. And the Dodgers' superpower is starting pitching and a shaky bullpen. And the Blue Jays hit, man.
Well, and by the way, you guys probably thought we did. Then you get Ohtani, who's been just okay in the handful of games he's pitched this year. Throws that gym
until the last one,
and then blasts three
homers, man.
On top of it.
Is that not maybe the most incredible thing we've seen?
That might be one.
I hate to be that sports guy that just wants to dub something the greatest. Dude, that athletic feats.
It wasn't a World Series, but to me that tops
closeout game of the NLCS
Jackson,
to win the pennant.
Well, and
good.
Again, that's Penn. Didn't he get one against their Penn?
Yep.
Their Penn is supposed to be untouchable.
He touched him.
Oh yeah.
He touched him real good.
Yeah, like a Mike Tyson right hook.
All right, Kreckman and Lindahl show, AVS Ticket Tuesday. We got a keyword for you when we come back. We got a Landeskog jersey. It's all happening. Power rankings today on the show. Chad Brown today on the show. CB got paid. Peyton Watson did not. And and one more thing. Russell Wilson heard. He done heard.
We need to bust out the
It's time to get
jazz
beefy.
flute.
That's right. We're getting beefy when we return on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We have some prime beef. Grade A. This is the Wagyu. This is the beef right here.
You didn't even hear how you just timed that out. You paused right as she went, beef.
Beef.
That was almost like you planned it. Oh, yeah, a little jazz
Oh, this
flute.
is nice.
You
Yeah.
ready to go in beef?
Before we get to that, we got tickets for the Avalanche game against Carolina coming up on Thursday. And we're giving away a Gabriel Landeskog, number 92, Nordiques Heritage Throwback jersey. That's right. We're giving one away this afternoon. So you get tickets for Thursday night against the Canes, and you get a jersey, which is very cool. By the way, the jerseys are on sale online at Altitude Authentics and in person at Ball Arena. Yeah, don't forget. Thursday night, the Hurricanes are going to be wearing Whalers jerseys. So it'll be the Nordiques against the Whalers, like we're all playing NHL 94. It's going to be really fun. Hartford, the Whale. Hey, they beat Vancouver maybe once, twice in a lifetime. Jerseys, hats, shirts, hoodies. Altitude Authentics has expanded hours today, noon to 7. Avs will debut these jerseys Thursday against Carolina. Again, it'll be Nordiques Whalers, which is awesome. Shout out to Spring playing the Brass Bonanza. Wow, we're going from Brass Bonanza back to the woodwinds of the jazz flute.
Baby.
Your keyword this hour is chirp.
What's that word?
Chirp. C-H-I-R-P, chirp.
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 Chirp it.
Text chirp to 303-504-0925 right now, plus your first and last name, and you're entered to win tickets for Thursday night. Nordiques Heritage Throwback Jersey Landeskog. We got one of those, number 92. And so you'll win that, plus tickets to the game. Text chirp.
Chirp.
To 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925.
Guys, the word is chirp.
Chirp.
Not beef. That's the bit.
Beef is the bit.
Chirp.
Chirp is the word.
Get you in for the jersey and the tickets.
Spring, give me some jazz flute. Listen to that scatting that's going on there. I don't think I've ever heard the beginning of this before. Text chirp to 303-504-0925.
Thick bass right there.
I like that. That is nice.
That is Megan Trainor bass right there.
We're bringing that in nicely. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we played the audio yesterday. So Sean Payton, after the game on Sunday, he was hyping Jackson Dart.
Sure was.
He was.
But he didn't just stop at hyping Jackson Dart.
No, it's not enough just to simply compliment your opponent.
Should we play the cut again?
You also have to degrade your former quarterback. Here we go. This was Sean Payton a couple of days ago.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there, coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11. Close with the mayor, Tisch family, and they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game. But anyway.
That change would have happened long after our game. Oh, why would you have said that, Shawn? Because
he wanted a shot at Russ.
What he is not so subtly implying is that he would have preferred to go up against Russell Wilson, which, to be fair, I think any team would rather play against Russell Wilson. And so, Sean Payton decided to take a dig at his former quarterback, a guy who he's never had really any hesitation at taking shots at.
What I talk with Russell about is none of your business.
Well, today, Russell Wilson makes it obvious to everybody he heard. Here's the tweet from Mr. Unlimited, Danger Russ Wilson on Twitter. He tweets this at 2:39 Mountain Time, not even an hour ago. Classless, ... but not surprised.
He's not surprised. ...
Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Sunglasses guy emoji, laughing cry emoji, hashtag let's ride. laughing, crying, sideways emoji.
So is even he laughing at his crappy "Let's Ride" from back in the day? I mean, is even he like, yeah, bad move on my part? Yeah.
Is that what that is? You took that as like a...
Well, that's why he put all the laughy faces around it. Like, yeah, let's ride.
Okay. I didn't take that, but that's perhaps there was a moment of self-recognition on the part of
maybe
of Russell Wilson.
I think he's mocking the "let's ride."
I was going to say,
but
self-awareness is not really...
No, I'm not going to tell you that it is.
His specialty.
And not that it is, but, just again, the...
Didn't
Broncos
realize...
country, let's ride.
Let's not.
He sure did.
Let's
Broncos
put the
country,
horse back in the barn.
let's ride.
Put the blanket on him.
Well, Shawn doesn't like hay in the barn or horse in the barn, whatever.
Gah.
Classless but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15-plus years later through the media.
And you know what stinks? Because that game went so long, we didn't even get the long, multiple shots of people greeting each other. So we never, I'm sure they did not say anything to each other, but it would have been interesting had they done it.
It was in the drinking game of like, did they have an embrace? It would have been finish your drink, but I don't.
Hey, lucky enough, you got enough hydration from everything else.
This is, this is tough. This has got to be tough for Russ because this is coming from a place of, well, I've already gotten benched this year. Like the Steelers wanted nothing to do with me and they shipped me off after you wanted nothing to do with me and tried to, get my contract terminated. And so now Russ is there in New York watching this game with a helmet on. I'm sure he was hoping beyond belief he'd get an opportunity to go in the game when Jackson Dart went down with the ankle injury. It didn't happen for him. And now Russell Wilson is firing back with a little bit of beef. This is a classic beef tweet right here from Russ.
You ever done anything dangerous?
Yeah. Well, tweeting your disdain is not. Although, again, Russ didn't know he was going to say what he had to say. Whatever.
He didn't. He clearly had not heard it. And also, he's
the Shawn said it in postgame, remember?
And he's the backup quarterback, so it's not like he won't be at the podium this week. He doesn't get to do that. I suppose he could talk to reporters in the Giants locker room if he wanted to.
Will they seek him out because of this?
Yeah, I'd say it becomes a story. Yeah, I think this is a continuation of the Jonathan Cooper chain beef, which then carries over beyond. It's, hey, we got a fun little rivalry going with the Giants. Although Sean Payton loves that Marin Tisch family. Classless but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15-plus years later through the media.
Jeez. That is dangerous.
I mean, Andy, I didn't need to have this happen. I didn't need to hear any of Sean's comments prior to any of this.
To know.
Sean Payton maybe dislikes Russell Wilson more than anybody else in the NFL. And clearly Russell Wilson, who I do largely think has tried to take the high road.
He's tried to be quiet about it.
Through this whole thing. He did talk to the media. And he did tell everybody, yeah, they asked me to adjust my contract. He did air that grievance publicly. But also, here's the thing I will say for Russell Wilson in that moment. I don't blame him.
No, I get it.
I don't blame him for airing that laundry because the Broncos did try to do something that would have been a violation of the CBA, and he really didn't appreciate it. And I think he tried to stay quiet about it, and then the media pestered him about it, and so Russ unloaded a little bit.
Look, man, being Sean's quarterback is tough, all right? I just think that's the way it is. Unless you're Drew Brees, and I'm sure there are even points where Drew and Shawn were sick of each other. These guys get together. They spend a lot of time together. I'm sure a lot of Elway and Reeves famously couldn't really deal with each other. I don't think Elway and Shanahan were the same at the end of their run as they were at maybe the beginning, quite honestly.
Sean's a hard coach.
It's just part of what it is, especially when you get these intense offensive guys, and the quarterback's always going to catch most of it.
Yeah.
So I don't think Russ enjoyed just being his quarterback, period. And I think Shawn was probably just being Shawn, and probably was more. You think Shawn? I wonder what Shawn said to Russ privately. I wonder what the meetings were like. Do you think we got two lattes, Shawn, during some of those meetings, and maybe he went in a little hard on Russ?
What do you mean, like film sessions?
Yeah.
Oh,
just
not a
sitting
doubt.
there going, "Hey, you suck. This can't happen." Blah blah blah.
Oh, I have no doubt about it. I think Shawn coaches Bo like that. I think he's really hard on Bo Nix. I think one of the things that attracted Sean Payton to Bo Nix as much as he did is that Bo is the son of a former coach who had played a ton of football, who had played for tough coaches at the college level. And I think Shawn wanted to know you can hang with this stuff. And I think what he saw in Drew Brees over the years was a guy who could take the hard coaching and could take the, at times, very negative coaching. And I don't think that he and Russell Wilson, personality-wise, ever clicked. And then flip on top of that, certainly football-wise, they definitely didn't click because Sean Payton's demand of his quarterback is you don't take negative plays. You don't take sacks. You don't turn the football over. Like, you will kill my football team if you do those things. And Russell Wilson just held the ball in his hands and turtled and got hit.
Let me ask you then, is there a place for Russell Wilson in the new league? Because I give Shawn a lot of credit for this, okay? What Shawn's done with Bo, I start to see that same formula with a lot of these younger quarterbacks early on. I think I think we're seeing it with Jackson Dart. I think Daboll was trying to be, you know what? Quick decisions, get it out of your hands. Yeah. Let's not take sacks. Let's get in a little bit of a rhythm.
Efficiency.
That ain't Russ. It's not going to be Russ. 3 other guys, because now it's been Sean Payton, it's been Arthur Smith, who's thought to be one of the more like new gen offensive coordinators. Yeah. He's not, in a 1990s system where he wants the 7-step drop back. And now Daboll, who also skewed his system in order to get Josh Allen to work better. It's largely why he got the job to coach Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
If these guys can't get Russ to change, I don't think there's any change in Russ. So that's why I ask you, when everybody kept texting in, why don't the Bengals or Team X that needs a quarterback ask about Russ? Because I just don't think Russ has a place in the league anymore the way he plays quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think it's the way he plays quarterback. I think it's that he sucks at quarterback. I really do. Like, he's Russell Wilson when he was at his best in Seattle. And one of the shames of the way that it's gone the last couple of years is, like, in some ways it has erased. And this is what Sherman was talking about on Amazon the one night of, like, it's kind of like erased the memory of what he was. And there was a time he was a really freaking fun player. And he was, but again, why did it all work? Because he had insane athleticism and elusiveness. He could outrun guys. He could find his space. He could create time. He's still, I don't care what's happened to him. He's one of the best deep ball throwers that we have seen in our lifetimes as an NFL quarterback. And when he lost his athleticism, when it went away from taking too many shots and just the aging and injuries and attrition that happen to NFL quarterbacks, Russell Wilson never had I can stand in the pocket and diagnose and beat you game because he developed as a quarterback that didn't have to rely on that stuff up in Seattle. The problem is that once his athletic gifts diminished, it was like, oh, you just have a guy that's like 5'10" back there that can't really see and can't really diagnose a defense.
You know what's funny is he was kind of a Cam Scatterbo type of quarterback where he was very hard. I think defenses lost him behind the line of scrimmage sometimes.
Yeah.
When his O-line would stand up, so you weren't sure what part of the pocket you were attacking.
Agreed.
And he was really good, and I saw it all too well too many times against the Broncos where he would slither out to the side. He would avoid. Now, talking to our guy Kevin Shockey, he told me, Russ was incredibly frustrating a lot of the times during the game, same way he was here. But to your point, he was able to pull off magic at least 3 times during a game.
He could.
And you'd go get a win.
And again, like Sean Payton, his style of coaching, and this isn't unique to Sean Payton. This is most NFL offensive coaches. I have designed the play. I have called the play. I need you to run the play in this manner. And if it is not, and you're back there, playing freestyle jazz flute.
Yeah, having the beef tweets music.
You're killing my offense, okay? You're killing my timing. You're killing my schedule. You're killing my rhythm. And I can't get a play calling rhythm going. I can't use plays to set up other plays. Like, you're just destroying me right now. And again, like when Russ lost the ability to make plays with his legs and create time and all that sort of stuff, he lost his ability basically to be an NFL quarterback. He can't really be that anymore. Now look, can Russell Wilson run the operation of being an NFL quarterback, get you in and out of the huddle? And sure, he can do that stuff, but there's no place for him in the league anymore as any sort of winning quarterback.
No, and it's, what's crazy is you get that Giants. He always seems to give us one or two, like he had that game against the Cowboys earlier. Right. We could probably point out a couple of those he at least pulled off with the Broncos, but for in large part, it's just massively frustrating. You don't pick up first downs. Receivers are left staring at the sky, and he takes 100 sacks.
The win up in Buffalo that he got, the throw to
but
Cortland
even that
Sutton.
was just a couple of stupid throws.
Exactly.
It was not sustained offense
That's
all
just
night.
That's just it. Like he didn't have a real special game or anything else like that. And he's just cooked as an NFL quarterback. And I said this yesterday on the show, Andy. I really do think the Broncos handing him 9 figures guaranteed and having it still count against their ledger this year, I think Sean Payton still heavily resents that. I think he resents that George Payton gave him that contract. I think that is still kind of hanging over this organization, and I think it's an unbelievable frustration on the part of Sean Payton that he couldn't figure out a way to be able to win with Russell Wilson as his quarterback. But I also believe that when Sean Payton went looking for jobs after his TV sabbatical, I think the thing that he prioritized above anything else was how deep are the pockets of my owners.
Oh, there's no doubt. He wasn't going to go back to, for those that don't know, maybe you do, New Orleans wasn't exactly the richest owners in the league.
No.
Mickey Loomis, wasn't that the family? Who was the
Benson
owner?
family.
Benson, that's right.
Mickey Loomis was the GM. No, the Benson family. And, when he got there, and he still tells the stories to this day of like the garbage, cockroach motels that they would go stay in and everything like that on the road. And he had to go, fight it out with Tom Benson of just like, no, we're not gonna operate like this anymore. Like Sean Payton has exacting standards about what is required to help his football team win, and he works at a perfect place to be able to do it. And he also had the leeway to be able to look at those owners and say, we're going to incur this $85 million dead cap hit, and I'm going to go draft a quarterback that I like more. And now he has that guy. Now the question is it going to work with that guy? Good beef tweet segment, though.
Someone's upset about the beef tweet music again. I love the beef tweet music.
The jazz flute?
And I'm beefing with this guy.
We got beef.
Yeah, you're talking to Spring.
For beefing.
Well, but I mean, yeah.
With the jazz flute.
Everyone loves the jazz flute.
It's the alternate, it's the opposite feeling of really what beef tweets is about, because all I can imagine is Ron Burgundy getting after it in a bad jazz club.
It's how you know there's beef when you hear jazz flute. Hey, we're giving away a pair of tickets for Thursday. Avalanche, Carolina, Nordiques, Whalers. Going to be fun. Plus, we got a Landeskog jersey. Your keyword to text in right now, 303-504-0925. The keyword, chirp.
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 Like hockey players do when they're talking trash, not something about a bird asking for a worm. You chirp each other. Matter of fact, the Mammoth guys use it too.
You can use the bird one too. That's fine. They're spelled the
chirp
same.
Chirp it either way. Just get the word right.
CHIRP. Chirp. Text it in right now, 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925, along with your first and last name, and you are entered to win tickets for Avs and Carolina on Thursday and a Landeskog jersey. Sick prize, not bad. By the way, the new Nordiques gear available at Altitude Authentics right now. It's good-looking stuff. That is a sick jersey right there. So pick one up or win one from us. Text CHIRP to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Next keyword coming up at 4:20 with power rankings. We have got another keyword for you coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock because we're giving away a Gabe Landeskog Nordiques Heritage Throwback jersey today, plus tickets to Thursday's game against the Hurricanes. Also, guys, don't forget, we do a second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/AVSTICKETS. There's always a fifth giveaway. So we do one giveaway on each show, but then we do a fifth on our website. Also, don't forget new fan-friendly concessions this year at Ball Arena. $5 items at Section 112, Colorado Social Grab and Go, Section 319, hot dogs, popcorn, candy, chips, all the classics for $5. Also, $10 domestic draft beer at select locations. New vendors this year at Ball Arena. Illegal Burger is in there. Nola Jane's is in there. Redeemer Pizza. Great food items this year out there at Avalanche games. Avalanche are on the road tonight at Utah before heading home on Thursday to take on Carolina. So you want to win tickets to that game. The Nuggets will open on Thursday, and that one's going to be fun against Golden State.
Can't wait.
Yep, going to be good. Let's get this thing going. Christian Brown, Andy, got paid. 5 years, $125 million. By the way, some pretty funny comments. Our buddy Bennett Durando had these comments today from Christian Brown in the Denver Post, and CB was just kind of like, I don't really like negotiating. It's kind of uncomfortable. I really don't like hearing negative things about myself from my employer.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it goes.
Yeah.
And then they give you, you know what? You know what makes up for those harsh words? $125 million.
$25 million per.
That'll
Yeah.
really, really help things.
That'll get it done.
He is under contract through 2031, longer than anyone on Denver's roster.
Interesting.
Yeah, so CB is locked up and ready to go, getting his extension at the tail end of his rookie contract, which means that one guy did not get paid.
Me?
Well, you and Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson, he did not agree to a rookie extension. Thus, Peyton Watson will play this year on the final year of his rookie deal. He'll become a restricted free agent next offseason, which obviously, favors the Nuggets. And if he signed with a new team, then he would sign an offer sheet. The Nuggets could match it and keep him if they wanted to. But then, Andy, there's the other sticky part where there's that. There are those words again, second apron.
Yeah, they got to be careful.
Yeah, you start flirting with that second apron a little bit if you talk about signing Peyton Watson. I'll glasses half full this thing for a moment. This isn't necessarily for Peyton Watson. This is more for all of us. I like a player in a contract year.
I do too.
Yeah.
Well, especially one.
It's not a bad thing.
And I like Peyton Watson. He's been a lot of fun, but he's also got some inconsistencies in his game that Christian Brown right now doesn't have. And so I don't have a problem with you earning it, And look, if you earn it well enough and decide I'm going to go test the market, then you've earned that right as well.
Without a doubt. And so go and earn it this year. He had a very good preseason. He's extremely young. He's 23 years of age. Like, there's still a lot of growth to be had in that game. Peyton Watson's going to be in the league for a long time. He's going to make a lot of money. Okay? There's parts of his game, like you talked about, Andy, the playmaking has to improve. The above-the-break three-point shooting has to improve. He has taken large strides as a corner three-point shooter. But that's what I really want to see out of him more than anything this year is like, okay, you have proved yourself as a good defensive commodity, as a good shot blocker. Your athleticism is phenomenal. Let's see some better playmaking out of you. And again, like you've got to be able to hit the shots that opponents are going to give to you and force a defense's hand a little bit. And that's maybe the next step in his game. He also, Andy, is just a guy that, and we've talked about this, his high school career got blown up by COVID. He had the 1 year at UCLA, but he was a reserve on a Final Four team. And then he got drafted by the Nuggets in the first round, barely played his rookie year. Again, this is just a guy that I think has massive potential. Just needs to keep playing basketball.
He does.
But it's all in front of him.
Oh, it is. And look, the Nuggets going to have to make some tough decisions, okay? Yeah. Well, another reason why I like this move is what if Valanciunas decides, maybe I like hanging out here.
Sure.
Maybe I want to stick around next year.
Sure.
You're going to need some money for that to happen.
Right.
The Nuggets are, the rest of Jokic's career, you got to be win now every single year. And whether that's 5, 8 years, I don't care. Everything's got to be about taking advantage of the greatest player you're ever going to have in franchise history, period.
Yeah, and I think they know that. And I think that the way that they have done business this year, this summer, the way that Tenzer and Wallace kind of got this thing rebuilt in a hurry, what was showing that off a little bit of like, okay, man, we get it. We tried the we'll play youth around you thing and use that as a second unit and try and patch it together with the likes of Russell Westbrook. Like, we'll try things like that. And it just flat out didn't work. And this year it was, okay, man, let's go get some mercenaries, man. Let's go get a Tim Hardaway Jr. Let's go get a Bruce Brown who, was dying to get back here. Let's make a trade and bring in a Valanciunas and get some professionalism off the bench and not kill you. And like, again, Andy, we don't know what Jokic is going to do. I have a feeling I think I know what he's going to do, but you'll never know for sure. All you can do as an organization is make this as attractive a proposition as you possibly can. And I would say the Nuggets have largely done it. The other part of it too is, and this is one of the things of like, for every ESPN segment of just like, why didn't Jokic sign his extension?
Even though they know.
It's tell me a world where he wants to change markets.
Right. Move.
He
loves the city.
He loves the city. He loves that he's not in a coastal spotlight playing because he's not attracted to those things.
He's already that guy in Serbia.
Exactly.
Where he likes to spend his entire offseason.
He's becoming that guy in China with his shoe deal. Like, he has all of that, but he doesn't spend most of his time in those places. He spends it here, and I think he's also a guy, he never has enjoyed talking to the media. I don't think it's personal. I just don't think he likes doing it.
No, he doesn't.
And so there's a good-sized media contingent right here. Got their asses handed to him today by the coaches, but that was going to happen. And
they at least scored some points.
Yeah, I think he's in a comfortable spot here.
Did they go 4 quarters? I think they went a full length. I don't think they did the 12-minute game like the Celtics guys did, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think it might have been a little bit longer.
Because the Celtics folks were on pace for 240. If you remember. Wait, 59-0 or something like that after 12 minutes? What was it?
The picture that I saw, the scoreboard that Vinny Benedetto tweeted was 114-16.
Woo!
Yeah. And by the way, Vinny's caption, it was closer than it looked.
Good call. That's right. Yeah.
That's a good tweet. That's well done right there. Chad Brown joins the show coming up next. What are you supposed to make of that Broncos come from behind victory in the larger context of things? What does that say about a football team that you were in fourth quarter battles in back-to-back weeks against the Jets and the Giants? Now, you came out on top. But what are we thinking about this Bronco team right now? Chad Brown weighs in on that coming up next. Got our next keyword for Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up at 4:20, but right now it's Chad Brown time here on a Tuesday afternoon. We welcome in the All-Pro Chad Brown, the All-American Chad Brown, the great Chad Brown with us here on a Tuesday afternoon. Chad, we've had enough time to digest the Broncos' 33-point fourth quarter against the Giants the other day, and we now live in a world where we can wrap our minds around that. So I guess the next question in it is, what does that game say about this Denver team? And maybe I mean it in this way of like, back-to-back weeks you were trailing the Jets and the Giants in the fourth quarter. What does that say about the 2025 Denver Broncos?
I would say overall football, not just NFL, but college football as well, it's drunk. It is an amazingly fun product to watch. But if you are expecting consistency from a drunk college football season, it's silly. You just can't. You just can't. Coming into the college football season, Clemson and Penn State and all those teams were everybody's top five. Notre Dame. That ain't the case in college football. And now the Broncos find themselves leading the AFC West after 3 games where the Chargers took command of the AFC West. And the Broncos scored 0 points in 3 quarters, and they scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. So buckle up. Get ready for a crazy ride of a season, because that's what football is today. While the old football heads like myself may lament the lack of consistency, this is what football is. This is what these practice rules do. This is what the NIL does in college football. But to answer your question specifically, what does it say about this Broncos team? They haven't got it all figured out. Sean Payton's talking about not having the right players in the right spots. Sean Payton's going on the field and yelling at officials in a critical situation in the fourth quarter. So there's a bit of a lack of understanding of the situation on the field, coaches and players alike. And there is a inconsistency in play that is frustrating, but it's a big but here. You got to admire the resilience. You got to admire the mental toughness. You got to admire the see it throughness, all those kind of cliche phrases, because they found a way to get it done.
All right. Again, Chad, you find a way. It's why you do color and sidelines and all that. So break it down in simplest terms for us, because, I know we talked a little bit about it last week, and you can't tire your defense out, but what is it? How about this? What do you do mentally as a defense that allows this up-tempo stuff that everybody says you can't do all game? What, does something happen to you mentally that allows these things to happen, that makes it an illusion that it should be something you try all game? Because, again, Bo needs some tempo. I don't know how we find the middle ground of this, Chad, but what that game shows me, 33 points, and we've talked about it, and you remember it too, because you were doing Westwood 1 way back then. The Tebow thing, they never did 33 points. I grew up in the city while you were playing for CU. John Elway never scored 33 points, maybe 14, maybe 17 to get it to overtime or something. 33 points. How does that happen?
Well, okay, here's an interesting part about the tempo aspect. While they were able to go tempo in the fourth quarter, it was the more physical-based attack that I think wore down the Jets that allowed that tempo to work. It's a weird thing because everyone says, oh, it's easy. Tempo scores points, so let's keep up with that. You can't do a whole game that way. Your offense is going to have trouble being consistent that way, communicating things if you go that route the entire time. Defensively, you'll wear your defense down because they'll never get a chance to get on the sideline and get their adjustments in. So it was almost a perfect mix of beating the Giants up and then going tempo while they're gasping for air. So as a coach, you see it all the time in college football, maybe a little bit less in the NFL, where coaches have their foot on the gas pedal and they'll take it off for a drive or two, and then they'll press it down again. And so that's what I'm looking for Sean Payton to do, is to find the command of the gas pedal. It can't be all the way to the floor, nor can you have your foot resting on the brake pedal. You've got to be able to command that thing to make this offense go the tempo that's going to best take advantage of the defense at that particular time. It's an easy argument, but unfortunately football is way too nuanced to just say go up tempo all the time.
Chad Brown, our guest, Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Chad, 15-year NFL career. You've certainly seen some things, and we know there's the professional football is the land of massive egos and competitive individuals. Today, Russell Wilson fires back at Sean Payton via Twitter. Sean had made the comment after the game on Sunday, I wish they would have made the quarterback switch later on, basically hinting I would have rather played against Russell Wilson. Russ takes to Twitter today, classless but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 years later through the media. # let's ride. So here is a divorced coach and quarterback combination taking pot shots at each other through the media and through social media. Did you ever witness anything like this in your career? This one is largely outside the bounds of what we typically get.
I have never seen anything like this. And I'm sure there's another topic coming up later in this segment. We'll talk about something I've never seen either. But my goodness, the first sentence of Russell Wilson's tweet, or X, whatever you call them nowadays, is absolutely correct. That was classless from Sean Payton. And I'm not surprised. Sean Payton tends to go a unfortunate route. Is he a totally classless guy at all times? No, he's not. But he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's got an ego, whatever it is you want to stamp on him, where he goes classless. And this was one of them. Russell Wilson is not a Denver Bronco. Russell Wilson had nothing to do with that game. It was pointless. It was ridiculous by Sean Payton. And if you wanted to say, hey, Jackson Dart is playing better and we're happy to, unfortunately we had to go against him. A lot of ways you could say that without taking a dig at Russell Wilson. So I'm not surprised that Russell Wilson, finally responded back to all this. He's tried to go the classy route most of the time, but this one I think was needed to respond back. Hey, I'm not just going to be your punching bag here, my friend. And you've got dirt in your history too. And there's other stuff I think Russell Wilson could pull out about Sean Payton that Sean Payton wouldn't like to see plastered all over social media as well.
Did you ever witness anything in a locker room or anything like this? And again, this situation was so unique because it was, offensive genius and his quarterback, and then the guy got paid, and then they cut him in dead money. And we know what happened with these two, but did you ever see a rift like that between coach and player that got this weirdly personal?
No. I think most coaches, well, obviously Russell Wilson's at the end of his career. So the chance of Sean Payton being stuck or foisted, to pull a word from Curb Your Enthusiasm, with Russell Wilson, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
But I think most coaches realize, hey, this is a funny league and things go funny sometimes.
Right.
So I should be careful when I leave a particular club or a player leaves our team and goes someplace else. Things can come right back to you. In this case, I don't think there's ever going to be a reunion between these two.
That's a good point, though. Because Shawn he's at the effort part of his, he's the second highest paid coach in the league. He's older, so he's assuming I'll never have another head coaching gig again. This is he kind of is like the Larry David of the NFL just now. He doesn't care anymore. He'll just rip anybody.
And I think there's a certain, to your point, bit of freedom with all that from a coaching standpoint. But it doesn't mean you need to say the things that you say. It doesn't mean you need to get loose lips because a pretty reporter's in your face. Mm-hmm. I mean, we've seen this guy make media missteps repeatedly as the head of the Denver Broncos, and this is another one. So if I'm the Walton Penner Group, hey, man, hey, your team is the second most penalized team in all the NFL, and you're leading the charge. You're going on the field in the fourth quarter, and you're getting a flag thrown on you. And if that pass interference penalty had been a yardage foul like in college football, then Sean Payton would have dearly hurted his team. He was lucky he was only penalized 1 yard, half a distance to the goal line there. So, yeah, man, clean it up. Do better. Be smarter. You are the head coach of an undisciplined football team, and you yourself are a reflection of that.
All right, I've got a serious one. I want to get one fun one before we get you off the air, but I got to ask you, are the Broncos facing an MVP candidate this week in your mind? Is Dak Prescott a bigger problem than maybe – this is not the game I think we thought we were getting when we saw the schedule in May or whatever.
Dak Prescott is playing some of the best football of his career. So I know Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes, has had a career resurgence, and he's in the MVP conversation as well. I don't think he was playing at quite the heights that he is right now when the Broncos faced him earlier this season, although he was incredibly good in that game as well. So this will be either the best or second best quarterback the Broncos defense will have faced after having a rookie this last week who had some success against them. After Justin Fields was just awful against the Jets, this is going to be a remarkably step up in level of play from the quarterback position and the wide receivers as well. The connection between Dak Prescott and his talent at the wide receiver positions, this may be the best because of their talent with those two positions. They're probably more talented than the Colts are at those two positions in totality. So they will have their work cut out for them. Vance Joseph will not have an easy job this week, although the Cowboys defense is pretty awful. They gave up 22 points to the Jets, 22 points to the Commanders. Those are their lows for the entire year. They give up a lot of points. So I know folks are looking for the Broncos offense to get things right. This may be the chance, and they'll need that because of the quarterback they're facing and that wide receiver core they're facing this week.
Chad Brown, our guest. Chad, did you ever chase a ref off the field and berate him after your team won? You ever engage in any such activity?
I have walked off the field next to a ref and used some pointed language, but I have never threatened a ref. I never came at him aggressively. I never ran after him. The league has some flexibility on lots of things, but that ain't one of them. It's never been one of them. So yeah, Dre Greenlaw, do better, be better, be more disciplined. Now, Dre's got a bit of a history of overstepping bounds. And so while as a coach, you never want to have to tell your players to be more aggressive, with Dre Greenlaw, it's the opposite. Hey man, you got to tone it down just a bit. I like your aggressive edge, but we need you to be available for us. And we need you to not to penalize the defense when you're on the field. So far he's unavailable this coming week, in a week that I think would be important facing this Cowboys offense. And who knows about whatever fines and everything or penalties may come down the road later on the schedule.
All right, Chad. So people could see on Twitch. You can see it now. Twitch, YouTube, go check it out. The Avs throwback jersey they're going to be wearing when they were the Quebec Nordiques. A classic look. If you want to win one of these today, not you, Chad. You got to get into the running. Chirp was last hour's keyword. We got another keyword coming up. What was your favorite uniform to wear? So the Avs did this where it was more in their current colors of a white, and that N for the Nordiques was burgundy. And I remember, who were we talking to, Nate? Maybe it was, it was one of the, right there. One of the Cup guys told me it was his favorite jersey ever. He tried to sneak as many of them out of the facility as he could. Did you have one jersey where you're like, man, I got to have 3 or 4 of those that you wore?
Man, obviously a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey is just iconic in NFL history. The long track record of success. I know the Patriots have more Super Bowl trophies, but that's all within a pretty short window of time versus the Steelers, who have been iconic since the 70s. Since I was born in 1970, I've watched the Pittsburgh Steelers be successful. So the first time I put that helmet and that jersey on and that first trying on the equipment session, I was just like, this is amazing. I can't believe I get to wear this. And so I played longer with the Seahawks, 8 years versus 5 years with the Steelers versus 3 years with the Patriots. But that Steeler jersey, that Steeler look, just the iconic nature of it all. I have more Steeler paraphernalia than I do any other team just because of that.
Did you ever get a Pat Patriot one, though? The one where that red and the white combo that they wore against the Bears and got smoked? Did you ever get to wear that one?
No. So, Bill Belichick is quite the sarcastic guy. And the Patriots' success in alternate uniforms is pretty low, despite their great track record of success. So once an alternative uniform had little success on the field, then Bill wouldn't let them wear it anymore. They had to dig into a different page of history. So I think in my 2.5, 3 years there, I can't think of where I got to experience that. So I was shut out from that because, Bill was like, nope, we're not doing it. You guys whined and complained about the blue pants, and you didn't play well. And he didn't say it as nicely as I just said it. So blankety blank, those blue pants, we're never wearing them again.
So Bill's clearly they keep wearing the wrong uniforms in North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina, they don't have a uniform. They're all going to go out naked next week.
That's got to be the issue. By the way, Chad, and I want to ask you about a big profile college football thing. And Pete Thamel had a great piece today, it was Dan Wetzel today on ESPN about how college football in the NIL paycheck era, portal era, whatever we're calling this era now, has become the any given Saturday league. where it is like the talent is spread out enough where you may not be as good as those guys every week, but you can get them in a given week. And it's harder than ever to consistently win. And yet, as we talked about last week after James Franklin got fired, and again, like more coaches got canned this week, including our buddy Jay Norvell up at CSU got canned this week. Napier got canned this week. Like, at what point will the money people in college football recognize that? Because we're like stuck between two eras of college football where it's like we're supposed to win all the time, and it's like, yeah, but like everybody has players now. Everybody has talent right now. How is college football going to be able to catch up to its own reality?
I think college football is as exciting as it's ever been.
It's phenomenal.
And because of the parity that you're talking about, the NFL purposely plans parity with the draft process and with the waiver process. That's what they want with a salary cap. And so college football, in some ways, is beginning to go that way. And it's going to be impossible for Ohio State to stockpile 6 quarterbacks on their roster. Those days are gone forever. And so the top quarterback at a given school, if he doesn't get an opportunity, he's going to go someplace else. Mm-hmm. And so everybody has an opportunity, not everybody, but all the blue bloods or all the top 25 or all the top 30 get opportunities to get a quarterback. And once you have a quarterback, as we know in football, then you've got a chance to win. And so if you're Kirk Cignetti, who's, built a winner at Indiana, you may not have the same dollars as Ohio State, but because you got the right quarterback, Fernando Mendoza from Cal, and you got a coaching staff who you've had together for 10 plus years, you guys are going to win a lot of football games and upset a lot of people. So there's that aspect, but I think it's harder to do that because of coach movement, because there's maybe 10 quarterbacks every year in the portal who are worth going after. And in the end, are all 10 going to be who we thought they were? Is the fit going to be what we thought it would be? Probably not. So there'll be a bit of an evening out process over the next couple of years, but the boosters are never going to lose their desire to win every year and win now. And they've got the ear of the athletic director. So I think the turnover in coaches is going to be like it's going to be because there's more money involved than ever before. But the ability for an Indiana to rise up, that has a much greater chance than in the past. Indiana couldn't do it. We saw Cincinnati do that for a couple of years and they fell back off. But nowadays, if you've got an aggressive school president, an athletic director who's got some funds, who can go out and get the right coach and assemble the right staff, and you guys get lucky in the transfer portal with the right quarterback, you've got an opportunity in today's college football. And I think that's how it's supposed to be, rather than the same 3 or 4 teams, only having the only realistic shot of winning a national championship.
Look, though, you made a couple bucks. Could you ever imagine making enough bucks that you would just hand a $50 million check to be like, I can't take watching this guy anymore.
Way.
Yeah, please, just go sit on a couch. I don't want to see you anymore. See, that's what blows my mind, Chad.
Also, imagine if you were in a coma for the last 2 decades. You woke up today and you were like, hey, who's in the top 25? And you looked up and Indiana, Georgia Tech, and Vanderbilt are in the top 10.
Is this the basket? Wait, are we doing the – this looks like the big dance card, not football.
What the hell world am I living in right now? Guys, the great Chad Brown. We talk to him every single Tuesday. Chad, excellent as always. Thank you, man.
Thanks, guys. Good talking to you. Have a good one.
Your keyword is MITS, 303-504-0925. Text MITS, M-I-T-T-S, plus your first and last name, and that enters you to win tickets for the Avs in Carolina on Thursday, as well as a Gabriel Landeskog Nordiques jersey, 303-504-0925. MITS.
That's right.
MITS.
Throw them mitts.
303-504-0925. MITS. It's also a cute cat name, along with your first and last name. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
All right, guys. Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. First off, it's fall. I'm sure you got a ton of leaves in your yards that need to get raked up. And, in about a month's time, depending on who you are, maybe even a little bit sooner if you're Mr. Hastings, you're going to need to get the Christmas decorations out. There's all sorts of stuff that you need your energy for. You need good sleep. You need to get those workouts in. If your testosterone is low, you may not be able to feel the way that you want to and get all the things done that you want to. And if you're wondering if you have low testosterone, well, I just gave you a couple of the signs. Brain fog is another one. Obviously, there's sexual side effects as far as desire in the bedroom. All this can be signs of low testosterone. And you can go and have a conversation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic about how to get this fixed. If you're like a lot of men that have low T, you sit, you wait, you think, I'll take care of it later. Don't put it off any longer. Before you know it, it's going to be the real busy part of the year. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you'd like some further proof that maybe you're dealing with this, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take their low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, and it takes about 2 minutes. Then you schedule that consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The first visit is easy. You pop in, they draw your blood, they have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about those results. And if you do have low T, he'll then talk about the benefits of getting on testosterone treatment. The cost of this appointment is $99. It includes that T and PSA test and the consult. But if you sign up for testosterone the day of your visit, then your appointment is free. So don't put it off any longer. Get the higher energy back, get the better gains in the gym back, sleeping better, waking up feeling refreshed, and, of course, the sexual motivation you may be missing. That's all at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. 720-440-7900, the phone number, or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
AVS Ticket Tuesday. Before we get to power rankings, your keyword this hour is MITS. MITTS. MITS. Text MITS to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name. And you are entered to win Avalanche and Carolina tickets for Thursday night at Ball Arena, plus a Landeskog Nordiques jersey. The Heritage throwbacks that are now available at altitudeauthentics.com. Although Spring had an update there in the break. The jerseys are going fast. So if you want one, you probably got to head down to the store. They still got the hoodies and T-shirts and hats and all the good stuff.
Yeah, I believe they're out online.
Okay.
You better get to the store.
Yeah, go to the store. But right now, or just win it from us.
They will restock it.
Text MITS to 303-504-0925.
The Twitch chat and our girl Marie is confirmed. They're gone. They're out of here.
Look, the holiday season's coming up.
To 303-504.
When we restocking, they're going to need...
They're going to restock.
They're going to have to, right? They knew this was going to happen, right?
That's going to be under some trees.
They've been teasing people for like 3 weeks.
It's a hot
under
jersey.
Some trees.
It's a good jersey. I love a Nordiques
the
sweater.
store's out too, according... Okay, I got to hit up a few people.
All
We got
right.
to figure out where you can find one. You know what?
In demand.
Listen.
Hot jersey.
You and I haven't had a bonus in a minute. Come find us.
I could use
we'll
a
sell
cap.
this to you.
Yeah. But again, the merch is online. It's just not the jerseys.
There's all sorts of stuff you can get.
Hoodies and whatnot. So go to Altitude Authentics and take care of it. Also, the Hurricanes are going to wear throwback Whalers jerseys.
The Whalers. Are you going to wear your hat that day? Should you and I each wear our hats? What's that, Thursday, right?
My Whalers hat, it is no more.
What happened?
It got too disgusting.
Oh.
Yeah, it was.
So it was that old? It was pretty old, right?
It couldn't live forever. I need a new Whalers cap.
You couldn't get that like hat saver stuff you spray all over it? Whatnot? Did you not know about that?
I don't care.
You not get suckered by online shopping like I do?
I didn't buy the hat spray. No. I wanted to buy last year. I wanted to buy a Miko Whalers jersey. They never put it for sale.
He
online.
wasn't there long enough to print them up.
No, I think he suited up in a Whalers sweater once. I want to say, and I was like, ooh, maybe they made this jersey. No such luck. Yeah, one of my all-time favorite hockey players wearing my favorite uniform in hockey history, but it was not to be for me.
Oh, we're hearing the R there, but not much left. Listen,
Mitts.
You better just get to Ball Arena right now, or
Mitts.
you better win it from us.
Text Mitts.
Mitts.
To 303-504-0925.
Not the cute cat named Mittens. Mitts.
On an Avalanche ticket
Did you
Tuesday.
ever know a Mitzi?
A Mitzi.
You're too young to have any of your mom's friends named Mitzi.
I don't think I ever. You had a Mitzi?
My mom and dad had a friend named Mitzi.
Mitzi. What is Mitzi short for?
I have no idea. She just...
Mozzarella?
She didn't mind the booze.
That was Casey Middlestad's nickname.
Mitzi? That's a good name.
No. Not as funny as a older gal with the old bob haircut going by Mitzi.
Did Casey Middlestad hit the sauce?
Sucking back some Seagrams and whatever, Bartles and James.
She was a wine cooler gal.
That's right. It was like a card club. Mitzi was a part of it. And a Madge.
They know any Ruths?
Barb.
Was there a Ruth
Barb,
that
you know
came
Barb
over?
was there.
You know,
Barb brought some dip.
Just sucking down on Benson and Hedges.
If your name is Tage.
You guys don't even know.
Or Haley. Yeah, you have no idea.
You don't even know. All right.
Skyler.
Power rankings time
Skyler ain't
here.
got no friend named Mitzi.
Andy, what do you do with a football team that is trailing in the fourth quarter in back-to-back weeks against the Jets and the Giants, yet they're 5-2? They keep winning these games. What are you supposed to do? Well, I think there's one person who can tell us.
Whoa, what happened? One person that can tell us what are you supposed to do with these rankings? How do you handle all this? We good?
Whoa, I'm back.
Yeah, that's how you know we're an old married couple
I know,
now. I'm
right?
just going to pick up and talk, although you gave us a hint on the Twitter thread. But
So here we go. There's only one man that can properly describe what you do with that kind of ranking, And that is the poet George Costanza.
I think I can sum up the show for you with one word. Nothing. Nothing? Nothing. What does that mean? The show is about nothing.
Well, it's not about nothing.
No, it's about nothing.
Well, maybe in philosophy, but even nothing is something.
No, nothing happens.
No, the show is about nothing. Or you don't have, what's the line? You don't have a show yet.
ESPN.
Yes, it's about nothing.
Last week, ESPN said the Broncos are the 10th best team in the NFL. 33-32, they come back to beat the Giants, Andy. And they plummet one spot to 11.
11. Let's go, Spinal Tap.
They plummeted one whole spot.
These go to 11.
Darn right they do.
But follow me on this nothing thing.
Yes, sir.
NFL.com, NFL Network, find power ranking people. Last week, they said the Broncos were the 11th best team in the NFL. Now, this week, after that game, Denver blasts off to number 10.
All right.
So we just did nothing.
You know what that is? That's the Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Darth Vader rivalry getting after it again, right? Oh, you think they're 11? Well, we think they're 10, pal.
Right. Nothing happened.
No, nothing happens.
So get a load of this. The Athletic, fine people. Nick Kosmider over there. Last week, they said the Broncos were the 7th best team in the NFL.
Yeah, they were feeling good.
Yeah. After a win, the Broncos sink 3 spots to number 10.
Okay.
Nothing.
But then the Ringer, who last week said the Broncos were the 14th best team in the NFL,
right?
Witnessed that game in the fourth quarter comeback against Jackson Dart and the Giants. And they moved the Broncos up 3 spots to 11.
11.
Nothing.
So the Athletic drops them 3 spots, but the Ringer moves them up 3 spots. Again, we haven't done anything on the power rankings here.
They've just kind of shuffled the deck.
Yeah.
This is the Titanic in the deck chairs right now.
Pro Football Talk.
Yeah, the lawyer.
Yeah. Florio and his sweet hair. Last week, he had Denver at 7 in his power rankings. Score 33 points in just a single quarter and come back and get a win. And you skyrocket 2 spots to number 5. Up 2. Okay. Wow, Florio saying Denver at 5.
He's got him top 5.
Sure does.
You know what that means? He really likes him some Giants.
Sure does. Maybe he's overrating them. Now, Yahoo Sports, old Yahoo, our buddy Frank Schwab, and we had him on the show last week. We were like, how are you telling us that Denver's the 5th best team in the NFL? Well, they win, and he drops them 2 spots to number 7.
Okay.
So again, Pro Football Talk said 7, move you up to 5. Yahoo said 5. Now we're moving you down to 7.
Did we influence that, though? Was that somehow you and me?
Probably.
Did we maybe...
We berated Frank.
Did Frank feel like we were too hard on him last week and basically said, have you watched this team?
What are you looking at?
Because I felt bad when I was like, well, you clearly weren't at camp, and I didn't mean to be a jerk. He didn't need to be at camp, but he used to be at camp every day, and I just told him if you'd have been at camp, then I wonder how you feel. I think he felt a little bit of writer's guilt, and I think you and I forced the 2 Frank, you don't need to do that. Put him back at 5.
I think 7's more right.
Yeah, you know what, Frank? You're finally right. Keep him at 7. I've already flip-flopped.
USA Today had him at 6.
Right.
They drop him 1 spot to 7.
What kind of stories? Oh, no stories.
Yeah, not about today, even though it's called USA Today. The stories were about yesterday.
So a 1 spot drop. Finally, one more. Deion Sanders' favorite outlet, CBS.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Mm-hmm. Last week they said 6. This week they say 6.
Nothing happens.
Probably. There you go.
Stagnate.
Just stay even-handed.
Yeah.
Go, you know what? Let me get a load of this Dallas game, and I'm going to just keep them right here, right now.
So, Andy, our 8 rankings that we track, ESPN, NFL Network, Athletic, Ringer, CBS, Pro Football Talk, USA Today, and Yahoo. The 8 rankings that we track. Last week, the 8 rankings added up to a collective 68. This week, they add up to a collective 67.
Well, something happens.
Yeah.
I think I can sum up the show for you with one word. Nothing.
So just like a barely aggregate move at all. We had 3 risers, NFL, Ringer, and Pro Football Talk, 4 drops, ESPN, Athletic, USA Today, and Yahoo. The high was Pro Football Talk at 5. The low was ESPN and the Ringer at 11. Ringer moved him up 3 spots. Athletic dropped him 3 spots. Biggest movers on the board. Average was 8 last week. Average is still 8. That's it. Nothing happened in the power rankings this week, which, Andy, I kind of think is fair.
Okay.
I actually think that's right.
Why?
Because that game
was super weird.
But also it doesn't change my opinion of you as a football team. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like,
well,
you were crud for 3 quarters.
Yeah.
You were excellent for a quarter. The other team had to do a bunch of brain dead stuff for you to come back and get that victory. Like, yes, you won. Winning games in the NFL is hard, but like I didn't learn one way or the other you're better or worse in any way as a result of that game. Like, that's what's so funny about it. That game was one of the more insane things I have ever seen, and yet in the big picture, I would argue, Andy, nothing happened.
Okay. Nothing. Hadn't this first half of the season kind of felt like that first date that you're on? And you're kind of like, I mean, do I want to go out again? I'm not sure. I've enjoyed some parts, really not enjoyed others.
Mm-hmm.
The conversation's okay.
Right.
But I'm not sure we're moving to Friday night on this one.
Right.
So I'm hoping the Dallas game is the one that makes me go, all right, Friday night action. We're going to the broker, getting a shrimp bowl.
I know the Broncos are good. I know they're a good NFL team. Are they a contender?
Listen,
do I talk about them like a team that is going to be winning huge games in January? Based on the matchups, Andy, they could also just get blasted out of the wild card round and we'll never see them again. Something that you said in the offseason is the Broncos could be a better football team and just do 10-7 again.
10 could be better. It'll be a better 10 wins than it was a year ago, yes. But here's the thing. I think we're all waiting to find out, was Payton right to talk all the noise during the offseason? And nothing yet shows me that he is.
Right.
Right. Yes. Yes, George. Boy, that's going to be a thing now, huh? You got him in there. You might as well keep playing him, right?
Nothing.
Yeah. He's going to have fun. But do you know what I'm saying? Like I have no evidence that tells me he in fact is right. And look, the Chiefs feel like, I know you don't believe it. They're heating up a little bit. Adam Schefter said he thinks that today, who did he talk to? Yesterday when he talked to the morning show, because it feels like Thursday to me.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all buying it.
But yeah, Schefter.
Yeah.
Listen to your anger. Listen to your little anger over there.
They're all buying it. I see it.
Are you at least starting to move some money towards their stock?
I'm keeping the receipts.
Yeah. No, hold on. Are you looking at that stock price?
I'm keeping the receipts on everybody that is on that bandwagon right now. I'm watching it. I'll tell you what, that quarterback is balling out. That dude is playing at an MVP level. I do not deny that.
He's throwing mitts.
Yeah, he certainly is.
That's the key word.
I'm not buying that
mitts.
Thing, though. That when they get a load of the Denver defense, I think we're gonna change some minds. Mitts.
How are you spelling that? Is it 2 T's?
2 T's, yes.
For some reason, I guess because of Mitzi, I'm thinking of 1 T. But yes, get 2 T's in there.
Mitts. Or multiple baseball gloves, Andy.
Sure.
Mitts. 303-504-0925. Text Mitts to 303-504-0925. Why would you do such a thing? Because it enters you to win tickets for Thursday, Avalanche in Carolina, and it gets you a Landeskog Nordiques throwback jersey, which if you're watching us on Twitch, and our Twitch feed is brought to you by Safeway, you can see it. It's like our third co-host right now. He's just very quiet.
Yeah, really. He might be the most interesting one, though.
Kind of looks like we got a scarecrow in here today.
It does. It does.
So text
just
Mitts
chilling
to 303-504-0925. That's Mitts to 303-504-0925. Andy, there was a sports moment that we got last night, a serious sports moment we have to talk about how much your heart breaks
Oh, yeah.
for Mariners fans when we come back. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. You like tickets? It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Well, I've got another ticket giveaway for you, and that's for Nuggets Heat tickets. You can go see the very wealthy Christian Brown coming up on November 5th as Denver will take on Miami. How do you get those tickets? Well, you go to roller.bid/altitude. You sign up for Roller Auction's email list, and you sign up to bid. That's roller.bid/altitude. And you can get those tickets plus an autographed Jokic photo. Pretty solid. Roller.bid/altitude. And while you're there, I mean, you're signed up, you might as well go ahead and check out all of the great auctions available for you to be able to bid right now at Roller Auction. They got a workshop selling assets from former cadet steel auction that's available right now. You can get a forklift, welders, metalworking, support equipment, tools, racking, and more. Go ahead and check out this auction. Yeah, guys, when massive businesses and warehouses and facilities close down, they need to sell off their assets. They send them to Roller Auction, and you can get them at fantastic prices. Great deals to be had at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid right now. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at top of the hour, 5 o'clock. And at 5:20, we'll have another keyword for you on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. You can be entered to win tickets to Thursday night's game between the Avalanche and the Carolina Hurricanes, as well as a Gabriel Landeskog Heritage Throwback jersey, Nordique style. Pretty sick. Yeah, we're giving a jersey away along with a pair of tickets this afternoon here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Altitude Authentics, by the way, has the jerseys, the hats, the shirts, the hoodies, all that good stuff. So get yourself all signed up right there. Avalanche in action, by the way, tonight on the road at Utah. And the NBA season gets underway about 40 minutes from now with Houston at Oklahoma City. Golden State and the Lakers, the late game. Nuggets will open up on Thursday. Andy, Monday Night Football doubleheader last night. Outside of Jahmyr Gibbs just helping me run up the score on spring in fantasy football, shut your mouth. My biggest, I was a little disappointed. I thought I had a chance to double up spring last night.
Oh, you wanted to.
I did. Shut your mouth. I did. I wanted that one.
You know, I'm 0-7.
You sure are.
I went and looked at quarterbacks today.
Uh-huh. To claim Tyrod Taylor.
Remember Rocky's Autos?
Right.
And they had the discount section?
It's not a good selection.
What I look like I was walking through here. So, hey, I got an old rundown Yaris. You want that? No, I don't.
So Big Dumper.
Big boy Dumper.
Homered last night. I think that was in the 6th. Made it a 3-1 game. Game 7, ALCS. I was locked into this game. And again, like Monday Night Football was kind of an afterthought for me. Although it was funny to see the overhead shot of Lumen Field in Seattle and all the empty seats and being like, oh, those people are up on the concourse watching baseball right now. I've seen this before. I know what that is.
Well, then they had the double shot of the whatever they got next door for the baseball park.
Yeah.
I don't know their sponsor. But.
So in Toronto, George Springer comes up in the 8th, 2 men on, and Seattle decides to go to Edward Bizzardo. They pull Wu. Like I said, Wu peed on my rug. They pulled Brian Wu, who put 2 men on. They go with Edward Bizzardo. He is facing, of all people, George Springer, who has been a playoff hero before. And this is what happened. We got the call, Spring. Which one do we got first?
Start with, hold on. I got a drop for it.
Okay.
Fox Sports!
Okay, thank you. Here we go.
High fly ball! Left field! Arozarena watches it go!
Oof, George Springer, 3-run bomb, made it a 4-3 ball game. Electric moment. What do we got next, Spring?
Let's do Blue Jays radio.
Okay.
First real scoring chance for the Blue Jays since the first inning. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Arozarena turns. Gone! A Springer dinger! 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th.
Did you happen to see the shot, by the way, of the fan holding up the sign right behind George Springer that said, give us a dinger, Springer? It was, right behind it. God, what a good sports shot. Let's get one more. Let's get Mariners radio. Here we go.
Now's the sad.
Here comes the pitch from Bizzardo. Swung on. That is hit high, deep, left field, and it is gone.
Oh.
That guy's heart just sank.
You hear the deflate. Blue Jays bullpen had close it out, and that was it. Seattle loses. Andy, they're now 0-4 all-time in the ALCS. They have never been to a World Series.
That sucks, man.
It really does.
And you know what? Just so everybody knows, I've spent most of my life rooting against Seattle teams, mainly the Seahawks, recently the Kraken. Hate the Kraken, thanks to a few years ago. Don't like them. Not ever going to love them. Hated the Seahawks growing up. And Brian Bosworth and Dave Craig and all those guys continue to this day. The only person we accept is Chad Brown. And I guess now Torrey Horton. But yeah, I don't know what it was. checking the score after I got the notification. I'm like, tell me they're going to go. I want them to go their first series so bad I don't even know why.
We like the Mariners.
Yeah.
They're
Big Dumper's fun.
Yeah, Big Dumper is fun. Ryan Roland Smith is fun. It's like I've said, for a long time, they were kind of like the American League Rockies. But one of the things that happened when George Springer hit that thing last night, Andy, is like, Cleveland has got the drive. Buffalo has wide right. Boston has the ball through Buckner's legs.
By the way, Cleveland has 2 drives.
They sure do.
1 and 2. Or the drive and the fumble.
And then the fumble. Mm-hmm. So, the Mariners now have that. And a part of having a competitive team is you have to have the suffering, the misery, the heartbreaking moment. And I started thinking, okay, in Denver, I would say Flacco to Jacoby Jones.
Yep.
That was your heart sunk moment.
Oh, yeah.
I was just like, whoa, all right.
That ain't good.
I mean, that place went silent. You and I were both in the building. Silence.
Other
than everyone's teeth chattering because it was so damn cold.
The snap over Payton's head to start Super Bowl.
Bad moment.
If whatever that was, 48 wasn't great.
Pretty
either.
bad moment. Yeah. I mean, compounded by a lot of crap in that game, but pretty bad moment. I was like, do the Rockies have that? 09 NLDS against Philadelphia. They had a 4-2 lead. Houston Street gives up the double to Ryan Howard. They come back and win that game 5-4. They win the series in 4 games, but it wasn't a closeout game. It wasn't a game 7, or it wasn't like an NFL playoff game where it's just like, oh, you lose and it's over. I know it was a closeout game for the Rockies, but still they were down 2-1. I guess that's kind of it.
Yeah, I can't think of a single thing for the Rockies. I really can't.
Yeah, that's probably the closest. Because in 07, they got swept.
They get crushed. Yeah, they got swept by the Red Sox,
and that
was 2 months of good baseball.
It was exactly.
They kind of sucked in August.
Andy, 2 months. It was like it was really like 4 weeks.
Yeah, great call.
Like that was kind of it. I guess they had an 8-day break in there. But yeah,
Milwaukee swept them in 2018 after they beat the Cubs.
Yeah, and they scored 2 runs in that series,
right? And then when they lost to the Diamondbacks the year before in the wild card game, it's not like you were going on. You were just playing for the right to play a series.
Yeah, it's not really. And the Mariners now have it.
And the Nuggets have so many we could point to. The Avs have so many. Dude, who scored any of the goals? You want to pick Miko's goals last year against Dallas? Are brutal.
Oh yeah,
losing in Game 7 to the Kraken is brutal.
Game 7 defeats are
they're the worst.
They're another monster. Yeah, 3 and especially one swing. And it was George Springer, Hall of very good player.
How about the Anthony Carter inbounds pass against the Lakers in 09?
I remember it.
Yeah.
It was early in the series, but still bad. Here's what also sucks about that series is the Jameer Nelson, Dwight Howard magic were the team that were waiting in the finals.
You were going to win. It was like the Broncos blowing it against the Steelers in 05.
Yeah, you just had to beat the Nuggets.
Owned Holmgren.
Yeah, you just had to beat the Lakers, and you were going to win a title.
Jake Plummer might have been a Super Bowl champ if not for that game.
That was a crusher
I
last
can't
night.
even come up with anything close for the Rockies. You give me something even in the ballpark. Nothing. What, maybe the one chance they had in Game 3 against the Sox just to make it a 2-1 series? I think they had one point where they had like one bad inning. I barely remember that series because it's come and gone before you knew it.
Josh Beckett killed him in Game 1, and that was it. And it's, you can sit there and now you can second guess Dan Wilson and be like, you should have put Munoz in right there, which I thought he should have in the moment. I was just like, put the closer in, but he went with Bizzardo, who had been good. One swing of the bat, man. One swing of the bat. ALCS in the books. Dodgers Blue Jays World Series. I think this is going to be a fun one. Game 1 coming up here on Friday. Yes, this should be a good series. I'm looking forward to it. That Jays lineup, man, it's unrelenting. Good test against that Dodgers starting pitching. I'm really excited about this World Series. We have got yet another giveaway coming up at 5:20, or another chance for you to win Avalanche tickets for Thursday night's game against Carolina. We'll get you a keyword, but we'll take a break right now. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next. All right, let's get right after it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, what do you got for us?
All right, it is time for the high five. And you know what? It's so nice. We do it twice.
Beef.
It's back. Talked about it earlier in the show, but we'll bring it back here for the high five. So Sunday night, after the Broncos win over the Giants, Sean Payton, we actually played this yesterday in the high five. He was praising the Giants organization. He used to work there early in his career, and he was hopeful that it wouldn't be Jackson Dart starting on Sunday.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11, close with the Mayor Tisch family. And, you know, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game. But anyway.
Obviously alluding to him wanting Russell Wilson to start that game.
I would have preferred to go up against that scrub that I used to coach. I think is what he's trying to say there.
Russell Wilson today, this afternoon at 2:39 p.m. Mountain Time, tweeted out on the old Twitter app. Russell Wilson, man, he never gets like this. He tweeted, classless, ... but not surprised, ... Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Shades emoji, cry laughy emoji, hashtag let's ride, intense cry laughy emoji.
So he brings up the
let's ride, but laughs around it.
The Bounty Gate scandal,
yeah,
which is Sean Payton's great shame that he was suspended for an entire year from the NFL.
Yep.
You know, is it classless, Andy? Sure. Yeah, it's not kind. It's a crappy thing to say about Russell Wilson. Again, Russell Wilson made off with over $100 million guaranteed from the Broncos. So again, I weep not for him. But also, I want this Sean Payton. We need this Sean Payton. This is what Sean Payton is. He is petty. He is bitter. He does remember every little slight along the way, and if that's what drives him to push his team any harder or push his staff any harder or put in any extra time in the game plan, in the film study, and anything else to maximize what he is as a football coach, this is what he has to do. He thrives on the haterade. That is how Sean Payton gets down, and is it classless? Yeah. But Sean Payton, I would never have mistaken him for what I would call a classy gentleman of the NFL. He's not a Bill Walsh, all right? He's a raging a-hole. And this is exactly what Sean Payton is supposed to be.
Yeah, and so it's kind of fun. And it was fun to finally see Russ, frankly, push back a little bit.
Good on you, man.
I wish they would have pushed back a little bit more while they were here. That's why getting a game against these two would finally be fun, although it just seems like it's never going to happen. We've had 2 cracks and we're 0
Yeah.
He was hurt last year, benched this year. I don't think he'll be a starter for anyone next year.
Yeah, it doesn't seem terribly likely. He might get some spot starts still in the NFL career, but he can't move. He can't move, and we know it. And again, Russ is hanging out, and he's getting a nice paycheck. Good for him.
Yeah, he's going to make plenty of money this year, too.
Again, what do they say? The best revenge is living well? Yeah, Russell Wilson is hanging out, and he's occupying $35 million of cap space on the Broncos ledger. That's got to feel pretty good for him. Again, he can buy a couple more bathrooms
and he's made $11 million since they paid him $85 million to go away.
In the meantime, I don't want classy Sean Payton. I want bitter Sean Payton. I don't want to hear about up-tempo. I want drive around the sushi restaurant. That's the guy that I need coaching these Denver Broncos, because that's when Sean's at his best. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, now back to your regularly scheduled programming. The high five. Bill Belichick, 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach, advanced to the final 12 coaches in the running for the 2026 class for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Belichick is in his first year of eligibility after rule changes put in place last year that shrank the requirement for how long coaches have to be out of the NFL before they can be considered for the Hall to only 1 full season. Other coaches eligible include 2-time Super Bowl champion coaches like Tom Coughlin, Mike Shanahan, George Seifert, and Mike Holmgren.
Other coaches that are in the running, Bill Arnsparger, Alex Gibbs. That's a fun one. I don't think he'll ever get in, but it's still fun to talk about. Chuck Knox, Buddy Parker, Dan Reeves, Marty Schottenheimer, and Clark Shaughnessy. Andy, a blue ribbon committee will reduce the field to 9 semifinalists next month and eventually down to 1 finalist. You ever been a member of a blue ribbon committee?
I didn't know we were getting a blue ribbon committee. I know.
What?
We're going to have to ask Leggy what the blue ribbon committee is on Friday.
What denotes a committee as blue ribbon?
I don't know. You want some blue ribbons? You got some hanging out?
I want to know.
Do they all have to have their blue ribbons present on the Zoom call when they do this?
It sounds impressive.
It does.
Yeah.
Blue ribbon committee.
A blue ribbon committee has acknowledged you.
If this committee can't put in Mike Shanahan soon, they're not blue ribbon in my book. I don't know what you need.
I want to spend more time on this at 5:20.
Yeah,
I've got expansive thoughts about Bill Belichick being up for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Wow. Bill.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, the Giants have cut their backup kicker, Jude McAtomney. McAtomney. He missed 2 extra points.
They probably
I'm surprised he got on the plane.
Yeah.
If I were him, I'd have been like, look, bro, I don't need the free ride home. I'm not going to be living there. Denver's a little cheaper than New York. Not much, but a little.
Right.
I'm going to hang out at Hotel 6 and figure out my next move.
Yeah, they probably should cut that guy.
There's no way he wanted to get on that plane.
Didn't they have Younghoe Koo on their practice squad, too?
Yes, they did.
They could have had him instead of McAtomney. Yeah. They win that game if he makes 2 extra points. That's simple. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
It appears that the Jets are going to go with Tyrod Taylor as their starting quarterback this Sunday in Cincinnati. Justin Fields will hit the pine. So Woody Johnson, the Jets owner, talked to an assortment of media members today. He was asked what is his confidence level that Aaron Glenn can turn this Jets season around.
Well, it looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we've got. You know, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league.
Yeah, here's the deal. Justin Fields has been what he's been all the time.
Yeah.
Everyone's left saying that. He has all the ability. He's got a fantastic arm. He looks like the quarterback you'd like to draft off the measurables. He doesn't see football the way they need him to, and his accuracy isn't there. And again, it's been so funny. It's been him, Aaron Rodgers, and Russell Wilson all doing the let's trade our quarterback team spots. It looks like Rodgers has kind of found a way to settle in, and I'm guessing this is his last year. And I think has he even said as much. But, dude, seriously, why are people surprised when Russell Wilson and Justin Fields end up being the exact same guy they were in their last stop?
Also, it's, again, like you have to run an offense that gets him on the move. You have to do the zone read, the option stuff. He has to run with the ball. He's dynamic with the football in his hands. He's not a good pocket thrower. He's not. How many times did they just have him sit back in the pocket? What are you doing? What are you doing? You know he cannot do that. You called passes on 3rd down and 8, on 4th down and 8 against the Denver defense, and it's just what are you thinking is going to happen after he had shown you 58 minutes, after he's essentially shown you 5 years of this guy can't win from the pocket?
Yeah.
You have to do something differently with him.
Listen,
you have to be creative. If you're saddled with him, and if you chose him the way that the Jets did, they weren't even saddled with him. They signed him. Like, you got to do something different.
Why am I spacing the guy's name? He needs to be the dude in Seattle or in New Orleans that was the changeup for Sean Payton.
Oh, Taysom Hill?
Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
Just be a Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
Because to your point, he
good
can
NFL
run,
player.
And you can still get out on the run and threaten some people with that. If you get people sucked up because they think you're mainly into run, you can throw it over their head.
Great athlete.
But
great athlete.
You don't need to be the starter. You're done being the starter.
Yeah. Also, did Woody Johnson, when he referred to ratings, was he talking about passer rating, QBR, or
Madden?
his Madden rating based on whatever Brick told him?
I'm sure he went and watched a game with Brick. Look, Dad, he can't even do it on Madden. This guy sucks.
His fantasy football rankings are terrible, Dad. We got to get him out of there. And Tyrod Taylor, that's going to be the answer now for the Jets. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll take a break. When we come back, Bill Belichick is an absolute slam dunk Hall of Famer. Eventually. I'll explain why next. So the Associated Press reporting today, 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Belichick has advanced to the final 12 coaches in the running for the 2026 class for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Should he get in? We'll tell you in a moment. Right now, you need to text in this hour's keyword to 303-504-0925. That's 303-504-0925 to be entered to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Carolina Hurricanes on Thursday. In addition to winning tickets, you will also win a Gabriel Landeskog Nordiques Heritage Throwback jersey, brand new, fresh throwbacks, which you can pick up right now at Altitude Authentics. We know they're running low on the jerseys, but they got the hoodies and the hats and the shirts and all that good stuff. But right now, you need to text in a keyword because then you can win tickets for Thursday night and a Landeskog sweater. 303-504-0925. This hour's keyword, beauty.
Kick save and a beauty.
Beauty.
Just beauty.
Beauty. B-E-A-U-T-Y. Beauty. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925.
You never
Beauty.
watched the movie Black Beauty, did you, about the horse?
I didn't see the movie. I had the record and storybook.
Perfect.
I have a distinct memory. I had Black Beauty.
Yeah.
And I had Star Wars. The Star Wars one I preferred because every time you heard the R2-D2 noise, that was your sign to turn the page.
Turn the page. I remember that.
303-504-0925. Beauty. That Andy Lindahl is a natural beauty. 303-504-0925. I don't think that required.
Yeah, that did feel a little.
That felt.
Were you just looking to slip that in today?
I
missed it.
He's had no surgeries. He's had no alterations. He's a natural beauty.
Listen.
303-504-0925.
I'm a pot stirrer.
The word is beauty.
Look, pal. Yesterday, I get some level 12 dad joke and Serbian guys MIA at the Potbelly. But today, that slips in.
Them's the breaks.
It was personal.
Them's the breaks.
By the way, some select tickets are still available, including standing room for Thursday's clash with Carolina. So head over to coloradoavalanche.com/tickets, or you could just text beauty along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 right now. And that is your third and final keyword of the day to enter you to win Avalanche tickets for Thursday night against Carolina. By the way, the Canes are going to be wearing their Whalers jerseys.
2 throwbacks, going to be a lot of fun.
Yes.
And we're going to pick our winner in, 25 minutes
We
or so?
sure will. Also, there's a second chance drawing, altitudesportsradio.com/avsticks. And guys, don't forget, affordable concessions all over the place at Ball Arena this year. $5 items, Section 112, Colorado Social Grab and Go, Section 319, dogs, popcorn, candy, chips, fries, pretzels, fountain soda, all that good stuff. So they'll get you hooked up out there at Ball Arena this year.
Real quick, little piece of breaking news that I just saw.
Break it.
From Mike Kliss, NFL spokesman Michael Signora confirmed that the 1-game suspension for Dre Greenlaw has been upheld. He appealed. It failed. He will miss the Dallas game officially.
You know, Chad Brown said that earlier in the show of just like, you have no chance on this appeal.
He did.
The optics alone of a player chasing down an official. And I know, guys, you can Zapruder this thing, and you can see the official pushing a Broncos player. He got surrounded in a mob of giant football players and was trying to get out of it.
Yeah, I don't think that guy did a great job of officiating.
No.
I don't think the PI should have been called. You and I agree on that. Where I am going to relate to the average-sized man in a football field, I've been there where you're trying to go and find these guys for interviews.
Yeah.
And you're getting rushed by a full bench full of guys. And I know it looks like a push, and I think even Sternad, you may be annoyed, but even Sternad realized it was the official
Right.
and was like, whatever, and went and partied with his teammates, right? That dude right there probably was a tiny bit of survival instinct that kicks in when you have massive people flooding your way. So what did you just...
How about former Bronco Nate Jones last night, by the way, Andy? Nate Jones, who jumped in there to protect Jackson Smith and Jigba last night after he lost his helmet. That's a former NFL player, former Bronco, who is now an NFL official who in that moment was just like, hold on. Everybody, because that's a guy that knows what that massive humanity is like. It's sketchy. Yeah, you don't want to have to be jumping in the middle of that stuff. Those are giant angry men.
And like Chad said, no one said you couldn't have walked off with them.
Right.
But again, it's a little. See, the problem is you crossed into that showing up the umpire, showing up the NBA ref, where you ran after him, and now it's a thing.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. It sucks he's going to miss it, but.
You saw it with Suarez last night, the called third strike in the ninth, and according to the box, like it, barely just, nicked the edge of the strike zone. It could have been called a ball, but it's 3-2. It's a close pitch. Can't take it. And he turns around and screams at the ump, and in that moment, the ump was just like, it's the ninth inning of Game 7. I get it. You're pissed. Leave now.
Yes, you've said your piece.
And he did. And that's what you got to do in that moment. You can't go chasing those guys out of there. No, not a good look. Okay.
Anyway.
So the Associated Press says that Bill Belichick has moved on in the running for the 2026 class for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So Belichick, Andy, is in his first year of eligibility after rule changes put in place last year that shrank the requirement for how long coaches have to be out of the NFL before they get considered for the Hall. It's only one season, which is kind of wild. But Belichick can already go in. By the way, Andy, a blue ribbon committee will reduce the field to 9 semifinalists. According to Wikipedia, a blue ribbon committee is a group of exceptional people appointed to investigate, study, or analyze a given question.
But I've never heard the term blue ribbon committee associated with these things, right?
Not with the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
We've never seen that term for the committee. We'll have to ask Jeff Legwold, was he ever considered a part of the blue ribbon committee?
Jeff, do you get a blue ribbon?
Should I just text him? I'll text him right now.
What color ribbon does he have? Find out for us. Who doesn't want to wear the ribbon? Okay. Andy, is Belichick a Hall of Famer? Oh, God, yes. There's not even any debate. Okay? He's got 6 rings. He's one of the winningest coaches of all time. He's one of the greatest coaches of all time. Of course he is. This blue ribbon committee, though, I think you owe it to society, quite frankly, to go look at a Bill Belichick and say, "Hey, man, hell of a run, okay, pretty good, best postseason coach of all time. You're it, man. You did it. Why don't you wait a year? Why don't you sit on the sideline, okay?" Quite frankly, you're weirding us all out. And we don't like it. We find you creepy. We've been listening to this Pablo Torre podcast, and it's too strange for us, okay? Whatever you and Mike Lombardi are up to right now in Chapel Hill, you guys do your thing. We'll get to you eventually. But for right now, we don't really want you coming to our event. We don't want to have reporters up there asking you questions. We're just going to keep our distance for a while. In the meantime, I got a guy right here. I got an innovator in Mike Shanahan.
Yep.
2 rings. One of the greatest coaches of all time. Basically responsible for modern offense in the NFL. Inventor of the modern run game in the league. Oh, by the way, when that guy was the coach of the Broncos and you were the coach of the Patriots, he was 5-3 against you head-to-head. That, by the way, would be a fun stat to know. How many coaches with at least 8 meetings with Belichick have a winning record against them all time? I bet it's not many. But I got to look at it and say, you know what? Mike Shanahan, he did the thing after he was done in Denver. He went to Washington for a while. He opened up a steakhouse. He goes to his kids' games. He's not creeping us out the way that you are. And we want to hang out with him. Let's go with Mike Shanahan. And we tell you what, Bill, we'll get you next year.
Yeah. Now is not the best of times the way things have gone.
Not now, Bill.
We're hoping maybe even the relationship maybe dissolves in that time between you and your grandchild-aged girlfriend. Great-grandchild-aged girlfriend.
Ugh.
And that she won't be there trying to run your Hall of Fame speech.
Yeah, we don't need Jordan Hudson in the production meetings telling us what kind of graphics to put up.
I mean, the way things have gone, are you going to have her introduce you somehow and give a speech as 23-year-old of all the history of football that you've been a part of? Don't need that. 'Cause apparently Brady ain't doing it.
Jordan Hudson does the presenting speech.
Does it not feel like it may go that way? He has completely gone scorched earth with Kraft.
Mm-hmm.
So Kraft isn't doing it. We know how he and Brady feel about each other.
Yeah.
Now I don't know, maybe Teddy Bruschi gets up there and gives him one or whatever. Vrabel, someone like that.
Vrabel'd be fine. McDaniels.
But I'm worried Jordan Hudson won't allow it.
Matt
and
Patricia.
She's got some weird, she's got like the emperor powers over him right now.
Joe Judge.
Oh, Joe Judge. Ben McAdoo.
Let's find more.
Josh McDaniels.
Let's find more coaches that worked for Belichick that sucked when they got the head gig. What's Eric Mangini up to?
That's the guy we both thought about it.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, look, here's the problem. Honestly, you could put him in, but I don't think he deserves to be in there. What sucks about this is you're so logjam because of this now. Coughlin, Shanahan, Seifert all deserve to be in there. Holmgren deserves to be in there.
Yeah.
Okay? I realize you're the greatest, as you said, postseason coach of all time. But if you really want to get this done, man, put them all in at once. Why can't you? You're the NFL. You're the Hall of Fame. You can write your own rules. Doesn't have to be one guy. Why not just have a coach's class?
Do you remember last year, Holmgren, he advanced, and then they voted him down?
Yeah.
They didn't put him in. What are you doing? Put him in the damn thing.
I'm sorry. Shanahan deserves to be in there. And this is not a hometown take.
It's an absolute slam dunk. And again, talk about legacy, Andy. Legacy above all else. How many dudes right now in that coaching tree are in the league? And not even just in the league right now. I can make a pretty strong case. I don't want to leave Detroit out of it, but Matt LaFleur in Green Bay, Sean McVay with the Rams, Kyle Shanahan with the Niners.
Not a great example, but Mike McDaniel's off that.
But that's three of the best teams in the NFC, in the entire NFL, as we sit here right now. And
O'Connell.
Those are dudes, and Kevin O'Connell. And he's got his quarterback thing kind of messing with him right now. But what did he win? 14 games last year? Pretty good coach. Yeah, to your point, Mike McDaniel's not going awesome at the moment. But he had Miami in the playoffs.
He had things going for a minute.
He had it cooking, and it's gotten away from him.
They probably should have tried to figure out someone else other than Tua to be their quarterback, but too late now.
For a minute, though, he had Tua playing well.
He did.
For a minute.
But then Tua got wrecked and unfortunately suffered another concussion. And let's be honest about it, the guy's not been the same since he got dinged last year.
The modern NFL is loaded with either Shanahan disciples, or even now we're getting to the point where it's disciples of the disciples that Mike has and his impact on the outside zone run game in the NFL and what he did to the league. It's so stupid.
Well, and again, things really broke down bad for Bill at the end of the run in New England,
right?
And then Brady goes and wins another one.
Which is also, it's not a great look for him. It's not. Now, I can separate it and say, yeah, also Brady only won Super Bowls in years in which he had a top 10 defense.
Yeah, you're right.
Belichick built that thing. Okay, it's the credit goes to both of them. Absolutely.
But look, the Spygate thing's not gone. The NFL wants it to go away, and they did all they could to get it go away.
Spygate is there.
At some point, we're going to get in full what Spygate was all about and how much it really affected things. At some point, everyone that wants it to be quiet and gone is going to be gone, and then I think we'll get a little, it's going to be like any great scandal in history. I could think of a couple examples, but they seem a little extreme to compare to a football thing.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, I think at some point we'll get an ESPN 30 for 30 in 2035 about what Spygate was all about. And he is attached to that. So
he's got Deflategate on his books too. Now, that one was a lot stupider
Seemed
than
more
Spygate.
drummed up to get even for not really doing what you should have done during Spygate, but yes.
There were still massive fines and loss of draft picks along the way that were given to his organization.
Right. You're right.
That's on the resume. Your keyword right now is beauty. Text
beauty
to 303-504-0925. Beauty. 303-504-0925. Beauty. Text it in right now along with your first and last name, and you are entered to win tickets for Thursday night's Avalanche and Hurricanes game at Ball Arena. You win tickets, and you win a Gabriel Landeskog Nordiques sweater. The Heritage Throwback jerseys are available now at Altitude Authentics on the website and in person at Ball Arena. Plus, they got hoodies and T-shirts and hats and all that good stuff. It's some good gear, guys. So the Avalanche will debut these jerseys on Thursday against Carolina. Also, this is kind of fun. The Hurricanes are going to wear their throwback Whalers jerseys. So it'll be Nordiques and Whalers. The Marty Necas revenge game coming up on Thursday night as the Avalanche will take on the Carolina Hurricanes. So text the keyword beauty, BEAUTY, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and do it right now. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is a lovely Tuesday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, I saw a stat on this Broncos offense that really surprised me. Something that they're doing better than you would have thought. I'll tell you what that is next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's back. NBA on NBC. Thunder and Rockets. First quarter right now. Round ball rock and everything, Andy. This is catnip for nostalgic people that grew up in the 90s, which is all of us. Let's be honest. It's so funny. NBA and NBC on Twitter today, they put out a hype video, and they're talking to all these modern NBA players, and it's, hey, Victor Wembanyama, what was your favorite memory? Hey, Anthony Edwards, what's your favorite memory of the NBA on NBC? And these guys are all
yeah.
I don't know. So it's funny that they had a sense of humor about it, but then, there's MJ and Magic and Patrick Ewing, and these guys are talking about it and drudging up what it all meant. When I think of the 1990s, the NBA on NBC, John Tesh, Round Ball Rock, all of that. By the way, it's the best theme music in the history of sports. I don't care what anybody says. But I think of, first off, I think of Marv Albert welcoming us to the telecast, Andy, along with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello.
Yep.
And just they're at the Richfield Coliseum or they're at the Palace at Auburn Hills, Market Square Arena in Indianapolis, some random-ass 90s venue where the NBA is getting played. But the other thing about it, too, is, and I don't need to do the weird generational thing where I'm like, basketball is so much better in my day, because I don't believe that to be the case, number one. But also, number two, is just the reason why it was such a big friggin' deal was because sports weren't on TV all the time.
Right.
A Saturday afternoon Bulls-Knicks playoff game, that was we're not making plans. The world is stopping, and we're going to be in front of our television watching Michael Jordan and John Starks go to war with each other. That's what we're going to do at that time. The games were such massive events, even the weekend doubleheaders. The Saturday or Sunday afternoon doubleheaders, they were such a huge deal, and a part of it was the scarcity. You couldn't just always watch basketball or watch sports whenever you wanted to.
This is where the old heads text is going to come in, but yes, we both grew up in a childhood where you had to wait for Saturday or Sunday to get any kind of sports. Obviously, but even football was so different. You and I will probably have to talk more about it tomorrow, but even I told you, I was I was a little overwhelmed by how much football we got with the Monday night doubleheaders. But yeah, you would get a couple games on a Sunday. I remember Saturday afternoon NBC matchups like you talked about in the regular season. And look, I grew up in cold. It felt like it was colder and snowier in my childhood than what Colorado deals with now in January and February. So a lot of times it was cold and crappy. You just stayed in and you watched whatever the NBC game was.
Yeah.
I did not grow up in a household. I didn't get a Nintendo until I was 15 years old. I did not get ESPN until I got to college and paid for it myself because my mom didn't need it. We had rabbit ears. That's what we used. We had 4 or 5 channels. Channel 2 would have a Nuggets game on here and there. You'd get some Denver Zephyrs and obviously the Broncos. But to your point, sports was not sitting there waiting to be consumed at all hours of the day, unless you were one of the lucky. And I didn't know a lot of kids that had cable. Not everybody's watching ESPN.
Right.
You know what first drew me to ESPN? When the Buffs went on their run.
But even
they had a bunch of great games on the ESPN, on ESPN in primetime.
Even then, though, there wasn't near the glut that there is today.
No, because it wasn't drawing the ratings that they do now.
And ESPN back in the day, they didn't have every licensing deal in the world.
They were a highlight show.
Old school ESPN, they used to. There's this great book, the Oral History of ESPN, and they talk about how for the first decade of it, it was we got a softball game we're putting on tonight. It was just whatever live sports they could find. But a lot of the times, they weren't sports of any consequence.
No. They weren't paying the rights fees because they weren't ESPN yet. Really, they didn't have that kind of money.
Right.
They didn't have the money to go pay rights. It was a huge deal. I know people don't remember. It was a huge deal when ESPN got the rights to put Monday Night Football on that and take it off ABC there for a while.
It was a huge deal when the NFL landed on Fox.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And
to break up the...
And at the time, people are like, what are you doing putting your product on this UHF channel what is happening. Again, I know we sound old as hell when we're having these conversations, but like there was a time where Fox Sports, it wasn't a thing.
No.
Fox Sports!
And the score bug, we were all trying to get used to the score bug. It's just, again, look, we come from a time when sports was consumed so much differently than everything. And look, today's great. I'm with you. I'm not saying that it was necessarily better. You know what I always remember watching with the Mod Rashad NBA inside stuff
NBA.
as you were waiting for the game to get going?
Willow Bay.
Oh, yeah.
I like me
There's
some
a lot
Willow
of reasons
Bay.
to watch then.
Yeah. Rewind. Yeah, I loved NBA inside stuff. That show was so critical because there was no social media, so we didn't get to know anybody in the NBA. Like a couple of guys were on commercials, but it was like a couple of them. Basically, it was like Michael and Magic.
Yeah.
That was kind of it.
And Larry snuck into a couple. Charles got a couple.
Right.
That was it.
In terms of pitchmen, yeah, later on there was I'm not a role model and, Charles Barkley versus Godzilla. But, like, again, we didn't know anything about these guys. And suddenly, there's Ahmad Rashad hanging out with David Robinson while he's playing the saxophone. And you're like, this is incredible. Like you learned about the league in that way. Again, the accessibility of it all. And I'm not saying that was any better or any worse. It was just like you were doing anything you could as a sports fan to extract any little bit of information or visibility to it. Because these guys were, in many ways, kind of like mythical figures because you barely even ever got to see them do anything.
Right. You were lucky just to catch a game.
Right.
You literally, again, we had to read Sports Illustrated. We had to read our sports pages. There were no Twitter.
Yeah.
The athletes certainly were not interacting directly with anybody unless I guess you maybe found them at a bar downtown and bought them a beer or something.
Which they were out doing that every now and then.
Well,
but we were kids. What did we didn't get
we
to
weren't
do
at
any
the
of
bars.
that.
We didn't know.
Exactly. The NBA is back on NBC.
Boy, you played that. What is that song that they used to introduce the Bulls to? Just even hearing that little keyboard line.
Oh, it's is that Yes?
I'm telling you, man. Just hearing that opening, I was waiting for Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Bill Cartwright to burst out.
Excuse me, the Alan Parsons Project.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Alan Parsons.
What was your
Project.
band's name? Wasn't your band's name similar to that?
We were the Alan Thicks.
That's right.
Yes. Named after the dad from Growing Pains.
Yeah.
That was, yeah. Can't believe we didn't make it, quite frankly.
Well, a hell of a name. It would have been cool if you got sued by him.
Avalanche on the road at Utah tonight, Andy.
The Mammoth.
8 o'clock, the Mams. Big one tonight.
You know what? I'm liking what Brian Madden said. Let's go the Moths.
The Moths.
The Moths.
Like moths to a porch light. The Mammoth and the Avalanche tonight. No S's to be seen anywhere in this showdown. We have a winner for a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Hurricanes Thursday night. Nordiques, Whalers. Plus, you will win yourself a Gabriel Landeskog throwback heritage sweater. It hangs.
As the kids say, the vibes are immaculate.
They're immaculate, Connor. Let me tell you. But you can be there on Thursday and you can be wearing this sweater. I think. I don't know. Anyway, Spring. Drum roll, please. You've been texting in all day. Or at least from 3 to 6. You've been giving us the keywords. Chirp, mitts, beauty. And you are going to the Avs